as far as I'm aware.
Well, see, as far as I can tell, I haven't done a ton of it, but like we were talking earlier about tracking flight paths and stuff like that. The northern projection, azimuthal projection, seems to work pretty good actually.
The north works good. South,
It works ridiculously well. So, I think, we try not to tell people like this is our map, but it might be about as good as any, anyway, the distances, like you're talking about distortions in the southern hemisphere, or south of the equator, and I don't know if that really is distorted. It seems to work. Like we can't seem to find the actual flight paths. I don't know if we know the actual distances. Like people, they like to say how Australia looks so distorted. Well, let's get out there and actually resurvey that and see if maybe it's not, maybe it is a lot wider than it is, tall, basically, like that. I want to check that out a little closer because I heard in here, and I don't know where I have a link to it, but somebody had the link. That when they ran like I think it was the railroad across Australia, like they ended up needing like way more track than what they thought they were going to need, meaning like that it's wider than they thought it was. I would assume.
But there's also this one simple inconvenience called measuring over water. So over land, we can drive a stake into the ground and then we can measure from that peg to the next peg. But in water, that thing's always shifting and moving.
Or in the air, like when you're traveling with an airplane.
So we have to use we have to use some sort of locational positioning system or some grid coordinate system. And then they would always find that they were more south of their reckoning. So they think they'd traveled 60 miles, but it's showing that they've traveled 70. And if you've got any ocean currents, it's going to affect your progress, or either retard your progress or accelerate your progress without you even knowing that the water was moving underneath you while you were moving on it. So whenever it came to the south, it's such a difficult thing. We don't have tape measures that long. So it's very much into that realm of you sail and sail for this many days, therefore you must have been going this speed per day. Now with the shipping routes, you'll see most of them hug the continent upwards towards the equator, then cross across or cut across, and then back down the other coastline of the next continent. And they don't often just veer out all over the place from the southern point of Australia to the southern point of South Africa to the southern point of South America, because those are still unknown and they often find themselves not having sufficient fuel. So it's peculiar when you do try and look, but it makes sense. Once again, you can't measure on water. It's very difficult unless you have a shore to shore, then you can measure the shoreline to shoreline. But water, to just measure on it has always been a challenge for man. That's why we measured in knots. We would throw a rope in the water and there would be so many knots on the rope, and we would count how many knots moved past the boat while it sailed forward. And that's where we got the whole concept of the boat sailing at 3 knots or 4 knots, because there was no way to measure what speed you're actually moving on the water.
Yeah, my question is, we know that the globe isn't right. So how come the AE map fits the globe in the northern hemisphere, or we seem to think so, but is way out in the southern hemisphere? And we're still talking about like the two globes, like the northern hemisphere. Yeah, the projection sort of fits in the north, but it doesn't really fit in the south. So it's because in the southern hemisphere, the land is getting closer and closer because of the shape of the ball at the bottom. So what if we just made...
And which one has more water? Does the south have more water or does the north have more water?
I haven't really thought about that. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the problem. This has always been the problem with the southern regions because somebody may have a good idea, but the navigators have always had trouble with these huge expanses of oceans in the south, which now we know probably go on much further than we even imagined. The reckoning is further and further off. This has always been a problem, just like Solar said.
I mean, just think about what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, right? It's a little chubbier at the bottom. Yeah, because it doesn't work in the southern hemisphere, their model.
Yeah, chubbier in the south because water's flat and horizontal everywhere.
So if you made the Earth with the northern hemisphere like a semi-hemisphere, and you made like the southern sort of like a cylinder, so that it didn't come together at the South Pole, so it would be like a cylinder.
No,
At
how would
the
that work? How would that work with flat water?
Yes, it wouldn't really work because it doesn't connect all the sea and all of that. There would be like a separation, so that don't work.
No,
Um,
not even close to reality. It's the problem. All oceans
Yeah.
are horizontal to each other everywhere we look. Every coastline we go to, if we point out to anywhere else, it's horizontal from our position, right?
Just like our maps.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the whole problem is they knew if they stopped people from going to past the 60th, that there'd be no way to make landfalls and do any kind of surveying of the coastline accurately, you know? So that's the piece that's missing out of the puzzle, and that's why they did it.
because everybody would know something was up.
Yep, so they've probably done it. The Vatican probably has the information from any of the explorers like Captain Cook, the things that we were not told, going all the way back to Magellan, Captain Ross. Those people were working for the crown, right? So that
Yeah,
information
okay.
that information was top secret. That was the top secret of those days.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this person I spoke to the other day. He says he's got like 1,000 old maps. So yeah, when he uploads the maps, I should have a look at them and probably come back in a month or two. If I come across anything interesting, I would say it here. Yeah.
So has anybody seen Ewar Anon's videos regarding when he starts to talk about the map relation to the moon? I mean, obviously it's speculation, but he certainly puts forth a interesting idea regarding the map and regarding longer cycles and the movement of the magnetic north. Not saying that it's accurate, but it's certainly an interesting speculation to ponder.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's super compelling. I think that there's still a lot of leaps of logic, but it's really something that probably requires further investigation.
Can you put a link to that somewhere?
I do not. Somebody might be able to paste it into the chat, but
Yeah, I'll find it.
you know, this discussion, I know we always try to stay on what we can prove, and there's certainly a lot that we can prove. Obviously, we have enough information to prove that there's no curvature to the Earth. But you know, a little speculation, like going outside of what you think you know, is really what pushes the boundaries to be able to find or perfect, an idea that you have. So I think it's always good to do a little bit of that speculation, but not necessarily claiming it as true, right? Speculation. The mark of an educated mind is to be able to hold information without 100% accepting it, but holding that information as a possibility and then further investigate.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know that the AE map probably isn't, well, it's not correct in some respects. So I'm looking for the truth, I'm looking for something which would describe where we are perhaps a little bit better than what we've got at the moment.
Yeah, I think the way to do that is honestly boots on the ground per se, and trying to map out some of the southern hemisphere. The problem is it's just a really expensive and very difficult process to try to do that, and it's out of the reach of the average man for the most part. Being in this system, having to work for the money, being in kind of the slave realm, it is really hard to get out and prove these things, kind of like in the Truman Show, where he's like, I want to be an explorer like the Great Magellan. Oh, sorry, we already discovered everything,
Well, we've got Australia, and we got the AE map with Australia on it, so that could be like a start. And if you overlay what the true Australia looks like to the overlay on what we got on the AE map, and we might be able to see what the trends are, and they might be helpful.
Yeah, I think if somebody could take the time to really try to methodically map out kind of the north south, from the northern tip to the southern tip of Australia, cutting through the middle, really figure out what that distance is, and then east to west, it would certainly give us a better picture as to whether the AE projection is closer to reality or not,
Yeah, it does look stretched out, so I don't know whether it's in actuality stretched out, but certainly as on the AE map, as you get closer to the 90 degree, everything gets stretched out. So I would think what we see as Australia on the AE map is a bit deceptive.
No, the distances work out. You just have to use the lat long
Okay,
calculator.
right. So the distances work out as long as you use the lines, yeah.
Yes.
But from the perspective of what you're seeing, then that's not the right shape, is it?
What's not the right shape?
What you're seeing with your eyes is not the right shape.
You're talking about, I think he's talking about the distortion that the AE map would give to Australia, where it's, looks like it's a lot wider than it is tall, but when you look at it from a different perspective, that it kind of squeezes in the middle a little bit more.
The distances work out on the lat long calculator because it's just it's either the flat wrapped around the globe or it's the globe flattened out. So all the distances work out. You just have to use the lat long calculator.
Yeah, that's because the rectangles also get bigger. So, yeah, you're correct. The distances
you can use the lat long calculator with the Gleason's map, and all the distances for the continents, especially Australia, work out to be about roughly the same.
Okay. Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah,
I'll
look.
leave it there. And, yeah.
Look at QNFE. He goes through on how the Gleason's map works for distinguishing distances, especially with Australia.
Okay, fine. Just before I go, has anyone dropped that link yet? I'm not sure whether I'm seeing it.
If I can find it.
I've always wondered if the northern section that we see in the AE map is slightly off, meaning there's a chunk in the middle north that might be missing, where if you place that in and it actually corrected some of the lat long lines in the southern hemisphere to make it look a little more true to a shape where you would take a picture from above of quote unquote the whole earth. I wonder if something in the north is just enough of distortion that would be causing.
Have we talked to Napalm at all?
Yeah, I've been talking.
Oh, okay. All right. That's that voice. Wasn't paying attention to what names were lighting up. I mean, you're new to the server. Oh,
Certified flat earther, but I stay with them in Florida.
wait, say that again?
Certified flat earther, I stayed at his crib in Florida.
Napalm, you did?
Yep.
Well, shit. Why is he just sitting there with VC Verify? What was the rule? Supposed to wait like a week?
Oh, Astro, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I think I put the link for that in the wrong chat, so let me look. You're talking about the one for eWar? Lost History?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, hold on. I'll put it in the right, I think. Let's see. Where am I?
All you guys like that EWAR anon thing. I'll tell you this: I don't trust anything with anon stuck on it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I still will look at whatever comes across and then
There's
make
a
up my own
lot
mind
of
about it.
flaws. There's a lot of flaws I've watched quite a bit of that. His presentations, they're long.
Yeah, yeah, it is
And
it's highly
there- and
speculative. It is.
there's a lot of problems, and people are like, when I don't like jump on board with everything that it's saying, people in here tend to be like, well, what's wrong with you? You diet,
Nah.
diet woke. No, I'm not conspiratard.
Oh,
That's what's wrong with me.
oh, sure you are. Just not in that area. Wow.
There,
Well, I think it's good that people put out their views, and other people can have a look at it, and they can say, well, that doesn't look right, and perhaps give some feedback to the person, and and at a later date, like you might form a different model, and and this is how we go on.
that's why when I put that name out there, I prefaced it with, the fact that it's highly speculative, but having some sort of speculation and throwing out new ideas, can certainly, all it is something that we can disprove or prove, or can push us in a direction that's more towards the truth, right?
It just has to be tested. It just has to be tested. Like we can have the speculations, but then they have to be tested. So some
this
of them are
EWAR
not.
anon, I just have a few questions about him though. Okay, like, does he claim to be part of the anonymous group?
I really don't know myself. Does anyone else know? I don't
It's
know.
nothing to do with Anonymous as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the guy, which is why, like I said, just taking the information and, take it from.
And like anonymous, maybe at one time, like that was something that I was kind of on board with, like this hacktivist group, blah 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 blah, and maybe it was a real thing, like, but it eventually got co-opted by like our own like government hackers. Most of them got caught up with, and they got employed instead of going to jail. All right, like the CIA or whoever's job it is, NSA or whoever's job it is to do these kind of psyops on the internet, like they're responsible for everything that I've seen in the last more than a decade, coming from anybody claiming to be anonymous, whether it's QAnon or whether it be just like literally the anonymous. I mean, shit, go on the anonymous fake Facebook or the anonymous YouTube. They got everything on there. It's about aliens and
It's
and
got
all
nothing
kinds
to do
of
with Anonymous
and shit like
at
that.
all. It's other people's information. It's just collected it all together.
It's just convenient for all the disinformation to come from anonymous people without names or faces.
It has nothing to
I
do with Anonymous.
love that.
But do
I
you
love trusting in
recognize?
that shit.
But do you recognize that that's called a poisoning the well fallacy? And the fact that he has Anon in his name, and then writing him off because of potentially where that could come from is fallacious.
No, I watched a lot of his stuff. I thought his arguments were fallacious, and now I'm sticking that on to it also.
They're not his arguments, they're other people's. He's just collected them all together, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
I've had a quick look at his stuff. Yeah, there is a lot of likewise stuff going about. It's similar, and so we could have collected it. Yeah,
it's like with any information, chew the meat, spit out the bones. Any type of controlled opposition like you speak of, there's always some sort of small truth mixed in there, and you're right. It might be 90% crap, but there might be 10% truth. And that 10% truth.
I guarantee you there's at least 10% truth. To sell a lie, you mix it with truths. You have to, but it's just very clear in watching his presentation that that's what he's doing, making large leaps of logic, just glazing over it like a matter of fact without, just huge leaps.
No, yeah, but I think I honestly, the impression I get from the entire series is that he's just presenting his own ideas. Like he's not, so this is, yeah, it does go into like opinions, ideas, like concepts and
this is
preset. There is a
in
lot.
in my opinion, it's a created rabbit hole to get you. Well, it's one of those things that when people start talking to flat earthers and all flat earthers also believe in that shit, well, it makes us look bad.
Well, it depends on what you mean by believe. Like I don't believe anything until I see it. So all I do is I keep the personalities just out of almost everything and just look at the information by itself on its own. So I don't have to make any definite decisions about things that are not definite. But I think it's okay to conjecture about these things, even if they are new to me, new ideas. And yeah, I wouldn't go along with anything anymore. I've fallen down so many, rabbit holes. Like we get tired of that, right?
Yeah, it's almost like anything. Any new information that you come across is just an exercise in using your own discernment, regardless of who the messenger is, anything like that. And it's up to you to make the choice on how you discern the information. And I agree 100% that it could be an anonymous guy, something that's put out there as, disinformation intentionally. So there might be one thing on there that the Globers could say, oh, well, all the flat earthers believe X, Y, and Z, which is one thing that, or three things in there that's incorrect information. But like everything, how many times do you have to say not all flat earthers believe what the Flat Earth Society says? Nobody believes any of that stuff. So it's just.
No, but to me, this looks like it kind of stinks like Flat Earth Society shit.
You turds.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And, what the point of me putting that out there is we were discussing the map, his speculation on what the map is, and the supposed moving of the magnetic North Pole could open up the possibility to, a larger map that we're not aware of, whether it's the proposed map that he's putting forth, that's up for debate, but it certainly is a good exercise to say, hey, maybe there is a larger cycle as well that could be mapped out, but we don't know for sure. It's, like I said, pure speculation, but it is.
Yeah. No, you guys, I get it. Like a lot of people are sharing it, a lot of people are watching it, a lot of people are believing it. And I've made my point a couple of times. It's funny that in this community of people who are supposed to be skeptical, it's just so easy to jump on. Like we're very critical about, making sure that we're following lines of logic, taking a point to its logical end, its conclusion. And then we get presented with something like this, and the majority of everybody, it sounds like, is just jumping on like, yep, this is it.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, there's a lot
necessarily.
of logic. There's a lot of logic to this. And if someone says something that's logical, a lot of logical people will agree. So this is kind of what I was trying to say with the poisoning the well fallacy. It's like when Eric Dubay presented 200 proofs and everyone wanted to talk about Eric Dubay being a yoga instructor. It's like, go listen to the 200 proofs and judge each one on their own merit. Forget who's the messenger bringing you this information. Look at the information, judge it on its merits.
There's
validity to it.
There's at least 30 proofs and 200 proofs that I wish he wouldn't use.
Agreed.
Yeah, can I just ask? You got the history of Flat Earth. Who put together like the 5-hour version of that? Because I've seen some of that.
Who put it together? Ewar, I guess, whoever he is.
Yeah, but it's not on his channel. I can't see it there.
It's not on his channel? What?
There's a 5-hour version.
Yes.
And it's not on his. He's not on his video list.
Somebody
Hold
else
on.
put that together, I think.
Yeah, there's Norb's World or something.
Yeah,
They're all
I've seen a couple of hours
together.
of that actually. So I didn't realise that was the same thing.
Yeah, if you go to
But,
the
The
second,
original video was taken down. It was taken
if
down
you
on
go
the
to the
day that it
second
was
link,
launched.
I'm sorry, Solar.
No, I was just saying
Yeah,
that the original one was taken down and it had to be mirrored by many people. So if he's managed to put it back up or some version of it, it's because it was
Right.
up and it was removed.
Yeah, so if you go to the second link at 11 after there's the first one, then there's the second link. That's actually eWar channel. But it doesn't say eWar, like it just says eWar. It doesn't say Anon. And then it has all 5 of them. But I think there's 6, but actually I could have sworn there were 7 of them when I first watched it. Now I can't seem to find it. But anyway, yeah, I think it's good to be suspicious, Lou, about all this stuff. We have to be, you know.
I mean, I just don't like how easy people have like accepted this and try to spread it as though it's truth. I mean, it sounds like for this conversation, people were saying it's speculative and blah 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 blah. But I've heard plenty of people not present it that way. Like,
Well,
there is a lot of speculation and conjecture in it, and they don't do a very good job of couching it as that or making the caveat that this is speculation and conjecture. And the way it's presented in a lot of the other stuff, like the Antiquitech and like the old buildings and stuff, all that is just observation that, oh, this looks like this, so it must be this, and it's just observation and declaration. It's kind of Glober logic, and I see a lot of people in this server latching onto it without using their discernment or critical thinking, and it's disconcerting.
yeah, but actually, a lot of it is he's asking questions though. So if you go back and look at it, he's like saying, "What if this?" Yeah, that's that is speculative. Like I agree with you though on that point though that it should have been delineated better as far as that, right? To separate the two. But anyway,
I mean, I don't understand why you say it's global logic.
Well, because it's observe and declare.
Okay.
Just make observation and what it is. That's Glober
And
logic.
is there anything wrong with that?
Well, you have no empirical proof or evidence. You're just making an observation and declaring what something is.
Okay. That's fine by me.
Do you not see what's wrong with it?
I can't. Look, if someone says, say you go to an art gallery and you look at each painting in the art gallery, so you look at it and you go to the next one and you look at the next painting and then you go to the next painting. No one's actually gone in to you and said, look, that's what that painting is all about. You're just viewing the art. Is there anything just wrong in just viewing the art?
No, there's nothing wrong with just viewing the art. I didn't say there was.
Do
But if you actually
do you have to dissect each painting apart? Do you have to dissect it before you get an appreciation of the artwork, or can you just not look at it?
You can appreciate art in many different ways. All I'm saying is that if you actually watch that 5-hour video, you might find, if you're using your discernment and critical thinking, that a lot of it is speculatory and conjecture, but it's actually declared as this is what things are. This is how things work.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you've got to use your own discernment, really. He's saying, look, we've got a photograph that looks like this. We may not have a date on the photograph, but it looks old, and here we got old buildings on it. You know, that's the kind of thing. What are you going? And then he goes on to the next thing.
Yeah, you have to take it all into context too, because a lot of this he is saying what actually happened. He's asking, then he says, "Let's contemplate this for a while," and goes into other things. But like I agree, there are some things that are just skipped by without any kind of verification. But I mean, I don't know.
I
think
think he skipped him because he doesn't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do. And I think he's pretty clear about not knowing the answer. He does ask more questions than gives, you know, he's not saying things are definite. He's quite often stopping and saying, let's just take a look at this and see what we do know and see if we can put together.
No, come on. He's very clearly painting a picture for you about what he's trying to say the truth is. Yeah, he he phrases things in a form of a question, but it's all leading in order to help to paint this picture that he's laid out for you.
Yeah, I'm not saying not to be wary. Absolutely, I'm not saying that. I'm not falling into any rabbit hole just by whimsy. But I will look at all kinds of information. Yeah, I agree with the leading part. We do need to watch for that because there is misinformation. But I think I've probably spent too much time on this topic, actually.
We have Chief Bukowski. He tried to say that we are just making observations and declarations. So maybe he wants to talk about the globe a little bit, maybe prove it. Chief, are you there?
I found an interesting timeline maps. I'm going to upload it. You can have a look at it, yeah?
Alrighty then. Chef Bukowski, are you there? Hello, Chef Bukowski.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
What?
I said, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, thank you.
Okay, good. Welcome to the server.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, what's going on?
What brings you by today?
I just wanted to hear what you guys were talking about,
Okay. What's your take
Talking about the shape of the Earth? Talking about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I was just here to listen, but...
Sure, that's okay. No problem. But we do like having a conversation. I mean, that's kind of why we're all here. So, so do you think you're on a globe that's spinning?
Well, I guess I don't really know,
Okay.
But I don't think I'm on a flat Earth.
Okay, so what would make you think that you're not on a flat Earth?
I guess just like observations.
Okay.
Like we see.
What observations?
So, there's a few observations. I guess maybe like the like the sun and the moon.
Okay, but that's up in the sky. We're talking about the surface of Earth.
Oh, the surface? Well, I mean, I guess nothing really about the surface, but just how like the sun and moon work on flat Earth. Like I can't understand how that would work ever.
That's okay. We're not talking about the sky yet. We can get to that. But do you know of any time in history that Earth's curvature was ever measured?
No.
Yeah, we haven't either. Some people have been looking for 7 to 8 years.
Wow, it's like
and have never been able to find from any source an actual physical direct measurement of Earth's curvature to validate the radius claim.
I mean, yeah, true.
So you didn't know. So in your daily experience, you don't experience, none of us do. None of us experiences a spherical Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So that would, like to say that we're on a curved surface, on the surface of a ball, that defies our own senses. Therefore, a burden of proof lies on that claim. That is the positive claim.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're looking for globe proof, and what we've done is we've gone out and looked at the surface and measured ourselves, and we find no curvature in any direction. So if something has no curvature in any direction, what would you call that?
I don't know.
Okay, if you go look at your table in your kitchen or your dining room, if you measure the surface of your table and there's no curvature in any direction, what would you call that surface?
Maybe like a rectangle.
The surface?
Well, it's a table.
Yeah, I'm talking about the top surface, not the outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The surface descriptor, not the shape.
Surface descriptor. What would you call it? How? Yeah.
Kind of depends, right?
No.
It feels spiraling, Sonny. Is it?
He can't even say it. He can't even say it. So that's okay, bro.
It depends on like what material.
Man, it will be flat. Come on, it's so easy. Come on.
Listen,
if it was liquid.
Listen. Wait a minute. Listen
So
to the word.
hold on. Is your table a liquid?
I've heard of liquid.
No.
tables.
I'm asking you a question. Is your table a liquid?
Not my table. I don't have.
Okay, so if it's your table's on a liquid and it has a surface,
but theoretically,
it's not theoretical. A table is not theoretical. I'm actually on a computer table right now. My table is not theoretical. I can actually touch it right now.
No, like theoretically.
I'm not asking you theoretically. I'm asking you on a reality level. I'm talking about on a real is level. Your table is not liquid, correct?
I mean,
no, not technically. Is your table liquid? Look, I'm just gonna mute you if you cannot be genuine right here. Hold on my ass. I want you to answer the question. Is your table a liquid?
My table is.
Do you know what's the difference? Okay, thank you. Now, is your solid table, the surface of it, is it curving?
I mean, like
is it curving?
It doesn't look like it's curving. That's what I was saying.
It doesn't look like it's curving?
No.
Are you being serious?
I mean, there could be like.
I will mute you and server ban you.
Oh.
If you're not gonna be genuine here.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
For what? For not being genuine?
Yeah. Okay, maybe I should just
be honest.
Yeah, just buy. Because if you're not gonna be serious and actually speak the truth, you can't. You shouldn't even be here. Get the fuck out of here.
I understand.
Get the fuck out of here. Bye.
I understand.
Bye.
If you measure the table and there are no curves, there's only one answer.
Yeah, so just answer. This will be probably your last chance.
It's flat. It's a flat table.
Thank you.
Well,
holy
there you
shit!
go.
Was that so hard?
Why was that so hard?
Now you will get cancer.
Like, you know, I think
you will get cancer now, man.
No. Listen, I don't want your next answer to be like, or I mean, why was that so hard to answer?
Well, it's just like there's a lot of variables.
What? Your fucking table?
Holy shit, my man. You are off the reservation.
The what?
There's a lot of variables on your table being a surface being flat. There is a lot of variables. Then if there's a lot of variables, that means the person that constructed your table is a moron.
Yeah, we covered the variables. We told you that it wasn't curving. Therefore,
Okay.
there's only one
People work
solution, and
very
you
hard to make
told us
tables.
yourself.
You're not
There's no more
restricted.
variables.
Come on, give us that variables full table. I want to hear that.
Okay,
No,
what?
don't go down there. No, we're not going there. No, I refuse. So,
Okay,
okay,
fine.
so you only have a belief of Earth being curved, bro. So
What?
same thing with motion. It's only a belief.
Wait,
Do you know when they detected the rotation of Earth? When did they do
no,
that?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so both
Like
curvature
Tuesdays?
and rotation of Earth is only in your imagination. It doesn't exist in reality. Water is
Well,
not moving around a ball.
so I'm not like I never said it was a globe, though.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
But like what?
Yeah, you don't have to because I know you're a glober. The minute you open your mouth.
The minute you can't say a surface of a table is flat, you have a
Bro,
fucking religious belief, bro.
why are you attacking me?
You feel attacked.
Yeah,
Just
I feel
relax.
attacked. What is
Just relax.
you're attacking me?
Elbows, he's fine, man. Don't worry about Elbow. He's,
He's yelling at
I'm
me.
just pointing out that you have.
The
Oh,
F word.
come on.
Listen,
Yelling at you?
Linda,
Really?
Linda,
He
cut
said
it out,
the F
Linda.
word at me.
Jeff,
Stop
Linda.
Oh,
policing.
oh my God,
Stop
your
phone
feelings.
policing.
So hold on.
You know, I'm
We're
not gonna
almost,
take this anymore.
we're
No,
almost
don't
there,
take it.
bro.
We don't need you here, bro. Seriously.
We're
I,
almost there,
you're just
bro.
okay.
You're
Okay.
almost fully there. Let
See ya, buddy.
me listen.
Go.
Let me completely destroy the globe. Will you allow me to completely destroy the fairy tale religion of the globe for you? May I do that?
I shall allow you.
Okay, very good. That's polite. That's what I like to hear. So we're almost there. Curvature and rotation are just a belief in your mind. Okay, you don't have any empirical truth, facts about those two things. Nobody ever has
Well,
presented any of it. So hold on. We're going to just move on. No,
I
you've
have
already conceded.
some evidence.
Hold up. Wait a minute. You already conceded to the first two claims.
Well,
So
I
we're
changed my
moving on. We're moving on to the third one. This is the last one.
Okay.
Okay. We're a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum of space. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, like think about it like this. If you have like a can of Coke, right? Or like a 2-liter bottle of Coke and you shake it up, right? And when you open the container or when you open the top,
Right.
then it's like right?
It all spews out, doesn't it? Why is that?
But also
No, why does it come out?
like it's because of like Mentos, like if you put Mentos in them, then it's like
How? Yeah,
kind of
but
like
what is the action?
reaction.
Listen, what is the action taking place inside the bottle that makes it spew out when you open it?
I think it's like the CO2. But I don't
Okay,
I'm
but
not
listen,
an expert.
what I'm getting to is that it's pressure, bro. So higher pressure always flows to lower pressure. This is something that exists in this reality, and it has never been shown to not exist. So the second law of thermodynamics, high pressure will always go to low pressure, and the antecedent of pressure is a container. You can't create or measure pressure without a container.
Wait, okay, but like theoretically,
No,
right?
Theoretically?
not theoretically. No, we're not going theoretically. I want empirically.
Okay, okay, I think I might have something.
Have what? A
Okay, can I say
demonstration of
something?
gas
Can I
pressure
say-
without a container?
Can I go?
Go ahead.
Okay, so NASA, right? NASA said gas pressure.
Wait. No.
What?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Go ahead. Let me finish.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I
NASA said once gas pressure can exist without a container.
Where
Okay,
does
can
it-
you show me?
Citation. Put that citation in. Where'd you read that from?
I read it
NASA
on the NASA.
Man,
It's
NASA said
funny
opposite.
because if you go to NASA, they actually tell you, should show you gas pressure in a container.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yep.
Yeah, I could cite that for you.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at this. Okay. Okay, so here's what it says. Let's see. I'm trying to find the quote, you know.
Yeah, I just cited it. NASA says you need a container.
This is a big text. Hold on.
Let's see who'll drop the citation first. I got it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So it says, Brownie. What?
You look up what it says. I'll
Okay.
put the
So
actual citations.
it says, as the gas molecules collide with the walls of a container, as shown on the left of the figure, the molecules impart momentum to the walls, producing a force perpendicular to the wall. So
There you
that
go.
single-handedly, I mean,
Yep. So can you show a gas pressure without a container?
no, I can't. I can't show you. We're in a voice call.
Okay, good. So
I can
the
tell
place,
you.
listen, the place they told you was space does not exist because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. So either the second law of thermodynamics is wrong or they're lying about it.
Well, that's a tough one.
Man, did you hear that NASA saying we need to have container for the gas pressure? Did you hear that?
No.
No?
I didn't hear that.
You read it yourself.
I read it.
Yeah?
Yeah, you read it out loud and you heard it with your own ears.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear myself say it.
What the hell, dude?
And NASA said that. Yeah. Hello? Are we on the Earth?
Yeah, so there's NASA with gas pressure. Thanks for the citation. That's gas pressure cannot exist without a container.
Okay.
And there's about 5 more citations that are saying that.
Yeah.
Which I'll post in the voice text. So get a handle on what gas pressure is.
Yeah, so I agree with you.
Okay, so check it out. So that place that you were saying that the ISS is cannot exist in reality.
Really?
Yeah, because it's NASA told you there is container there.
Really?
How they go through container?
Wait, so what if the container is clear and we see the ISS outside of the container?
How they pass that container?
Maybe they opened it for
Maybe
a tiny
opened
second or something.
maybe they opened the mines and then everything opening.
Maybe they shot up the ISS, but then they opened it for 1 second.
In a movie
and then
that sees them open, you know.
Oh, okay. I have a good example. When you shake up a Coke bottle and you open it really fast and then close it, it stays in the bottle.
Yeah, but guess what? Remember what I said about water? Water is always horizontal. So all the oceans on Earth are all horizontal to each other. Not only that, if you stood up wherever you were and pointed out to Japan or Europe, every direction that you point to on Earth would be horizontal to your location. Yes. Yeah. So not a globe, listen, not a globe, measurably not a globe at all. We busted the radius claim and we falsified the radius claim.
Okay.
It's not,
do you know
true,
what that
and we're not in motion. We have a vestibular system. Well, not to mention the fact that it's never been historically documented as being detected ever in history. And so you also have a vestibular system that your creator, our creator, a vestibular system in your inner ear that helps you identify any motion or movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a physical thing. Yeah.
So
nothing is affecting that, because if something was affecting that, you would not be able to sense any motion. If you got used to motion that was more than 1,000 miles per hour, like our rotation is supposed to be, you would never be able to feel anything less than that if you got used to that 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, hold on. I need to look at this real quick. Cochlear nerve. Cochlear.
Yeah.
Vestibular.
I have a video you can watch.
Vestibule. Anterior semicircular canal. This is a lot of words. I don't really know what it's talking about.
Hey, bro, how old are you?
I'm like, that's really personal. I don't know, like, what?
Wow. Okay.
You don't have to give your exact dates, just a rough estimate.
I'm like at least. I'm like at
Okay,
least
then don't say it, please. If you're at least, don't say it,
15.
please. Please
That's
don't
just
say it.
never mind.
I'm like at least.
Doesn't matter, man.
Like,
Doesn't matter.
hold on.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm at least like 14.
Yeah, okay, don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're not prepared. So that's fine. So I have a video for you to watch. You could do that on your own time. And
is it long?
It's
I don't
only
like long videos.
It's 21 minutes, but it's worthwhile. So you
Oh
gotta
my god.
watch 10 minutes at a time, bro. Come on, man.
What are you saying about to watch? Sonny, can I ask you a question? What you are saying about watch 18 videos about 2 hours?
Is it all about the ears?
It's about science and pseudoscience. Science education. It's 18 videos, and that's only a little bit. But all of them are about 2 hours. That means 30 hours you need to watch them at least. Is that enough for you?
Okay.
Not now,
Fair
man.
enough. Fair enough.
Because you will nothing realize in 1 minute, 2 minutes. Look into that, watch.
I'll
and then,
watch like 3 minutes.
And then,
Listen, you do need to take your time with this and do your own research. We don't want you to believe us. That's the last thing I want you to do is believe
Wait,
me.
you don't want me to believe you?
No.
Nope.
No. I want
Oh.
you to think. I want you to
Okay.
think for yourself. Okay. You do
Then-
have the
wait,
ability to
so-
think for yourself. We want you to think for yourself.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wait, so you don't want me to believe you?
No, I could care less if you believe me.
Yeah,
It's
look,
none of my, it's none of my business.
Look, what they're saying is don't just take my word for it. Check it out yourself. Basically.
Oh, yeah.
So you take this information. If you're actually concerned at all about
People
where
are
you
calling me a
live.
troll right now.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. Listen, just develop a little bit more of a thicker skin, and you'll do fine. If you're truly looking for information, this is a great place to find it. And so
Okay.
I urge you to, if you're thinking about that, this globe thing, maybe something wrong with it, you take the Earth curve calculator, which
This
is
guy's cussing at me right now.
don't worry
Look,
about
man.
it. Listen, just ignore it.
If you can't take a little banter, man, just run away because we're flat earthers, bro. We're flat earthers, bro. We're flat earthers. Listen, we're flat earthers. We get ridiculed all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I
relax
know.
about that shit. It's not personal.
yeah.
Don't take it personal, man. Listen, so if you're looking truly for information, take the Earth curve chart or the calculations of 8 inches per mile squared, or the distance to the horizon, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. You take those and you find out how far the horizon should be. Go out to the beach somewhere and look and see if you can see further. Zoom in with a binocular or a zoom camera to shorelines 5 miles away. There should be 16 feet of drop, bro.
Okay, but can I do it somewhere else? I don't like the beach. It's sandy and
Get the fuck out of here.
Do you have any other place that has water? You don't like the beach?
like a lake, a lake or something, or
This guy's killing me.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, the beach is the
come
best.
on. He said it's sandy. Come on, throw him out.
What
Fuck
about
you.
a mountain?
It's sandy, man. Come on, go out. You don't want to
gotta use over
I'm
water.
done with him. I'm done with Chef.
Gotta use over water. Yeah, you're kind of silly. Kind of silly now. So there you have it, folks. All 3 positive claims: curvature, rotation, and the vacuum of space, all just beliefs. Just to clarify, in case there was any, doubts about that. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thanks, Elbow.
So, Sonny, you're telling me nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Real?
No. And Chef,
Okay.
Chef is a well-cooked goose. Oh, man.
Theoretically.
The table could be water.
Could be liquid.
That was so stupid, man. That got Albariqua hot right there, man.
Yeah, he about snapped.
I'm like, elbow's hot today, yo.
Yeah, I heard of waterbed. Never heard of these water tables before.
Yeah, that's good because we didn't even get to the invisible containers yet, so that's good. Derailed before that.
Well, who's just being silly, man, about everything?
Yeah, yeah. But I think it's good still because it still illuminates the fact that like these people don't know anything about their own like religious beliefs.
And they go as far as saying they cannot tell if their table is actually a flat surface.
Yeah.
I mean, their religion is so high up in there, man.
Uh-huh. In the realm of delusional fantasy world, it's like phase 2 Santa Claus for adults. It's this it's stage 2. Santa Claus was the first one. Those are childhood fairy tales. Then we advance into the higher levels of fantasy, the adult fantasy delusions of spinning balls in space.
Same time you get dinosaurs.
All kinds of horse shit available to you at that level. And like really, honestly, any kind of freaking liquid tables, freaking anything you can imagine. Just make the shit up just like the rest of them do. We're used to it.
Can I ask a quick question? Yeah, does anyone think like the Greeks never considered the Earth to be a globe and they've always considered it to be flat, and someone's put extra history into the books?
Yeah.
Is that what most people think here?
I mean, they did it with Newton.
Sorry, say that again?
They did it with Newton. Newton says that he don't even think anybody would believe this shit. You pretty much have to be a moron. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. To believe in.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we know history is a lie, so why not just add that little bit extra to the Greek?
Yeah, matter of fact, he said, don't even ascribe this to me. Yeah, nope. He did it. He's the one discovered. Well, then it got overwritten, but yeah, man.
I think maybe they might have considered it while they was sort of like drinking in their pub or whatever. But I don't think it was the sort of like the generally accepted idea for the Greeks. I think they've always considered the Earth to be flat.
Right, guys, I have like a genuine question for you. Like, what made you start believing that the Earth is flat?
Or me?
You say it again?
What made you start like believing that the Earth is flat?
Oh, start believing. Well, we don't believe.
Well, what made you like start arguing, like start believing the theories and all that, and like theorizing?
Measurement.
When we measured, we physically measured, went out and measured Earth's surface and found no curvature in any direction.
Well, you can kind of I guess, see curvature if you're like.
Where?
Well, for
Where?
example, if you're like, you can observe the curvature if you're like, if you look in one direction, if the Earth were flat, like, would you see, you would see much further, and you would see
I'm
like
still,
the shadows of shit as like
I'm still trying. Where? At what location do you see the curvature? Can you tell me where that is?
For example, if you stand like on a very tall building, like
No, you can't. Okay.
Let me just clear something up for you. The horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere.
Mhm.
You never see any curves anywhere. You don't see the Earth curving. All optics have diffraction limits. So, depending on your optics, your horizon is X far away. And then there's also conditions of the day that play into how far you can see. This does not help the globe, and the globe not accounting for optics is bad.
Right.
And you have famous astrophysics saying that you cannot see curve from 100,000 even more feet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but for example, if
For
you
example,
stand,
you cannot see the curve from 100,000 feet.
yeah, but okay,
If you go on,
if
if you go on the
stand,
building. Yeah, sorry.
yeah. Okay, so let's pretend there is like a field, and it's a very huge fucking field, and there are like no trees, nothing on it, right? And you stand on like a very, very okay, there's like a building in the middle of a field for some reason, but it's very tall, and you stand on it. Why would you be able to see like much further, if you're standing on top of it, than you would if you were just like standing on the bottom of the building?
Yeah, that's true.
As you
Well, yeah.
raise an elevation, your angle to the things you're looking at opens up, and you can see it better.
So what are you like? Like, what's your occupation?
I would recommend you watch this video I just posted in the Livestream voice text chat, and it goes over optics and angular resolution and how the globe co-opts optics and resolution, ignores it, and then calls that Earth curve.
Alright.
And look up appeal to authority fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure.
Because I believe that's why you were asking what his occupation is.
I'm Baker.
Away from things, they get smaller.
Sorry.
I'm Baker. I cannot find curvature. I cannot find extra rotation. The gas pressure cannot exist without container, but I'm still Baker. You cannot measure the mountains without sea level.
Okay, yeah, but for example, let's say you're standing like there's a sea,
For
right? And
example, listen this. For example, we are standing on the real beach. Real.
yeah, you're standing on a real beach that is not hypothetical, and there's a ship coming at you from the distance. You wouldn't just see it coming at you. At first, you would see it rise up from the horizon. Why? If the Earth isn't, if the Earth isn't round, like if it's flat, why would you see that? Does it like curve at the edges, or?
The ship will go behind the horizon. You are saying behind the curve.
Well, not okay. So you can see a horizon, right? It's not like okay. So if you're just standing at a like I don't know at a dock, and you look at the horizon, and there's a ship coming. You don't see a ship at first, but then you're gonna see it coming eventually, right? It's not a debate. But then when you see it coming at you, you're not just gonna see it show up out of nowhere. You're gonna see kind of rise up from under the horizon, because the Earth has a curve to it.
Incorrect.
What
happens when the boat? What happens when the boat?
Hold on. It seems she has a fundamental misunderstanding of optics and how the human eye perceives. Again, you need to watch the video because you have a very rudimentary and basic comprehension or understanding of how you think you see things. and you need to be up to speed on how things actually work, not how you think they work or how you think they would work. Watch the video, please.
Okay, sure, but what? Okay, if you think that
It will answer all your question. It will answer your questions. Watch
no,
the
it's not a
Is
question.
it your boat big boat?
It's a reasonable boat. It's
Okay,
like
can you watch now in voice chat my small boat? Can you watch? I will post it now.
sure, but can you answer me one question? If you think the Earth is flat, why would you think people like
It
scientists?
will come now, and it will answer to your question. Okay.
No, I'm just asking you. It's nothing to do like I'm just asking why would you think that scientists and all like astronauts are lying about it
Science has
being a
nothing with
globe?
the shape of the Earth. Science has nothing with the shape of the Earth. But now I will post you gift will come now, and it's an answer about your boat. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
It is a globe yet posted also. That small boat.
But I just want to ask you, why do you think if the Earth is really flat, why do you think
Hold
people?
on, Eva, wait. Are you looking at the voice text?
No.
live, yeah, you need to go to hashtag livestream voice text and go to 1 minute after the hour and look at the GIF that's in there of the sailboat. Before you say anything else, look at that. Let us know when you find it.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you see that boat disappearing completely by zooming out? Gone. There's the boat. Zooming out. What's happening to the boat?
Disappeared.
How?
Yeah, so let me give you a quick example. If you take out your iPhone and you film the boat not going away from you, it will disappear in your iPhone because the iPhone has a smaller aperture and therefore a different diffraction limit. You take a big zoom camera like this GIF was taken with, a P900, and once it disappears out of your eyesight, you look at your camera and you see the boat again. You don't have three different Earth curves who change based on the optics.
Do you realize, Eva, that if you can zoom into a boat that has previously disappeared from view, if you can zoom in, that it's not a curved surface? Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay, but
So wait, don't go anywhere yet. So that means that all water on Earth is horizontal. It has never been shown to be curved in any direction. So that means all the water on Earth is horizontal. Sea level. Horizon means horizontal. So 71% of Earth is oceans. That leaves 30% above ground. And a full 1/3 of that are plains that are very little deviation in the surface. So you have 20% left of all the ground above sea level to make up all the curvature. So what does that ball look like with all flat water and 20% curvature? Doesn't exist. And we're still, by the way, as well. No motion has ever been detected.
okay, but if like let's take the ocean for example. If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it like just spill out into space? Like how would that work?
No. Where'd you get that idea? You got the idea of a edge somewhere?
Well,
note when you say yeah, but
if
you are
it's
ignoring
flat-
everything that was just said. And think about this for a minute.
I
There's a
thought-
coastline to Antarctica. Where's the water going?
Sorry?
If there's a coastline to Antarctica, where's the water going?
Well, I don't know where is it going.
It's contained by the coastline. Come on.
Okay. Easy. She's new. Okay. Which you probably have a picture in your mind of a flat Earth as like a disk with ships and water and shit falling off of it in space. Nobody in this modern conversation of quote unquote flat Earth thinks of the Earth that way that you do.
Okay, well, how do you think
Better,
that Earth could you
better,
describe it
it's
to me?
better described as a completely different cosmology. Earth is not a planet. Earth is a vast extended plane. Think of it like the floor of the universe. The Earth is all there is. It's like a realm. So we're not talking about
Hello?
we're not talking about heliocentrism. We're talking about geocentrism. Earth is at the center.
And the vacuum of space does not exist.
Why not?
Yep. Because it would require gas pressure without a container, which is impossible. It's
What?
never been demonstrated ever.
Okay, but what about like people that went to space and went to the moon?
Nobody went to the moon. Nobody's gone to space because it doesn't exist in this reality. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, there are more people who have
well-
claimed to have seen Bigfoot than have gone to space.
You in your whole life.
Sonny, can you repeat that? You feel violent? What?
Yeah, the pressure needs a container. We have pressure here on Earth. They say it's next to a vacuum. So all the gas would escape out without a container. So since we still have pressure here at sea level, 14.7 psi, there is a container.
Okay, do you believe other planets to exist?
I don't have to believe. You look up at the sky, you see lights in the sky. Yes, we see lights in the sky.
If you like look at them through a telescope, for example, you can see that they're spherical. Why wouldn't Earth be?
No, you can't. Only from NASA images. Those are not photos.
Telescopes are usually monocular, meaning only one eye, and you can't see depth or shape with monocular vision. You need binocular vision to see the shape. You see a circle against a black background, your eye will make it look like a sphere, but all you're seeing is circles, not necessarily spheres.
And there's actually a channel down below that says stars, and you can look at that information as well. So you want videos, you want actual, real photographs of stars. They look nothing like you've been told.
Okay, well, gravity obviously exists, right? And
Well, hold on. We have no measured curvature ever in history. Water's always been measured to be level and flat. We have no measured or documented detection of axial rotation, so it's not spinning. So it's flat, and gas pressure has to have a container. So
Okay.
no one's going to space. If you're saying they go to space, I need the measurement of the radius of Earth so they could go into space, because otherwise everything else is wrong if the radius is wrong. Everything. All the orbital mechanics, day, nighttime cycles, everything on Earth would be different.
But let's talk about like gravity. Like, so assuming gravity exists, so everything with like high density mass in space. Oh yeah, you said space isn't real. But it would,
You have a problem already, because you assume that gravity exists the way you were taught in early schooling. But what you don't know is that when you go to advanced schooling, they teach you that, oh no, what you were taught was debunked 106 years ago, and we use Einstein's bendy spacetime now. So
it's the center of gravity, not like a real thing at all.
center of gravity is a balance point. It's not related to the theories of gravity, and there are two. Which one do you want to go with?
See what?
When anybody invokes gravity, he first needs to claim which type. And based on your mass, you saying mass earlier, I can assume easily that it's Newtonian. You think mass is attracting mass, correct?
Yeah, but could you please unmute my friend? She has like a couple of questions too. Her name is. Wait, just give me a second.
To put it simply, in the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson, when asked, what is gravity? He says, I don't know. Next question.
Right, could you please. Well, okay, could you please unmute my friend? Her name is Batty B. She's like to the right.
I'll unmute her so long as you agree to watch that video we posted for you earlier about angular resolution.
Right now.
Yeah. While we speak to her and answer her questions, you go watch that video and we'll unmute her.
Yeah, sure.
What's her name?
It's Batty B.
Hello.
Hi, Batty B. How are you?
I'm fine, I guess. Did you say space is not real?
Yes.
But
Vacuum of space.
The vacuum of space is what's not real, my dear. The vacuum
there's
of
space between you and I.
So what they tell you, spaces cannot exist the way they tell you it exists. In other words, you can't have gas pressure without a container. In other words, if you do have gas pressure without a container, it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
I can't find the video. Where is it?
Or in other words, the whole image of the cosmos and the universe that you got sold in schools and in movies and TV shows is not correct.
okay, but do you guys think that the other planets are flat too?
Have you been to them?
What do you mean by other planets? We're not a planet.
You think
Earth is
Uranus
not a
is
planet.
flat?
I don't know about Uranus, but
Do you think
You
Uranus
think
smells like?
Mars
Does
is
Uranus
flat?
smell like farts?
What? I'm talking about
Does
a
Uranus
planet,
smell like
sir.
farts?
You're very immature.
No,
that's
what NASA tells us.
That's what
Come
NASA
on.
tells you.
You're so weird.
That's what NASA says. That Uranus smells like
No,
fart.
I doubt it.
Yeah, they do. That's your
literally what they
scientists.
tell
No,
us.
that's your
I don't
globe priests that
follow
are telling you that.
NASA.
Could you please provide the sources?
Yeah.
Sure, definitely.
Everyone send the link.
Your NASA. Listen, your NASA scientists also say that you're related to rocks.
Yeah.
Well, could you please provide could you
I
please
know
send links
that.
to articles or quotations where they said that in chat, and then it'll be more believable. Or if they have anything to back it up with, any actual
Done it.
kinds of
We've already
evidence.
posted it
But
from
I don't
NASA.gov.
It would be nice to provide citation the gas pressure
Okay,
without
but
container.
you guys believe the sun is like a flashlight?
We don't believe anything.
Incorrect.
We need
That's a straw man.
So who said that then?
nobody.
So you've told me someone said that.
Yeah, I asked you guys earlier, how does the sun in different time zones work, and why is
Explaining to
it?
you the attenuation of light. You apparently did not understand what the point he was trying to make. Light diffuses, scatters, and attenuates in the medium of air, and therefore cannot reach forever.
There's an easier way to explain it.
Okay, but
how
does
come
this?
I can't see the light at the bottom of a lake
Does
or
the
the bottom of
sun
the edge?
move? Does the sun move over the earth? Or does
Yes.
it remain in the same position?
We don't know.
You
Well,
don't know.
what I know is that it
Yes.
rotates. Is that
Do
the
you
Earth
know?
rotates over sun
Do
because
you
sun?
know?
Do I know?
Question.
Do
Did-
I know? It
Yeah.
rotates
Do
around the
you
earth
know?
because the earth is round. Hence, why half of the earth is at night when the other half is in the daytime.
Is it that?
No,
The Earth
Is
that's
it that?
not correct.
Is
Incorrect.
it 12 hours? Is it that?
There's Michelle Thaler. Listen, in the voice text, there's Michelle Thaler, your NASA scientist, telling you that she says that we're complicated rocks. There's
heard of that
the video
theory,
you
yeah,
asked for. You
but-
asked for it. There it is. She's a NASA scientist saying that you're a complicated rock. You asked for it, so there it is.
Then what theory do you believe? How did humans come to be?
I don't believe in theories. I don't have to believe something. If I know it, I don't have to believe
Then
something.
what do you
that
know?
I already...
You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Yep.
How did you do the
Water is always flat, and it's
Okay, but
measurably flat. Measurably.
Listen, you asked the question. Hold on. You asked the question. Hold on. You asked the question. Let him answer.
Okay.
Yeah, you asked the question.
You asked the question. If you ask the question, you don't want an answer? I mean, because you continue
I
on.
just told him to answer it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay.
Are you gonna
Go ahead,
answer
Sonny.
it?
Sonny, go.
I don't think he wants to answer the question.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, just think
Okay,
about
repeat
it.
the question.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, you asked something like, how did humans come about, or a belief between belief and knowledge.
What do you believe?
He asked how we know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we know it is because it's measured to be so. I've done this myself. You could do it yourself today. If you're near some water, you could do it yourself, just like I did.
There's also like scientific evidence contradicting everything you're saying.
There's what? There's what?
Let's post it, Sonny. Sonny,
Hold
let's
on,
post
I
it.
can't
Let's
hear her.
let's speak
Hold on, I
about that.
can't hear her. Get. I can't hear her.
There's actual evidence like contradicting everything you say about the Earth
Okay,
being
where is the evidence? Provide the evidence. What evidence are you talking about?
evidence. I'm not like a fucking like, I don't know, smart person or whatever. But what I'm
On
saying
curvature?
there's
Where's the evidence?
Oh my god.
There's some.
What you don't know is we have had many educated people in here over the course of
I don't
5,
think
6
so.
years, and they don't have any evidence. You believe there is some evidence. Try to find it, please.
Okay, if you're on about curvature, have you ever been to a high enough elevation that you could look out and see that the Earth is flat?
Listen, we need a We need a measurement,
And then you
bro.
want to go on about measurement. Have you
Yes.
measured it? Have you gone into
Yes.
space and
Yes, I
measured the
have.
radius?
Yes.
You've measured the radius of Earth?
No, I've measured
Then how-
water.
then
It's
you have
flat
the
in all
radius.
directions.
You said
the circumference of Earth
you
like
said
fucking
the Earth's
kilometers.
radius.
How the fuck are you gonna measure 40
What the
kilometers?
hell kind of hot mess did I just walk into? What the hell is wrong with y'all?
It's bad.
Do y'all,
What's wrong with you
y'all
guys?
talking over Sunny and talking over each other, girls? What are y'all doing? Do y'all want to relax and have a conversation, or are you just going to keep mumbling?
Yeah, they're gonna keep mumbling.
I know.
You're gonna keep mumbling. You're still mumbling.
To understand
Yeah,
you,
you
stop
serious?
talking and listen.
Spiraling.
What's wrong
Batty,
with y'all?
listen,
Relax.
Batty and Eva. If the Earth really is, listen, I just started talking. Come on, relax. If the Earth really is flat, would you want to know? Let her answer.
I wouldn't give a shit if there was.
Oh, then what the fuck are you doing here?
And why are you here?
I
So
know
slow.
it's not flat.
Well, actually, no, because why do you think?
So did you come in here because apparently you're under the impression that you live on a ball and you know this empirically, so you came in here to tell us all about it. Meanwhile, you were asked, do you have any actual measurement of curvature? And you're like, oh, measurement. What are you talking about?
I asked you if you had the measurements.
Yes, I have measurements of flat water in every direction. Over water, it's flat. So if a surface is
Yes,
not
you know
measuring any
what?
curvature in any direction, what is it? I'll say it again because you interrupted again. Hold on. Relax. Just relax.
Okay.
If a surface isn't curved in any direction, what is it?
Okay, sir. You have to understand.
Answer the question, please. Answer the question. No, answer the question.
the
Answer.
surface of the Earth
Young
is
lady,
very large, sir.
answer the fucking question, please.
Miss, if you don't start trying to have a coherent conversation, you're gonna get
Which
muted
I am, but you
because this
keep
is nonsense.
the hypocrisy is real
He
because
just
I'm trying
asked
to
you,
speak and you're
hello. He just asked you a
interrupting,
question, and
and
you
I'll
I'm
say it
completely
again. If you
obfuscated the
keep
answer.
talking, I'll
All
just
right,
mute
I'm
you.
done.
Yeah. Somebody else beat me to it.
That's
So
yeah.
I'll ask it again. If a surface is not curving in any direction, what is that surface? Eva, would you care to respond?
Flat. I said flat like so many times.
Okay, but I couldn't hear you. Okay, I got you now. I heard you this time. All right, no problem. Yeah. And Eva, can I ask you this? If the Earth really is flat, would you want to know?
No, but
Okay, then
All right, so then
why
both of y'all
are
kick
you here?
rocks.
what the fuck, like, sir?
Fuck. So you guys both came into a flat Earth server.
I'm
Were
just
asked, would you want to know if it's actually flat? And you both said, well, one of you said no, and the other one said, I don't give a fuck. So
No, I
should
said-
we
I said
continue with this incoherent conversation, or should y'all just go find something else to do? Or do you actually want to learn something while you're in here?
Well,
do a genuine question that I've been trying to ask
learned
for like
is
the
you guys
past
are
20
open
minutes.
and
You're both so triggered that you're talking over each other. It's ridiculous.
One at a time.
Why are y'all so triggered? What's wrong?
Because I've been
personally,
trying
I'm not mad.
I've been trying
Gee whiz. You girls are funny, man. You're a riot.
I'm just trying to understand how someone could believe, or apparently not believe, that the Earth is flat.
I mean, if you
Because
really
it's
are
not
trying to understand, then just listen.
because we're not talking about belief, right?
Yeah, we're not
Yeah,
talking about.
That's why Sonny kept asking you about actual measurement. Because if I measure my table to be 5 feet long, I don't have to believe it's 5 feet long. I've just empirically measured it. That's what we're talking about. You guys want to talk about belief. You know why? You know why you guys like talking about belief? Because you have to believe that you live on a ball with water sticking to the outside of it, flying around in a vacuum. Right? That's a belief. That's a story that you were given when you were a kid, like all the rest of us, see? But we grew up and we said, hey, we're looking for the evidence that this story that we live on a ball with water sticking to the outside of it is actually real. You know what? It's not.
Where's the evidence that it's flat?
Excuse me?
You posted it in the live stream. I'm posting it again. Here are the measurements where we measured that there was no
but who
convexity to the
measured it?
surface.
Please ask you something.
Who measured it? Are you professional?
Okay, hello?
Because you don't seem very educated, sir, to be honest.
Fuck's sake. Hello?
What was that?
Guys, you know you could still measure the Earth. Like, are you saying you measured the Earth?
Yeah, it's flat.
Like what? Like how'd you measure it?
You know the people that tell you it's a ball. You know when they measure the Earth, you know it's also flat, right? They just add a bunch of math on top of it to make it seem like it's a ball in their model. On Earth, the actual physical Earth that they go out and measure, it's flat. They tell you this.
Do you know
right?
why it's
But you
flat?
guys are so triggered that you're not even calm enough to try to understand so that maybe we can get to that point. You guys are just going to sit here and continue to ask us, what's the evidence that it's flat? Well, the fact that it's not curved. Do you get that?
I appreciate if you stop claiming I'm triggered when I am not, because I can assure you I am as calm as can be right now, and I'm just trying to understand what your point is, because you contradict yourself a lot. You want to talk about how these
When did I contradict myself? Please tell me when I contradicted
You want
myself.
to talk about
Please.
how these scientists need measurements.
What science? I didn't say anything about scientists doing any measurements.
One of you, imbeciles, said that they need measurements of the
I got
Earth's
it.
radius. Did
But
you
you're
or did you
saying with
not?
measurements, like there is a measurement for the circumference of the Earth. You could still measure the Earth if it was a ball, or if it's flat. It doesn't matter.
Is there a measurement because there's just a number when you look it up on Google, or is there an actual? Can you find me who actually measured the circumference of the Earth?
Yeah, the official. We need the official version, the official measurement of the circumference. Do you have that available?
How would you like me to get that? Would you like me to like go
No,
around
I
it?
need.
Measure
No,
myself?
just look for the official, verified physical measurement of Earth. We need the verified one, the one that they use as a reference for everything else. So we need the documentation that stated that they have a measurement. Otherwise, it's just hearsay.
Okay, right. But can I ask you a question that I've been trying to ask for like 20 minutes and you just ignored me completely? So if you think the Earth is flat, if you know the Earth is flat, why do you think people are taught that it's round? If it's not, why do you think there's just evidence being made up about it being round?
So now you're asking about motive, which is secondary to the crime scene. So you're like the officer, the detective that comes in and goes, "Oh, you have dead bodies on the floor, agent, whatever your name is, Eva," and you say, "No, I'm not even going to look at the evidence of the dead bodies on the floor. I'm going to go off and talk to 50 suspects and try to determine what their motive is."
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's assume the Earth is flat. Like, let's assume I believe it's flat.
I don't have to assume it is flat. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Let's assume I believe it's flat. And why is everyone lying to me and saying that it's not? Why is everyone saying that it's round? Why are there
You need-
pictures?
So would you like to see the evidence that we have instead of looking for motive that you'll never be able to know?
But I would like to know why you think that.
Yeah, so would we. We would like to know the motive too, but it's an unanswerable question because you don't know the motives of anyone, even the people closest to you. Even if they told you what their motive was, you still wouldn't know if it was true or not, unless you were inside their mind.
Okay, I'm sorry. You could have just said that instead of trying to mansplain it to me. You don't need to get aggressive.
No,
Okay,
you're
good.
just being
I'm glad you got
fallacious and it's tiresome.
I'm
It's
so
tiresome
sorry. I'm so
to
sorry.
hear what you
Glad
have
you
to
get it. So
say.
now, if you'd like to look at the information we have, then we can show you that if you're interested, unless you still just don't care. So would you like to see the measurements we've made?
Go on.
So someone want to put the black swan? Who wants to do the black swan? Flat earthers. Which one of you wants to do the black swan with these young ladies?
Oh, do you guys have jobs? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
Nobody
what does
else
that
will.
matter?
Okay,
I'm
there's
like genuinely curious, like,
there's
because
Dave.
I've heard
Okay.
you've
What
been
did she
sitting
just
My
say?
mic working.
all
What did
day.
she just say?
We had jobs, bro.
Nah,
Because
you're
My
gonna
mic
sit
working
here and
right
add
now.
sitting
on.
here all
You can
day.
get muted. You can get muted.
Why?
I'm done.
Never mind. They're
I'm
not serious
Do
about
we
it.
have
curious.
jobs? Do we have?
You've
I'm
been
at work right now.
you've been sitting
What are
there.
you doing? What are you doing? I'm at work
You're
right
at
now.
work.
What are
What do
you
you
up
mean
to?
you're at work? This is your job.
I'm at work. I am at work. At my job while I'm on my phone.
That's weird. You're getting
Do you
paid to
understand? Do
chit-chat
you
about
understand
how
how that
Earth
works?
is flat. You get paid to chit chat about how Earth is apparently flat.
Listen, I thought you were
cool. You
interested in the
jealous? You mad?
information.
I am, but
You mad
it's just
about
a
that?
side
Are you?
note. I'm genuinely curious.
That's just
I don't get
ridiculous,
paid
man.
to do that. I do that while I get paid to do what I get paid to do.
Yeah, but what
That's
do you
how
get
that
paid to do?
works.
Because
Do
you're
you
clearly
have a
not
job?
doing it.
Do you
Do
want
I?
to find
No, I don't need
information?
one.
Information.
So she admitted it's psychological projection. Great job.
Yeah, good. Way to go.
I thought they wanted to say the black swan.
Yeah,
Do
I
y'all
don't have
want
a
to see the
job, but
black
I'll attack
swan
you
or
for having
not?
one.
Don't even waste the blessed one.
I
This
don't
is
need
nonsense.
one.
We're like in 12th grade right now, dealing with these
Yeah,
little
I'm
girls.
like half your age.
you girls are in La La Land. I suggest you start looking
I'm
at
not in La
reality.
La Land. I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
dodged
are.
my question for one. I asked you,
Okay, don't get
what
triggered.
theory
Just
do you
relax.
believe, or I guess not believe? How did humans come to be?
Yeah, you're asking. You're trying to ask like, how did humans come to be? Where does space come to be? How did space come to be?
Let me tell her. When a man loves a woman very much, they come together and they have a baby.
Yeah, well, that's a dumbass response. You're apparently all scientific.
It's a dumbass question.
Give me the theory you believe, because you were on about how people believe people came from rocks. Okay, well then what theory do you believe?
That's your priest that said that you came from rocks. We don't believe that. That's your
Okay,
priest from
then what
NASA.
do you believe? That's what the question is. Then what
We
theory
don't
do you
talk.
believe?
We don't talk about beliefs. That's the belief server.
I said believe or not believe, but okay.
We don't
No, it's
believe
not
in
about.
theories because
No.
actually
You know
theories are
what's the
actually
difference?
empirical.
Listen,
Do you know what's the
So we don't
difference
believe in
between
theories.
beliefs?
you're still dodging it, and then you
Do you
continue
know
to talk
what's the
over me as
different?
if you
Listen,
weren't saying that I was. You're such a hypocrite for one, because you wanted to get on my case about how I was talking over someone, as you continue to talk over me. For one, for two, why are you dodging the question? I'm asking you, how do you believe humans came to be? Do you think we just popped up? Because you want to say space just popped up. Okay, well then, how did humans just pop up?
We certainly didn't come
We don't
from
have a
rocks.
claim on that. You don't
So
strawman us with that.
sequitur. It's not even funny.
You can't even give me an explanation as to what you believe.
Because
So
we're
some
talking
of
about the
us,
surface of
Because you
Earth.
don't know.
We're talking
so
about the
some of,
surface of Earth right
yeah,
now.
I would like to
Because
answer, right?
you want to,
Eva,
you want to,
Eva,
okay, sorry.
listen,
Yes,
listen.
yes.
Some of us believe in creation, right? That God created us. Is that a
Okay.
satisfying answer?
So then, did he create space?
No.
Why?
Because
Well, then, what is Earth in? Is Earth floating
Earth
out
is
into
Earth.
nothing?
So
Absolute nothing.
I wanna answer that. So Earth is our existence, our plane of existence, right? So this is all we have. This is all you have, right?
Okay. Well, then, do other planets exist?
What do you mean with other planets?
You said Earth exists, but earlier you guys were on about. I asked about other planets, and I don't even recall what you said about other planets. But do you believe other planets exist? Then?
I asked
Because
you what are other planets.
What are other
Mars,
planets?
Uranus,
Have you been there? What are they?
Saturn,
Look,
Jupiter.
What are their names? What are they?
Listen, girls, the whole
pictures
problem
of
that you're
them.
having is that you're saying other planets. The point is that you have yet to prove that what we live it on is a planet. That's why everyone
Then
has a
what is
problem
it?
with you saying
Then what do
other
you think
planet.
it is?
It's a flat stationary plane. The
So
way
it
we
doesn't
all
move.
observe it. No, it doesn't move. Why do you think
Does
it
the
moves?
sun move? Does the sun move?
Do you see it move?
Yeah, I see it move because it becomes
Yeah, I see it
day
move too. Great.
after it
Great.
becomes
So
We all
we're in
see it.
agreement.
but
The sun moves. Okay,
Congratulations.
great.
if the Earth
We
was
agree.
flat, wouldn't
The
the
sun
sun
doesn't
cover
move
the
around the
entire
earth.
surface
But
of the Earth?
you know what's weird? We're talking about you're supposed to be talking about the Earth moving, but we both see the sun moving. So why would any of us believe that the Earth's moving?
And that contradicts your statement or claim that the
No.
Earth is flat. Because if the Earth was flat, wouldn't the
How
sun
does
light
flat
the
contra-
entire
how does that
Earth?
contradict
She's on
flat?
the wrong cosmology, chocolate.
What are you
She's on the wrong
talking about?
cosmology.
If the sun moves,
Do you feel any motion of Earth spinning, my dear?
She's not
Guys,
even
you
aware.
failed to
because I am such a
address the flat Earth
I am such
society
a
picture
tiny
inside her
being
brain.
compared to the Earth. No,
Yeah.
I do not.
Yeah, Eva, we are not a flat disk flying in space, right? This is not what we think. So
No,
you
you're
have
right. Earth
this
is round.
okay, listen. You have this image apparently that we are a flat disk flying in space and that the sun is somewhere 93 million miles away
And
and
really
then
big.
and then going around this flat disk. No, this is something that is put inside your mind just like the globe was, right? They put this globe inside your head and then they put this flying disc in space inside your head and they told you, well, this is what the flat earthers think, right? No, flat earth is what we like to call the bottom of our existence, the basement. We are at the floor, right? And the sun and the moon, as we all observe it, are local lights moving above our heads. And when a light source moves away from you and it gets too far away from you, you will not receive that light anymore. Light does not travel indefinitely in a medium, right? So that's it.
Right, the Earth, the moon
Okay.
moves around the Earth, and the Earth moves around the sun.
No,
It's around itself. Yeah.
no. This is what you.
Whole
This is what you
story.
think.
Eva and Buddy, can I ask you something, please? My accent
Go
is bad.
ahead. Go ahead.
The guy called Dave. He wanted to present something and to show you information. If you want to see within eyes, it's interesting information. Only if you want to see, and that can maybe we'll look something after that. I don't know, but to see that information if they can present, because you were asking why people think that Earth is flat, and they have something to present. If you want to see that, if you want to speak like this, that has no sense. I'm saying if you want to see that, it's short. He can present you in 5 minutes, in 2 minutes. You know, it's that's one example, and then you can speak after that, ask questions, or I don't know. That's mine. Sorry if I interrupt.
Okay.
So
Yeah, but I'm just curious on whatever that I don't know who was talking about sunlight, but what motion does the sun move in then?
in a circular path, just like you observe it, right? You see the sun
Okay.
going over your head.
So it goes
Buddy,
under
Eva,
the
can I
earth.
try again, please? Buddy, Eva, if you are honest, if you want to find out, for example, if I say that a comet was fell down in London, you know, and I have video about that, and I want to show you, you want to see that?
Sir, what?
If I say that was flood, I don't know, and then London was totally flood, and then I know the truth, and then I have video about that. Do you want to see that video?
I want to see the video.
Okay, the guy has here Black Swan example. He has something to present, and he will speak. Do you want to see that information? And then there you can find out that Earth is flat. If you want to see that Earth is flat, there is an example where you can see that Earth is flat. I don't know. Do you want to see, or do you want to speak about sun, moon? I don't know. That's my question. I don't know.
Do I want to watch the video?
No, the guy want to present. The guy will start to speak if you girls allowed him, and he will start to speak about it.
What?
Okay, listen. Are you girls in the
Sir.
live stream? In the live stream voice text?
No.
What
Okay,
Sasha
that's
is
part of
talking
the
about is
Answer my sunlight question.
that's part of the
I'm just
problem.
curious.
Go look at the
girls.
live stream voice text. We're trying to show you information. Just hold on a second.
She doesn't even have a role though, so.
Which one? Betty and Eva, right? Betty and
Yeah.
Eva?
Batty B and Eva. Mhm.
Okay, Eva has a role. Let me give.
Yeah, Betty does too now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, sunlight. Last thing about the sunlight, right? So when you're in a murky pool, can you see the other side?
Sir, I'm just asking you, what motion does the sun move in? Does it move around the earth if it's flat? Does it go under the earth then?
No, it goes over the top of us.
So
if it goes over the top of it, how big is the earth? Because if it went over the top of it, wouldn't it be covering the entire
No, Betty, I already
of the
addressed
earth?
it. Betty,
Assuming that the Earth is a globe, the sun would still not be rotating around the Earth. The Earth would be rotating around the sun.
Earth is not a globe.
So, Betty, listen,
Earth is
I
a
already
globe.
addressed this. Hold up. I already addressed this, right? I told you Earth is not a flying disc in space.
I
Okay?
understand that, sir.
Okay, so the sun cannot go underneath it, right? What you and every human being on this earth observe is the sun over your head, and it's moving away in a circular path. Okay, and when the sun is too far away from you, it's at another location on Earth, but the light cannot reach you anymore because light cannot travel indefinitely through a medium. It's called the attenuation of light. Okay, so when I have a flashlight on a parking lot and I move a couple of 100 feet away, I only see that small light that is a couple of 100 feet away, right? It doesn't light up the whole parking lot. But when I move closer, the light becomes more brighter. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
I have another question to follow up with then. How come the sun doesn't move across the sky in a straight line? It rises in the east and clearly makes a curvature towards the west as it moves.
Yeah, so perspective makes it look like it's going up and down, right? So when I stand in a tall hall in a long hallway and I look up and I see an exit sign,
And then I walk across this long hallway, right? It's a very long hallway. And then I turn around and look at this exit sign. This exit sign is now lower because of perspective. Is it actually lower, Betty? Is it actually lower?
No, obviously not, sir.
No, because that is what perspective, your vision, does with objects that are further away from you. It moves it lower. Okay. So the sun is above our heads and it moves away from you. And when it gets too far away, it seems to go down, but that is just perspective.
So
Okay?
you're denying that the
No.
sun curves around the earth.
No, I told you it goes in a circular path.
It
I'm
goes
not
in a
denying it.
circular path
Yes,
above the supposed flat earth.
Yes,
So then why that doesn't make any sense because
it
the sun
does.
isn't moving away from me.
It does. You see it moving away from you. That's what you see. That's what we all see.
It's
Right?
flying around the axis of our round earth.
No, this is your assumption, right? This is your assumption, and you think of a ball Earth, and then you
So
make
you
this.
deny photographs of Earth taken from space by
They're
NASA?
not photographs.
Photographs.
They're
So
not photographs.
I have photographs of unicorns and Bigfoot. So you deny them?
I have a unicorn mug.
Okay. So unicorns are real now.
I guess so.
Okay.
If the flat Earth is real, I guess goblins and unicorns are real too, sir.
So you get what I'm saying, right? Pictures and images are not
Fact.
empirical proof.
So you
right?
can't go to space because
No.
space doesn't exist.
Space doesn't exist now.
So then what's the night sky? That's space.
That's when the sun is not in your area, when it's away from
So
you.
is that night sky forever? Does it not end, or does it end at some point?
No,
I couldn't tell you.
contained. We're
Do
contained.
you think
We're contained.
we're just in a giant ball, and anything
we're not in a ball.
anything past that point is
We're
just
not in a
nothing.
ball. Listen, we're not on a ball, and
I'm not.
we
I
don't have
didn't
a
say we're
ball.
in
It's
a
not a
ball.
ball.
I'm asking you, if the
Mhm.
flat Earth is floating, what is the flat Earth floating?
We're
in?
not floating.
What is it in?
It's still. It's on foundations.
What is the foundation?
We don't know. No one's been there.
Yeah, but this is just going to lead to an infinite regression
how are
fallacy.
you
No, hold
saying it's
on.
on
Look, I can
foundation?
hold
You
on.
don't know
'Cause-
it's on foundation.
Hold on. This is just going to go to an infinite regression fallacy because what you can basically do is you can keep asking what's beyond that, right? The same way I could ask you, well, what's beyond the edge of the universe? Oh, and what's beyond that? And
There
what's beyond
isn't
that?
an
And what's
edge of
beyond
the
that?
universe.
Etc.
It's infinity.
Right. There isn't a universe, but you get the point, right? You can just keep asking what's after that and what's after that and what's next.
There
So-
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and I would like to get back to the Earth, right? So, Sonny, can you present the black swan?
What's the black swan?
Yeah, you will notice. Sonny, are
What
you
is
available?
that? This is so weird.
Okay.
They are not going to get this. No way they're going to get this.
I know.
I can do
Yeah.
it if Sonny can't. If Sonny's
Well,
there.
you could
do it. Go ahead, Dave.
Are you gonna explain what the black swan
Yeah,
is?
we are. So, Dave, Sonny,
So, like, try to cool us down for like disagreeing with your opinion.
sorry?
I put in the live stream. Can these young ladies be quiet for 5 minutes? I'll show you something.
Yep. So I just put an image at 44 minutes after. Do you girls both see that in the live stream voice text?
The live stream voice text. What the heck is that?
It's right above this live stream. You'll see hashtag live stream voice text. You need to click on that, both of you, and then go to the bottom. Now you'll see 44 minutes after the hour. There's going to be an image there. It says Black Swan. Click on that image. You can see the whole thing with the oil rigs. Let us know when you got there or when you get there.
Someone said I'm spiraling. What?
Don't worry. Just go to the oil rigs. Do you see it? It says
Sure.
Bye-bye Ball. Got it?
Sir said what? Black swan.
Do you see the image where it says black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, so click on that, both of you, and it'll enlarge for you. And then you want to go, Dave?
Okay, they looking at it.
Yeah.
You see the picture with the oil rigs. That's a video
Yes, sir. We've
still.
already established that. I see it.
Okay. That is a video still from a video. We'll supply the video to you. This is an example of many observations that have been done. It's funny.
Huh? What's funny? Oh,
Anyway,
I'm sorry, sir. My apologies.
this is an example of many of observations. I would say safely thousands of observations on the same thing. If the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,900 miles, 300 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. So what that means for this picture, this guy took his camera to the beach and put a foot above the sea level, and he shot straight out to the horizon. Can you tell me where the horizon is in that picture? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the oil rigs? Hello?
Sir, it's past them.
Okay, so that last oil rig is there for measurement distance. It's showing 9.4 miles away. That could be many ways. So can we safely say the horizon is at least about 10 miles or further?
I guess.
Okay. Well, the problem is on the globe of 3959, the horizon, the physical leading edge is 0.2 miles. So why is it 10 miles further?
I
Go
think
ahead.
the problem is, as a human being, can you see 3,959 miles?
I just don't understand.
No, you cannot see. You can't see that long of a distance, and if the
Oh,
curvature
you're
of the
missing
Earth
the point.
Oh, hold on,
several
you're
miles
missing the
long,
point.
The
Nobody, hold on.
won't be
Do you
able to
think
notice the
someone saw?
curvature.
Hold on. Do you think someone saw this image and recorded it with their
Oh,
eyes?
what image? Sir, I'm just asking you, do you
The image
believe
of the oil
that
rigs that we were
humans
talking
have the
about.
capability to see
Hold
that
on,
far of a
hold
distance?
on, hold on. This does not even apply because what we're talking about is an
We're
image
talking
taken
about
by a camera.
horizon.
Yeah,
I
it's an
understand.
image taken by a camera. It has nothing to do with what you can see with the eyes.
This is just a side note
Everyone.
to where my mind wandered to.
Yeah, well, you
Hold
might
on.
want to pay
As a
attention
human,
instead
They're
of
not gonna
letting your
get
mind
this.
wander. Pay attention to what's being
I am
said.
paying attention, but I've had this
These
question
girls
for
are
a
not
while.
ready for the black swan.
No, no.
Not at all.
Sir, I don't even the black swan. Why is it called the black swan?
We ain't got the time to
You're
explain
not
it to you.
even
You're
ready
not
for me to
smart enough
tell
to
you
figure it
that.
out.
Who names
Sir,
it
that's,
the black
don't call
swan?
chocolate, sir.
Don't call
Hey.
chocolate, sir.
Hey.
It's
What do
Mr.
I?
Chocolate.
What do I?
This is really bad, dude. You might want to start off with something easier, like what's your favorite
Something
color?
easier.
Start there.
Serious.
Is flat a shape?
You can start
Wait, you
start
got
off with
kids, baby.
basic
Maybe this will
geometry.
work better for
We
you. I don't got
graduated from
kids.
high school, even dog. On God, bro. On my
My kids
mama,
are
bro.
teenagers now, chocolate.
You you'll have to tell them
But you got that
what
experience,
the
man.
basic geometry
Listen to this.
is. You have to tell them what the basic geometry is. If they can't understand the basic geometry of the, where the black swan is being derived from, then they're never going to understand
You
it.
shouldn't even brought
And you explain to me why you don't
you shouldn't
disagree.
even brought it up. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I'd like to
gonna
get back
tell
to more
you.
important things. Yeah, like when I entered the VC. Just be quiet for a second, love. When I entered this VC, this is what I.
Ew.
When I entered the VC, this is what I heard. First thing I heard: when a man loves a woman, they come together and have a baby.
Yeah, and you guys still can't provide a theory in which you believe.
Well, she didn't know apparently, so we told her.
Yeah. So Betty,
I never even made the implication that I didn't know that.
So Betty, let us make it easy for you, right? So
I don't need you to make it easy for me. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell
I'm
you
trying
right
to
now. I'm a
explain.
confident individual. I'm a straight
A
A
little bit.
student. I can comprehend and understand what you're trying to
Okay.
say, but it's just straight
Let
incompetence.
it all out.
None,
Let it all
nothing
out.
you say makes sense.
Betty, so imagine you are an ant, right? And you're standing on
I'm
a
an ant.
yeah, you're standing on a basketball, and Eva is also an ant, and you two are buddies, and Eva is walking away from you, and at one point, at a certain distance, at a point, you would not see Eva anymore because the physical ball is getting between you and Eva. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, she went down the
Okay.
side of the ball, sir.
Okay.
Obviously, I can't see
Yes,
through the
of course.
ball.
So
Exactly.
they gave us the dimensions of the Earth, of the ball Earth. And the radius, right, is from the center point to the
Sir, I
outside.
know what a radius is,
Okay,
sir.
well, I'm trying to make it as easy as I
Dumb
can.
down
Right?
and
Okay,
mansplain as you can.
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
need you to
explain it to you.
mansplain it to me, sir. Okay?
Okay. So the radius.
Wow.
So
The
the
triggering is
radius
getting
has
worse,
been
huh?
given, right? The
Sir,
radius.
I also don't appreciate you claiming I'm triggered because I'm gonna tell you
Betty,
right now I'm not, sir.
Betty,
Okay,
You know,
carry on.
Roger's trying to speak to you very coherently, and all you're doing
And
is
you
being
interrupt
triggered.
her. Yeah, and you
No, you're
interrupt her.
doing the interrupting.
Stop interrupting her, sir.
Yes. Stop interrupting me, sir.
Betty.
The
So
fuck?
this Earth, right? This ball they claim has a radius of 3959, and with the black swan, we are presenting that the horizon is further than the geometric limitations of the ball Earth, right? It is further than it should be on a ball with the radius of 3959. This cannot happen because this basketball with you as an ant and your girlfriend ant, it doesn't increase in
what?
size. It doesn't increase in size, right? So this basketball is a certain size. And at one point, you wouldn't see your friend anymore because she's between you and the ball, right? The ball is getting in between you and your friend. The same is happening in, well, not the same. We are presenting the black swan, right? These two oil rigs, and the horizon is further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height, right? It is 10 times further. It is 10 times further than the geometric limitation of a ball with the radius of 3959. So why is the horizon 10 times further? Tell me.
You don't think perspective plays a role in that?
So you didn't understand, and I needed to mansplain it to you. Okay, so this condescending tone of
Sir, you
yours.
don't need to explain anything to me, sir.
So you didn't
Based
understand.
on your response, though, we do.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I welcomed you to Flat Earth. That's the whole point. It's perspective.
on
It's not
about
actually a physical ball. It
And then
is
you're talking
perspective.
about
It's
distances.
optics. You don't even. These girls are crazy. Do you
I'm not
understand what was
crazy.
just
You're
said
just
to you?
like, you're just, I don't even
But you don't
understand.
understand what's being said to you, and you're not
Okay,
even
then
trying.
go ahead and mansplain it then.
No,
Go
you're
on.
missing the point. You're
What
thinking
the
of
hell is
mansplaining it as
Go
a
on and mansplain it
What
then.
is
Go on
that?
and mansplain it
Betty,
then.
right? You said a moment ago that you're a straight A
Jesus.
student, right?
I am,
I get
sir.
that. I get that. No, that's fine. Both of my parents are teachers. I understand. But my point is that if you went to school in Germany in the 1940s and you were a straight A student, do you still think that information that you got straight A's on is relevant nowadays?
Yeah, but she didn't go to school in 9. She's going to school
Sir,
right now.
I'm just.
My point is that the people who taught you stuff at school, if you went to a Hitler Youth School, they're going to teach you things, and you can be a straight A student in that school, no problem, right? I get that. But the information being taught to you is not necessarily accurate. And when you're presented with new information, you need to listen to it as opposed to just saying, no, what I was taught is 100% correct, and I will never change because I got a straight A
because there's
in the
science to
test.
prove it.
Yeah, no,
But
listen.
that's the point is that
There's nothing we can verify.
Yeah. We're
That's the
trying to
point.
point that out.
And
There is no science.
can you
We're trying to
verify
point
that
out that there
flat
is
Earth
no
science
science.
is
Yeah,
correct?
you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
We
you
just
can, and
did.
I'll
We just
explain
did
how.
with the Black Swan.
They just explained it to you.
Contradicted yourself. You just
Hold on.
contradicted
Do you
yourself.
do you
You
live
can't.
on the
You just said
do
you can't
you
verify.
do you live on the surface of the earth? Yes or no?
Bro, I can't with y'all. I can't with y'all. Y'all sound so dumb right now
Do
because you
you
said you
live
can't
on the surface
verify
of the
science.
earth? Yes or
You said
no?
your science is verified.
Is
What?
this a hard question?
What
Do you not
what
know where you
science
live?
is verified
Very,
and
very
what
hard for
science
the straight
isn't?
A student.
What
You
was the
live on the
question?
surface of the earth, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Listen, ma'am, are you listening?
Question, dog. On God, bro.
Ma'am, are you listening, ma'am?
On God. Yeah. Now you want to mock me like you're not a grown ass man, bro. Where's the
I'm not
maturity
trying to
at?
mock.
You want to act
I'm
like
not
you're
trying to
smart.
mock or
You want to act
anything.
like you're smart, but you're immature, bro. On
I'm
God, bro.
literally trying to explain something, right? I'm really trying to not mansplain it. I'm trying to be very concise, right? What you were taught. What do you think that all of the things that you're saying that I got straight A's in science class back in the day? Do you think that I didn't learn the same things that you're trying to repeat to me right now?
Obviously, you did because this particular science has been taught for a long time now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's the point. Is that what happened was that I took the straight A's. I got all straight A's in all these classes and stuff. Then I went to go prove that science was correct in the real world, and that the NASA numbers that are told to us that are in the history books, those books, I'm trying to prove to be correct, and we can't do it. We're trying to prove the science that you're claiming as accurate.
Do it.
Well, that's what we've been trying to do for years. We
So
can't prove NASA to
you
be
don't
correct.
think it's a you issue?
No, because we were all taught the exact same stuff.
You
I
don't
know
think
everything.
it's a you
Everything that you're
issue?
about to
So
tell
you
us, we all
follow the
know.
exact formulas. You
Yeah,
follow
No,
the
it's an
exact
earth issue.
formulas.
For
It's an earth
35 years,
issue.
I believed everything that NASA told me. And then I started to look into their claims and to say, all right, well, then if they're right, let's prove them to be correct and make sure that the books that we were taught in school are correct. And we can't do that. We're trying to show you an example
Why
right
can't
now
you do
of
that?
how
You
the
don't
books,
follow.
the books say a very specific number that the Earth is supposed to be in the books by
Yeah,
NASA's
the
numbers.
reason we can't do that is basically the black swan all over again. The reason we can't do that is because when we test the surface of the Earth, it's not curved at the rate it should be that they're
But you
telling
have to
us.
The other reason
understand
we can't
how
do that
Yeah,
is
we
because there's no
understand. It's
precedent.
too big, right? It's too big. It's too massive to measure. That's really cool, except we're given the math. Go on Google, type Earth curvature calculator, put in some observer heights, 1 foot, 6 foot, 10 foot. It's not that big. The horizon would be
Somebody
1.2
must have
miles,
measured
3
it at some
miles,
point.
4 miles. That's measurable. Do you think a distance of 4 miles is measurable in reality or not? Is that too much
clearly
for our
because it's
science,
already
right?
been measured. Yeah, you can drive down the road and see 4 mile measurements.
We're
Obviously,
talking
that's
about
measurable.
measuring, not
Talking
driving.
about measuring.
Sir,
And we would do it over water, right?
you can drive down the road and see that 4 miles has been measured.
Driving
Obviously,
is
it's
driving is not a measurement. Driving is not a measurement. Okay.
Oh my God! I didn't say driving is a measurement. I said you can drive down the road and see that 4 miles has been measured.
Yeah, we're
I'm
talking
not
about
saying you're measuring
measuring with. Oh my God.
Bruh.
Listen,
Bruh, y'all are
Batty,
tasking
Batty,
in the head, bro.
Batty, Batty. Hello,
The
Batty.
spiral's real.
Earth to Batty. Batty.
yourself?
Do you realize? Listen. Do you realize that every single one of us used to believe the globe?
Is incompetent? Oh,
She's not
I
even
guess.
listening.
Incompetent.
Hey,
Do you know that? Wait a minute. I want to ask this question. Do you know that every single one of us used to believe the same thing you do right now?
What happened? Did you fall down the stairs and tap your head?
No,
I
listen,
just
yeah,
tried to
that's
tell
funny.
you.
But hold on. No, we went out and checked the claims, and we found it didn't match. We found out it didn't match reality. So when you're presented with new information and it didn't match reality, I had to change my mind just like everyone else here. So we used to believe what you believe, and we changed our mind upon presentation of new information.
And you did that several times. You've measured several times and performed
Stop.
the
It's been
same
measured
task over and over
thousands of
again.
Thousands and thousands of times, Earth is measured to be flat. Even your government agencies, NASA, the CIA, the Air Force, the Army, and various other agencies sponsored by the governments all claim that they're flying all their aircraft over a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, just look in the text chat 59
Bruh.
minutes after the hour. There's a PhD in spectrophotometry who tried to debunk flat Earth and is now a flat earther.
Bruh. Y'all are tapped. On God.
Wait, so am I supposed to just throw all of my straight A's that I got in school? Do those mean anything now? Because
No,
I got new information
kinda-
and I changed my mind based on new information and new evidence and new examination.
Bro,
So-
if I told,
Can I ask a question,
I said I
please?
believe that the Earth was flat in front of my parents, I'm getting slapped upside the head, bro. Because I'm not dumb like that.
Yeah, so
You
that
think,
is
but because we don't have friends that we woke
You
up
don't
one
have
day and we're like, yeah, I'd like to just alienate myself from all my friends, my family, all my teachers, all my family members that happen to also be teachers. I just woke up one day and was like, you know what? I don't care about any of that. I'm just gonna believe in something crazy because reasons. Or do you think this took years of looking into? This is the problem with straight A students, is that we're too book smart without any practical knowledge in the real world. We're just repeating what we read without testing it for ourselves. As soon as you test it for yourself,
Is someone
the
in their
book is not
car?
right.
yeah, she's not even listening. I mean,
I'm
do
sorry,
we
I was.
do we
I was.
there are
Well,
more people?
let's ask Batty a question here real
No,
quick.
it's a
So,
question.
Okay, sir,
It's a
let's get it
question for
rolling.
teenagers.
yes. So, do you believe that the radius of Earth is 3,500 or 959 miles?
If that's what the scientists tell me, then okay, dog.
Okay, so if you
Wow.
believe that because of what the scientists told you, have you ever looked into the scientific experiment that was done in order to quote unquote prove that radius value?
I mean, scientists told me gravity is real, and if I throw something up in the air,
No,
it's coming
we're not
down,
talking
dog.
about
So
gravity. I asked you a
clearly
simple
scientists
question
know what they're
regarding
talking
the
about,
radius
dog.
of the
On
Earth.
God, bro.
So
Yeah, but
no,
dude, she's at the level of a
Oh,
scientist says it's a good idea, therefore it's a good idea. So I feel
You're
like
not in the hood.
if a scientist would tell her that it's a good idea to stick her hand in a wood chipper, she would actually do it because the scientist said it was a good idea.
Dog, I didn't say anything about good ideas. The fuck?
So let me ask you a question. Do you know what scientific experiment was done to prove the radius value that they claim?
Do I know? No. The fuck?
Well, you said you believe the science. So
yeah, I
if
believe the
what's
science. Do I know the
right, so
particular method that they use
what
to
I'm
measure
trying
off
to
the top of
ask
my head? No.
what I'm trying to ask is what science do you believe when it comes to the radius value of the Earth? What science are you referring to believe that claim?
Whatever science they did, dog. The fuck?
That radius science, bruh.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Whatever
Translation,
tell me, bruh.
translation, I have no idea.
Or
Exactly.
what year was this science done to prove the radius? What year was it
Bro,
done? Let's
are
just say
you
that.
tapped, dog? I just told you I don't know the specifics of the
Chill,
science,
dog.
dog.
I ain't in the hood, dog.
But you claimed you knew. You said you trust
Dog,
the science. What science?
I do trust the science, bro. Whatever science they did, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro.
So let me ask you a question. If you don't know what the
so funny,
science
G?
is,
The fuck?
if you don't know what the science is, what
Gullible.
basis do you have
Bruh,
for
my AirPods died.
oh no. So if you don't know the science and somebody is presenting you with evidence that the science that you may have been taught is incorrect.
Dog, that's not
What
evidence, bro. That's a bunch of bullshit on God, on my mama, bro.
so
Yes.
my empirical observations that I have personally made disprove the radius value of the Earth. Not
Dog, I
something
don't
that I
trust you.
saw in a
Why
meme.
would I trust you in your measurements?
So Betty,
You don't
do it
have to
yourself.
trust me. Here's the thing. You can go out and either prove it to yourself or you can just believe anything that's told to you in a book as long as it's prefaced with science
Should I
says.
believe you? Should I believe you because you're telling me?
Nope.
Shouldn't believe anyone.
You
Go
shouldn't
do it
believe me,
yourself.
nor should you
Then
believe
why are you change my mind if I
Betty,
choose to
we're
believe.
not, Betty. You can do this yourself, Betty.
And what's the
So,
point?
so
The fuck?
you
Point
came
is,
here.
the point is things are verifiable,
Flat
right?
Earth. I'm googling
We
flat
live
Earth.
on the
Let's see
surface
what
of the earth.
comes up,
We can
dog.
observe and test it, right?
So while
If
you're
only y'all knew
googling
how
flat Earth,
ignorant you sounded
Patty,
right
I'm
now.
gonna see what
It's crazy.
as you're googling flat Earth, you will
what
come to
what
the Flat Earth Society, which none of us believe anything that is in that quote unquote society.
I didn't come up. I just see a bunch of stuff that debunks it.
Exactly. Why would you
That
only
debunks that
get
the Earth
debunking
is
information?
flat
Now,
because the Earth is not
if you
flat, and people actually have enough
no,
common sense to agree with
Yeah, you're
that.
talking to a wall
that's
here.
incorrect. That's incorrect. So
I'm
you're just
talking to a
believing
wall. You're talking to a wall.
you're just believing somebody on the internet who says it's been debunked, right? You said you shouldn't believe me, right? But you're going to believe somebody on the internet who said it was debunked. Well, let me ask you a question. If you Google gravity, are you going to get the first 100 results is going to be gravity debunked?
Gravity debunked? Dog, what? You can't
Exactly.
debunk gravity.
Why?
How was flat Earth debunked? So how was flat
She
Earth
doesn't even
debunked
get
when
the
you Googled it,
analogy.
right? So when you Googled it, how was it? How many people are talking, bro? So when you Googled it, how did you debunk flat Earth by Googling it?
Bruh,
You
there's a
got a
bunch of
list.
science
Yeah, there might be a
stuff.
bunch of, but can you give me one example and let's go through them?
Example of what, dog?
I mean, we have
Example,
other.
hey, guy, we're having a conversation. So an example of how you debunked the flat Earth, or how
I don't
you
know.
Googled it and it showed you an example of how it debunked it, right? So let's go through the point. How did they debunk the flat Earth instead of having like 5 people talk at one time?
What is this? Ew.
I think you got your answer, guys.
Yeah, so you're probably going to get the 10 reasons why we know the Earth is not flat. And we can go through all of those with you.
I do not see that.
Wait,
Actually.
can I please ask a couple of questions? Because I always keep being interrupted.
Well, that's fine. But can I ask Patty one real quick question? How much scrutiny did you ask your teachers when they taught you this in school? Did you ask, well, why should I believe you in this book? Why, just because you're some teacher? Did you ask the same questions? Did you go prove it for yourself? Or did you just believe what they're saying and just you put a different level of scrutiny on us?
Bruh, I don't pay attention in class, bro. It's not that difficult, dog.
I'm sorry. You're a
I
straight
don't
A
pay
student.
attention in class. I'm a
Student
straight
doesn't
A student, dog, from the hood, bro. Like, y'all so, oh my God. Can we be done with this now?
Yeah.
Serious.
What were these other questions? Was it Eva?
I didn't
Eva,
even
did you have questions?
Yeah, Eva. You have
Okay, cool.
questions?
Straight A other than science. That's cool.
Okay.
Ava, did you have
wanna,
questions?
I just want to see you trying to like debunk my arguments because I find it quite interesting, and I want to see like what's your explanation for it. I
We
don't.
already showed you the black swan, my dear.
I
Yeah, Earth is flat.
I think that
Okay.
might be
Sorry to
somebody
break
else.
it to you. It's flat.
Yeah, Eva.
I mean, without curvature, if your claim is going to start, if your question is going to start out with the claim that the Earth is already a sphere that's spinning, then your claim is your question is like non sequitur. It's like, I have a question about Santa's magic and how the reindeer work. It's like, well, it's not real, so what are we really talking about? Does that make sense?
Well, I was just going to ask, why, like, because I don't understand some things. I'm just trying to like understand them, and I'm trying to get you to help me.
Sure.
Yes, sure. What's the question?
Okay, so like, for example, with the sunset, like, could you explain to me how you think the Earth actually looks, and like, where the sun would be, and how like, and the moon and everything?
Well, that's just the question. That's just the yeah.
Well,
We don't
yeah,
know.
no, but could you just like explain
We
it to
don't
me
know.
first?
Well, we're not making a claim that we do know because we can't prove it.
Just
We
go
can just
outside.
observe. Yeah, just go outside and look at it. That's what it's doing. I don't know.
Okay,
We don't know what it
yeah.
is. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know how far away it is. We don't know how it works. We don't know if it's a physical object or just some light behind it. We don't know. We can't go there to
And
prove it. So anything
and
we say
Eva.
is just going to be,
Yeah, no, but for example, if you're saying the Earth doesn't rotate around sun, then like, why is sunsets a thing? Like, why can you see it go like down?
Well, but
So the moon sets as well, right? So does that mean that we're going around the moon, or that the moon's going around us in your model?
Exactly.
But also, lunar eclipses are a thing. So
No,
when
I asked a question. The moon appears to set the same way the sun does. So what leads you to believe that we go around the sun, but the moon goes around us?
I don't know, nothing really, actually. But
That's the point. That's the point. Anything we look up in the sky and declare, you're gonna have to be able to prove it. NASA declares very many things and can't prove any of it. And when you go try to prove them to be correct, you come up short. That's a big problem.
Yeah, and before you ask your next question, I just want to tell you that falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to give you a new cosmology on how everything works when we can show that the belief of the globe is incorrect.
yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to see why you think it's incorrect. And that's why I'm asking you questions.
They already went through the black swan with you, right?
Well, yeah, but I want to ask you more questions. Like, if you don't want me to, I'll just leave. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's okay. That's okay.
Right.
That's perfectly fine. But when you ask us why we quote unquote think that the Earth is flat, well, we disproved the radius value, and everything that we see and experience is flat. So disproving the radius value means that there's no ball as it was presented to us.
Okay. So, well, assuming the Earth is flat, just assuming that it is, if you, for example, if you set a stick at one place and then you go like 100 miles away from that place, 100 kilometers away from that place, and set another stick at the same time of day and then measure the shadows, the shadows would appear to be a different length.
Right.
No, if there's a flat, it would be the same length.
Right.
But
That depends.
If you're in your floor, you go into a room in your house. Is there a light in the middle of a room? Right.
That's
You
why
put a stick under that light, and you put a stick next to the wall of your room. Are those shadows going to be different
They're
shadows?
talking about the time at noon and like at the same time every day, like it's like hit stroke of noon, I guess. So I think that's the whole premise behind that.
But either way, so you have sticks in different places based on a light source. They're going to create different shadows.
Your one light source being the sun, I believe, is the hypothesis here.
It's a single light source and two sticks and two shadows. They're going to be different. They're not going to be the same, no matter what time of day it is, if the sticks are far enough away.
Yes, so this works on assumptions, Eva.
Yeah.
If
How does
you,
that mean that your floor is curved? I guess is yeah.
Right. So if you assume the Earth is a ball and that the sun is 93 million miles away, then you can make that calculation, right? But if you assume the sun is close and local and the Earth is flat, then you can prove that the Earth is flat with that, because you assumed another thing. So measuring shadows is not directly measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, so what you're referring to, Ava, is what has been called the Eratosthenes experiment, right? Where he put sticks and shadows in the ground in Egypt. And the problem with that equation, and even if you go look at what mainstream science says, is they say, since we know the sun's rays come in parallel because we know it's 93 million miles away, then we can measure the curvature. But the problem in that equation is the assumption that light rays hit the Earth parallel and that the Earth is far away, like 93 million miles. So what you need to do is figure out, how did we measure that the Earth was, or that the sun was 93 million miles away, right? Because that's an assumption within the equation.
Yeah, and even worse is that to explain the eclipse models, they don't use the parallel light that they need for this Eratosthenes' excuse. So they have a contradiction inherently within their model, and there are many contradictions.
Do you think we can go back to like the gravity thing I was trying to talk about earlier, but I got interrupted and I didn't quite understand what you were trying to say?
Sure, yeah. I think what you need to establish first is which gravitational theory you are assuming, because you can talk about Newtonian or Einsteinian. So I think you need to first
What's
establish
gravity?
which theory of gravity you're referring to.
Well, I was assuming gravity exists, like everything with a high density mass. Well, as far as I know, everything with a high density mass in space, will be pulled together and into a sphere, and that's why. Well, I think planets are spheres, and I think the Earth is a sphere.
Based on mass attracting mass or space-time bending?
I don't know. Sure.
Let me just give you a quote from Newton, because it sounds like you're talking about mass on
No,
mass.
like the idea of the center of gravity, and like that is the case with the Earth thing. I believe.
That's what you assume. That's what the case is with Earth. That's the
Why?
point. You assume that, and if you start your question based on that assumption, you're always going to have that be accurate. It's called affirming the consequent.
Okay, but do you have anything that disproves it?
Okay, let me first give you a
You
quote
don't
from
have
Newton
anything that
himself.
does prove it. That's the point. That's the problem.
Yeah. But let me first give her a quote from Newton himself.
Yeah.
This is Newton himself, and he said, "It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers." So Newton didn't even make a theory of gravity.
So does anybody have the ability to put in the chat the equation for the law of gravitation and the equation for Coulomb's law?
While somebody's finding that, here's the problem of it too: is that when you invoke the gravity, right, as specifically with Earth involved as being the thing causing the gravity around us, then you're already assuming that it has the radius, which hasn't been proven, and it's curving at a rate that can't ever be seen or shown, and has a certain size away from other things that are supposedly also having gravity, which can't be seen or proved or gone to. So you're already starting out with, whether it's space-time or mass attracting mass, you're assuming that the Earth is this giant thing in space. That's part of the problem. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Is she gone? Is she still there?
Shows that she's still here, but on mute. I think, the problem I think she's running into is gravity is needed in order for her model to even work.
And her model is needed for gravity to work. Gravity needs the model, and the model needs gravity. It's a circular
Well, I
problem.
don't understand. You're like trying to disprove gravity. What are you?
No, you have to prove gravity. You have to prove. I don't have to disprove
Drop a
Santa
fucking
Claus.
pencil. Like that.
You have to prove gravity to be real.
Gravity
The way
is
it's
real.
claimed.
If gravity wasn't real, you'd be floating around.
No, this is why we're
Again,
asking
that's
you.
what I just said. I just said because you will believe that we're a big giant ball floating through space, you believe that we would all be floating around. Why would you believe we'd be floating around if not for that understanding of what the Earth is doing? You're starting out with a premise.
Because there wouldn't be a gravity force pulling us down.
Why
Gravity
do we need
is
to be
not a
pulled
force.
down? And it's not yeah. Why would we even need to pull down? Why are we floating around? Why wouldn't we be floating around? Why would you assume we'd all be floating around? Rocks would just be floating. Cars would just be floating. Why? All of those objects are heavier than the air around them. Right? That's why they're at the bottom. That's why we're on the ground. That's why hot air balloons that are lighter than the air, and helium balloons that are lighter than the air go up and float around, because they're lighter and less dense than the air around them. Just like certain things will float to the bottom of a pool, but certain things will float to the top. Whereas gravity is not needed for that explanation of all things. Yeah, you need gravity because the heliocentric model explains Earth being this giant spinning thing hurling through space. And if you believe that that's true, then yes, you absolutely need gravity to hold us here, because that would be absurd to believe that we wouldn't be floating around and being knocked around and going at these crazy speeds and having an atmosphere along with that in the infinite vacuum of space. Yeah, you need gravity, but you can't prove gravity, and that's the problem.
Yeah, let me give you two more quotes. And this is from Dr. Eric Verlinde, a physics professor at Amsterdam University. And first quote is, "We've known for a long time that gravity doesn't exist. It's time to yell it." His other quote is, we've known long that Einstein's theory of gravity cannot work with quantum mechanics, though all other forces do. Gravity simply doesn't exist. It was designed along with dark matter to support the fake heliocentric model. Density, buoyancy, and magnetism reaction in a medium, air, water, helium, can adequately define gravity. Verum Bellator.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to get somebody to possibly paste the law of gravitation equation and Coulomb's law into the chat, because when he speaks of magnetism, what the downward vector that we call gravity, what establishes that is actually based on electricity and magnetism.
Yeah, I hear MIT teaches that instead of gravity, teaches coherent electrostatic acceleration.
Yep, because you can demonstrate that. It's repeatable, falsifiable, and demonstratable. It's called science, right?
Yeah.
Batty or Ava, do you guys have any questions regarding, the topic that we've currently been discussing? I think
if they're coming in and telling us to drop pencils, they're probably in over their head a bit listening to you guys, so I wouldn't expect much of a response.
Because I think people really spiral when you say that gravity doesn't exist. It's not that we're necessarily saying that the phenomenon that we have attributed gravity to does not exist. What we're saying is the explanation of gravity that has been put forth is incorrect.
Right, and this is
The fuck? Bruh. Am I muted now? Oh, thank God.
can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, that's good, yeah. How are you going to sit here and debunk centuries of evidence that proves the Earth is round, though?
We've been waiting here all this time for any evidence of said
For any
ball.
evidence,
We just
bro,
showed
you've
I'm sorry,
mentioned countless
centuries. You said
times though the
centuries.
science that you're
We,
taught in school. That's
yeah,
evidence.
but well, no,
No, it
we just
isn't.
showed you how Newton himself declared him. I don't believe any of this. It would be insanity to think this. His own words. So you say centuries of stuff. No, centuries of lies you've been told, but that's what the guy said back centuries ago.
Yeah,
So who are you
centuries
gonna
ago, do
believe?
you think they had the technology and the common sense of the technology we have nowadays to think that's even possible?
Well,
Do you
you
think they
said
had an understanding that any of that was possible back then?
You
Like,
think people do now?
that made sense
no,
to them?
you just
Do
said
you think
centuries
that
ago.
made sense to them back there? Do you think that any of
literally
it made
just
sense to
said.
them back then? They had no understanding or knowledge of any of how the world functioned. And you
Then
think
why did you just a moment ago you just said centuries ago they believed this, but now you're
they
saying
did believe it because they started experimenting and finding out the science behind these things.
but you
Then
just said
why?
that they couldn't
And
do
then
that.
from there they took interest because they're discovering how the world functions, and from there it just expanded. They did more and more science to figure these things out, and now you want to sit here and deny all of that science.
But you can't name a single thing. We asked for the science. Which science was it? What year did it
Any of the
happen? What
science,
name one.
that you
Name one.
understand that they used to believe the Earth was flat until they explored the
Yeah,
That's
listen,
the history
Batty.
we've
the
been
world,
told.
right?
Yeah, that's what we
Batty.
read in the books.
Bro,
Hey,
they
Cool story,
explored
bro.
the
Batty.
world
Cool
and
story,
Hey,
discovered
bro.
it's not
Cool story,
round,
bro.
bro.
Hey,
Cool
Batty.
story.
Batty.
Sure, what?
Did you know that NASA uses the Saros cycles to accurately predict eclipses?
Bro, y'all use big words when you don't understand what the fucking point of
Oh
what
my
I'm
God!
saying is,
How do you
bro.
know what I understand?
Bro, I'm asking you
I
how
just
I
asked a
understood
simple
it.
question. I just asked a simple
You
question,
said you were a straight A student, and that's why we're using big words, because you're a straight A student.
I am, sir. Do you think I
don't spiral,
casually
Batty.
look into whatever the fuck you're saying, bro?
Just
Do you think I
relax.
look into that?
Stop spiraling.
Sure,
Stop
that's the
spiraling.
problem here. You
Stop
think I'm mad,
spiraling.
bro. I'm
Just
relaxed, bro.
relax. I asked
Chilling,
a
bro.
Why are you so
question.
offended about these beliefs
I know.
being challenged?
I'm not
What's the
offended,
problem?
sir. Why did you guys mute me in the first place?
The level of your incredulity isn't adding any credence to your case. So I asked a
Yeah,
question.
you got muted in the first place.
Yeah, I asked a
I
question.
got muted in the first place because y'all are tapped, bro. On
Do
God.
you know that
Bro.
NASA uses the Saros cycles today still?
I'm not, bruh. Get the fuck out
Do
of
you
here,
know
bro.
what the Saros cycles are? Do you know?
shit,
Do you know that the Saros cycles? Do you know where the Saros cycles came
Bro,
from?
I don't even want.
You're not
I
gonna
don't even want.
Yeah, that's probably right. You just said how are we gonna debunk this, right? We just showed you that you said mass attracting mass, Newton. And we showed you that he literally himself. We showed you a quote that they don't have in the history books. Is it wrong? Just because if you got straight A's in history, you learned all these things. Are those books slightly
Actually,
Are they accurate or are they missing information?
Actually, they didn't teach us that in history, so.
That's my point.
Wow.
So when we have his own letter in his own words, shouldn't that have been part of the history books, or do you think that the government wants you to learn? The government curriculum in history, they don't want you to learn. They want you to learn just enough to get by and be afraid of whatever they want you to be afraid of.
Bruh, are you saying that Newton did the science and then said he didn't believe it?
Did you?
We just showed
Can someone
you a
read the
quote.
quote again? Can someone read it again? Do you see
I
it?
wasn't even
wanna
paying
read the
attention when
quote
I was
again?
on mute, dog.
She
Just to
didn't
be
hear it.
honest, bro.
He never
didn't
did
want-
a
he didn't
scientific
quote again,
experiment.
brother.
Do with it.
Just to be on
It was
God.
absurd.
We've
Bruh,
asked you
also,
continue.
who the
We've
fuck
asked you.
Who the
We've
fuck
asked
says
you.
I keep saying on God if I'm atheist, bro?
We've asked
When
you
the fuck did I say I'm
We've
atheist?
asked you continuously for your evidence. You provided nothing. Just to recap.
It's a recap, bro. No shit, bro. Do you really need evidence, dog?
So, Batty,
Yeah,
here's the thing.
Someone
Bro,
put her in
everything
timeout.
I've
Come on,
mentioned is
come on.
so general, bro. You could literally type in.
Guys, just mute. Please.
Yeah. Well, when you try to explain things to them in an elementary level, then you're accused of being you're mansplaining to them. But then when you use large words, then the words are too big for them to
Yes,
comprehend. So it's hard to have a
For
conversation.
the straight A student, it's like two fucking syllables. It's large words now.
It's
This
a
is
spiral.
level.
It's a spiral. It's a spiral because of the religious zealotry that exists in this young lady.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
I
All
mean,
it
to be
is.
fair,
She only has a belief.
if you're really indoctrinated in the system, and I get it, straight A's means that you read the books usually twice.
So
you
you're a
really
good
are
little
buying
clone.
into it. Exactly. It's
You
hard.
gotta be.
It's a lot of cognitive dissonance to get over real quick.
It is. So she may get over it if she wants to survive. Hopefully she'll look at the information. So.
Well, we live, as you said, centuries ago, they believed all the stuff. And we're saying the guy who you're attributing it to it, in his own words, says it's ridiculous. What are you going to believe? The guy's own words or what a government history book taught you?
And then what I ask you is, do you think someone who lacks knowledge, the knowledge that we have access to today, do you think they're going to believe gravity in a time where they literally still shat on the street? Like, they literally didn't even have plumbing systems. And you think they're going to believe this wild concept of gravity?
You ever shat in the street?
Again, you're also attributing a history book to the same government who's lying to you about science and stuff too. Like the same
Where's the
information.
proof that they're lying to me about science?
Well, we're showing it to you right now.
You're showing it to me. No, you're not.
I can show you real quick.
You're showing me.
What did your
you
teacher
believe
and what did your
that's
school teach you? What did your teacher and school teach you about the tides?
About
What
the
causes the tides?
About the tides?
Yeah, what causes the tides in the global? You should
Bruh,
have
I
learned this, fellow student.
learned that shit in like the fucking 8th grade, bro.
Jesus,
Let me
you
think
don't know
about
what
that, bro.
causes the tides in your model. Are you this dumb?
And my model. What the fuck is my model, G? The fuck?
In your
view
fucking
of the world,
religious belief,
the
do you
globe.
not know what causes
Bruh,
the
I'm
tides?
not even.
Spinning space monkey religion. Yep.
I'm not even
Go
that
on,
religious.
take a guess.
Why were you talking to me about
Take a guess,
religion?
at least. Take a guess.
No, because belief in something without evidence is a religion, and you're believing in the way that you were taught without any actual proof of it. That's
I never
religious.
even made something that would imply I'm religious. I never said one thing that implied I'm
Yeah,
religious.
no, you're getting straight A's in a system that is lying to you.
You're fully indoctrinated.
You're correct.
You gotta
I
understand when you tell a story about the globe, you're telling us.
Understandable. Yeah, just like we all were. We were all there. Believe me.
Yeah, like a long ass
bro.
time ago. Clearly you forgot that shit, bro. You're like double my age, dog. On
Dude,
God.
listen, dude. I forgot. Listen. I've forgotten more about any science than you have ever learned in your entire life.
Can I just say something right now? Can I just say something right now?
Child. You're a child.
Exactly, bro.
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. I'm not trying to mock you. No, I'm not trying to mock you. I have a legit question.
How many of you guys mocked me or said some shit in the chat? Because I know a bunch of guys that are on mute right now chatting shit in your little voice text, bro.
Why
Spiraling
again. Let her spiral.
This is a quick question. It's not flat Earth related. Can I just ask you really quick?
Let it all out. Wait a minute, Fuzzy. Get it all out, honey. Go ahead and get it all out.
Okay, first of all, you're double my age, bro. Don't be calling me honey, you weird ass bitch.
Go ahead, honey.
Second of all, dog. Second of all, dog. Y'all try to insult me like y'all ain't incompetent, bro. You guys don't
I'm sorry. Hold on. All right. Okay.
Third of all, y'all calling me triggered, bro. I'm not triggered, bro. I'm
not our fault.
It's flat.
We measured it. It's not a ball.
First of all, bro.
Quick. I have a quick
Can I
question.
go on, bro?
Really.
This is not related to flat Earth. Y'all are hypocrites. Y'all chat over me and told me to not chat over you, bro.
This is gonna make a great clip.
For me,
I'm
dog.
really trying to just talk. I'm really trying. Really, real quick. I just not flat Earth related because I'm just curious about other things that the government of the world tell you, like let's say JFK assassination, 9/11, the Gulf of Tonkin. I'm asking about how much you trust what the government tells you. I guess is the question, because I've been looking into how the government has been lying to us systematically for longer than you sound to be alive. So I'm curious as to what you believe to be the way the world works. Does that make sense?
You just asked me 2 fucking questions, bro. You asked me if I believe what the government says, and then you asked me how I believe the world works, bro. The fuck?
Well,
it's the same fucking meme, man. You're like a walking
yeah, I mean,
meme.
the way the world works, the way the voting and the president and the United Nations and all that stuff, the way the world works.
What the
monetary
fuck,
systems,
You're
all of
asking me
these.
about elections now.
He's asking you, do you believe everything the government tells you?
No,
Yo,
that
keep it
doesn't
really
matter.
no, keep it really simple for her because she doesn't understand. Do you believe everything the government says to you?
Bro, it's not the fact I don't understand, because I've obviously just said the 3
You
main
can't even
things.
answer that. I kept it super simple. Do you believe everything the government tells you?
Bro, and I'm telling you right now, because you tried to say, bruh.
It's a yes or no question.
Bro, because
Don't spiral. Just answer the question, please. Do you believe everything the government tells you?
You just said I'm dumb. You just tried to say I'm dumb, bro. I understood all 3 points that man
You
said, bro.
obviously did
And now
not, since you cannot.
You just said he
answer
asked
the
you 2 different questions.
I'll answer the main one that man just asked, and obviously not, bro. Bro, someone just called me a tramp hoe, bro. I'm half your age, bro. That's kind of sus. That's kind of weird, bro. Y'all
we're
allow
off into
that?
the weeds. Real quick.
Y'all allow that? Bro,
That's
y'all
no.
allow that, bro. That's weird, bro.
I can't.
You allow
Can
that?
you? All right.
You allow that?
Real quick. I can't. I have no control over that. Okay. I can't control other people's. I can't control other people's actions. All I can do
bro. I bet
is
you
try
got
to
a
ask
list,
you a
bro. You
question.
probably have a list, bro, on my mama. This man probably has a list, bro. You a whole book, bro. I know you ain't got no friends.
Buddy, can I ask you a question?
What?
Just, I'm interesting. If I can ask, well, I don't know.
Bro, what'd you say?
Can I ask a question only? Is that possible?
Yeah, I said ask me that.
Okay. If it's something spherical, why is not curving?
Bro, it does curve, bro. Are you tapped, bro?
Okay. Why something what should to be there is 10 times is not? No. I'm asking. Listen, buddy. I'm asking only simple question. Okay, I'm asking you a simple question. Why something what is should to be there? It's 10 times further.
Bro, you are all.
I'm asking you simple question. Why is that happening? Why something what I see should to be on one point, it's not there, it's 10 times further.
I'm telling you right now, bro. Obviously, you don't see shit because you can't even see the curvature, bro. You probably blind, bro. On my mama, on God, bro.
Listen this.
1,
no,
2,
we saw
3,
the
4,
curvature
5,
on the. But you told me that I didn't see the curvature.
I can't even count in French, dog.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up now. Because I will speak over to you now. Can you understand? Do you understand me? I will talk all the time over to you. Is that conversation? Is that conversation?
Dog, I zoned out for a second, bro.
I will speak over to you all the time. And what will happen? Oh, bro, I will speak over. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, can you tell me now, who saw the curvature on the earth? Who is that person? Name, year, and I will believe you.
Bro, let me look that shit up. Y'all know that people climb Mount Everest,
You
right?
said to me that I didn't see the curvature. No, but listen to me. You tell me that I didn't see the curvature. Tell me now who saw the curvature.
She's saying right now that someone climbed Everest and saw it. Are you saying that someone climbed Everest and saw the curvature?
Photos that they took that showed that shit, dog.
Right.
What?
So this is why I asked you earlier about how much you trust the government or the mainstream media or the things that you see on TV and the things you learn in school. Do you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson to tell you the truth about how the world works? You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? He's got a master class.
Bro, you took his master class or some shit, bro. That's kind of weird, bro. Oh my God.
Do you know who he is?
Bro, why do you guys have fucking photos for everything? Y'all are weird for that, bro.
Because we've been doing this for a long time, trying to figure out how the world works.
Do
you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Hey, come on, guys. This girl is like 2 hours here. She's not interesting for any kind of information. If you want to waste time more, we can waste time. If she wants to find out information, No, but this is by refuting anything, man.
Yeah,
No,
guys.
I know it's a lot of cognitive dissonance to go over, and I'm just wondering if you still believe Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling you the truth, because he says you can't see curvature at the top of Everest or an airplane, or even as high as the ISS, according to planetarium directors. So, I'm just telling you that people who also believe in what you are saying to be true are telling you you're wrong. Neil deGrasse says that if you're going to use Everest as an example, I just got to tell you that Neil deGrasse says you're wrong.
Right.
Okay. Is that okay? Do you know that? Are you aware of that until right now? If that's, it might be new information.
She's muted because this is I mean this is total shit show.
He's here. I mean, I get it. I mean, she's here, but is there anyone else here to talk? It is shit, but she's at least here. Maybe she still wanted to hear it.
I will tell you. Unmute her. You can unmute her now, and she will not speak about this. What you said now. Try.
All right, try it. So, Batty, if you can hear me, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you're wrong, according to your claim about Mount Everest. Can we just deal with that one specific issue?
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, just meet her, please.
Yeah. No, well, all right.
I don't even know what you said, dog. I zoned out, bro.
Okay, so real quick, pay attention, real quick, for 5 seconds, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson says that at the taller than Everest.
I heard that, bro.
Right, so you said that from Everest you can see the curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that's wrong.
Did
Are
he
you
go?
okay?
Did he climb that shit?
No, No. Okay, so you're saying
wait. Did he or did he not himself climb Mount Everest?
he's doing the math based on how big the Earth is
Oh,
supposed
he's
to be.
doing
and
the
says it's
math, but
impossible.
he
Yeah.
himself didn't climb to the top of Mount Everest, and
One
he's gonna
moment.
tell you what you can
One
see at
moment.
the top
One
of Mount
moment.
Everest.
Okay,
Bro,
that's fine. So,
One
so are you?
moment.
So
how
you're
does that
saying
shit work,
that
bro?
Neil deGrasse is wrong?
Neil deGrasse
Bro, I'm telling you
Tyson.
that you're telling me that this man can tell
Shut
you what he
up.
can see at the top of Mount Everest without even going to the top of Mount Everest, bro.
It's 8,000. It's 8 kilometers.
Listen.
He's saying that
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
saying that you cannot see curvature from 30 kilometers, and at
Sasha.
Mount Everest it's 8 kilometers. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is your priest because he has publications, because he is famous, because he is astrophysicist, and you are nobody. And
Who
you
the
said
fuck
that
keeps
I got it.
DMing
I
me,
figured.
bro?
I got it. I
telling
got
you,
you.
who is
All right,
he?
hold on. All right, you're right. You know what? No, Batty, you're right. You're right. Okay, Batty, you're right. He hasn't climbed Everest, so we can't take
Exactly,
his
bitch. I know
Hold
that.
on. Let me
All
explain.
this shit,
Let
bro.
me
The fuck?
explain, please. Please let me explain. I had a point to
I
that,
can't
right? So
remember a time I was wrong. The fuck?
All right. So I'm trying to tell you now. My question now is that now when Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about black holes, are we supposed to take his word for it, or just not believe him because he hasn't actually gone and seen and touched the black hole, or tested it, or talked about quasars that are happening, any other astrophysics claims that he makes that can't actually go to it or prove? Can we just take his word for it, or are we supposed to disagree with him based on the fact that he can't go there to do it?
My response to that is, you understand, and this touches on the fucking concept of space, because you guys believe that space ends at some point, apparently. So how the fuck is there satellites in fucking space, huh? How's there satellites in space then?
No, my question about, so you're avoiding Neil deGrasse Tyson right now.
You're talking over me, dog. You're talking over me, dog. I'd appreciate if, for one, you're not a hypocrite, and for two, you don't do that, okay? All right,
Getting away from the point, not addressing his actual point.
No, dog.
You saying that satellites are there? I have never touched a satellite.
When I start making a point, you guys start talking over me when I start making a point, bro. If you can't handle this,
you're not making a point. I'm trying to point out how your claim already. You've never been.
Listen, buddy, you said about us. You said about us that we believe in satellites. We do not believe in satellites.
Yeah.
Bro,
Also, you said
we do not believe satellites are a bomb.
Batty, you said, hold on, you just said that satellites exist, right? You've never been to one. You've never taken the data from one. So are we supposed to believe you that they exist?
Do you think I'm in a position where I fucking work with satellites? The fuck?
But you accepted that they exist even though you've never touched one or felt one or shot one up into the air or tested one, you fixed one in space or actually collected the data that's supposedly coming from one. But you accept that it is because someone told you.
Do you believe that spaceships are real, dog?
Let's.
I believe
What?
people build things.
Do you believe
Let's.
spaceships
People
are
build
real?
things. Yeah,
Because
no,
people have
I've
built
been to this.
spaceships and
Let.
seen that
Of
shit.
course.
Let's watch.
Did
Let's
they
watch.
go to the
So you
place that
think
they
they
claim to
can
have
you
been?
Watch.
oh bro, you think
Did
they
they
can put
go to the
spaceships in the
place?
sky but not satellites, bro?
Let.
Oh my fucking
Watch.
god, bro.
If I build a
Y'all are
cabinet,
watch.
cap.
if I build
Y'all
a
are
big cabinet
cap.
and say that this is the if I
Let's
build a big
watch
wardrobe
video.
and put it on display
This
in the
is funny.
Smithsonian, if I put a big cabinet on the Smithsonian and say this
Bruh.
is the cabinet to Narnia, does that mean that that's real? I mean, it's a
Bro, do you
physical
fucking
cabinet
read
that was
Narnia
built.
books? Bro, you a dork, bro. On God. Who the fuck reads that shit, bro?
Narnia.
Hold on, you didn't read
Buddy, let's watch
hold on,
video.
in
Satellites are
ninth grade, in
Narnia.
straight A student, I'm
Let.
sorry, straight A student in America, did you not read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in a high school English class to get an A?
Bro, who owns this place?
Buddy,
Out of
let's watch video
curiosity.
45 minutes after the hour from aeroplane, and let's watch that famous curvature. Let's watch that video.
That
It's from
video, dude. The fuck? Who keeps DMing me, bro? Get out of my DMs, dog. The fuck? You ain't slick trying to slide in that shit, bro. You
Maddie, though, but really,
double
so
right
can we
page.
just take other people's words for it, or are we supposed to actually not believe, since they've never been to Everest, not
Bro,
going to trust his word on it?
I'm just confused. Why didn't you fucking respond to my question? Have you ever seen a rocket ship?
Yeah, I've touched one at the
You've
Smithsonian.
seen a rocket ship.
But
Okay,
that doesn't
do you
mean that it
believe
went to the place
do
that
you
it claimed
believe
to
a
have
rocket
gone.
ship
I
has been to
haven't.
space then?
I never seen a rocket ship.
Do you believe a rocket ship has been to space or not?
Well, that's my
No, I
point.
don't believe rockets go to space.
Yeah,
Bro,
I
are
don't
you
don't
being
think
dead
so.
off? Because if that's
Space the
sarcasm, bro,
way.
then what makes you believe they can't fucking send a satellite, bro?
No, I'm
What you
saying
call
that no.
rockets is nothing more than a firework.
Okay,
People have
how do
built
you
a satellite. They have high altitude balloons with satellites attached to them. And so that's actually a thing. Yeah, see, someone has built that high altitude. They look like satellites and they're on balloons. That's a real thing
y'all are
that
tapped,
is
bro.
actually existing. And I believe in that, absolutely. I've seen video of them being launched. I absolutely believe
So
that
you
those.
believe that fucking rocket ships can go to space, but satellites can't?
No. I said that I believe that there are high altitude balloons that are doing things that you claim went actually to a space which can't exist. Like
Bruh, so
Narnia can't
you
exist. And even though I built the cabinet, that doesn't mean that Narnia exists.
Bro, why the fuck are you on about Narnia, you dork? The fuck?
All right, so
Bruh.
proof space exists. That's the point. Is that like space is this made
Okay,
up detail that we can't
what's the country of Harry Potter then?
I'm getting really tired of this.
England.
I mean, we have more people in the room.
He's restless.
It's a
If
waste
there's
of
other
time
Globers,
anyway.
absolutely switch.
Well, we have Execute 72, which has the VC verified role. Maybe he or she wants to ask a question. We have Maru. Maru is also VC verified. So, welcome, Maru.
Hello.
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 How are you doing?
That was painful.
It was. So, so you're new?
Yes.
Okay. Sound Dutch?
Yep.
Yep. Nou, welkom. Welkom in de server.
Ja, die had ik niet verwacht.
So yeah, well, we have people from all over the plane. So
Yeah, there were flat earthers so everywhere.
So how did you find us?
It's been a long journey.
Tell us about it.
Well, it started about a year ago. Just looking for the truth.
And you came across conspiracies, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, continue.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about what you a year ago. I'm walking my dog.
Yeah, I just.
So a year ago, you went searching, and then you found what did you find? What did you
Just
discover
irregularities. Yeah.
about the globe?
Well, just that the flat Earth science is making a lot more sense than what science is telling us.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes.
So tell me, why do you think that the Earth is flat? What's your best 3 proofs?
Well, I've never been through the indoctrination camps, so that's been really a blessing. I have, yeah. I'm looking for the words.
Deutsche spreken?
What?
Is English not your native language?
No. I've not spoken English in a very long time.
You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. We're doing pretty well.
Yeah, very good.
Thanks. So yeah, I don't know, maybe 1 month ago, I did my first experiment. I have these field binoculars, and I was standing on the beach, and I noticed that I could see the windmills way across the shoreline, which is about 19 kilometers. And when I checked out the map, yeah, it didn't up to what it should be.
Very eye-opening, isn't it?
Yeah.
So where was this? Was this in Zeeland or IJsselmeer?
Yeah, IJsselmeer.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they shot a laser over the IJsselmeer.
Okay.
41 kilometers, and yeah, the other side.
Yeah.
Let me link it to you.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
So, what else, right? What else do you think? Why is the Earth a flat, level, non-rotating Earth?
Just following logics.
Okay.
Yeah. Just makes a lot more sense to me. It's what I perceive with my eyes, what I perceive with all my senses.
Yeah, just like
Yeah, it's pretty
just like everybody else. Yes.
Yeah.
The Earth presents itself as a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yes.
So awesome, man. Welcome. Yeah, if you have any questions or you want to speak about something.
I do have one.
Sure.
The sun and the moon is observed within our atmosphere, right?
Well,
that it's inside our atmosphere.
there are many theories. Some say it's a projection. There are videos.
Yes.
Some Crow 777 made an observation of a double sun, second sun.
Yes.
So, and there was a scientist in the 1950s which said that the moon was a plasma.
Meanwhile,
So
the globe.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the globe model actually claims that the moon is within the exosphere or the atmosphere.
Yeah, so that's what the moon also, right?
In the heliocentric model, the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, NASA could have gone to the moon if it's within our atmosphere, yet they didn't, or they faked it. That's pretty obvious.
Right. So
I just.
No, I hear
Yeah.
you. I hear what you're saying. I got you.
I hear you. Yeah.
It's an answer I
so,
can't wrap my mind around it.
Well, they destroyed all the technology, and it is a painful process to build
It's a
back.
very painful process.
Yeah.
So right, they have nothing to prove that they even went. Nothing.
Yeah.
So.
Which part can you not wrap your mind around with the moon landing?
Well, if it's not really in space, which is fake, and within the atmosphere, they could technically go there, right? I don't know what the distance is. Some said that the furthest they went is 70 miles.
70 miles seems to be around the Kármán line, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Are
where
you
we
saying
think
that there's
we
still
can
a chance
go
that they
much farther.
No,
If any.
what I'm trying to say is they could have.
Well, yeah, they could have in their model, but that doesn't exist. So
No,
Yeah,
but he's
okay,
saying
yeah.
they well, so if anything, then I guess what they would have done is that they actually did go because the moon is somehow a thing you can land on in our atmosphere. You just
Yes.
need some sort of craft to get there. And then once
Oh,
they
yeah.
got there, found out the secrets of the moon, decided to lie about ever having gone there in a different
Oh, yes.
worldview.
So, before the official first moon launch, they actually went before that one. And then they realized it was fake and they staged it.
Yeah.
do you think they went to the moon?
If it's within our atmosphere, then it could be possible.
Yeah, but
That
it's
they,
like a ridiculous notion in their model. They're claiming our atmosphere extends
yeah, but
230,000 miles to
they
the
don't.
moon in their model.
Yeah, but wait. They don't follow their own models. They follow the flat Earth model.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron.
Right.
Yeah, just I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's such a weird kind of stretch of like, I mean,
it's a scenario, right? And
Yeah.
well, I think that the scenario that they knew all along, right, is way more plausible. As in, all ancient civilization knew that the Earth was a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. So they knew all along. So why would you even go then, right? So it's just they didn't go because they can't go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just because the sci-fi book this is all based on was about going to the moon.
Okay, repeat that. I didn't quite hear it.
I forget the author's name. I think it was the guy who wrote Journey to the Center of the Earth or something along those lines. He also wrote a science fiction book about making a rocket and sending it to the moon, and that is literally exactly
Jules
what NASA
Verne.
based it on. Sorry, what?
Jules Verne is the author.
Ah, Jules Verne.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Check it out. Oh wait, do you have any information about him on this server? I guess you should.
Not that I know of.
No, it's not really important. It's more like
Okay. I'm gonna
side
check
note.
it out anyway.
Yeah, just like Elon, right? Elon was in a science fiction book in the 60s, was it not?
Yep.
Okay.
And he was the guy that colonized Mars.
Yep.
So.
Even the Kabbalists say some man named Oak will open the stars for them, metaphorically speaking, right? Now, Elon means oak.
Yes, and oak.
Yeah.
Like in the
oak.
tree.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just like your avatar.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait,
these are all
l-
side steps, right? Nothing of this proves that the Earth is flat. It's just a weird how that went. So somebody writes a book of satellites about satellites, and then 2 years later they have satellites, right?
Yeah, it's showing the programming of how they're getting us to believe in the idea or the very notion of it through science fiction. Yeah, like exactly when what's his name, Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote 2001: A Space Odyssey, talking about satellites, and then we have satellites. Yeah, my dad, the
yes.
person I grew up with, who taught me the heliocentric model, is the kind of guy. Yeah, he's a teacher and is the kind of guy who wrote a letter back in the day. Wrote a letter to Arthur C. Clarke correcting him on his math, and Arthur C. Clarke wrote him back, and you agreed with him. That's what I have to deal with.
Let me think.
But yeah, that's the point. Like that's how they, it's the programming. It's the.
Yeah, they.
It's how how it's working.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Betty.
Hey, sir. I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. It has to do with the satellites, yeah. So they use
No.
satellites.
Then no.
Well, no, but the ones
no.
launched
She
from
cannot.
the ones launched in
She
the
cannot.
videos on balloons.
No,
those satellites.
No, you
That
cannot.
That has nothing to do with
No
that. That
satellites.
was
No,
just
buddy. No.
random.
No.
But
I'm
Sasha,
not
let her
allowing her.
ask. Let
No,
her
I will
ask
not
her.
allow. Get that. I will not allow her. No, satellites. No. I'm sorry.
What?
This
What
time.
does she mean by satellite?
No, no. She's the same girl from the 3 hours ago. That means no. No satellite.
Does she
Sorry.
know what the U2 spy plane
sir,
is?
it's about radars.
Yeah.
Do you know what the
Sorry.
U2 spy plane is?
Satellites provide
Sorry. Can you watch that 18
weather
videos what I posted
and
to you? Can
radars.
you please
Sasha, can you let her
How
ask?
is
get
that
that? No, I
information
cannot.
produced
No.
without
Please, I am
satellites?
No,
curious.
she was not honest all the time. No,
Genuinely.
I
We don't need.
said
We
no.
don't need to talk to her. We don't.
Guys,
All we need to do is point out
please
that
don't
all we
argue
need to
over
do.
me,
We're
guys.
done. We're done.
Please.
We're not arguing. We're saying when I asked you the satellites being launched by balloons.
Sir, I saw that.
You
That
don't. You
was
don't know.
probably
Yeah, but
for
you
a
don't know
movie or
which.
something,
Yeah.
bruh. I don't know.
That's good. As long as you can. Right. It happens
Listen, you
hundreds
know
of
why no
No,
millions of
it's
times.
satellite? No,
actually
listen,
not a
why no
Also,
movie.
I have another question.
Listen, no satellite. Because satellites need to go around the Earth. You didn't prove the radius. That means they can no curvature. They cannot go around anything. You know, no satellites.
The sun
But
goes around the Earth, and so do
no,
satellites.
you need to have a radius, curvature, everything.
But,
The Earth to be sphere in the first moment that satellites can
sir,
go.
how can you debunk the radius? How can you debunk the axis?
Listen,
Yeah, Sasha,
Exactly.
you
You're
already
just
know.
and
Do you know what a
motherfuckers telling me they're
U2
fake.
spy
The fuck?
plane is? Little
Mute
lady,
her,
do you know what a
please.
U2 spy
Can I
plane is?
please
You
ask my
asked the
second
question. How
question?
we will?
Can I
No.
please ask
You
my
asked
second
the
question?
question. You asked the question. How we will prove like this? We'll go on the beach,
I have
and then
another one. I have another one.
you ask the question. We'll go to the beach, and then we will use the map. What globe is giving us? That means
I've never been to the
3,900.
beach.
Okay, you was not on the beach, but many people was on the beach. If you want to go to the beach, go to the beach. The water is flat. Let's find out if it's curving. Okay, the
The
globe
water
map
isn't
is
flat.
saying.
There's
Okay,
waves.
can you not interrupt me? You want to answer. 8 inch per mile square should to be dropped. That means in some distance it should to be dropped. There is no drop. That means the earth is not curving. Is that enough for you? It
I
should
guess,
to be
dog.
dropped. Yeah.
Can I ask my second question then?
Okay. Ask.
This is like my most like genuine one. So please don't like interrupt me. Please don't talk over me. Okay.
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 And when I start to speak, don't talk over me also, okay?
All right, dog. Call it how it is. If I was a hypocrite, I'm sorry. I apologize. But basically, I like I want to know, like, so badly, like, I'm so genuinely curious how, like, any of you guys sit in this VC or the chat and act smart when you can't even use proper grammar. This metal mommy bitch said there.
Hey, something I find quite funny is someone like you knows how to memorize and repeat what somebody has said, but you don't know how to tie your shoes or how to go outside and get fresh air during the summertime. That's what I find amazing.
What is your question,
Hey,
buddy?
what's going
In the
on,
end?
man? What happened?
Oh, Miggy.
Some seriously spiraling Glober.
We got
Do
a.
It's just
not
someone
unmute
who
her.
is a straight A. No, it's a straight A student who met cognitive dissonance. I get it. Like
I
it's
don't
you're
even
too book
think
smart for
she's
your own good.
smart enough to be a fucking Glober.
Well, she had
So
some kind of beef with Metal Mommy. Metal Mommy, was she speaking with you before and she got triggered or something? Like,
No,
what
Maggie, she's had beef with anybody that even mentions her name. It's just been going on for 3 hours. She just needs to stay muted.
Yeah,
She's not here for anything productive at all.
yeah, Miggy, don't. I think that it's better that she stop to speak.
She's not a globie. She's a normie. She's not a glober.
Oh, worse than that. I don't know what
She's
that
a
is.
straight A. She's a straight A normie. Is
She
the
don't know
problem?
anything about
Not
globe. That's true. Anything. She's
Normie is a
only
person
believe.
who has not studied the globe like most people.
Yeah, she's only
Yeah.
believing in things.
I was just sitting back, kind of listening to what's going on with the conversation, but it seemed like she was a bit triggered. Was she here before and arguing like the same way, or?
Yeah. For
Oh,
3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't learned how to swim in the kiddie pool, but she's trying to jump off the high dive.
It's a
Too
bit difficult.
true.
It's a bit difficult in this forum when you have a conversation like that and then you're trying to obfuscate, because I know most everybody in here won't allow that. So usually
Yeah.
people, when they come in here kind of a bit hot-headed that way, they're not gonna want to listen. So
She would have been banned an hour ago if she was a guy. She
oh,
got special treatment.
But for example, Miggy, the people, Sunny, I don't know who was speaking with her. Dave, Black Swan, everything, man. For 1 hour, 2 hours, and then she come now after 3 hours. Ask, what about satellites? Okay, now come on.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I missed the context, but yeah.
Come on.
good, man.
Come on, Sasha. Can't you let any of the way
No,
without
get back.
curvature?
No, man, listen
Like
this. I can
only
understand if somebody.
once.
No, if somebody's here 10 minutes or 15 minutes and blah, blah, blah. But she's here 3 hours. She heard every argument. She didn't want to go into anyone of that. Anyone, And then always question. Come on, go in something and look into that and say something, Are you fucking crazy, flat earther? Do you believe in this? Do you believe in sun exists? No, I don't believe the sun exists. Oh my God, what is that question? Some bullshit questions. Yeah.
I would have been happy to listen to Sasha take her on a bit more. That was getting good. And it would have got good anyway.
Yeah, I had my way with people like that. So if she would have been in here, I would have probably.
Yeah, I
No,
wanted
they
to hear
will.
Mickey talk
Do you
to
know
her.
how they will go with me? Oh, what are you saying? I don't understand. Your language is so fuck. And that will be then on the end will be my language. I don't know anything what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's been
Don't
comedic
mansplain it
gold
to me,
listening.
but also don't use a big vocabulary.
It would have been comedic gold listening to Mickey talk to her because Mickey's so calm and collected, and she's so flipped out right now.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. I never said anything. Man, I was very calm the whole time.
But that
She's
usually
just-
happens. That usually happens, guys, when the truth hits you so hard that the only thing you can do is be upset, and that's what happens when people get that upset on a situation like this. It's usually because they can't respond any other way. There's no way they can rebuttal the argument, so the only thing they can do is lash out, and so that's probably what's happening. So it's good for them to kind of get through the emotional side of it, and it's painful, right? It's like understanding that everybody has been lying to you, and then you're in a forum where everybody's just telling you plain truth. There's nobody's trying to fluff up an idea or give her another model, or it's just like the Earth's not a globe. And
but there's a thing called self-respect at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if everything's being challenged, everything you believe in ends being challenged, you don't act like that. You go away and assess it and think about it, and then come back the next day. Yeah.
Some
What
people
she did, it's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but you learn that self-control over time becoming an adult. That's what makes you, yeah, like, because we've all been young and been
No
like,
way,
I
man.
should have said that. Yeah, you never said anything you regretted saying as a teenager?
Well, can I ask everybody here in the panel who has ever behaved that badly to that extent?
No,
any
you're right,
time in
not
their
that
life?
bad. I
Has
haven't been
anybody
that
here
bad.
done
You're
that? I've never done that. Not even in my youngest years, whatever I
But
believed
we didn't
in.
have Discord back then.
Yeah, Xanax, Gamma Panda examples.
Was Xanax?
You're right, and I'm joking too, and I get what you're saying 100%. That's crazy time.
I can tell you for sure that this girl has been traumatized.
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? Especially if you feel like you're an intellect and you come into a forum where you feel like you know what you're talking about, and people are stumping you with like hard truth. I mean, it's a real shocker, man, for not to have a rebuttal to these things. But
You're supposed to be the best of the normies. Like you're the valedictorian of all the normies.
Is that the gold standard of intellects now in normies?
She came in.
If it is, then
She came in telling us that she knew that the Earth was not flat.
Well, yeah, like people usually lash out when they do. They start picking on, well, your grammar's off, or like the only thing they can do is try to nitpick things that they feel like they have a strong hold on. That's it.
Right,
Like
it's
there's
like
no argument.
saying that's exactly it. It's like if a PhD came in and said, "I have a PhD. What do you have?" All she had was, "I'm a straight A student." Like, because that's the best. That's the highest level she's yet to achieve. Right? It's like that's the kind of person that would just throw their credentials at you as if that's supposed to be an excuse.
It's all good.
Yeah, and in chat there, we're talking about how everybody's, save up your money from your minimum wage job. Well, when I worked at a minimum wage job, I worked with some smarter people than I work currently with in a very highly credentialed field. So,
yeah, I bet she'd be pretty surprised to know, how many assets many people in this server have.
Sure.
There's some very successful people around here.
Is there any other people in here that think the Earth is a globe?
I think Saruk does.
Who?
Saruk?
Saruk? Cool. Maybe we can speak to that person.
Did we finish with Meru? Meru above you.
Sorry. Meru,
Oh,
are
right.
you there?
I'm taking a break.
Meru don't want to get involved in this. He's like, I'm just gonna take 5, you guys.
Meru is smart. It sounds like
Yes.
wisdom.
Well, tired.
Sounds like
Listening to all that drama.
Yeah, it was
gonna
drama.
be tiring.
Yeah. But Meru told us he did some own observations. He saw a windmill park, which shouldn't be able on a globe. So, yeah, man. Good for you.
Cool. All right, so we got. Go ahead, Meru.
Well, I was gonna say I already knew what the answer was gonna be, so I just wanted to do it to experience it for myself.
What's up,
Hey,
Sonny?
I have a question.
Hey, what's up,
May I ask? Yeah, so I'm just kind of curious. Just like a basic question. Why would all these like big corporations lie and say that the Earth is a globe when in reality it's flat? Like, just why would they do that?
Hide it.
Why would
Let
anybody?
me jump in real quick. Let me jump in there. So when you ask the motive, do you know that there's any evidence to the contrary? So you're asking what the motive would be for why would everybody lie to you about the shape of the Earth? Is this correct, Radu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do you know that there's any evidence to the fact that the Earth is not a globe? Do you know of any evidence?
I'm not talking about evidence. I'm just asking for a motive.
Right. So we have to understand that when we ask these questions about motive, we have to know for certain if the Earth is or is not a globe, right?
Yes.
Because the foundation before we get to the motive, we have to first find out if the Earth it has any evidence that it is not a globe, right? So if you get to that, that's like a further down the line question. That's not really the basis of what you really need to know. What you need to know is if the Earth is actually a globe or not.
Evidence is all
That makes
around
So
us.
if
yeah. One second, Murdo.
so if in this scenario we assume that the Earth is flat, I'm just curious, why would they lie to you
Right.
and say
So
that it's a
right.
globe?
But here's the skinny, right? We're not assuming in this scenario. When we have a conversation about what is and what is not, we have to know, right? So there's no theoretical, hypothetical situation. We're actually diving into, is the Earth a globe or is it not a globe? We got to ask the hard questions if we want to know the answer. Because if we start asking these motive questions, we're going to look for kind of excuses as to what it could or could not be, right? We don't want to dive into that just yet. We want to actually know if it is a globe or not. So when we go there, we have to look at the 3 physical claims, right? 3 physical claims. Very simple. Does the Earth have any measurable curvature, right? Let's look at the evidence for that. Does the Earth have any physical curvature? Something I can measure, right? Second physical claim, does the Earth spin on its axis? Axial rotation. Has it ever been detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? Second physical claim. Third physical claim, that the vacuum of space is next to the air pressure system in which we reside in, right? So they're telling us that we have the vacuum of space and we have pressure air here where you and I breathe. So it's not contained. So therefore, there's nothing to contain the pressure on Earth. It's an open system. Rockets can go to the moon, rovers can go to Mars. And so we need to understand, is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? That's the third physical claim. Now, with these 3 physical claims, it should be very easy to debunk, right? Knowing all that we know with the globe. Now, handing it over to you, Radu, right? Because we're looking at the evidence. So we're going on just based on evidence. We'll leave motive to the side for now, but we'll go to evidence first. And we'll say, okay, let's establish if the Earth is or is not a globe. So with the first physical claim of curvature, is there any way possible that you and I can measure the curvature of the Earth, and how can we do it?
So I see what you're saying with the science part.
It's not
and,
science, sir.
Well,
I'm sorry.
well,
Yeah, it's not. It's a what is question. So it's not science.
Okay, I see what you mean, but I'm just curious. Aside from trying to measure to see, like, if gas pressure can be in an open container, I'm just curious. What is one possible motive for them to lie to you? That's
So
all I'm
do
asking.
I understand, but do you see why we jump back to the motive? Because you're trying to figure, your mind's trying to reason why people would even think the Earth is anything other than a globe. So you're not really getting to the fundamental. You need to actually find out the evidence. That is the main pivotal point of why we're all here. Everybody in this chat room is here because there is no evidence for the globe. The motive was secondary. We dove into that question after we found out the Earth is not a globe. You follow? So it's redundant. It's redundant to get to the motive first because you won't understand. It's like giving you an answer that you wouldn't be able to comprehend or you could obfuscate from. So rather than that, let's start with the basis of truth. Truth is our
Okay,
foundation.
so let me cut you off real quick. After you go through this, you're going to answer my initial question of why they lied to us and what's their motive is, correct?
After we actually go through what the 3 physical claims, absolutely.
Okay,
problem.
all right. Well, then I'm listening. Go through the 3 physical claims.
Okay. First physical claim is how, when, and where was the Earth measured to have curvature? How, when, and where was the Earth measured to have curvature? Anytime in history you can pick.
I don't know. I don't think it's ever
Okay.
been measured.
That's an honest answer, right? So let's move on to the second question. Axial rotation. When was the Earth detected to be moving? And by what device can we detect the Earth to be in motion? And so you can use anything that you think that Earth has been detected to be in motion. You can go from 1,000 years ago or current times. We need to know how we know that the Earth is indeed in motion.
And I guess now that I think about it, we can't really know for sure because motion is relative, so it's very hard to figure that out. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the answer to that is I don't know. Let's move on to the third physical question. How can we have gas pressure without a container? Obviously, they say the Earth's an open system, so we need to find out how it's possible that we can have an open system with gas pressure where we are and the vacuum of space, which is, of course, where they tell it is, right? Past the Kármán line, about 72 miles above the Earth's surface. So how is it possible that we can have gas pressure without a container?
That doesn't make any sense because it seems like it would spread out everywhere. So I also cannot come up with a good response to that one.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, 1 second, guys. So examining the three physical claims and just based upon your knowledge, I would say that for now, right? For now, you just believe the Earth to be a globe based upon what information you've learned so far. You don't know it to be a globe. You just believe it to be because of, reasons, right? Maybe a scientist told you or a teacher or whatever. So just based upon secondhand information, you consider the Earth to be a globe and therefore you just believe it to be true. So, and in fact, it is a belief system. It's not rooted in evidence. We're talking about empirical evidence, right? Evidence that you know to be true, that you can repeat, test, falsify, and get to the understanding that you can know a physical claim can be understood to be true. So that hasn't been done yet. So right now, to this point, you just believe the Earth to be a globe. So therefore, anything beyond that, there's nothing you can say, I know it to be a globe, because you don't. Admittedly, you said you don't know 3 times and 3 physical claims. So now
Right.
now we can take on any questions that you have, and we can probably talk about a motive if you like.
Yeah. So what would the motive be for these big corporations to lie to us?
Okay, so
It's not provable.
we're right.
They
we're,
have
we're
to
look-
lie. It's out of necessity.
Right. So now
What?
we're looking.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Go ahead, Fuzzy. Finish your point.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would they lie? Well, they have to lie in order for that idea to work. They have to.
But why would they need that idea to work in the first place? Wouldn't it make sense to not lie, to take less effort in keeping up a lie? Wouldn't it just
But
be easier to
doesn't
tell the truth?
The government doesn't want you to know everything. They want to be able to control you, not give you
Truth is
freedom.
too big.
But what's the point of this control if it has no end result or nothing to gain from
All
it?
right, 1 second. I'll jump in here and tell you. What is the reason why anybody would lie to you, Ridu? I'm just gonna it's just a basic question. Why would anybody lie to you?
Well, it depends on the specific thing they're lying to me about.
Well, it's in general. See, somebody lying to you,
Sensible.
their objective is to deceive you, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that's what a
All
lie
right.
is.
And deception is a form of control. So if I say there is no water, me and you are walking in the desert, and I know that there is because last night I went and I found a little stream that had fresh water that we could drink. And you were saying, we're walking and you're like, man, I wish we could find some water. I'm like, yeah, me too. And I'm lying to you. I'm lording something over you, some knowledge that I have that I'm not letting you be privy to.
Yeah,
So
but
what's happening?
Now here,
one
let me. Yeah, I'm
one
sorry.
second.
Let
I
me
need
cut
to
you off
finish-
so I can.
Yeah, not
Oh,
really,
alright.
because I got to finish my point. So if I'm actually saying that I know something in my own mind, that I have information that you don't know, I could deceive you all day long and you'll never know the truth, right? Even though there is truth out there, but you don't know it, and I am holding the keys to that truth, then I am controlling your mind because you now are gonna probably die of thirst or never find out if there's any fresh water. I, on the other hand, know that there is, and I will hold those keys so long as I can have control over you. So that's kind of the point of deception. It's to have.
All right, can I
control.
respond?
Sure.
Can I respond? So the point, or so in that example, what you stand to gain is to get more water for yourself, and therefore you're healthier. When you lie to the other person, saying that you know or you don't know where water is, when in reality you do. However, let me finish, please. However, in the flat Earth example, you don't really gain anything from thinking that the Earth is a globe when in reality it's flat. Do you gain anything from
according
that?
to you,
Or do you lose anything
gain
from
all
that?
What is
kinds of
NASA's
stuff.
budget?
I think it's like 2.1 billion a year, something in that.
That's how much they earn a year from perpetuating the lie.
billion.
60
On
million
top
per
of the fact,
day.
like when
Hello?
you ask why would
May I
they
say
lie,
something?
right?
May I?
60 million.
Yeah,
Hello?
I think Joshua was on a point. Let Joshua please finish his point because I think he was on a point. Joshua, go ahead, please.
Well, that's all I was saying is it's the space agencies are so compartmentalized. Even the so-called private sector, the Branson, the Amazon, and the Musk, these are all compartmentalized, and they make a lot of money. So, of course, if you're making money off of a lie, wouldn't you continue to perpetrate that lie and to try to fight against those that are telling you the truth, saying, "Hey, you're being deceived about that"?
Well,
I mean, the
they could
basic
also
thing
still
is
make.
that people deceive you by lying to you. Otherwise, they wouldn't lie to you. So they are doing it to deceive. It's on a greater level. These people belong to a secret society where it's all about deception and control.
And
Okay,
that's what I'm
so
trying.
Put
Hello?
it this
May
way,
I?
real quick. But no,
No.
just like really quick.
No.
If I had a slave plantation, I would not. I would not make them slaves. I would make them free people and give them the freedom to vote for whoever the plantation owner gets to be that year.
But you can also hide water if you want the other person to die from dehydration. The people who are lying to us, they are satanic and downright evil.
Right. So, in order to continue this discussion, I think it'd be fair if you let me respond to each of your points. So, the other point about how NASA makes a lot of money by lying, how could they? So, okay, so you're saying they make money by lying. Couldn't they still make money by just telling us the truth? Or is there like no more money incentive if they do just tell us the truth by saying the Earth is flat?
Which one? What is the most profitable business in the world?
Oil or like space
No,
mining, astromining?
Technology.
no.
If
The military?
there was no
No,
NASA,
no.
No,
NASA.
technology.
The most profitable business in the world is
Is NASA.
scamming. You take all the work of a lifetime of a man in exchange for confetti to celebrate that event.
What?
it's the world's second
The
oldest
most,
profession.
yeah, the most profitable business in the world is scamming. You
How is
take all
Amazon
the
scamming
work,
us?
you take all the work of a man from his whole lifetime in exchange for confetti to celebrate this.
Okay. So how does it
Yeah.
tie into the flat Earth?
All right. See, this is one second, guys.
Yeah.
And this is
Go ahead.
Radu, this is why I'm saying you're missing the point, sir. Because you cannot find out if the Earth is a globe or not. So therefore, we went through the examples of finding evidence, and what happens is when you don't find that in your mind, you try to reason with yourself as to, I just need to know an answer. There's been plenty of answers given to you. They're not sufficient for your mind to actually grab a hold of because you haven't reconciled the idea if the Earth is a globe or not. So we'll continue. Listen, we'll continue to circle jerk back into a whole discussion of about 10 more people giving you thousands of examples why they would lie, and you will never come back to the understanding why they would. This is a fruitless attempt for your own mind to grasp the grand what I don't know you want to call it, the deception, the grand deception of the whole matter of what we've been discussing. So it's a fruitless attempt, sir, for us to keep
I don't believe it's
indulging.
fruitless.
I do, because listen.
Well, can I say why I don't think it
No,
is?
I'm
No.
telling you because over the course of these questions that have been given to you, and you hear the responses, you have not reconciled anything that has been given to you. Over 3 people have given you good answers, which I thought were superb, but for you, it just fell flat on its face, pun intended, because you can't grasp the grandness of the deception.
So the answers that I got were that they deceive us because they simply can and want to maintain control over us. However, the example that you gave me, for instance, I was able to rebuttal that and say that it doesn't tie into the flat Earth because when you lie about water, you stand to gain more water for yourself.
not-
and when the
it's not the
government
flat-
lies
yeah,
to
it's
us,
not
it
the flat Earth.
Did your parents lie to you about Santa Claus?
Well, no,
Yes,
but how
they
do
did.
you know what we've
Okay,
gained
but
as
he can
becoming
give you.
learning?
Nigga,
I've
can I
gained
He,
try?
stuff.
Yeah,
Or
one second,
one?
guys. We gotta
Yeah.
let
Well, but I
Joshua.
mean, like
yeah.
that's the
Joshua,
assumption that we
Fuzzy,
haven't
one
gained.
second. Yeah, Joshua
That's all
was
we
in.
need.
We jumped. Everybody's jumping in on Joshua's point. I think we just gotta let
It's all right.
everybody finish. Go ahead,
It's all
Joshua.
right,
Yes,
guys.
Joshua. My parents
No,
lied to me about
I
Santa.
was. Yeah, they did to me too. So, did you ever figure out why they did it? A lot of people say, well,
Yeah,
that's what everybody
they
does.
did it to promote childhood joy and to make my childhood better.
No,
I
they
don't think
didn't
they
do that
did it
to
out of a
promote
need to
childhood
control me.
joy.
They are the
Listen,
parents and they
listen,
make
they
the money.
didn't do that to promote childhood joy. If you wanted to give childhood joy to a child, you give them presents, period. You buy
Okay,
them new
so why
toys,
why did they
period.
lie?
It's
Why did
also
they lie?
If you
tradition.
sit there and you tell them, if you're a bad little boy, you're not going to get any gifts from this magical being on one
Oh,
day a year,
I
right?
see what you mean.
So
I
it's
see
to
what you mean.
control you to behave, to be a good boy,
Okay, I can see that. However, how
right?
does that in any way tie into how the government will lie to us
There
about
you
the
go.
flat Earth?
That's the point. That's what Redu. That's what I'm gonna have to stop it. That's what I'm saying. Do you see how you don't get it? That's another great
I
example.
really don't,
You
so I
got it.
need you to explain it
Sir,
to me.
sir,
Nigga, can I
say
one
something here?
second, Sasha. One second. You understood because you agreed with him. It's a good point. Yet I don't see how it ties into. You're gonna do that every time somebody gives you a good point, and believe me, everybody is chomping at the bit to give you these good points, right? And I know
Okay,
they are.
so all right, I'm sorry. May I say so? What he said was true. I could see
Yes.
how your parents would lie to you about Santa to, make sure that you behave. However, I do not see how that example and the principles in that example pertain to the flat Earth model,
It's
and
not
that's what I'm
flat.
asking you to
One second.
explain.
Right. It's not flat Earth. It's you gotta correct yourself. Not the flat Earth, the globe Earth. He's tying it in to the globe Earth, sir. You keep saying
Okay, I'm
I don't see how it.
sorry. I'm
I
sorry I
don't see how it
misspoke.
ties into. No, you've been doing it for like how long we've been talking. You keep saying I don't know how this ties into the flat Earth. It's not tying into the flat Earth. It's tying into the globe Earth. How they've
Okay,
been deceiving you. That's what we're
you're
trying.
you're right. That's what I
I
meant. I'm
ask a
sorry.
question.
Look,
Can I now?
yeah, Sasha, go ahead. I have to. I had to
Yeah,
interject because it
it
feels like
will
we're
be
not getting
said.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Sasha, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you said water. We can make so many examples, But let's say like with who I'm speaking, I don't know the name of guy.
Redo.
Redo, redux.
Radio. Okay,
Redux.
okay. But listen, this we here, we. I will say like this: we think, but I know. Let's say we think that will be easier for you. We think that we know that they are lying, and we can show you how they are lying. Now you can see and look into that we show you how they are lying, and motivation doesn't matter in that moment. If we show you how they are lying, maybe motive doesn't matter, because I don't know, it could be everything, man.
No. Motive matters.
No, man,
Motive
listen to me.
No, it
Listen to
doesn't.
me. If listen this, I will give you an example now. If I tell you that water near to us it's poison, for example, and that you cannot drink, and you believe me, listen to me.
Okay.
If you believe me that that water is poison, you will die, because I'm lying to you. That water is not poison, But you'll never check that water is poison, and you will die because you never drink the water. But if you check that water somehow, you saw the animals drinking that water, and you think, why animals drinking that water and it's poison, and you go and drink that water and you stay alive, you will think why he's lying or that water is not poison.
I think that water is not poison.
Is that important that water is not poison, or that why he is lying about that water?
That water is not poison. That's what's more important.
That's the point. What we want to tell you.
Okay, I see
And
that.
now you need to move. If you want to move in that direction, maybe you will somewhere arrive if you want. But if you want to go to motivation, man, nobody can answer that question. That's the point.
Well, I know that no one can answer that question definitively because we are not NASA. However, we can give ideas that can help us, get insight into promote a
You're
conversation.
trying to jump over. You're
That's
trying to jump
you.
over the second
The
hurdle.
point
You
is,
gotta jump
on
over
this
the first
server,
hurdle first.
One at a time, guys.
this is the point. On these servers, we are not on ideas. We want empirically to know what it is. We don't want to have ideas. Oh, maybe it's like this. Maybe it's, I don't know, some space dust. Maybe they are. Maybe I can tell you many stories. You know what I put in my mind, but it will be only stories, man. That's.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you guys have no idea why they're lying to you and what their motive is.
I told you why.
don't care.
We all know
No,
why
we
they're
might
lying.
know.
Okay,
We
then
know
why
why
are they
not
lying? Tell me.
individual
You,
parents.
you still have not
Are
given
you
me a
seriously
satisfactory
gonna
answer
say,
for that.
Redux?
Okay,
Redux, are you
let's
gonna
say
sit here and say
I
you
will
can't
try.
come up with a reason why a government agency
Okay,
would lie?
let's say like this
The
again.
government.
I will
I
try
have a
again.
pretty
Seriously?
good idea, but I'm not going to tell this person.
My point was this: the Earth is not spherical, and we can prove you that. But you are asking us why would they lie that Earth is not spherical?
No, Sasha, so listen, I know.
You are
So
saying
I know.
something, but listen, this is
yeah.
very important. You are saying why would they lie that Earth is spherical, and we are saying the Earth is not spherical, and we can show you why it's not spherical. And you still asking why, and we saying we don't know. We can assume this, we can assume that, we can say this, we can say that, blah blah blah.
Okay.
But in reality,
may I
man,
answer why?
listen, this is the point. In reality, the geometrical thing should to be spherical, and it is not. And I don't care why they are lying. That stuff is flat. That's the point.
All right. May I answer why, or may I answer why I'm asking that question, Sasha?
I want to ask
So
you.
I am. May I please respond to Sasha first?
Because I can ask also the same question.
No, I see that. I see that. Okay, so there's a lot of this science stuff and a lot of this testing and a lot of this proving stuff, and I've looked at your channels and there are like 40 of them of different topics and whatnot. And I'll be honest, I am not the most learned and educated on that sort of stuff, okay? It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. However, what I do know is that if the earth is flat, there needs to be a reason why these agencies would lie to you. So that's what I'm trying to start off
Okay,
of
here's
as a
what
base.
my
Yeah, but listen, you're avoiding the whole thing of the evidence. Listen, here's the thing. You're avoiding actual evidence in favor of running after endless unanswerable questions, a goose chase that can never be answered about motive.
No, you can
question,
give
Redux.
ideas and we can understand it. It couldn't be answered, maybe not 100% accurately, but we can give ideas and plausible reasons for why they lie. That's
why
what
does
I'm
that
looking for.
matter?
It's plausibility.
We've named at least six.
Redux.
We've named
They
at
lie
least
because
six
we're
in the
Redux.
last 5
spaghetti.
minutes.
Redux, do you have a girl?
I want.
Redux, you need to understand.
Redux, do you have a girl? Do you have
No,
a girl?
I have a boyfriend.
Okay, let's say like this. I have a video of boyfriend, your boyfriend with some other two person, they're making group sex, you know. Let's say, but did I have that video, you know? And
I
you
don't know
don't
why
want. No, I want to give you an example, and I have video about that, and I want to show you that video. But you don't want to see that video. You want to know motive why your boy had sex with other people.
This is a very strange example that I can't really grasp my
I
head
told you in
around.
the beginning.
Oh,
This is
because
the
it's
second
personal
example.
now.
I got a very
It's
simple
strange.
question.
It's only
for you.
example
grasp
to
it because you're
compare you,
triggered.
man. We have example. We have example to show you why Earth is flat, and you still want to know motivation.
Yes, I do want to know
Oh
their
my
motivation.
God! Oh my God!
Can I
There's
say
no
something?
need to be so hostile and aggressive. I think I'm being very calm.
Redux.
Okay,
Can I ask you a question,
okay.
please?
Again,
It's very
I have
simple.
video. I have video about your boy. I have that video.
Please
Have it
stop
there.
using that example. It's making me
Oh
uncomfortable.
my God! Can you understand? Get back. Get back.
Someone get
Okay,
him.
I will not speak with you. Get back. I have video about your girl having sex with some
Could
three
you please
people.
use a different example? I
I'm
don't
not
like this
speaking
one.
with you. I'm speaking with Get Back. Get Back. I having video
Yes,
with
yes,
with
Sasha.
yeah.
How about satellite
Do
imagery
you
of
want to
your
see that
boyfriend
video?
going
Get
into a
Back.
girl's
Do
house
you
and
want to
having
see?
sex
Of course, I
Get
want
back.
to see it.
Get Back. Do you want to
I,
see that video, or you
of
want to
course,
know
I want
why
to see it.
You don't have to raise your
she's
voice.
lying
I
to you?
don't care why. I want to see the video.
But why she's lying, man?
I wouldn't care. I will not care.
I will not show you. You need to first find out why she's lying. Then I will show you video.
If I see the video, I know instantly she's lying, and I don't care.
Yep.
I don't.
But
I
if you
only
believe,
say
but if you believe her, she's not lying. If you believe her, she's not lying.
no, no. Evidence is not
Well, I mean, it's kind of like saying
dismissible like that.
it's kind of like saying that a murder happened and you have the security footage, you have like
Yeah.
the murder weapon, fingerprints, evidence, you got
Yeah,
all that,
and the
but you have
criminal.
no idea why it happened. So
Yeah.
what you're basically doing at this point is saying, well, until I know why the murder happened, I'm gonna pretend like it didn't happen.
Well, you
Yeah.
can watch it in
not what I'm doing at
that.
all.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is what you're doing, Radu.
that you're doing.
May I please answer? So that's not what I'm just. So in that murder, that person definitely had a motive for his murder. It might have been a good one or a bad one, and all I'm asking for
Some people are just
is a
Right,
motive.
but this is the thing,
Okay,
right?
well then his
No,
motive
hold
is
on,
that
hold on,
he's.
hold on. This is the thing. In that murder scenario, the only way to find out the actual motive in the murder is for the murderer to confess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
no,
it. So
we could
would
always
need
speculate.
we would need like signed confessions from NASA about why they're lying to be able to tell you that. How would we know? We're not psychic. We're not NASA, right?
I would like to ask.
But we can come up with plausible explanations that could actually
yeah,
be true, and that's what I'm looking for.
What
is
is not
plausible.
plausible about wanting to control your mind? What could be
I
more
just wanna-
valuable than that?
Well,
Can
controlling
I
my
ask
mind for
you
what
a
gain?
question? Will you answer one question, please?
I'll try.
Why is it so important to know the motive? Why?
Because we have a lot to gain.
It helps me wrap my head around the topic, and it also helps me put things into perspective, and it also helps build a basis for why your theory might be true and why theirs is.
You're living in fairyland, man. There is no absolute
Okay.
knowing of such things in life.
Hold on, guys.
Until you know the
I want
motive.
to ask.
Hang on, guys. 1 second.
Please.
Let Scrat finish. Let Scrat finish.
So until you know the motive, the facts don't mean squat to you. Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
not saying that. I'm just asking
Well,
for a motive.
okay.
That's all.
So you can't know the motive.
Well, we can.
So why not examine the facts now?
Yeah, why don't you just ask us for our evidence instead of asking for motive? Can you
Because
do
a
that?
lot of this evidence, I've looked in your channels, and a lot of it is way too big for me. I cannot understand a lot of it. I'll be honest. And but what I can
That's
understand.
fine, man. That's perfectly fine. You just stick
Can you
around
please
here,
stop
you
interrupting
learn.
me?
Can I say something?
Go
I
ahead,
just
Joshua.
wanted to find out if Reduct knows exactly what NASA is, and that there was no space programs till a certain operation was completed.
I'm
I
sorry?
wonder if he knows the name of that operation and the origins of NASA. Do you happen to know that?
I believe NASA was founded after World War II, the start of the
Yeah,
Cold War.
Yes.
by Nazi
Yes. But
scientists.
there was an operation called Project Paperclip, and that was to bring Nazi scientists, have them get out of jail free from the Nuremberg trials, to have them work in other people's governments. Coincidentally, after Project Paperclip, Russia decided to launch their first Sputnik, right?
Yeah.
So if we know that Werner von Braun was a Nazi, an SS officer, what would that tell you about the space program? Also, JPL, which is Jack Parsons, right?
Well, if there's a Nazi in a space program, it tells me absolutely nothing about the scientific validity
It's
of
not
said
just
space
a
program.
space program. It's not just a space program. It was both programs that were participating in this space race, so-called, right?
The
There was
scientific
also
findings
something
of a
else.
program do
They
not
were linked.
change.
I'm not done talking. There was something else that was linked to them. There was also a cult that helped start NASA, right? Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons knew from the Kabbalists that if he sold his soul to the devil, then he would be able to get a real life rocket ship that he could go and visit the stars. So he sold his soul to the devil shortly after he invented the first rocket propellant. Now, wait a minute. How did he create the first rocket propellant when Werner von Braun, the Nazi, was the one with the rockets and the V2 rockets? You know, how does that make sense, Josh? Well, it's quite simple. They were using kerosene. That's not rocket fuel. See, a lot of these NASA fanboys don't know the true history of NASA. That's what I'm trying to say. The whole thing is based off of deception, right? I know you're angry at the Father. Doesn't make the Father not exist, man. See, NASA was created because of Freemasonic ties, right? And these Freemasonic ties are perpetrated deception to deceive the whole world. What would that deception be? Would it be atheism? Because the Freemasons themselves know that the world is flat, but once you get to a high enough level above, I believe, level 29 on the Scottish Rite, and I think above level 9 on the Royal Ark Rite.
Maybe.
Like, they even know it's flat, but yet these are the people that are perpetrating the globe earth lie. So why would they be perpetrating the lie? That's the question you should be asking, instead of why would they lie? Well, do you even understand what the lie is and how it was perpetrated? That's what you need to understand. You know,
It's a
instead of just
religion
looking
that
for
enslaves
motive.
the mind.
Yeah.
When you
So let
control
me-
literature, you control what people think.
Okay, so
That's
let
why
me
I could
just.
explain why they would lie, but you wouldn't understand it.
So they would lie because they're part of a cult?
They're deceiving the whole world. What does the Bible say about the whole world will be deceived? See, I know you don't believe in the Father.
It
I
has
don't
been
believe-
foretold.
But if I in
There's
50s
going to be a
realize,
great deception where the
if
whole
I
world will believe it and be deceived.
Okay.
if
It's
if
kind
I
of
in
funny
50,
that you're.
if
I'm
I in
sorry, go
50
on.
start to launch the rockets into the sky, and when it started all that rocket industry and blah blah blah, and if I could not pass, if I find out that there is a closed system, what I will tell the people down? I will lie about that, or I will tell them the truth. Listen, people, we are living in a closed system because we cannot penetrate there.
Yeah.
How about this?
Uh,
Do you like that?
I would like
Let
to
us
make a
wait.
point.
I want to hear him. What about that? They went up there, but no, they went up there. The rockets could not penetrate there in 50s, and then realized that we are in closed system. Why they didn't tell us that we are in closed system? Why all the
Von
time they're
Braun has Psalms 119 on his tombstone. It's just FYI.
why?
Yeah.
That's the reason why would they lie, because they don't want to tell us in first place this one little information, little one, that we are in close, not in open system, and that means the space. That's what that all that things doesn't exist. That ISS, that rockets, that moon landing, that stuff never happened because they never penetrate.
Okay. So throughout
So
this
that's
entire.
the reason. Do you understand? If they come back and they realize that we are in closed system, how they will say now we are in open system? Like how they will say we are in closed system? That how they will say truth? Why they didn't say the truth?
May I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So throughout this entire conversation, I had a single question which had not been answered, and all you did was throw a bunch
That's
of circular
incorrect.
reasoning at me.
Incorrect. We gave
Well,
you
all of the reasonings
multiple.
that you've given me, I have
We gave you
disproven them, and I've
multiple.
said why I
So
don't think they're valid.
Okay,
I was
money,
still.
Because you're a
power.
Okay,
I
Roger,
was
can you
still.
answer? Roger,
Right.
you answer, please. Why would they
So
lie to us? It's a very simple question.
incorrect, right? We gave you multiple examples. Why would they lie? Right? Multiple. Your feelings about them, right? Because it's
No, you
all
gave me examples,
speculation.
but they
No,
don't
I wasn't
connect to the
finished
flat
yet.
Earth.
I wasn't
Now
finished.
Redux
I wasn't
Redux.
finished.
Well, so here's the thing, Roger. You make a claim, and I'm trying to respond.
Was I finished? No.
Go ahead, Roger.
So all these explanations that we're giving to you were all speculations, right? None of it can be proven, right? And your feelings about them, I frankly don't care, right? You refuse to look at the evidence, right? You refuse to look. So shall we look at the evidence? so you can comprehend that they lied, right? Then it can be your journey to figure out why they lied.
It seems like I'm not going to get an answer from my question, so I think we should end this conversation.
Oh my
here.
gosh,
Here's
you're
the
a
thing.
freaking retard.
One moment,
Hey,
guys.
there's no need to be aggressive. Why am I being called
I
a
want
retard? What did I do?
You're asking a question about something that can't
Because
be
they
done
guys,
until you've walked the path. It's as simple as
Explain
that.
it, you
You're asking about
please.
something you'll never
I want
understand
to.
Why
until
are
you
you guys
actually
being
look
so
at the
hostile? What did I do to
information,
deserve
the
this?
evidence, and the
Yeah.
data.
So
Redux.
we don't need
sorry.
to color we don't need to color commentary, right? We are attacking the arguments, and you haven't brought any, right? Just your belief in the globe, heliocentric model, your faith, your
No, Roger,
religion.
this is not
So-
true.
Roger.
He's asking only one question, and he wants only that
Roger,
answer.
I want to. Sasha, you asked before, and I was willing to ask a question too, and I want to ask nicely Roger to allow me to.
Go ahead, but
ask
it's
from a different
it's like an
vector.
hour now.
Yeah,
We're talking
I
about
know,
why
I
would
know.
they lie.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, it's such a
Yeah.
time waster. We can
Yeah.
talk about the
So-
actual evidence, right?
Yeah.
And then
Right.
then Redux
Yeah.
can do it himself.
So
Okay.
I'll
Go
be I will wrap it up and I will be
Mm.
short. Redux, do you live under the governing of a monetized financial system?
I live under the United States government.
So that would
Is
be a
it a
yes. You live
monetized
under a
system?
corporation.
Is it a monetized system?
Yeah. They make
Yeah.
money.
You use money, right?
Yes, I use money.
Okay.
Fiat currency.
Good. How much do you believe in this system, and how much are you dependent on it?
I'm incredibly dependent.
Okay. And how much do you believe
Believe in what?
in the
The
system?
system.
I believe I don't know what you mean system. The government? Do I believe the government? Is that what you're asking?
In the monetized governing system, because this is the system
I
that
feel
controls
like-
you.
Yeah, I
You
feel
said
like
you're
they do lie a
dependent.
lot. Yeah, I am very dependent.
Yeah,
and
so they
do some
control
things
you
that I
with the
don't agree
system.
They do control me to an extent, yeah.
Yeah. So
Are you not annoyed about any amount of an external force controlling your life that doesn't annoy you in the
it's
slightest? Or it's
not
just a
optimal, but
necessary evil in your eyes?
No,
It's a
I find a
necessary
way
evil.
I find a way to find control over my own life. I choose where I work and what I do.
So you turn a blind eye then and tell yourself that you're in total
Well, just
control.
because I'm governed under the
Oh, you
U.S.
just
government
you
and I
just
have to
admitted right
follow-
now that
Could
you're
you please
controlled
stop
by an
interrupting me?
external force, an external
controlled-
party.
I'm controlled by the U.S. government to an extent.
You,
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys are
controlled
speaking in generalities. Stop speaking in generalities or whatever. You know, you're being too general with the questions you're asking and the answers this guy's giving. You need to be a little more specific. Otherwise, this is a nonsensical conversation.
Well,
Like for instance, I don't need to question the motive of my girlfriend that cheated on me. I saw a video where she cheated on me, so why even ask her? She knows what she did.
Why would you
I
trust
don't need
her?
to understand her motive behind it.
Why would you
All
trust
I know
her?
is she's untrustworthy.
Right. So she tells you a story about why she cheated. Why would you trust her? She could make up any story. I mean,
And here
the
we
li-
are. We come to you
Are you
and we tell you
interested in
we
the
know the
facts or
guy
not?
who's cheating on your girlfriend. We've seen them together. We have this video evidence. If you like, we can lead you to their house and show you through the window, but you just don't want to look.
Until they tell you why they're doing it, you will never know. Why can you not just focus on the evidence?
All right,
The
so
reason
you
they
all right,
lie
so let me
is
answer.
for
So let me
them
answer. So you
to
guys are giving
control
me
you.
a lot of reasons for you to not answer the question of what their motive
I'll
is.
answer
So
that
that tells me
question.
that you don't have
I'll
that
answer
they
that
don't have
question.
motive, or
Very
you don't.
simple.
How are they going to know their motive, man? What are you talking
I
about?
just told you.
They can speculate and give me a
Okay,
plausible
so
reason.
can you. We all can speculate. That makes no sense. What are you
Well, no,
talking about?
I can't give a plausible
Redux.
reason.
Yes,
That's
you
why I'm
can.
asking
You can
you
guess.
to.
You can guess as
No,
to why
well,
they would.
Yeah.
So
It makes no
guys,
sense.
so
What is this
what's
guy
the
talking
motive?
about?
So
Why are you
what's
guys
the
wasting
motive?
time on
Guys,
this?
What's the motive of your
Guys,
girlfriend fucking having sex with the other man, bro?
you just
What's the motive?
admitted that you are very dependent to the system.
So
Hey
what's the
guys,
time,
can I?
fellas?
That means they control you.
There's no getting through. You're not gonna. You guys are giving
Yeah.
some
Can I?
great points. It's not.
He's nothing but
So
a
that's
troll.
why they will lie.
You're not getting
We're
through.
we're beating a dead horse with a
Yeah.
stick, bro. That's
Big
all we're
time.
doing.
The shit,
Right.
he's got flies over it too. So I mean, just don't. It's no need.
Yeah.
For
Kinda
this
calling
one
out
guy's
on a
giving
dead
him
horse.
evidence that his girlfriend's cheating on his
Buzz Aldrin putting this out on Twitter. What is his motive behind this?
Hey guys, why don't we just make like a new rule? Like seriously, do people lie? Yes, they do. Right? Why they lie is to be in control. It's very simple. You don't have to go on for 30 minutes. We should make a new rule. If you're going
and
to
for
join the VC, right? If you're going to
self-benefit.
join the excuse me, if you're going to join the VC, do not ask a silly question like, why would people lie? Are you kidding me, bro? And then we're going to talk about it for 45 minutes? Seriously?
It's
How about we just answer it with because they could? They did it because they could.
It's fallacious on its
But
basis.
his point is all the time they have no reason to lie. That's the point.
Yeah.
He's not really asking why did they lie. He's asking why should I
They
look
have
at
no
your
reason. We
information.
have no answer at that point. Earth is globe. Let's go, everybody, home and finish this conversation. They have no reason to lie. Earth is globe. That's the point. Is it?
No, he doesn't have any
Yeah.
reason to. Let me just say this. He inherently has to appeal to motive.
No, I want to know this question. If we don't know to motive, Earth is globe. Finished. Is that his point?
Yes, he said to all of us, if we can't figure out a motive, then they couldn't have lied. That's what he said.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
dismiss that whole argument as fallacious. It's just a red herring and an argument from incredulity, wrapped in a whole package. It's not logical or reasonable, so he should try to find a new argument.
Yeah, but if you guys want to get back at him in a funny way, you can say to him, "They lied just because they could." It would mess with him. It would mess with his head in a funny way. You could get back at him. They lied just because they could.
We don't know. We can answer also like that. And
Because
if he is satisfied with that, we don't know, and because of that, because we don't know motive, Earth is globe. That's all right. Go home. Earth is globe because we don't know motivation.
Here is the ultimate reason for people to lie to people. Because they want to.
I have a question for him. Why would Earth lie?
Yeah, he's not gonna get unmuted. I don't want to hear that garbage coming
Yeah.
over. Well, it's not
Let's
good
find
enough.
out why Earth is lying every day.
20 billion a year is not good enough to lie. I would lie for that.
No, not that. Why Earth is presenting flat and it's spherical? I want to know that. Why is Earth lying every day?
Yeah. You
That's the
don't
point.
get away with Sasha
Let's find out
other
that
way than
why
showing
Earth
him
is
the
that way. Is
curvature.
Earth breathing? Is Earth during the day flat and during the night it's curving, or what is going on?
Well
Yeah,
done,
because
Sasha.
during the night, but also we during the night put the lasers, and during the night no refraction, no sunlight. The laser is there, the point is there.
Yeah.
What is going on? Why Earth is lying? Let's speak about this Earth, fucking Earth. Who is financing Earth? Why Earth is so bloody joking with us and confusing us every day?
True,
I'll tell you
Sasha.
what, guys,
This is the biggest point. Never allow them to get away with without curvature.
I don't give a shit why they're like. I want to realize why the fucking Earth is doing this. What it's doing? Why I cannot read? Why is doing that? Why?
Yeah.
Why is changing the shape every moment?
I even pushed him in his own grave. He dig a grave, and I pushed him inside it with my question that I asked him if he's dependent on the system, and he conceded. He agreed. He said, "Yes, I am very dependent on the monetary
Yeah, is he
system."
physically
Yeah, and that's what.
incapable of taking care of himself, or is he
Do you
just
want
like you?
Do you want more
He said he
sarcastic?
conceded.
Why would any authority lies when human history is showing opposite?
Yeah, you see, because when I ask him how
in
much,
human history,
any kind of authority, one company, one government, one military, never ever lied. Everything was peace and democracy.
Yeah.
Well,
He was
you said
very
he
easy to
conceded, and
respond with
apparently he knows what we're saying
positive.
now. So why don't we hear
He
what he
was
has to say?
yeah.
Sorry,
He was
Gabriel.
he responded very easily that I am very dependent on the monetary system, but when I asked him how much does he believe in the system, then he started shaking and taking his time answering. You
All right.
know,
We got
because he
I
felt it.
get off.
yeah, we got some new people in the chat.
Yeah,
let's
Maybe
let's
they
stop
want to
talking
jump
about
in.
go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So we want to see if there's anybody else in this chat who thinks that the Earth is a globe, or they have a strong opinion that it is. And it looks like we might have some people in here. So who else is in here? Do you see anybody new, guys? King Boy? Who's that guy? Does anybody know who King Boy is?
See, Execute's been hot mic'd for like the last half an hour.
That's what I
don't know about
noticed.
them.
King Boy, are you there? King Boy.
Make a
Hello?
sound.
Hey, how's it going,
Hello.
man?
Oh, yeah, what's up? I didn't know
Hey.
I was gonna get called on.
Yeah, I just unmute new people that come into the server. Hey, what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man?
I was just sitting, playing some video games.
All right. Well, since you're here, I mean, I'd like to poke your brain a little bit. What do you think what's your opinion of the shape of the Earth?
It's flat. Yeah, it's flat, definitely. Yeah, no. I've been a flat earther for a while now, but
Cool.
actually I've never talked in here before. I was just checking it out. I think I joined like a couple days ago. I didn't even realize this existed, so
So how long you been a flat earther?
probably like 4 or 5 months maybe. I mean, I don't really know like
What finally did it for you?
honestly it was kind of everything. I don't know why, but for me, like when I first, obviously the main thing is like there's no curvature, right? But even when I was presented that, I kind of always like kind of wrote it off like a little bit. I mean, I knew it was screwed up, but at the same time, like it wasn't enough to prove to me. Then I just kept watching videos, looked at other proofs. Yeah, I mean, it's NASA, obviously. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
CGI.
Yeah. I mean, I was always into other conspiracies before this, so it wasn't like that. And I knew the moon landings were fake too, so it wasn't like total
Outrageous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool, man. Welcome to the group.
Cool to be here.
I
Yeah,
can't give
you should apply
give
for
him
a
voice-
flat earth tag.
I can't give him VC verified, but I guess if somebody wants to give him VC verified, just to have
Yeah, I hope.
I don't know if I'll talk a lot, but
Nah, dude,
you
like,
know,
any
the
input that you
opportunity-
have, like because we're a community, so just chime in. You be a part of the conversation, right? All right, we got Blue Pill that's in here. I don't know who's that, but they're VC verified.
I've seen Blue Pill before.
Okay. Does anybody notice anybody in here other than the normies?
Now, can I ask King Boy something real quick?
Yeah, bro.
We got a new person, Nick, as well.
Hello. You hear me?
Hey, what's going on?
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you, Nick. Nick, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, what brings you to the server, buddy?
I've been here for a while.
Have you?
So
What's your opinion of the shape of the Earth?
flat.
You're flat earther?
Yeah. Yeah. When I joined a few months ago, changed my mind.
Really?
Have
were a
you,
globe earther when you came in?
Pardon?
Were you a globe earther when you came in?
Yeah, I'd say so, but not like a research globe earther, just a default one,
Just believe, right?
Yeah, that's the only version of Glober there is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, it's true
What
because we have.
convinced you?
Research Glober as a flat earther.
There was some. I can't. It was a good few months ago now, but there's things about oil rigs and lighthouses and all this stuff, and the lack of the curve and all this.
Black Swan. Yeah.
Yeah, the oil rigs argument is the black swan.
I like line of sight internet communications that go over 300 miles.
Yeah. Have you heard the Miggy's 3 points questions technique?
I haven't.
It's a very good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's 3 physical claims that the globe Earth makes, and they need to be met with 3 physical, 3
positive,
physical
yeah.
evidence. So if you have evidence for the claim, the physical claim,
then
you're able to produce evidence that the Earth is indeed a globe. But if you don't have them, then it's not a globe, right? It's pretty simple.
Right.
It's basic. It's simple and it's effective. So all you have to do is give the best evidence if you're a globe earther and you know the Earth's a globe. Come on in here and see if you can take the challenge of the 3 points. And if you're able to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, then by God, it's a globe, right? But if you cannot, then it's not. Simple as that.
Yeah, but surely the same could be said otherwise.
Said
and if you prove
what's that, Matthew? I'm sorry.
What I mean is, if you can't prove it's flat, then how do you know it's not a globe?
Well, think about it like this, right? If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
Well, like I don't know. I'm new to this flat Earth stuff, but
right. So if
I'd like to know how I can test that the Earth isn't round.
Right. So, like, if I was to answer the question I just gave you, right? If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what else could it be? And I would answer flat.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
Makes
asking.
sense, right? Right. I know that's not what you're asking, but the response to that question is pretty self-explanatory. I don't have to have an answer for that because the only other answer could be flat. There is no, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then it can't be anything but flat. Does that make sense?
I mean, there's also other proof beside that.
Right.
That it's flat.
Right. We can get into like a lot of other ways that we can show you that. But if we were just to talk about the basic evidence for the globe, then there wouldn't be any.
There is none.
Yeah,
It's all made up.
I think what I was asking was, how can I check the Earth is flat? Like, is there anything I can do myself?
Yes. Photography, long distance photography.
Trust your senses. Common sense. That's
When
all.
you're in an airplane, right? Look outside. You will still not see any curvature.
How would I see a curve if it's beyond the horizon?
All right. So yeah, let's get into the fact that you could
That's what I
actually.
mean.
Yeah, let's get into the fact that you can actually test to see if there's any curvature or not. So, have you ever done any laser test over a body of waters, Matthew?
No.
Okay, so that's one way that has been done. Laser test that actually was above the water and it hit a target, a long distance away, like 25 miles, and the laser did hit its target without having any obstruction between the point of origin to the target. Then there's only one answer to that. Why it would hit the target is that there is no bulge in between the point of origin from where the laser begun all the way to the target. Otherwise, we're dealing with a bulge of the Earth that would obstruct the laser from hitting its target. It would never hit its target over a distance because the Earth is curving. Does that make sense?
A bit.
Okay, and this test has been done. So, and you can actually review it. If somebody would be so kind to put that up in the live stream voice text.
Core, yes.
Yeah, you have VC verified. You can go to live stream voice text, Matthew, and somebody's going to put the information, the relevant information of what I just told you.
All right. Wait, hold on.
Calculated dip of the horizon is like 3.5 miles, and that one's twice the distance. That one's 3 times the distance. Uh-oh.
And there's been multiple tests too. I mean, you got the Black Swan. There's other things that you can use. Line of sight devices, radar. A lot of other things you can use to know that the Earth isn't a globe.
Math is important if you are, say, an engineer or a surveyor, or if you're trying to balance your checkbook.
But how does like night and day
It
work
doesn't
then if it's
explain
flat?
reality. Math does not explain reality. Math is abstract.
Night and day is just the sun moving across the face of the Earth from east to west, and as the sunlight moves away from you, it only has an extended reach. Light only attenuates so far through the air. It can't penetrate through the air forever, right? So if you think about it more practically, let's say you're a diver and it's sunny out and you go down into the water, the further in depth you go, the less the light can penetrate through the medium that you're in. The same effect happens with the air that's above that you're breathing. Light can't attenuate through the air forever. It has a point where it only reaches so far.
But like I can see the moon at night,
Sure.
so it's not like it's blocking that much light.
No, we're talking about the sunlight, right? You said, how does night and day work? I answered the question as the sun's light as it moves away from you, right?
So then what illuminates the moon?
Nobody knows. That's the honest answer that anybody can actually tell. No one knows.
How does day and night work on the
do you
ball?
not believe in like the moon landings then? Or?
Well, it's not about. See, here's the thing: we don't work on a belief system.
Okay.
Is there any? We say this. Is there any evidence for that?
That the moon landing is real.
Moon landing, LOL.
And if any question that you have in your mind, you want to say like, why don't you guys believe in something? Well, the response to that was, we don't believe. We have to know. Do we know? And do you know? Right. So the question can be kicked back to you as well. Like, do you know? And you would say, I don't know. I just believe. Right. Same
Yeah,
thing.
like how does day and night work on the ball?
That's a fake tweet, pretty sure.
Anyways,
I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's not a fake tweet.
That's a fake tweet.
Put that out in 2014. You ought to look it up instead of just accusing. Oh, that's fake. Do your research, homie. Otherwise, you're just indoctrinated into a religion that you have no idea what you're preaching.
Yeah, we look into the evidence, Matthew. So if there's no
Can't blame
evidence,
him though, right?
if there's no evidence, Matthew, then we're not gonna sit here and give you a story about what it is or what it isn't. There's no evidence behind the reason why, like the moon's light or something. We're not gonna make up a story. Well, you see, in the flat Earth, like that's ridiculous. Why are we gonna replace a story of the story you just came from? If nobody knows, then nobody knows, right?
You're just asking the same question he asked. How does day and night work on the ball? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm just confused now. I have no idea what anyone's on about.
Okay, so you have any questions, Matthew? Because you were talking about day and night, right? That I gave you the answer.
Well,
And
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for you then. How does day and night work on the ball?
He's asking you a question, Matthew. You got a response?
I don't know. I'm here to learn me.
Okay. You don't know, Scrat.
He doesn't know how. Oh, wow. Okay.
No. Yeah, you just gotta.
He's
take
at
it.
least honest
Yeah,
about
he's being
it.
honest.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know. I believe.
It's all
believe
good,
it,
buddy.
you know.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
you believe the heliocentric story they gave you,
It's-
but you don't understand it
yeah,
very
it's the
much.
point where it's the point we all came from, Matthew. We all came from this story, right? They were
Yeah.
told these things about what the Earth is, and everybody in here questions that. Okay, well, you're telling us the sun is a big ball of burning gas in the vacuum of space. Now, evidence, please, right? That's the thing that we're doing now. We're asking these hard questions. You're telling me a story. That's all good and well, whatever. Now you're gonna have to tell me how you know that it is. The stars, and you're telling me those are planets, and the sun is a star, and the star is suns. Okay, evidence, please.
But
And
I
what
could
you're
say
gonna-
the same thing for like your
I
sun.
know.
That
Yes, I know
obviously
you
a
can,
lie.
Matthew. Listen to me. I know you can. Hopefully, this don't trigger you, right? But
Oh,
it
no,
sounds like
I'm
it's
fine.
not. It sounds like it is. Look, listen. People are going to be telling you stories that no matter who they are, right? Whatever you hear about what the Earth is, you're gonna have to say, okay, you're telling me this story. Now I need to know how you got the evidence for the said story. Whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is. Now I need to know. So if they can't satisfy the question, how they can give you some evidence, then it's just a story. There's no way that you're going to be able to. And yeah, if there's some flat earthers that are telling you a story about what the earth is, and you could say, well, I could say the same thing to you. It's just a story until there's evidence behind what you're telling me. But if there's evidence, right, that changes the game. Then you can't go around and say, well, you didn't provide the evidence, because if a flat earther provides you evidence for anything of what they're saying, then you're just going to have to look into it, right? Do your research and figure out if you can repeat that yourself. Does that make sense?
Can I rephrase my question to him?
Sure.
All right. Forget about how does day and night work on the ball. Do you know what the globe teaching? Do you know what causes sunrise and sunset?
Rotation of the Earth.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that, or know of any?
Do you mean evidence of that?
Of the Earth rotating?
Like this message, isn't there?
Did you know that
I'm sorry,
there's
say that-
pictures of the sun disappearing above the horizon?
Yeah, I think you should finish that question that guy's giving him. Scrat, giving him.
Do you have any evidence, or, basically evidence that the Earth rotates?
I mean, I don't have any evidence to hand, but
Do you know of any?
I'm sure there will be some.
Oh.
Well, when you're
Do you feel
driving
it
a
rotating?
car,
Oh wait, what's this gift someone sent?
Hopefully you're not losing sight of what the question that Scrat's giving you, Matthew.
I don't know what the question. I don't know what he was asking, to be honest.
I know you're getting
Do
the
you-
plot. Your plot is being lost because you're getting distracted by things. You just focus on the question that he's asking.
I'm totally focused. I just don't know what he's asking.
Okay.
Do you feel the Earth moving?
I see the Earth moving.
You feel the
You see the Earth moving?
I don't know. I don't know what you asked.
You're not being honest to yourself.
Do I feel it?
No, you just
Yes.
see the bodies up in the sky move, but that doesn't prove that the Earth is moving.
Scrat, did you finish your question?
No.
Well,
Clearly don't understand that there, Roger. It was a
now
question.
my question. Okay, you said you know of no evidence that the Earth is moving. You don't feel it moving. Why do you believe it's moving?
What do you mean? I mean,
Why? If you don't feel it moving, and you don't see any evidence of it moving, why do you believe it is moving?
Just be honest, Matthew.
I don't know. I'm here to learn. You
No,
tell
be
me.
honest. Answer his question. Be honest and answer his question. Why do you believe it's moving? Be
Oh,
honest.
you know,
I
I don't
think
think I don't think I'd feel it moving if it's a constant speed. In the same way that
I
when
think
you're
he just
when
did.
you-
He
when
just said,
you're-
"I don't
oh,
know."
speeding up.
You're supposedly going in a circle. That is constant acceleration. You would know based off of every evidence or every example shown. You will
don't think that's
know
what
that you are
acceleration is.
going in a circle, especially at high speed. So you don't feel it. Why do you believe it?
You wouldn't feel it if it's a constant speed.
But the vestibular system.
It's not a
Wait,
constant.
hold on.
it's a
If
constant
you're in a
acceleration,
car
You
and
go
you're at
in
a
a
constant speed, you won't
a spinning.
Have you ever been in an elevator? An elevator moves at a constant speed, yet you feel yourself
No, it doesn't.
moving in an
Well,
elevator.
guys, no, hold on a second. Elevator, not a good
Easy,
example.
it's not
Listen,
a
he
good
just said
That's what I say, an
constant
elevator
speed. I
accelerates.
need,
Oh, my
guys,
bad, my
you need to
bad.
pause right there. He just said constant speed. The heliocentric model does not say it's a constant speed. It says that the Earth is rotating. That's why we have day and night, and that Earth is also orbiting. That's not a constant speed. That means that a place on the surface of the Earth is actually accelerating and decelerating throughout a 24-hour period of time because of those two vectors. He just said constant speed. That's not a constant speed.
You
So
are
he's not being consistent with the heliocentric model. So
I've no
anyway,
idea
go
what the
from there.
heliocentric model is.
When you are spinning, you are constantly changing your vector of direction. So that is why it is a constant acceleration. Yeah.
It's basically the difference between velocity and speed.
Yeah.
Can you give an example where you can spin in a circle at high speed and not know it? Just one example.
Well, again, that's not a good example. No, hold on. You're doing this wrong. You have to say spinning in a circle while going in another big circle.
Well, you don't even
And
need
in the
that.
heliocentric
Just
model,
just
it also
one
like
example.
moves around. So that's three vectors.
Well, you don't
Oh
even
yeah,
need that.
it's actually
All
even
you
more
need
than
is
that, I
one.
think.
Yeah,
All you need is
like,
just the one spinning.
and you feel none of it, quote unquote.
Yeah. But when you stand on a merry-go-round, you will start immediately. You start spinning that merry-go-round.
Yeah, I guess Scrat's point is I don't want his point to get lost, Matthew. So basically, there's a lot of movement that's happening, a lot of vectors that are taking place in movement, and you're
Yeah.
not. Yeah. So yeah, the
Well,
point is,
when you're on a
not-
merry-go-round, though,
you're-
the closer you are to the center,
brother,
the
just
quicker
one
you
second.
go.
Yeah, one second.
So
So basically, he's saying there's all these vector of movements happening, yet you don't feel it, and you don't experience it, right? So your mind is telling you, I don't feel like I'm moving, yet the
you'd probably be accustomed to it, though. And,
Right. No, but check this out. They're telling you a story, and you're not making these kind of little mental gymnastics to kind of reconcile that information of the globe. You don't have to, is what we're saying. If the
no, but
information,
what
you
I'm
can't
saying
say
here,
no, Matthew. The thing is, you
I
can't say
can't.
no. No,
I
no, you can't because
because
if
right here, you
listen,
just said
if
merry-go-round. But
I
surely,
didn't say
the
merry-go-round.
close
I
one
didn't
did.
say merry-go-round.
The closer you are
I
to the
didn't
center
say
of the
merry-go-round.
merry-go-round, the faster you go.
Matthew,
But like,
I'm
surely,
with
the further and further away you get.
Matthew.
Chill. Let me finish my point.
No,
Let me
you
finish
need
my
to let
point.
me finish my point. Okay, you
Because you're a
interrupted me.
moderator.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
interrupted me first, and I'm
You
being courteous
interrupted
to you.
me. Why are you talking smack?
I'm not talking smack. You got to have some courtesy, man, when people are talking. All right, so
Just
I
let
didn't
someone
finish
over
my
me. What
point.
you on about?
All right. So anyway, getting back to the point, if you're not feeling any movement, then why are you going to go ahead and say that there is? And then you're now going to make this mental gymnastic kind of idea happen. Well, it's because we're adjusted to it when we're born. No, sir. If there is no movement, you don't feel it, you don't experience it. There is no movement. There's no way around this. Yet you're trying to do something to figure out why there is. Why is
No.
that?
What I'm saying here is
Extraordinary
the guy
claim
said, "Why don't
require
you feel it?"
extraordinary proof.
Sorry, can I have the same courtesy? Shush. Right. So obviously, the closer you are to the center of a merry-go-round, you know, the more G's you feel.
You're talking
the
about
further
not
away.
G, it's centrifugal force. That's
No, that's
centrifugal
actually the
force,
complete
not G.
opposite.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever.
actually the complete opposite, dude. The further you are
Right,
away from the center of rotation, the speed will increase.
The higher the
Stop waffling.
The same
centrifugal force.
same time but longer distance, right?
What does that mean?
Well, it
You're
means
saying
that the closer you get to the center of rotation, the less you are actually moving,
But it's the same amount of time.
right? And you said
Your
that
angular speed
more. It's not more.
is
It's less.
slower. Your angular speed decreases when you get to the center of rotation, and when you get further, the centrifugal force increases and angular speed also increases.
No, that's tangential speed. Angular speed is rotation.
Yeah,
RPM.
tangential speed. Yeah, tangential speed. Sorry.
What is tangential?
Actual speed, miles per hour.
Yeah.
There's a difference between RPMs, which is angular momentum speed. That's how many rotations it takes in a certain amount of time. Then there's speed, how far you go. I mean, how fast you go in a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So now we're going to get to you providing evidence that the Earth is in motion in order for us to talk about that any analogy that it actually is in motion. Because any analogy that you bring up is going to fall flat, pun intended. Because every time that you bring up, well, we don't feel it, we're born into it. No, you're going to have to provide evidence that the Earth is actually in motion. And if it is in motion, where's the evidence? There isn't any. That's what we're telling you. That
Could
needs
you
to be
provide evidence that there isn't?
No, it's not a double. You can't give me a question after I give you the thing that's on trial here is the Earth being a globe, Matthew. That's what's on trial. We're looking to see for the evidence that it is a globe. Now, the reason that you can't provide any evidence is because there is none. But as I'm telling you, If you think there's evidence, go ahead and provide it.
How about
Right?
Hold on, I got a question. Why do
Simple.
we have to provide evidence? Why do we have to provide evidence for something that there's no evidence of?
We don't need to, but before
Well, there's
this,
no evidence.
Biggie,
Well,
Listen,
most
he asked
most
the
ways there.
evidence. He asked the evidence for to make evidence for to make put like this. If it's something stationary, how we can make that? How we can?
How can we prove that it's stationary?
Yeah. If it's
Yeah, I was thinking that too. You can prove it with accelerometers and various other ways.
yeah, you can prove with
Can we prove?
six-axis inertially suspended
Let's say that
rubidium
we are not.
atoms.
Let's
You
say that
can
we are not
prove that
scientists.
Did you
it's
just
stationary.
state that there's evidence of the movement?
Uh,
Did you just state that there's actual evidence for the movement?
No, we're saying there's evidence for
Who?
no movement. Like, for instance,
I said,
gyroscopes. Mechanical
yeah,
gyroscopes are rigid in space and
yeah,
therefore would show curvature or movement, but show
yes.
neither.
And we have also rubidium inertially suspended on 6 axes of rotation, yeah, and they show no movement of the Earth.
All right. So Matthew, go ahead
Yeah.
and provide
But
evidence that the Earth is
sorry, one moment, Miggy. I want to correct to better formulate that question he was asked about the how could he prove the rotation of the Earth? Because what we mean by this question is when you driving a car, the car has a mechanism which is counting the rotations of your drive shaft, and you get to read the speed which you are moving on the highway, driving on the highway. That's how it's an instrument, a speedometer, an instrument to measure the speed. And this is our question. Do you have any such kind of instrument to show us that the Earth is spinning around its axis and you can measure its speed physically?
he wants evidence for stationary air.
Yeah.
You
We're
take a
waiting on-
drone.
Yeah, we're waiting on a
Over it.
response. Matthew, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Earth is moving. Now evidence, please.
Yeah.
Very simple, concise, to the point. Earth is moving. Evidence, please. We're waiting. Or should we not wait and just say that you don't know?
Like I said, I'm here to learn, but I'm trying to get evidence that it's not moving. Really, I mean,
No.
no.
Okay.
Put it this way. Put it this way. I am going to believe that it's moving until you provide me with evidence that it's not.
No,
Hold on,
we don't start. We start with the
satellite
positive
footage.
claim. We start with the positive claim. That's the first thing we start with. The positive claim is that the
See,
Earth is in motion.
you just requested that I
That's
respect
the
you when you
positive-
speak, yeah, but you've
that
just
is the
interrupted
positive
me.
claim.
Shush. Right. What I mean
Oh,
is,
wow.
you've asked me a question here, and I'm going to answer you. Like I said, I'm here to learn.
Somebody's
But
vagina.
equally, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to think that it's round. I'm going to think that it's round
Okay.
until
Okay, I don't get it.
no. I'm going to think that it's moving
What
until.
question did he ask you? What question did he ask you?
I don't know
He
what
wants
he asked me.
evidence for the stationary
I
air.
want evidence. I want evidence.
Movement.
Okay, man, listen, Matthew. I take a
Wait,
drone.
you just said I don't know what he asked me? Really?
You see that? You see
Did he
that,
just say
Ryan?
that?
Yeah, he did.
No. Did you guys just catch what he said? He
I
said
didn't even expect him to say that. I actually thought he knew.
Nope.
he said he wants evidence for something that's not happening.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Evidence of evidence. Absence of evidence is not evidence of
Yeah.
absence. That's just
Oh,
not
no,
how
no,
it
no,
works.
no. Lack of evidence means it's not happening. It's either not happening. If it's
No,
happening,
that's not what lack of
there's going to be
evidence
evidence.
means. That's just not how it works.
What do you mean it's not how it works? That's exactly how it works. That's exactly how it works. What do you mean it does not?
He is
how it works?
literally asking
does it
for
work?
evidence for something that there is no evidence of.
That's exactly how it works.
Can I ask him something?
I want to
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Your faith.
Yeah. I want to warn you that if you will start pretending posing as a clown in here, that will lead you nowhere other than getting a ban. So
Yeah, but you take a
nuts,
drone
man.
hovering,
Like,
and that's proving that the Earth is not moving. Because if the Earth is moving, drone will
no,
go
hang on, guys.
away from us. That's
One
it.
second. No,
And
it's easier than that, right? It's easier than that because
mm,
something was posed to him about the positive claim that the Earth is in motion. That is the positive
yeah.
claim. Everybody's saying that the Earth is spinning. So now we need to know what the evidence is for that. Matthew's like, "Oh, I don't need to know how it's not moving." Excuse me, was a positive claim that the Earth is not moving? No, the positive claim is that the Earth is in motion.
Moving.
So now we
Yeah.
need the evidence for the Earth being in motion. Do you understand? Simple. Now give us the evidence so we can look at it. Got that? Hope you did.
Oh, I'm here for your evidence. I want to.
yeah.
You
Oh,
need
yeah.
to
All
convince
right.
me.
Okay,
He doesn't have
I'll
evidence.
give you.
Here's
I'll
our
give you
evidence.
one.
He doesn't have
One
any
moment.
evidence.
I'll give you one evidence. Do you have Matthew? Do you have a smartphone?
Yeah, I do. I have a phone.
Okay. Can you search an accelerometer app?
Accelerometer app, like the compass.
Yes.
App.
Yeah.
Sure, it has
No,
that in it.
not a compass. Accelerometer.
It has one built in.
That's not gonna
Can
get us
you
anywhere. Brother.
search one?
I'll,
Download, install that app, and tell me what speed do you see when you're standing still
These
with
clowns
your
have a
phone
way
in
out of
your
that.
hand?
Get. These clowns have a way. I've heard this argument. Trust me, get. I've heard these clowns obfuscate off this argument. Trust me. They need to.
No,
That's,
You've been
that's
quite
all good and well.
patronising.
Okay, he wanted
That's
evidence.
that's so good and well. Yeah, because I'm
Here's
calling it
the
like it is,
best.
Matthew. Calling it like it is, man.
You just seem to be
Hey
getting
Matthew,
quite
here's
wound
your
up for
best
like no
evidence.
reason.
Calling
He
it like
wanted
it is, man.
evidence
Metals
that it's
are
You
not
have to call
moving,
the
right?
clown.
incredibly sensitive.
It's quite disrespectful.
Helium
I
will
don't think
break
you should
them.
call the clown.
I have the best evidence that it's not moving. The absolute lack of evidence that it is moving.
You guys just
that's the best
destroyed him.
evidence.
I don't know what you're on about.
I know you don't,
Let's
dude.
take Gets a little further. So,
You
they
all just
tell
seem to
us
be
that
waffling,
at the
to be fair.
equator, that the Earth, we were taught in school that the equator, the Earth
Yeah.
is moving at 900 miles per hour. In later years, they moved it to 1,000 miles per hour. Whatever,
Yeah.
900 miles per hour, 1,000 miles per hour.
And
They
in
came up with this
Europe,
number
East
somehow,
to west.
some way, whatever. At the equator, all right?
East to
So like
west.
a patch of dirt around Panama, right? And so they
East
say
to
that the Earth is moving, rotating, and it's 900 miles per hour at the equator. And they also say that the
East to west.
center of the Earth is orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. All right, follow me so far. So that patch of dirt in Panama, right on the equator, would be accelerating and decelerating by about 1,000 miles per hour as the day goes by. It'll go with the orbit as it goes around the sun at one point in time, and then another point in time, it'll be going the exact same speed as the orbit, and then at another point in time, it'll be going against the orbit. So, it'll be going faster around the sun and then slower around the sun. And what Get is trying to say is that you can program your cell phone to detect this, but it would be most prevalent if it were actually happening to detect it at a place like Panama. So do you have any evidence of people detecting this acceleration and deceleration on a patch of dirt in Panama? Do you have any evidence of that? I'd like to see it. I really would.
He just deafened, man. He didn't. This is the kind of character that. You don't have nothing for you, man. Orion. He just deafened.
Cognitive dissonance.
Well,
like
that's
he's
a
like a
very
little child.
complicated argument, Orion. But yeah, what I meant to take him into was this accelerometer device inside smartphones, which is actually some of the new smartphones today. They
No,
even have a co-magnetometer. They have a co-magnetometer device, which is a very precise instrument of measuring motion, and it's not being done by radio waves, Wi-Fi signal triangulation of position. It is actually a nanometer device inside the microchip. Yeah, there is a inertially suspended atom inside there, and just like the mechanism of the inner ear, the vestibular system. And this is how these devices can measure speed today, motion. So you can put that cell phone inside a Faraday cage, and if you take it in a car with you, you can still find the speed you are traveling with. You can use it as a accelerometer.
But why do you even need
Yeah.
that? The only evidence you
Exactly.
need
Yeah.
is the lack of evidence of movement.
Yeah.
Why do we
Yeah.
have to prove something that isn't happening?
I don't know. It seems like
Mhm.
guys. I know your intentions are good, but the
Yeah.
burden of proof is on the one with a positive claim. All these
Yeah.
explanations that you're actually trying to help
True.
out with accelerometers and stuff is not going to
Mhm.
help. See, listen, right? So we're trying to advance the argument, and the only way to do
Yeah.
that is to stump them. And the only way to stump them
Yeah.
is for them to present the evidence that it's actually in motion. And if they can't do that, then it's game over, right? Lights out. You don't
Yeah.
have to go any
Yeah.
farther. When you start
Yeah.
going into other options, I've heard globe earthers use the accelerometer argument and twist it
Yeah.
to where it sounds like it's moving because it's like it's falling, but it's showing zero. It's stupid. I've heard all of it.
Yeah.
So let's not
Me too.
spoon
Yeah.
feed them any kind of more arguments. Let's wait until they don't have an answer,
Yeah.
and then when they don't respond, it's good. You're done. You're proving your point. Doesn't need to go any farther than that. Like this guy right here, he deafened when Orion was talking, which is very rude.
Yeah.
You know, he
Yeah.
should at least respond to what Orion has said. And since he can't because he deafened, maybe we shouldn't engage in discussing with him. See if there's anybody else
But
online.
Miggy, yeah, the point is, yeah, it's burden of proof on them. But if you want to say properly about because of Coriolis and everything, because of normal life, I took the drone and I put it in the sky hovering, and it's still there. They will start maybe to speak about atmosphere is turning around with Earth, but that is another argument, and that will be like a what?
Yeah.
You know,
That goes over his head, man.
because they
He
need
doesn't
to say
understand.
that. It doesn't matter, but that's the normal point. Like if we are rotating, that means the air is not rotating. But if somebody put that air is also rotating, he need to explain how is that happening, you know.
And so the burden of proof is that the earth is in motion. Give me the evidence and then we'll talk. No evidence,
Yeah.
no talk. Simple as that. And so you're going to get them to admit, I don't know. When they do that, okay, you don't know. See, it's just a belief. And that's You're not going any
Yeah.
farther than that, and talking about Coriolis is just going to indulge the argument, the Glober side. And you're going to be in the weeds all day. You know, just got to be
Yeah,
short and concise.
but let's be simple. Let's be good and simple. Let's say I stand on the earth and I look and I'm not moving, you know. If I stand on something what is moving, I can say, oh, this is moving because I'm feeling, I see. Okay, look at this. I can see one aeroplane is going around and around, around, circling me. Because I see it's moving, that means it's circulating. But if I see something stationary, that meaning I don't need to prove that it's stationary because it's stationary. If I feel something, I'm standing on something stationary, what I need to prove that it's stationary? I'm standing on something stationary. How I need to prove that it's stationary? Because it is stationary.
It's easy. Yeah, it's easy to stump from the PhD all the way down to the normie. I will stump every single person on the way down by that one question. Provide me the evidence that the earth is in motion. That's it. And when they can't do it,
Yeah.
I'm going to say, well, then you don't know. You just believe. And it's over. Game over. They can continue to believe it's a globe, but that's just a belief. That's it.
What's the best response you've had to that? The closest one.
Welcome to flat Earth. Or
Yeah.
stationary Earth.
They don't have a really good response because, like I said, there is no evidence. And so because of the fact that they can't provide any, there has never been, not from, like I said, from PhD all the way down to the normie, there has never been one person to satisfy that question with this. It's always, it gets into the weeds. It's obfuscation. It's accelerometers. It's Coriolis. It's
Reversal
never,
burden of proof.
It's
Hey, wait,
Yeah, well, how do you know?
Miggy, I gotta say, I agree with you, Miggy. I agree with your argument on that they have the burden of proof. I agree with you, and that's why I was hesitant to say what I just said a minute ago. But the reason why I did it anyway is because I could tell by the way he was talking, I can tell by the words he was saying that taking, fully, plainly logical, method through this that you are doing wasn't going to get through to this guy. You had to go 1 or 2 steps, not all the way, but just 1 or 2 steps into the weeds to just follow logic down that way to make him like you said, he deafened when I was talking to them. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying what I was saying to him, because if I let him continue talk to you, he would just bullshitted you halfway to death.
Yeah. Well, I like that he doesn't have an answer. For me, that's a win. And it'll always be, every Glober that comes in here will always be a win for me because they can't provide the evidence. So I could just sit back and relax and listen to their garbage all day because they're just believing. They're telling me their fantasy of how they think it's a globe, which is, I don't care. They don't have no evidence. It's not a globe. Simple as that. Case closed.
Yeah, that is true. But that guy, he's just, he's a religious zealot.
Yeah,
that logic is for smart people, decent people, most people.
To be honest, in the beginning, I gave him the credit of a new person that just came recently into contact with the subject of flat Earth. So I took him like a default normal person, but in the end, he seems to be someone trained like Simon Dan or in Gem Panda server with our arguments, how to counter attack. And
that's okay. They could bring them on. I'll break every single one of them. I'll break their will. They won't.
I know, but they still have their troll methods, and yeah, they are native born English, so for me it's hard to argue with them.
But listen this question, guys. But listen this question. How you can prove that Earth is not moving?
Yeah, it's simple. Download the accelerometer app
You need
on
to
your mobile
prove that
phone.
Earth is not
It's
moving
very
because
simple.
Earth is moving. Let's go to science.
That
Science
the
book.
Earth is moving, you cannot prove
Science book, Croatian book, English book, Italian book, this internet, this, go there. Page 84 saying, Carl Smith, 1935, put these instruments and he made the experiment and he realized that then Josef Klaus, Czechoslovakia, in his book, he proved even more than rotation, blah, 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 blah. But no.
Yeah, one thing
not
leading
moving,
to another.
man.
Yeah.
Let's prove who made and we can prove that. You having that in journalism video, how Einstein proved that Earth is moving, and all other scientists scientifically prove that it's not moving.
Yeah, all the experiments show that the Earth is not moving, and they had to move it
yeah.
mathematically through Einstein.
Yeah. What about that scientist? I forget the names, but there was in the time of Einstein.
But his name was not Einstein.
Yeah, that's the truth. We had only one intelligent person in the world during that time.
Yeah.
Only one. Can you imagine
Tesla.
that? No, it was Einstein also. You can say two. We had two most intelligent person in the world in that time. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And from that two persons came all knowledge.
Well, Einstein pointed his finger at Tesla, in his time. Yeah.
All right. Do we have any more globe earthers in here, fellas? I think we should open up their mics. At least give them the chance that
Matthew's back in.
But he failed, so he's gonna sit there at least. He can't answer our question, so he's gonna have to kind of contemplate.
Yeah.
I think Laos Dufres might be he's brand new. He might be a Glober.
Is that right? Lars Dufus? How do you even pronounce that? Say it again.
I don't know. I just said that.
I think you're closer than what I did right now.
I don't think he has mic perms. Oh, he does.
Laos Dufres.
There you go. Whoever said, was that you, Sasha? Yeah, you said it.
Yeah,
correct.
I'm trying. It was like a French. I don't know. Laos Dufres.
Right on, man. What he said. Hey, what's going on, man? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Did he? Did you guys hear me? Did he hear me?
I hear you, yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Maybe you don't have a mic. I'm guessing.
Mm.
Suppose you don't.
Yeah, am I giving off a lot of background noise?
Not really. Only when you talk, but you can barely hear it.
Okay, so I leave my mic on because it's easier to while I'm driving.
Oh yeah, when we talk, we don't hear anything. Scratch. So you're good. What else
Do
we
you
got in
guys know what was the real name of Einstein?
Nope.
It was Einstein.
Einstein.
Yeah. Einstein means no stone
No
in
stone.
German, and Einstein means one stone, one rock. Yeah.
Very complicated one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but kind
marrying
means
his cousin.
none.
Mhm.
The most
Yeah, he
intelligent
did.
rock.
He did. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we have more people. We have, I thought I saw NRE. NRE? You have control of your mic. Are you there, NRE? Welcome.
His avatar looks like a picture of a star, perhaps. I don't know. What is that?
Moon and some stars, something like that.
Yeah, so NRE is not going to talk, I guess. If you guys want to roll, hop into VC check-in. There are people right now there, so you can have a little interview and get a roll and join the discussion.
I want to talk to somebody that knows the Earth is a globe, not somebody who believes. The ones who know are exciting to me. I love that.
Such people don't exist.
Yeah,
They
and we
all
have
believe.
I know it's a globe.
I want to hear them say it though. That to me is such a win. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
When you say you
I
just
know it's a
believe, I'm just like, that tastes so good.
On your back.
I
Flipping.
know for 100% fact that it's a globe, Mickey. What do you think?
What's up,
Yeah,
Dave?
right.
Dave? Damn, dude, I haven't talked to you in like, it's been a coon's age.
What's going on, man? Still looking for the Kirby water. Nobody can answer the 3 questions. Y'all continue.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we got Drace in the house. Get. Hank's in here. Hank, I haven't heard you speak, man. You're a silent listener today, or what? I thought for sure Hank would be on the mic.
He's busy selling propane accessories, probably.
Propane and propane accessories.
Where's the evidence? Show me the evidence. Where are all the globers?
Coming soon.
Yeah, we have.
Soon.
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
there's Hank.
mostly listening to it later on, and it's been kind of crowded. So I was just letting other people get their arguments, sharpen their rhetoric. And,
yeah, we gotta...
I love your masterclass, by the way. The 3 points and
Right.
the stuff you've been saying. I'm a big fan of your argument style. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We aim to please.
Yeah,
there's been quite an obfuscation going around with these Globers, and they think they're getting away with something, and they forgot that there's a new sheriff in town. I'm not gonna let them get away with these arguments. No, sir. You're gonna stand. No. If you want to stand with the Globe, then you're gonna answer everything that I'm gonna ask you, starting with the 3 questions. No evidence, no Globe.
The 3 questions, Kung Fu technique.
Yeah.
Flat Earth. Yeah.
I mean, it's short, concise, and no weeds.
Yes.
You know what I like to do, Mickey? I like to do the 3 points that you do, and then at the end when you sum it all up and you remind them that they don't have any proof, but guess what? Here's the black swan, right? So when I take them back to the curvature for the last time, I hit them with a swan.
Yeah, it's been a minute before I went to the Black Swan, so yeah, it's a good style. It's a definitely that's the TKO for the, I guess, once after they can't once they say it's just a belief, then you just give them that flat earth truth, man. It's just nowhere to go.
How did you come up with these 3 questions, Miggy?
Man, it was, what was it, Hank? Like about a couple months ago? Like 6, I think I would say over half a year ago. Maybe more.
What?
Yeah, it was almost a year ago.
No,
When you
it's
started
much
asking the 3
older.
questions, and
I
Sonny
know.
was your first student.
Yes,
Yeah, so
I
almost
know
a
it
year.
from
Almost
like
a year.
2019. What are you
No
talking
way. Are
about?
you serious? Has it been that
Yeah,
long?
yeah,
I don't feel that. Dude, man, where does the time go?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Miggy, you were doing that 3 points like 3/4 of a year ago, like when I showed up here. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right now it's so refined, like it's so sharp, concise, to the point. It's
Mm.
just I slaughter
Yeah.
every globe earther. Like I said, from PhD down to the normie. There isn't anybody that could withstand the force. Like it dominates them every time.
Yeah.
I get excited because I know they're not going to answer the question, and I love when they're all like, "Ooh, I'm going to stump you guys with star trails and gravity accelerometers." I'm like,
Yeah.
"All right, man, let's do this." And then people get into like they get all excited. They're going to hear a good fight, a good knockdown, drag out, kind of. It's going to last a while. I'm like, "No, man, this thing's going to be over in like 3 points, man. That's it." And afterwards, you're going to be like, "What the hell? This is so unsatisfying, man." I wanted to hear a long-winded fight between flat Earth and globe. I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, man, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It's short and sweet, dude. They're
All
DOA.
you have, yeah.
I like
They
it
don't
when
At
have
they
the
an Earth.
end,
mistake
at the
when they
end, all
mistake
they have is a
gravity.
belief. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have an
Whenever
Earth
they
when you don't have one.
Yeah,
whenever
exactly.
they mix Newtonian with Einstein and came up with the gravity theory, it's like, yeah, no, you don't even understand what you're talking about. They just,
Yeah.
oh, mass attracts mass. No, you just said you believe in Einstein's equations.
Mm.
But why are you
Bro,
going back to Newton?
it's so funny because when you do back them into a point, like especially when you're talking about like gravity or something, they'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," and you're like, "Then why were we talking about this for an hour?" And you had me explain things, you were explaining things, and then you come to the end of our conversation. You said you're not a scientist, so
Mm.
now we're just throwing up our hands and saying, "Well, who else can I talk to?" Because you don't know. So basically, that's their way of saying they don't know.
I think
I'm
they
not.
want us to make a sign for them so they can hold it.
That old classic coming in here and saying, "I just want you to answer my question. Why would they lie?" I'm like, dude, man, that's tired. That is so tired. Like that guy that was in here. I that's like in the Easy Globe Earther playbook. That's on like page 1. You know, they or 2 even. Like the questions
I
they would
felt
ask.
that. I felt that on you that you don't like to entertain. Why would
Mm-mm.
they lie?
No way, man.
Yeah. But I wanted to tell him, like, to take him into that monetized system, and
Yeah.
he recognized, yeah, I'm in it, like fully dependent.
Mhm.
And then, okay, but then how much you believe it? He started shaking, It was like I pushed him
I've
in.
been in
Yeah.
I've been in enough arguments to know
I know.
that I know the every possible like way out of every argument coming from the global perspective. So if we indulge motive first, if we go to like gravity first, if we go to Coriolis first, if we go talking about anything, I know where the conversation is going to end up, and it's not going to end well for me. And at the end of that, I'm going to probably be more upset. That's why I don't do
I
it.
know when Jedi was also here. Yeah.
Hey Miggy, do you ever try out in public asking people the 3 points?
Not yet.
I've tried it a few times. You should try it yourself. It's really fun.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw you do that, Orion. I think didn't you go to that naked bike ride?
Yeah, the World Naked Bike Ride in Portland.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think they might have a few of them this year or something. I might go to another one too. But yeah, I went to that and I asked some people the 3 points there, and I went around Portland to some festivals or markets and posted a link to one of them in the live stream. Not the Naked Bike Ride, but
there seems to
another
be
one.
some people use the 3 points not quite understanding Miggy's point with the 3 points. It's not just asking the questions of do you know of this about the curvature. It's about getting them to realize that it is a belief and finding that chink in the armor. You can see that he does it really well, but when other people do it, it's hit and miss.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just find that so many different people react different ways. My videos show that, but yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, just asking the 3 questions isn't the full 3 points. It's more than just asking, do you know if anybody's ever discovered curvature? And if they say, I don't know, and then jumping on to the next point. It's being that small fine print where he's like, oh, so then you agree that you just believe it for now that somebody figured it out at some point. And they're like, yeah, I believe it. I just believe that it's curved. And then he goes on. So they have acknowledged it's a belief before they go on.
Mm-hmm. That
oh,
acknowledgement.
Yeah, I do that both. I do that different ways. Like sometimes I do it that way that you described, and sometimes I do it the way that without acknowledging it as a belief. But half the time when I do it that way, the people that I'm talking to figure out that it's implied. But I see your point, though. You're right. I should point that out.
Do you have that video that I did the 3 points with that guy like years ago? I would say years now because I realized I've been away that long, like quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that video, that video that I've been that I argued with that one guy.
I have a couple of recordings of you. I never uploaded them. I know Sonny recorded some of them as well.
It was the one. It was the audio clip where somebody did like a little music behind what I was saying with the 3 points. I don't know if anybody has that.
I know that. I heard this one a couple of days ago or weeks.
I was
I
looking.
remember what you're talking about. Chemtrail did the music.
Yeah, that's the one. Do you guys know where that video is?
I know if somebody has it. I've heard somebody play it on here before.
Sorry,
I don't know if
what?
they're on here right
What
now.
were you searching for, Miggy?
It's the video that has. It's an audio clip. I think Chemtrail was the guy that he produced it.
Hmm.
And it's got like music in the background, and I'm asking this guy 3 points. I was trying to think of I don't know where it's at, dude, because I don't have it in my computer right now. So, matter of fact, let me look. It's been a while, man, and I haven't dug in in the archives. But if somebody has it on hand, that'd be good.
Hey, but adding on top of your thought, though, Dre's, the video that I just posted a minute ago actually illustrates this. What I find most humorous sometimes about people's reactions to the 3 point questions is when this woman reacted this way in this particular video is that I don't actually have to say the words. Do you recognize this as a belief? Do you still believe that the earth is spinning and do you still believe it's curving or whatever? Because she reacts in a way where she's asking herself that, like, wait a second. When did they ever prove curvature and axial rotation? Like, when did they ever prove that? Like she's saying this out loud, and I don't even have to ask her that.
No, I have the video here somewhere.
So Ryan, you've got a video on your channel of you interviewing people at a naked bike ride. Did you have to blur anything out?
Originally, I was going to, but then I just decided to post it, but just with the disclaimer or whatever.
Oh, and YouTube let that slide? Okay.
Yeah, I even caught one short video of one woman wearing a mask, but no clothes at all, in a backpack.
The only thing she was wearing was a mask? That's hilarious.
There's a few people there like that.
I found it, Miggy.
Yeah, cool.
Going to the
Can,
naked
Nice,
biker ride
play
with my mask
can
on.
we
That's
can we
nice.
play it? I wanna play
Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead and play
please.
it. I want to hear
Wow.
it again.
Sure.
At one point, that kid says, "Yeah, I just believe it." Y'all are gonna enjoy it if you haven't heard it before. Go
Yeah.
ahead, me.
So it's 6 minutes. Okay. Let me. Okay.
Oh, thank God for Roger.
Here we go.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I can tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
That's what was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Glorious victory.
See, it is not your kung fu style that is flawed. It is your technique.
It is your technique.
Epic. Epic.
Yeah, that day was like when he actually said that, I was like, I can't even believe that guy admitted. And then at the end of it, he's just like, whoa, hold on, wait, whoa.
Cook this, yeah.
You can't go back in time and redo it, man. It's like it's done. You already conceded. Like,
yeah. Yeah, it just made him realize that that thing that he has in his mind is not knowledge, but is actually a belief, and he realizes it, and then he wants to still defend it, go back and defend it somehow.
He wants to put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's not gonna happen, dude. Like, it's already out.
Yeah.
Oh, good times.
I always picture that guy furiously the next several hours of his life just scouring everywhere looking for some kind of evidence and not finding any, you know. It's like,
He put you down on a mountaintop in the fetal position going, you're right.
He's hugging himself, just like, no, it's the globe. Yeah, good times, man. Yeah, where are those guys at, man? Looking for the guy who. That's the kind of.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you just get these pretender clowns that come in here and just like, there's no really good conversations happening anymore.
I agree, Mickey. It's basically just people want to waste our time and get us in the way to hear you.
Yeah.
I saw that bomb formulated nipple.
They're too scared to come here because they keep seeing people get spanked so bad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but what are we gonna do, right? So
when I say 24/7 in Jam Panda, everybody's like a cat seeing a cucumber. You know, cats used to jump, get scared by cucumbers. Yeah.
You talking about those kind of birds, the kookaburras?
How about some real information, how we can weight atmosphere? We measure the pressure above the sea level, and then we can know how 1 cubic of meter how weight, and then we know the weight of atmosphere. Did you know that?
Man, I haven't seen that that meme in a long time. Cut. I used to have other memes. I think I still have them in my favorites.
I had today a 14-year-old Glober telling me that 1 liter of water is more dense, heavier than 1 liter of oil. Yeah, so what can I expect from them?
These guys were saying that he can calculate how the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Ask him, okay, where is finishing? Where is the end of that? And he said, I don't need that. And I said, if you have some kind of volume, what you want to measure weight, where is finishing? You know, he said again, I don't need. It's enough to measure the pressure above the sea level, and I can give you a number after that. How much is weight of the atmosphere of the Earth?
Yeah.
Because he's not us. How you can measure weight of something if something has no end?
Can you measure gas without a container?
Yeah, he said again that he don't need
I know,
container. Again,
Sasha. I know, Sasha. If you want to measure something that doesn't have a length, like it's infinite, then you have to take the globe Earth center of mass and calculate the distance. Assume the distance, that infinite, and then you have the mass, you know. Yeah.
So you're saying you have to go through the wardrobe.
Yeah,
That's
when
paradox.
you
invoke
calculate
infinite,
gravity.
that's paradox. If you invoke infinite, that's paradox because you cannot know what is infinite. Nobody can know.
It's on paper. It's like
on paper, yes. But in reality,
the
you cannot
number
have
8.
infinity.
No, infinite is the number 8 when it's leaning
Yeah,
down.
it's
You know.
flipping. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, that's. So.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just a
usually
number.
happening
Yeah.
when you want to divide with 0. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 8. Yeah, you divide 8
It's a
with
nice
0
drawing.
and 8 it's lie down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not complicated to understand, really.
Yeah, that is only that is the best explanation. You cannot give me anything else. If you want to invoke infinite, yeah. Because like, is it Earth infinite? What does it mean, man? How you can think about something infinite if you don't know? I this paradox. I cannot put that in my mind.
Yeah.
I like Get Beget's explanation. It's the number 8 lying down.
Yeah, that's the best one.
And you can add plus or minus in front of it, you
On
know.
the paper.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys show me how to put a picture next to my name?
Oh, your avatar. Yeah.
Do I do that in settings? Or I don't know how to do this.
Yeah.
You can watch it up on YouTube. Anything you need to know to do, look it up on YouTube, bro. But if you want to go to your settings, you should be able to change it from there.
I'll be right back.
Mic check.
Yep.
Mike's good.
Hello, everybody. Had a busy day. Lots of new people.
Oh, we had some craziness earlier.
Yeah, I heard a guy say when he joined the server, he was a Glober, and I think I heard that maybe an hour or two ago.
Yeah. We also had this young lady in here earlier. She was kind of ridiculous.
Well, she was talking to like father, yes. Not that she wasn't being ridiculous, but
No, I didn't do anything today. I just was drawing.
wish I could say the same.
Zato što je malo hladnije. Hladnije na balkonu, ovako je.
Yo, Scrat, are you driving today?
Yep, I drive every Tuesday through Saturday.
Yeah, cool, man.
Mic check. Hello.
Is Execute new?
Oh.
Execute 72?
Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear your mic.
Yeah, I hear you. I can hear you, buddy.
No, I've been in here before, guys.
All right. So what's your
Did you
what's
learn
your opinion
anything?
on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Sorry, I heard two people at once there. Say again.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah, that chick was totally triggered, and the other guy just wanted to obfuscate by asking a ridiculous question that no one can answer. Total muppet.
Yeah. What's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
Obviously flat.
Oh, how did you make that deduction?
Look around.
Back in 2015, my wife called me when I was at work. She heard some cleric say something about the Earth being flat. I thought, what? Had a bit of a chuckle, and I saw his thing and thought, oh, you've got to be kidding me. And then I come across, can't remember if it was Eric DeBay or Mark Sargent first. And as soon as I listened to that, that was it. My brain just went click. Obvious.
Oh yeah, but I see you watching videos and stuff might convince you, but did you actually do any long distance observations or anything to actually see it for yourself?
Thank you. I got that.
Sorry, yeah, no, I didn't need to. I'd already seen things like in airplanes and stuff because I used to travel like constantly in my old job, so I always saw the horizon at eye level. So it always presented itself flat, so I didn't need to do anything long distance. Although I have seen plenty of that since then, but personally, I didn't need to do it because it was obvious once I heard it and realised a few things. It was like, nah, this globe Earth stuff's nonsense.
Thank you for undeafening me. No
Oh,
problem.
you were deafened because you kept asking, is my mic working? We're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
my mic working.
But I
Yeah.
couldn't hear anyone. I got deafened. Yeah. Someone by mistake, probably. It happens. Yeah.
Let's see. Do we have any new people?
New guy right here.
Hello, welcome to Flat Earth.
Hello, Mr. Eraser. Is that your name?
Yeah. I played that podcast the other day, Crypto, just to let you know.
You played it?
Yeah, I taped it, so I played it on my channel.
Oh, sweet.
You talking about the interview?
Yes.
Yeah, I listened to it at work. It was pretty good.
Oh,
Thank
cool.
you.
Sweet. So it's actually up on your channel now.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Sweet.
You want it?
I mean, I've already got my own version. At some point, I will release. But yeah, and I'm just link it to me. That'd be great. I'll give that a
Who was the young lady you guys had in there? I've heard her voice before.
Yeah, she's in here as well. She's high as Kai, or just Kai. She calls herself Mrs. Musk nowadays on here, but
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's who I thought it was.
yeah, she's cool as well.
Huey,
what's up?
When I see a hot air balloon a long distance away from me, is there a way to determine the distance without knowing the size?
The hell are you back here again asking that same damn question? I told you go look that shit up.
Yeah, you did.
I've been driving all day. I can't.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that you're in the truck, man. Sorry about that.
All right.
So, did you go? You have to look up the formula for angular size, right? And there's 3 parts to it. You need 2 parts to get the other part. In other words, but the kicker is for angular diameter, angular size, if you switch up the equation to solve for angular size and just calculate angular or apparent size, you're guilty of reification. Remember I told that? Did you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
So it depends on what is the damn equation for that? Is it apparent size equals 2 times the arctan of 2r over g? I can't friggin' remember it. 1 second. Geez, I got to do all your work for you.
I'm lazy. At least that's what my wife says.
Let's see if I can snatch it. Or you 2 times the arctan of g over 2r. That's what it is.
Okay, so I say I know the actual size of the balloon.
All right.
Does that mean I would have? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know the actual size of the balloon.
Mm-hmm.
So would I have to measure its angular size to determine the distance?
Yeah, that's going to be a little fruity. You could do it. I would be careful with that. I'd be careful rearranging this to solve for anything else. I really would. This seems a little squirrely to me.
Okay.
But the reason why is it's because the angular size is a measurement in reality, right? That's where there's a lot of problems that are going to come in right there in calculations. Are you following? Am I making any sense?
I don't think so. At least I know you're making sense, but I'm not catching it.
There's a disconnect and here's the disconnect. Angular size must be measured. Right? Angular size. What's the angular size of something? Well, that's something that you measure, right? Are you following that?
Isn't that actual size then? If you measure it,
No.
Oh, okay.
No. No. You got real size, you got the distance, and then you got the apparent or angular size. So don't get real and angular mixed up.
Okay.
But it's very important. Don't let anyone trick you and have them calculate. Very important to know the difference between measurement and calculation. Because it really comes out here, right? So get the definition of measurement and calculation. Measurement. Am I going to have to go get all this stuff?
No, I think I'm following you.
Say again?
It'd probably be quicker if you did, because I feel like this is going to take further otherwise.
What did you have to do? Was there anything else you guys wanted to do? I mean, I'm getting ready for dinner here.
Yeah,
Bon
how many
appetit.
countries? How many countries does Germany have a border with? Could you get that as well?
Yeah, I get that as well too, and the link.
Yeah.
So
this is a whole discussion. Let me see if I have something, because I had a little presentation on this, because those numpties, Roofy, I think it was Roofy that pulled a numpty maneuver and tried to calculate the angular size and then compare it to a photo. What a train wreck of a dumpster fire that was. I was laughing at him, but it seemed to woo everyone, which I didn't get. Let me see if I have that.
I got a Brenda question for you.
No more questions.
How do you weigh purple?
Yeah, talk to Crypto.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you just have to be batshit insane, and it's easy.
No, she said the speed limit was
Yep.
actual real, not a concept, right?
Yeah, speed limits are physical, according to Brenda.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Hey, QE, when's the next Ballbusters going out, mate?
Yeah, I haven't got that computer part back, and my guy hasn't called me yet, so it's not looking good for Saturday. Right now. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question, please?
No more questions.
Well, you just did. That's your question. Sorry, mate.
That's your question.
Yeah, I
so
did
you're all,
actually.
Yeah, that's it for you. Sorry, you're done.
Can I ask
It
two
was
questions?
short.
No,
Two
let me get
questions?
this.
Hello.
Angular size. Here, let me do this. One second.
Take your time.
I'll bet you this won't all post. I'll guarantee it. Oh, God. Let's try
Hello,
this.
Rogers.
Hold on a second. We're talking about angular diameter.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you let him finish, please?
Yeah, let's do angular size. I'll post it in. Scrat, you still there? I'll post it in live stream. Am I in the right voice text? You guys keep switching that shit around too. It's pissing me off. All right, angular size. So let's read with me. Don't worry about the first line. It's a non sequitur fallacy. See, angular size is always measured. It's a site exercise. Let's take a look at this. From usu.edu. Angular size. An object's angular size is the angle between the lines of sight to its two opposite sides. An object's angular size is a measure of how large the object actually appears to be, which is a function of both actual size and distance away. From co.edu. The main idea here is that the further away an object is, the smaller it appears. We call this the apparent size, the angular size of an object, because you're not actually measuring the object's true size. You're measuring the angle it takes up in your vision. See it? Angular size, medical dictionary. Angular size, the size of an object measured in terms of the angle it subtends. The point of reference for the eye can be either the nodal point or the center of the entrance pupil. You guys feeling me now, right? Physics, iowa.edu. I think this was Iowa State. Whenever you look at an object, you are measuring its angular size. The amount of space it takes up in your field of view in degrees, minutes, 1/60 of 1 degree in seconds, right? You see the importance of it's a measurement. So if you go about calculating it, just calculating, it's a reification fallacy. You can't do it. You can't come back on that equation. You can't solve for angular size from the other two. Can't do it.
Yeah,
Follow?
that's what I wanted to ask. Do to measure the angular size, we need to look through a scope, which has those gradations lines.
Or you can
So
do
you
it with your
can-
eye. It's a
yeah.
little bit harder that way, but yeah.
Yeah.
So check this out, and I'll finish up with these two before I snatch up some dinner. At 29 minutes after the hour, let's go with measurement. What is measurement? From Botanica.com. Measurement always, very important word there, right there, involves some interaction between the object and the observer or observing instrument. There is always an exchange of energy. Follow? You getting it now? Whereas a calculation is strictly computation, determining something by mathematical or logical methods. See the difference?
May I ask a question?
Yeah. Is it about this?
A little bit.
Make sure it's a lot of it. Or just
All
hold
right,
off.
never mind.
Yep, you can ask a question. Just hold off for a second. Everyone understand this. Scrat, you get this?
Yes, sir.
This is very important, and it's critical to your question.
I'm following you.
Okay. All right. The other guy that had a question, go ahead. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that was squared away.
No, continue with your explanation. I'll ask after.
No, I'm done. That's it.
Oh, okay. So does it have to be an on-topic question regarding to measurements, or can it be?
No,
we
you
can move
go
on
away
now.
from-
Okay.
You can go away from-
I have been burning to ask this question for a very long time because no one ever seems to be able to answer me.
Get the gasoline.
Thank you.
Can I just in before assumed logical fallacy in the question?
Roger. So let's say, if you mind, you're from the United States, correct?
Me? Or you
Yeah.
asking? Am I answering another question? I'm getting.
No, that's the
hungry,
question.
man.
So that's this is part of the question.
He's clearly from the US.
I was just making sure. So let's say a flight from London to New York happens, okay? Happens all the time, happens every day without fault. We can all agree on that.
Yep.
That flight will take 6 hours. That flight, according to... Yes, it does. Because if it doesn't, we have a lot of problems. Because a lot of people have gone missing, and that's very bad.
All right.
That plane will take approximately 6 hours, depending on wind, etc.
Yeah, sure. Got
Now, the problem I have is that to do that, we have to go up the United Kingdom, over Iceland, over Greenland, and then go down, as it were, to think of it in a 2D sense, into the United States, following something called the Great Circle. How is
I
it
don't know
that...
about a great circle, but I've run
Okay,
that
fair
route
enough. Yeah.
before.
How
I've
is
run
it that there was a flight, several flights that have taken place because of wind? We simply cannot go that high. We have to go pretty much in a straight line from Heathrow to New York Kennedy. That takes approximately 10 to 11 hours. Why is it shorter to go over the top of everything? If you did that on a flat map, it doesn't work. That would take so much longer than
You're
if
not
we
flying
went in a straight line, which presumably, according to this model, would be correct.
See, I can already spot the problem. I can spot the first problem. The problem you have is that you're trying to present a gotcha question instead of actually asking honestly.
No, that's just, I genuinely want to know because no one's ever explained to me truly
this
what.
is
why
clearly
it is.
a gotcha question.
No, I'm really just trying to understand because that's the
anyone
problem I
else
have.
in the room? Is anyone else in the room in any doubt at all as to whether this is a gotcha question? I'm
No,
not
I
saying
love
can't be
gotcha.
answered.
I love
Yeah,
gotcha.
please
Sounds
go
like a
ahead.
gotcha to
I'm
me.
just saying that the nature of the question is a bit silly. And
No,
you should
I'm
probably-
genuine because I don't
You
understand.
should
That's the
probably,
problem.
first of all, let me finish my sentences, and second of all, you should probably approach this topic with a more open mind, because at the moment it looks like you're trying to make people look silly and ask gotcha questions.
Honestly, genuinely, it's just no one's
It's
ever
going
answered it.
to
That's
be
why.
really annoying if you don't let me finish. I promise you, you won't.
Just
laugh.
kind of straying off the kind of question. I'm really genuine. I'm not trying to make you look stupid.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ask a genuine question.
I didn't finish, and that's really irritating me. Let me finish. Okay. Now we will answer your question, but you really must have come at this with a much more open mind, because at the moment it seems to me like you're coming at it with a specific attitude, and you're not going to learn anything with that attitude. Anyway, QE, please go ahead.
What I was saying is, you made it. I'm gonna have to see this Like, what flat Earth map are you talking about? Are we flying over? I'd like to see that.
There's different ones. I thought that was just the one.
That's a big problem because.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought there was just one flat Earth map. I wasn't aware.
I'm not aware of even one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just, for example, say if you went into Google Map and you had that 2D representation of the world on there, and you drew those lines, it makes complete sense if you looked at it in a two-dimensional sense that yes, the straight line should work. So I'm wondering if that's the map we're talking about here, or if there's a different kind of map we're talking about here.
Non-sequitur.
Right.
That's non-sequitur. If that was the map, you didn't give me a map. You said straight lines on Google Earth.
Generally, the question I'm referring to is is there like an accurate model of the flat Earth that you use, or is there a standard that you go by that I could use at all to have a look at? Because as of right now, I get a lot of pictures in lots of different chats of different types of flat Earth maps, and it's very, very difficult to comprehend who's telling me what. That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm asking the question, because every time I ask the question, I get a different answer. That's why it's extremely confusing.
Yep. Because there is no flat Earth map. That's the problem.
Right. So how?
And can we establish a fair basis as well? Do you have an objectively true birth map?
Yes.
You sure about that?
100%.
Okay. What is it?
It's the one. You're gonna laugh at me for this because this is what you're telling me is wrong, but it's the one that we've used since we could look in space and look at the world because we can. Because otherwise, technology isn't a thing.
It's actually not how.
What's the name of the map?
Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah,
Let Crypto go. Crypto, we're going to have to see that map in here, not that whatever you just said was non sequitur also. Post the map in here. Live stream.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask for.
Who, me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey
Sure.
guys, I have a question.
Oh, this is my
Hold
friend
on.
Rick, by the way. He's kind of with me, so he can say something if he has a question.
Well, your friend Rick can wait until this has been done.
Yeah, come on, Rick.
Fuck's sake, Rick.
He's Dutch. You have to make
Sorry,
these.
mate.
You have to make these allowances for him. He struggles sometimes. I'm sorry, Rick.
Yeah.
Right. So,
It's all the cheese and
the problem is all the evidence. This is the problem I have. Well, as you call it, so-called evidence that I have is from things like the International Space Station, things like
Second law
antenna
of
from.
thermodynamics violation. Sorry. Second
Sorry?
law of
Yeah,
thermodynamics violation. Just stick with your little plane.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, we don't want to get off on that.
Yeah,
don't wanna
that's
get off on that.
okay. Yeah, I won't go there because I can imagine
But it's
I'm
true,
going to
but
open up.
also this isn't actually answering the question.
Well, yeah, but I don't know how you're going to answer the question because you're telling me now you don't have a map for me to look at.
No, I'm asking for your map.
Well, if you
Your
look on the
objective
on the
globe map.
internet and if you type in Earth, you will see very specifically a
You
picture.
type in Earth. Is that what
Yeah.
you said?
Not map.
Funnily
That's
enough,
not
that is what I said.
Just
Or if you
post the
type
map,
in
and then your
map,
question is
okay.
retarded. Can
Yeah,
I
it's a
ask?
silly question. Yeah. Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on.
Aaron,
There you
this
go.
is what I want you to do. I want
There
you
you
to
go.
go to the
Hold on.
internet,
There you
type
go.
in,
Right
type
there.
in.
Look at that.
I'm going to tell
hold
you
on,
what.
the link.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Do you understand me? I've got 4 or 5 words out, and all you kept doing was fucking muttering through me. Now shut the fuck up. Now go to Google and type in numpty dipshit, right? And there'll be a picture of you smiling and waving. You got me, sunshine.
Sorry, that was good. Look, seriously, you have to take me a little bit seriously here because I know you don't like it when people
Well,
say.
I'm trying to.
Well, I know you don't like it when people say.
No, it's not about liking anything. Like you haven't provided a map. You've
Okay,
just literally gone,
but neither have you.
bro.
You're the one making the claim.
I'm the one making the claim that a flight shouldn't take 11 hours if we go in a straight line compared to 6 hours.
You dumbass.
That's my question, not if there's a map. My question is simply that. You're making a lot of, like, I'm
All
not
right.
trying to complicate
We're
things,
done.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
It's going to be based on
He's
this.
fucking done.
Oh, sorry.
He's done. He's done. He's done.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, Rex,
You play the map and not even like,
Yeah.
do you have a more coherent claim than your boyfriend here?
I don't have a claim. I have a question.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
God. Is
so-
it going to be based on assumptions like his one was?
Nah, he's just a massive cock. I'm not that. Okay.
Are you going to be a baby slave like everyone else?
Baby slave. Yes.
Because we're
So
kind of
all the-
tired of it.
Yes. Can I ask this now? Okay, so all the videos I've seen on YouTube and like the flat Earth claims are just evidence of
Oh my
saying that
God.
the Earth is not a ball. But I haven't really seen evidence that the Earth is specifically flat.
Okay, let me handle this. Number one, if you only have two choices, and if you disprove one, it's called a disjunctive syllogism, then you can rule out one, then that's logically sound, you crackhead. Number one. Number two, you haven't been looking in the right spots, okay? Because we have flat Earth evidence, son. Follow?
Okay, well, tell me more.
Yeah, but how about the first point? Because, really proby, pathetic, numpty dipshit comes in with, you haven't provided any evidence. All you've provided evidence of destroying the globe. Well, that's good enough, right? Unless you could show me three choices that we have.
Okay.
Right? Because it's either a sphere or flat. Now, you can be an idiot and conjure polygons or dodecahedrons, but that's just mindless bullshit, right? It's either a sphere or it's flat. Right?
I think so.
Yeah. So if I rule out one completely, then therefore the other one must be true. Follow?
Okay.
Yeah, that's number one. Number two, there's plenty of flat Earth evidence out there, right? You said videos, right? Which videos have you watched?
Just the Simon Dan kid.
Simon Dan.
Is that the guy who refuses to come in here and debate us?
He's just funny to watch.
His target audience is 14-year-olds. He's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, hold on.
Flat Earth
No, I need
evidence.
to correct you there, Kiwi. I need to correct you there. His target audience is actually retarded 14-year-olds.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay,
for
but
that.
I've got like a last third small
See,
question.
that's what I meant by baby slaves. Like
Yeah, and now can I like ask my
the
third
audience
question?
of people like that.
You already asked. No, you
So
ain't
my
asking
third
a third.
what drugs are you on?
We haven't answered your.
What kind of
your
drugs do you
question
use?
yet. We haven't answered your question yet about flat Earth evidence. Do you want some?
Okay, but is there also like a kid that thinks that the Earth is round and and can like debunk it?
What?
Who cares? What are you talking about? You asked for
Like,
evidence. Do
you
you want
guys
it
were
or
in a
not?
flat Earth
Bro,
discussion. Yeah.
bro, it's a
Okay,
yes or no
tell me-
question. Do you want evidence? One word, yes or no?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Then let's do that. Go on, Kiwi.
Are you in
Okay,
live
let's
stream?
do
Blue?
that.
Yeah,
Are you
he
in-
wants it, but he has to take a huff out of a spray paint can bag first.
Are you in live stream voice text? That's pretty funny, by the way. Oh God! And of course, everyone's gonna post in there, right? Because I can't do them two at a time. Indio, give me two at a time. Because I got to put up with this stuff, man. Get Indio in here. Or somebody change this shit where I can get two at a time.
I'm driving, mate. Sorry.
All right. So you wanted flat Earth evidence, and you just exposed yourself when you made that claim, and then you wanted to go to a third question without looking at the evidence that you asked for. You're already exposed. You understand that, right?
Expose as well.
Yeah, you exposed yourself as not being genuine.
Okay.
Yeah, you're disingenuous because you blew off the evidence, right? You asked for evidence after you train wrecked the first.
You actually hear yourself.
Say again?
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
Do
yes,
I
it
hear
is.
my?
Do you
Yeah.
like listen to your own words?
No, not usually.
I can tell.
I'm usually pretty concise and very poignant on how numpty dipshits operate, and I think I just painted you, and now you're like a weasel little bitch trying to obfuscate, right?
I just got called a dipshit and a lazy little bitch by a flat earther.
Bro, Rick, bro. Do you want evidence or not?
I already told yes 50 times, so you're there for some shit.
Then
So we're gonna,
you don't
right.
have to talk, do you? Just wait for the evidence to present itself.
Well, do
That's
I
what you
need to
have
wait
do.
2 hours before the evidence actually comes
No,
in?
it's already here. If you
don't
set your
shut
fucking
up.
pie hole.
Just wait.
It's already here. 41 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text. Are
Dropping
you in
it
live
for
stream voice
quite some
text?
time.
Let me watch. Oh yeah, I see.
You see, there's 2 slides there. Go to the first slide, the white one. You ready?
Yes.
Mr. Sphere Earther, because I heard that derogatory little
Good day.
flat earth stab in the back. Are you familiar with deductive logic?
Deductive logic.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You are one of 2 types of deductive formal logic.
I honestly don't know the English terms, but probably.
Can you give me the Swahili terms for it? You're a clown, dude.
Oh, sorry that
Right?
I'm like a foreigner, man.
Yeah, you're a clown. You don't know what
Yeah.
they
Okay.
are.
So foreigners
So-
are clowns.
So can we get rid of this dumb flat earther before I drag you around by your short hairs? Right? I heard that
what do
little
you-
comment that you made in the background. But we'll get to the evidence. We'll see how
World Wide
smart you
Web,
are.
you
So
know.
if P then Q, just read along with me. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a second. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problems with the logical deduction of that argument?
Maybe, but no. I'm not gonna say them. Otherwise, you call me a dipshit again.
Oh, I know that hurts you so much.
Yeah, I'm almost
No,
crying
no,
right now. Do you
we
know?
have to
You know-
dig into this. The problem is, Q, is that if we don't dig into his problems with the logic, it's going to just resurface later as some bullshit logical fallacy.
Yeah. So what is it? What's the
Logic,
problem?
bro.
Yeah.
What?
What's the problem with it?
With what?
The logic?
Dipshits. Oh, the logic. Well.
No, we're not talking about
sad that
dipshits. We're
people
talking
take
about the
offense to
logical
words.
argument that was presented to you. Do you have a problem with the logic itself?
No.
Okay.
So no problem. Now we'll get to the evidence. It's right beneath it. It's called bye-bye ball, right? It's got 2 oil rigs right there.
Bye-bye ball.
Bye-bye ball. Yeah, like bye-bye now?
Yeah, bye-bye ball.
Get it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got the oil rigs right here. What I did was I took a still from a video, and all I did to this to the still was color contrasted it so I could bring the horizon out just a tad bit more. So that's the only alterations to this photo. This is in Miramar Beach near Santa Barbara. What we have here is we have an observer shooting out with his camera at a 1-foot observer's height. Now, this is not in contention. We have the original video. We can show you this. And it's, in fact, the gentleman said, I know him. He said he was below 1 foot, but that's okay. We'll just go with 1 foot observation height. You see, on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere is 1.22 miles. You see these oil platforms. We have one at 6.21 miles, Platform Hill House, and Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles.
Yeah.
Where is the horizon in relationship to these platforms? How far away is it?
Pretty far.
Yep. How far? Roughly.
Roughly?
Yep.
I don't know. By the way, the Rodders TV got a question about.
No, we're sticking here.
Okay.
Where is the horizon? How far is the horizon greater than 9.41 miles?
I don't know. I don't work at NASA.
Say again?
I don't work at. I have no idea.
Can't you see?
You don't even understand.
I just want to listen to your story. That's why I'm here.
Do you got eyes?
No.
Do you know what a horizon is?
No idea.
Don't have eyes. Brilliant.
The horizon is the apparent junction between the earth, sky, or sea. You know, that line, the horizon, that's what we're talking. Yeah. So is the horizon behind Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles?
No.
It is it? Yeah. Well, that's impossible on a sphere with the given radius of 3959 miles. You know why? Because it goes outside. The horizon can be only as far as the geometric constraints of that sphere allow. And on this one, 3959, with the observer height at 1 foot, that constraint is 1.22 miles. It can be no further than that. It can be closer, but it can be no further than that. So, if you can't explain this, if you can't demonstrate how this is faulty, then welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them. Thanks.
About the dipshits?
Yeah, you're still a dipshit.
Let's go. Okay, and now the question of Rogers TV. He wanted to say something about perspective.
A question after that? Are you a flat earther now?
Not really.
Why not? Oh, you're a fanatical.
But I don't want to be a dipshit.
Yeah,
All right,
because
okay.
I called you a name. That's a good rationale for not changing your worldview after you've just been shown evidence to the contrary.
Yeah,
you know what that's called?
Yeah, I'm really serious now. Okay, can
You
you
know
like
what that's called?
dipshit?
Nope. Fanatical religious zealotry.
Fanatical religious kanker. Okay.
Yep.
And now, do you want to
Your
listen
problem, your problem here, QE, is that you're talking to a child slave. They're not
No, you
raised
get
to think.
child slave?
They're not
Very
raised
often.
to think other than when they have to police their own thoughts. It's very sad.
Yeah,
I
and
love
this one's
your,
not making cell
love,
phones for
love
us.
your interview, by the way.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
I hate him as well. Okay, can you unmute?
So it's dinner
just
time for me, guys. I've about had it with this for a little bit
enjoy.
anyway.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that was very good, and thanks, Rick, for supporting the Flat Earth. You know, we need
No
people
problem. I
like
got
you.
you as always. You know.
We need people like you here. We can't do this without you. So we appreciate,
really?
him
Yes.
supporting our cause.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. He
There's some
provides the numpty canvas so I can paint
That's
my
right.
Rembrandt.
That's
it.
it. See, I told you.
Exactly, man. You're so smart.
Confirmation. We haven't have confirmation, so we have,
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, Rick. Seeing as you love to be really like sarcastic about other people's intelligence, do you know what your IQ score is, bro?
21.
Brilliant. That's probably about right. And which scale is that on?
On a ball, of course.
Which one?
On a fucking ball, on like a sphere.
I think he said a ball in his face or something like that.
Sphere.
So you don't know how IQ scores work then?
Apparently not.
You were talking about IQ. Yeah, like.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your question again?
So your IQ's 21 on which scale?
On the scale from 1 to 21.
Right. So
That makes no sense. Is that some
isn't an
internet
IQ
quiz?
scale. Yeah, just so you know, that isn't an IQ scale.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, once again.
So
I don't think this guy would pass the sobriety test if he was sober.
no, this guy isn't even old enough to drink. Well, maybe in Holland.
Yeah, man.
Just get him to go read Don Kruger and then come back and tell us how smart he is.
But
I
honestly,
swear,
bro, if
like
you don't
every old
understand,
American,
IQ
like,
can only
if you
be
don't
measured
know-
by a
okay,
psychologist.
bro, if you don't know anything at all about intelligence, you're
you
really
just call
not
me
in a good.
sarcastic, and now you're
You're
asking me-
really. Why does everyone feel the need to talk over me? Shut up when I'm talking.
Because you
Right.
talk like a retard.
Shut up.
Okay.
Right. So if you don't know fuck all about intelligence, do you know how retarded it makes you look when you try and call other people retarded?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you're very, very stupid.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna ban you. Bye bye.
Definition of numpty.
Oh no, I'm a dipshit.
I didn't
I'm
call you a
gonna cry
dipshit
now.
once. I did call you very stupid, but I didn't call you a dipshit.
Did I say that you called me a dipshit? Like you're deaf now as well.
No, apparently
yeah.
you're deaf.
Bye.
He called you
How am I
very
deaf?
stupid.
I see you guys see American
Definition
old
of numpty.
people.
That was somebody else,
flat
Rick.
earthers.
That was somebody else. Yeah. No, that's not going to
I
work.
mean, you're obviously here to actually have an argument, not to actually understand anything. So yeah, you
Well,
got
you're
30
talking
seconds.
about all those fucking physics science terms. Of course, I won't understand it because I'm Dutch.
But you still think you live in.
Dutch people don't do physics, apparently.
What we do physics, but it's just in another language.
Apparently,
Apparently,
physics
run
Dutch-
differently when you live behind
No,
dikes.
no, this is bollocks. How many Dutch people? How many Dutch people do you know that don't speak English?
I know everyone speaks English, but we learn the terms.
Everyone in Holland speaks
Well, can
English.
you
Everyone in
don't
the
talk over me? We're learning the terms.
Everyone in the Netherlands speaks English. Literally everyone, and they speak it very well. I know because I've been a few times, right? So don't give us this bullshit about
Yeah,
it's
I know,
a
but
different
they're like
language. Everyone in your country
that you
speaks
learn physics
English
in English. I learned in Dutch.
fluently.
I don't know the English terms of it.
Well, would you like to get embarrassed for not knowing shapes and shadows? Because shapes and shadows is literally like, because kids, they play with lights and then they make shadow puppets and then they put the cube through the the square hole. You that's simple enough, right?
Yeah,
But that's
shadow
like a
puppet
really good
rule.
argument. I love that argument. You're actually so smart. How are you so
No,
smart?
but I'm asking you because you're not scientifically literate. That's
Okay.
what you said. I didn't say that. So I'm asking you if you know shapes and shadows well enough to carry a conversation. If you don't know that, then I don't even know how. I don't know what else to say to you.
Okay.
Can you handle shapes and shadows?
Yes. No.
Well, I don't know. Crypto ban them. I can't even talk about the selenillium.
Yeah, those guys.
Oh, that's way too advanced for this
man,
one.
Yeah.
He just said smart. Smart. Instead of smart.
Okay, you're actually making fun of an accent. You're racist.
Follow the Schwartz.
Why are you not banning racist people?
That's not racist. Come on, dude.
Oh, follow the
What do you? What do you?
Holland is not a
what do you
race,
watch
you
all the-
numpty.
Guys, say your bye-byes. Bye.
We're from Europe.
Holland
It's a
is
waste
one of
of
the
our time.
flattest countries. So, yeah.
That was funny. Who said that? And that what was that? We're from Europe.
Yeah, that is funny. We're from
Europe.
We all think we are globals, even in the flattest place. Yes.
Even though they're a nationality, not a race.
Water everywhere, but we still think it's a globe.
I'm surprised the Dutch people in the room didn't stand up and say, "Hey, wait a minute, man! Don't include us in." Dutch people don't know physics, man. That's you.
I know,
That's
right?
all of you, man.
Exactly. That's not true. I take it all back. I was just joking.
So I was watching the Crypto and Cod podcast, and I was watching the QE episode. I really liked it. Oh, there's some people commenting on QE's under the comments asking where they can find your podcast, by the way.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. I'll leap in there then. Yeah, I mean, it's just on Spotify. It's just why would they lie on Spotify? But yeah, I mean, if you could, I think QE's already. Have you sent me a thing, QE, or? Oh no, he's not there. Yeah. I'll look it up and I'll answer those questions.
Yeah, last time I checked, it wasn't that many comments. It was right there.
Awesome. Yeah, I've just been mad busy last couple of weeks, so it's been hard to do anything else than just work. Really.
Also, during that interview, he had brought up Robert Pisano's work on the Planet Veritas channel, and that was the first time that I actually looked for it, found his channel, looked for the Hubble the Hubble conversation with that whatever manager, director, whoever, and it was so much gold, man. Like to hear the person that's supposed to know something try to pass the buck. It's like, if you don't know, my mans, if you don't know information on the thing that you're a captain of, then who the fuck can I go to? Yeah. So,
Liberty gibbet.
Like schmegma.
I remember that interview. It was like 4 years ago, and the guy said, been doing it for 20 years and never seen it in real life. He just sees what's on his screen, right?
exactly. Like, what? Not any of these slave agents that I don't even know how they. I don't honestly, like, I'm my very weird speculation is that this place really is taken over by Skynet. Like, for real. Like, I don't know if we're a slave to the numbers, or if there's someone pushing numbers making us slave. I'm not sure. All I know is we're slaves to data.
Something I found interesting, right? He started off by saying all flights must go north and then, head over to England. It's like, how do you equate that? Isn't the quickest distance between 2 points a straight line? Makes sense that they would be traveling on a straight line, but on the three-dimensional Earth projection of a sphere on a projection, it seems like they're making all these weird right angle turns, which would not make sense.
No, I've heard them say that recently, that a curve is they're even saying that a curve is as straight as the shortest distance between 2 points. They're just totally ridiculous.
Right. It's like, what do you people think the Bermuda Triangle myth is all about? Keep people from going there and diving because, it's to implement fear and superstitions, right? And
Yeah.
a lot of ship pilots, like boat pilots and all that stuff, they're very superstitious. So they'll steer clear of the Bermuda Triangle, which I believe is where all of the rockets flash down.
Yeah, I was right on the west corner of the Bermuda Triangle. Sailing.
Would anybody ever purposely cross it?
Yeah, we met a boat coming across from the east, all the way directly straight across. They gave us a bottle of rum.
Nice.
Were they from the
Elijah still in
1800s?
What's that?
Were they from the 1800s?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mickey.
No, I said, were they from the 1800s? Bermuda Triangle,
No, they weren't from the 1800s. Isn't that astonishing? No.
Yeah.
They seem to be, by all appearances, from the same time as we were. So, I didn't experience any thing odd there.
A triangular phenomena.
They were kind of weird. they had big weird look on their face after coming through it. They did look a little strange. But I think that's because of that superstition,
Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Who's calling me?
It was me. Where'd you get this term child slave? Where'd that come from?
Well, the older ones are just slaves, so the ones that are younger, they're just child slaves.
Oh, okay.
I just thought about it. Like, I'm like,
Says who?
It's totally true. It's 100%. All right, man. Cool.
some people, like, what's it called them? The graveler lawyers, little graveler lawyers. There's many different things to term them with.
Well, that girl that was in here earlier, what was her name? Batty B. She is the epitome of child slave, and she will defend her slave
Yeah.
masters
Yeah.
to the end. I mean, it's
That
just
was.
sad.
I didn't know
Just
whether
like
to laugh or cry about it. You know, it's really pretty sad. The
just like
fuck.
someone defending the religion. Yeah.
I mean, why do we even talk to these people? Like, why do we fit? Like, at first, when we were first out here, right? We needed competition. We needed something to get us going. You know, something to sharpen our steel. But now we're just at the point where we know for a fact that what they're saying is just straight ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
whereas before we were trying to figure things out. How does this work? How does that work? Like, now that we're understanding, oh, okay, these people are employing logical fallacies and they don't actually have information. Like, the whole reason that we're here, like 5 years later, 6, 7 years later for some of us, is because we didn't call out the logical fallacy back then. Because a logical fallacy is a nice way of saying you're fucking lying. Like, the logic is not adding up and you're not giving me anything to verify that this faulty logic is true. Well, on one hand, it's faulty. And on another hand, I don't have the evidence to prove that it's true, even though my mind is telling me that it doesn't make any sense. So on two fronts, it's just straight up. But we've allowed them to somehow make us, not make us, but for whatever reason, we're still here having this conversation as if they even matter. We should be building communities.
Yeah, that's true. Almost a more pertinent question is why do they come here and talk to us? I think we
Well, it's
know.
obvious that we don't have everybody turned. You know what I mean? But I think what's encouraging is I know that there are people in the server that came in to troll or came in to obfuscate and argue, but hung around and eventually it clicked. So that's what gives me hope for even some of the child slaves or the slaves in general. But I don't know. It's been a while since I've heard anybody just sit there and listen with some humility and answer questions honestly and just ponder the idea. They're so programmed, they almost can't make themselves do that. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I said. They can't. That's what I said. A child slave is not permitted to think for themselves other than when they're policing themselves. Think about school, the education system. Well, when a
Even
child steps
child
up and
soldiers.
says, this doesn't seem right, what happens? That behavior is corrected if it goes against the curriculum or whatever.
Sure.
They get them young. They turn them into child soldiers to fight for a cause that there's no evidence for, but
Yeah.
something they've been told is true,
It's
and
more
just giving
sinister
that
than the.
in
My
cartoons
bad.
through evidence. That's all right.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say it's more sinister than the greatest DC comic. Like
Yeah.
it's really that bad. It really
Yeah, it
is.
is. Yeah.
We're on the same wavelength. Yeah, I agree. I concur. So it's almost like we're on a crusade, or they're on a crusade, right? And I'm willing to bet a lot of these children grew up during their formative years around 2016 when Obama decided to take notice of it and start censorship about the flat Earth and change the curriculum.
Oh, I think it's way older than that. I mean,
What I thought was well, the common denominator in all of this is ignorance and laziness. Because not only was I ignorant to, you know, what I actually thought, like my actual worldview, like I thought it, but didn't actually think about it. And what was my point? I'm always out in the street and just one thing, like I can look at one thing and it'll just throw me off. Oh, the
Ignorance
common
and
denominator.
laziness. You were saying
Right.
ignorance and laziness a lot. Go ahead.
The same way with this topic is the same way with politics. You point out a problem to someone, you say, hey, you know, I'm not really into politics, but you know what? I've been following this issue for 6 months, or I've been following this issue for 2 years. That person that truly was following that story or whatever it is realizes that all of the information from the mainstream is contradicting itself. And that's when they realize, well, something is wrong here, right? So the same thing with flat earth, looking for answers, getting censored for whatever reason, on top of not finding the answers we were looking for. And it's like, people don't know because they're lazy, because we can't pour into them the hours and hours of research we've done. It doesn't work like that. Like you try telling someone some government conspiracy and they're a blue pillar, like see how they look at you.
Right,
And
exactly.
it could be the most it could be 9/11 and there are some people that are like, what? Planes didn't, what are you talking about? Here in New York City.
In fact,
One of my
dude,
best friends. Sorry.
it's so sad if you think about it. And but yeah, you were saying one of your friends in New York.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, even living in New York City, coming up, you know, here, actually being affected physically, with transportation, local news, all of this stuff. And I asked my friend, because I was telling her about Flat Earth, and I said, I mean, it's just like conspiracies that we know are, really like the government is really behind, like 9/11. And she said, what do you mean? I'm like, well, planes didn't actually like hit the Twin Towers. Like everybody knows that. And she's like, no, I'd never heard anything like that. And I was like, holy shit. Like am I in too deep or is she in too deep? Like at that moment, I felt like Neo and I couldn't disrupt the system. Like that's how far our minds were. And when I realized it, I don't even know what I'm able to say right now that would make sense to this woman.
Yeah, like the CIA had coined the term, or changed the term of conspiracy theory to mean lunacy, right? Craziness. But all of conspiracy theory is, first of all, a conspiracy is a crime, and a theory of a conspiracy is a theory that somebody had created a conspiracy to perpetrate a crime and get away with it, right? So if you think about it, it's I don't like to call myself a conspiracy theorist. I like to call myself a conspiracy scientist.
Every police officer is a conspiracy theorist, in other words.
Yeah. Because they're looking for a conspiracy to commit crime. I've known a couple people when I was locked up with a couple of people who were charged with conspiracy.
Yeah. It's like the normies, it's like there are definitions for certain words, but then the mainstream has carved out like other meanings for the same words. It's like, oh, this this is defined as this and this means this, but in this context it's actually something completely different. And then people, that's like me seeing a cat and then because of the circumstance going, oh, that looks like a cat but it's actually a dog.
Is that like the way they use the word theory?
Yeah, but theory is a
I guess
scientific
so,
term.
kind of like that, yeah.
That's why I say conspiracy scientist. Because the theory denotes science involved, observation,
Right.
measurement, right? But then again, measurement is the exchange of energy as well. So does that mean observing these sickos doing this, do you become a part of it? Kind of like Hollywood in the movies, brainwashing? Makes you wonder. Because in order for something to be true, you need two or more witnesses, right? And you are guilty by two or more witnesses. And there are those that give false testimony, and we know who they are.
Every glober that comes in here, I've seen the curve. Of course, the math works out for gravity. I don't know if it does or it doesn't, but there are a lot of math people in here that say no, it doesn't work out. All right.
I like it. I like it when so-called Freemasons come in and they go, "Well, I'm a Freemason and I know the world is round because we went to the moon." And I'm like, "Really, dude? Well, apparently you're not at a high enough level, because at a high enough level you realize that the world is flat, and they even tell you that's a fact if you ever studied more science, which you should have to at least gotten 32nd degree." You know, so they're just like, "How do you know all this?" I've infiltrated them. I know the shape. I'm not bound by secrecy. It's simple. You just read and learn about it. But that's what I'm wondering by reading and learning about it, is that participating in it.
You said is reading and learning participating?
That's what I'm wondering, yeah. Because see, I'm what they call an autodidactic. I read equally across all three methods of learning, right? So one is by observation, another one is by learning, by reading about it, and another one is learned by doing, right? So I learn equally across, so I would be 33-3 all the way across as a score of learning. I believe that's what that guy was trying to say about his IQ of 21, was something about learning.
No, I just think he was really, really thick. And to be honest, he didn't even seem to understand what IQ even was or how it was measured or any of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was tested by a psychologist, so.
To be fair, I mean, I just don't think he was prepared. He was on the sillier side, and I don't think people understand how their ignorance shows in the moment. Like, I've gone back years into my Facebook posts, and I'm like, who is this kid? Who the fuck did I think I was? Like, you know what you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, has anybody
Are
else
you there,
besides me
Elijah?
seen those gifs of the moon throughout the year? Like all the different pictures of the full moon, and seen it actually rotating counterclockwise?
Did anyone catch the moon yesterday? Was it just because
No, I had a lot of
yo,
clouds.
Yeah, I
I don't know
did.
what's in peanuts, but
Oh, Elijah.
I would swear I had a peanut allergy right now the way I'm choking.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. And I realize it has to be a thing because it happens when I eat like Snickers and everything. I always get this kind of. I'm like, I must have a mild case of some. I don't know. I don't even know what allergic
Some fried
reaction.
foods are fried with peanut oil, man. Especially like Chinese food, Thai food.
Yeah, that's interesting because I get all phlegmy when I eat Chinese food. But anyway.
So Elijah.
Yeah, the moon
Elijah.
yesterday.
Yeah, the moon. Yeah, yeah.
Before
Listen.
you go,
So yeah,
before
yeah.
you go. So I don't know if it was because it was a very milky day. When I say milky day, I mean a foggy day. That's basically it. It was like foggy all day. When I say like everybody knows what a foggy day is, it's not the clouds in the sky, but it's like right in front of your fucking face. You can't
Yeah.
see somebody down the block. That's how it was all day yesterday. And I said, damn, that must be why the moon looks the way it looks right now. Because the light is probably like it's not the like the wavelengths of light, all the colors in the spectrum are probably not reaching me, and which is why it looks so red. That's what I thought. Because it was
Interesting.
extremely red yesterday. You know how you look at it when it just if you actually catch it near the horizon, it looks huge and
Yeah.
it looks red. Well, it looked like that all night. And I was like, whoa, sun, is the moon's battery dying or something? I never saw that before. So
Yeah, but
anyway,
listen to this, Elijah, before I forget. So, yeah, last night the moon was 87%. The night before, it was only 48%. It went from 48% to 87% in one 24-hour period. No shit. Freaked me the fuck out.
I don't know about that. And the only reason I say I don't know about that because I I for whatever reason I did watch the moon. I always watch it when it's around quarter or half. And so that's exactly what I saw about 2, 3 days ago. It was half. There's no way it could have been 47 yesterday. I mean, day before yesterday. Like I was already looking at the half moon, and just last night I was looking at the waxing gibbous. So it made sense to me.
Last night it was 87%.
But 87% sounds like a lot, though. It looks more like 60 something, 70 to me. But I don't believe. I mean, time and date. Like
I know, but when I
when I
looked
when
at
I actually
it,
looked at time and date and look at the sky, they don't match up all the time.
well, it matched up pretty well because tonight it's 94%, but I literally looked at it that night 2 nights ago and it was 48%. Then it went to 87. Now it's 94. It's bizarre.
Sounds biblical with the color changes of the luminaries. Like, for instance, sunrise the other day, it was red, like dark red, and it was significantly darker, like huge shadows everywhere, where usually there wouldn't be shadows like that when the sun's already up. I got a video of that. Somebody else got a video of the same thing somewhere else, and it's crazy. And then the moon has been acting real funny and also changing colors, like it shouldn't be, right? Like tetrads, we have like these blood moons and all this stuff, and it sounds biblical, especially with the cloth like banner that people have been wearing, like a crown to conquer, and then peace has been taken from the earth, from the people, civil unrest, like two of the horsemen, and then now they did this thing to where food's going to start costing a lot more, and there's going to be less of it. So it's like a man-made, um, what do you call it? Famine, like a false famine, a man-made famine. And then with all the droughts, there's going to be less food this year harvested. Big
Plagues.
time.
Don't
Yep.
forget the plagues with starvation.
Yep. And that's coming up right now.
Weak immune systems. I wouldn't know. I don't rely on the grocery store for most of my food.
That's good. I wish I had that kind of resource.
Hell, even if I didn't have the farm, I'd move off into the woods as soon as Myers was empty and start a garden.
Yeah, the woods is pretty far away. I'd have to go to like Sholo, but that'd be nice this time of year. Up in the mountains. Hell yeah.
You mean another portion of the state or another state?
Yeah. Like another portion of the state around Four Corners area.
Oh, yeah.
Snowflake.
See,
Sholo.
you'd love Michigan. There's woods everywhere. But if you go to the upper portion of our state, It's all national forest. You can get lost in it. It's so big.
Can I grow dope there?
You can get lost in it. It's so big. So the DNR don't get to police all of it, bro. I'm sure there's people up there growing dope already. I mean, I know there is. I used to go deer hunting. You go deer hunting, in November. Well, maybe October, September, October, you go up and you start plotting, or I
that's
call it
another.
stalking. I go up
I
north
learned
and I stalk my prey. So I find a good runway and I know where I want to put my blind. Well, I went up there one year in October and there's these power lines that go all down through the woods. And there was fucking weed for miles, dude, like 5 foot wide and just a strip, like a 5 plant row of corn for fucking miles as far as you could see. Somebody just mowed all the grass for 3 miles, 4 miles and planted weed. I mean, I don't even know how far because I just took a garbage bag full and got the fuck on.
I know
But see, now isn't that like what I was kind of hitting on with the common denominator thing about people being lazy, and what I meant is intellectually lazy because I mean the same issue presents itself everywhere when it comes to growing weed.
Yep.
I mean, even when it was illegal here, and I don't even know if it's legal yet to grow here, but even when it was illegal, you could put a little fucking you could put a little grow thing, little something in your closet, no problem.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone would take the time to learn how to do that and do that? Or do
Hell
you think
no.
they would allocate their time the way that their slave masters have told them
Right.
to? They'll go to their job and they'll buy that eighth for
I
$60
know.
instead of fucking figuring out how to grow it with minimal chance of getting caught with a fucking tiny ass plant in your fucking come on.
Yeah, well, and
Hey,
if
did
you know how to get it done, bro, it's just a light, airflow, and air conditioning. Once you got that down, it's just the amount of light you give it every day, and you grow it in a big enough pot for the roots to mature, and you give it proper soil. The best
I like
mix,
smart pots?
so you don't in orgoponics you don't have to nute your plants. You just mix them in the best. You get the best mixture for cherry tomatoes, and you can grow the bomb ass weed right in a planter in your backyard. So when you start it out, you start a clone out or a seedling at 18 hours of light. Do it for 4 weeks, drop it down to 16 hours light. Do that for 4 to 6 weeks. Now you're in the vegetation, or your vegetative stage is over. So once the plant's 4 foot tall or so, then you put it on a 12-12 and it bushes out and starts flowering. Or you can do a pre-flower and you can drop it from 14 to 13, then to 12. And that's hours of light. In a budding season, it's a 12-12 schedule. If you take any plant, throw it in the closet, give it 12 hours of light, 12 hours of dark, it's going to start budding. Period. If you give it 16 hours of light, it's going to grow upward. If you give it 14 hours of light, it'll start to bush out and you'll start to get nodes. That's called the pre-flower. So you should go from 16 to 14 to 12 over a 12-week cycle. I
Did
actually
did
took
you hear
But you
some
think about
politicians
you
talking
think
about
about
ending the federal ban on it?
yeah. In Michigan,
see when you
we say and what, we don't give a fuck about a federal ban or a lift of it. It's already legal for us. You can grow
I think
12
they
plants.
realize they better get on the bandwagon and start taxing it.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
can
they
grow.
dropped out.
Well, they fucked it here in Michigan. You can grow 12 plants for every person in your house.
Yeah, we got 7 per household here.
Only 6 here in this
5-family house, you can grow 60 plants a year. That's what we call redneck terminology. That there's a cash crop. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
I'm sorry, Elijah. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, if these examples of people's inaction, though they're addicted,
yeah,
or maybe they're not addicted, maybe they do it recreationally, and they rather work
pay somebody else
to
and work.
pay for it instead of actually doing it. Like that's one example. Another example is again people paying taxes.
I
Like
could
when
be
you
on.
have a 9 to 5 job and you got the
Yeah,
W-4, the W-2, whatever it is that they do over there. Like what you're doing is overpaying. Like whether you think you should be paying the government or not. The fact is, if you're in the system and you're playing the game, you're overpaying how much you're supposed to pay taxes.
yeah.
But the fundamental part is what the government does with your money. They invest it and they
Yep.
give you back what you overpaid. So you don't have
Uh,
to actually pay
well,
over
that
anything,
depends,
but it'll make
Elijah.
them. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that depends. A single man doesn't get very much of what he overpays back, wherein a couple with kids will get back more than they paid in. Then they'll bitch about where their taxes go. And it's like, bitch, you got more money back than you paid in. You didn't pay taxes. The single man did.
Right.
Because he's got no fucking. I pay at 37.5% rate. They take 37.5% of my profit. That's damn near 50%, dude. I damn near give half the fucking money I make to the government.
Hey, you
And
know what's
people
ironic?
say, people say, how can you get $1 million asphalt contracts and not be a millionaire? Well, I don't know how, but you cannot make $1 million off $1 million contract with labor, material, and taxes. Especially when one of them's taking damn near 40% straight off the top.
Yeah.
And a good rule of thumb is 25 to 30% for labor, 10% for fucking materials.
Yeah.
And then you got workman's comp, unemployment. I got to pay into them things as an employer. They fuck employers,
Retirement.
man. Yeah, 401k for my people.
I would say insurance, but I found out that they just take it out of the wage that they would have paid you. So
Yeah.
like people don't understand that they could just go and buy a little $4,000 plan, a $10,000 plan for the year,
and make more money
instead of having their company take it out. Yep.
Well, at my company, you would make $3.50 to $4 more an hour because I get good insurance. But you're absolutely right. So a guy who starts at, because now, honestly, Taco Bell pays 12 to 14 bucks an hour. As an asphalt company, I got to hire in at 16. This work people run away from. I think honestly, if they leave it like this, I'm going to have to pay people $17.50 in the door next year just to keep them.
And that's going to be for unskilled labor, somebody that just holds a sign, shit like that for the right.
Yeah, because some Taco Bell motherfucking liberal bitch got 14 bucks an hour. Now I got to overpay this idiot that stands there all day long. He ain't, but idiots don't stay where I'm at anyway. You got to be a hard-working person with a success state of mind to keep an asphalt job, because you'll work 60 to 104 hours a week, but you'll bring home, anywhere from 2,800 to 3,800 a week, and you'll only work during the summer. You'll make more in the summer than most people make all year, $75,000 to $90,000 in one summer.
Ooh.
But you might sleep in your fucking truck all year long, dude. All summer long. But you got the entire winter off and you're still getting unemployment. Still getting a paycheck.
That's when you come down here and do the asphalt, because that's when a lot of the asphalt companies from like Oregon or
oh no,
Illinois will come down here.
We wouldn't do. Listen, if I was in a no winter state, I wouldn't work 16, 18, 20 hours a day because they got more days of the year to do the work. So it
Oh, I
wouldn't
know, but
pan,
they come
wouldn't
down
pan
here
out
for the
the
winter
same.
time,
Yeah.
and they decided,
Some,
well, I might as well bring the company down and pave the parking lot of the RV park and stay there for free.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how we do it. I went
Or
to
do the bars and
Chicago.
get drinks for free, you know?
Yeah, I went to Lake Michigan City, Indiana, and I wanted to do homes owned by doctors, $1 million homes, Boost Residential. The motel we stayed at, the day we got there, I scheduled it. The day we got there, I didn't have to pay $1 because I made a deal on maintaining his parking lot, fixing his potholes, filling his cracks, seal coating it, getting the room for free the whole time we're there, and he gets what he thought was cheaper, where his state is charging double what I would have charged you. You know? And then they tried to boycott me because they were saying union only work in this town. So they made the asphalt plants wouldn't sell me asphalt. The Genite plants wouldn't sell me sealer. You know, I just drove back to Michigan and filled up every rig I got. I'm like, bitch, you don't want to fuck with me. I got
That's the
seal
beautiful thing
rigs.
about Arizona.
I
No
got
unions.
I got seal rigs in the field I'm not using. I can fire them bitches up, fill them up, and use them just for a storage container. You piss me off, I will lose a little money just to spank your ass, especially when you're charging double. So I can get 1.5 times what I would have made in Michigan while I'm fucking you. But I try not to be a shrewd businessman because that's just, you're basically being a crook. I don't want to fuck honest people. But you have a legal right to go there and earn money once you get a doing business as license for that town. And how do they know my laborers aren't union laborers? Well, they're just not in their union. They literally tried to juice us for $4,000 to put every one of my laborers in their union. I said, "Are you fucking crazy? So you're not fucking me, my laborers." That's what I told the dude. You're basically strong arming my laborers. You're not telling me I can't work in your town. You're telling me my laborers can't work in your fucking town. Fuck you. And I'm a talkative person. I got big jobs right away. I come to this town, I go to the motel, I'm doing their parking lot. Then it turns out 3 days later, this dude owns 6 different motels and he wants them all done. But I go to Walmart to get some crap because I'll go buy food and just stock it into the motel room so people can eat while we're at the motel. So we're not wasting all our money on fast food and shit. Well, I get the Walmart parking lot while I'm there, you know what I'm saying? Then they hook me up with 3 other Walmarts because I'm cheaper, you know? So just, and plus you don't pay till you're satisfied. So just the way I conduct business, I don't even have to advertise. The business people advertise for me. Walmart's calling Kmart because they know people over there and they're like, "Hey man, you know how there's a guy in town doing shit cheap. Your parking lot needs it. You better talk to him." Homeowners, you got a $2 million home and I didn't get a drop of sealer on your. Hey dude, this dude did our driveway for 60% of what we usually pay. You better call these people. And, you know, within 4 days of being there, it's basically the company's running itself. All they got to do is answer the cell phone every morning when I get up. And you know, I go out of town. I'm up at 4, getting breakfast by 6, and I'm on the pavement by sun up. I usually like to get breakfast at 5:30 and coffee. If you're there at 5:30, I pay for your breakfast. If you show up late, you got to buy your own, and you better be on the job site before the sun comes up. But like, it's seasonal here. You know, we've all heard that there's only so many hours in a day. When you only got so many days a year you can work, you know. then you're taking advantage of every hour it's not raining. My people,
Yeah,
I
if you
pay.
can stand the heat, there's no rain out here.
Yeah, I don't know about that shit. In those states, like I've done shit in Florida, you don't do asphalt work during the day in those states. You do it at night. All the work's done at night.
Yeah.
But you fucking kill people at 115.
Now
My
during
people can work.
the winter time, it's perfectly fine to work during the day, but you only have like 12 hours of daylight.
Yeah, right. So my people can work in 100-degree weather, but not every damn day of the year. You know? And you got to take a lot of breaks, and you got to really push your people to drink water. Like
Yeah, I agree.
somebody said, retirement. To me, retirement isn't really overhead. That's earned. People earn that with loyalty. My job's hard. You show up every year. I give you. You got a 401k. You pay into your 401k every year. I'll match up to $25 a paycheck for the 401k, and then you also get attendance bonuses, production bonuses, and profit sharing. And percentages of the profit sharing, you have to put 25% of your profit sharing in your 401k. It's not a question. You can't opt to take 100% of your profit sharing, or I'm not going to give it to you. This is extra money. It should be stored for your retirement. You shouldn't kill your back doing asphalt your entire life and not have a retirement. That's just my opinion. And so during the winter, when they're not working, I'm still paying $25 a week for every employee I know that's going to return the next year towards their 401k. I still pay. And the 401k is better. You can choose where your money gets invested. My people don't choose. They don't opt out for high risk. They actually did high risk one year and made 50% of what their 401ks was. So they got 1 1/2. They haven't chose to do it. It's up to them. What they can choose what to invest it into, but they discuss that. I got 3 employees in charge of it, my most senior people, and they have meetings about it. So I don't say this is where you're going to invest your 401k money. They tell me, Mike, this is where we want it to go this year. Because like some people wanted to invest in crypto, you know. I try to get them to stay with low risk, guaranteed returns. But that's because they're putting a good amount in the 401k every year. And this is pre-tax. You can take it out pre-tax, meaning whatever money you put in your 401k, no taxes came out of that. That's before we do the taxes. So if you're putting $100 a week in your 401k, which some of my people do, you make $3,200 a week. Why not put up $100 a week for retirement? You can retire with $250,000, $300,000 or more. Like these guys, my most senior guy, he's got 225,000 in 401k, and when they went high risk, he went up to like 375,000 in 1 year. He made like $100,000 in 1 year on his 401k. But that won't be taxed until he starts. And with a 401k, you can say, I want to take out this much a week. You can get payments, or you can just take all your money at once. So on a 401k, you can say, Well, I want a $500 paycheck every week, and they'll take taxes out of it. They'll tax it when you get it, so it's as if it's still earned income. So you can be retired and still have, positive income in the tax return.
What's up,
The
Mike?
Shit, what's up?
You sound like you're a bit tired, man.
Allergies. Got my throat sore and too much weed, bro. You know what's up.
The night just started, man. You already throat's already sore. That doesn't come till later on in the night.
I had to weed the gardens.
Yeah.
I got a deviated septum, so it like doubles down on my allergies.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
I got one too, so I hear
You
you.
know what I mean? It's like you live with an upper respiratory infection.
Yep. That's something you're gonna have to just deal with the rest of your life.
I was supposed to have that repaired last month, but I said, fuck it. I didn't want to deal with the headaches for 3-4 weeks. Because they basically stick a punch up your nose, whack it with a hammer, break all them bones, and you'll get tension headaches and shit for a good month while it's healing. I've had it done 3 times, I
you're just leaving it alone
rescheduled
this
it.
time? You're gonna leave it alone this time?
No, I rescheduled it. I'll do it. My neck was sore, man. I was already having tension headaches. I didn't want to double down,
Yeah. You sound like you're a bit beat, man. Like you need some honey and lemon or something.
Yeah, it's been a long 2 weeks. It rained for fucking 10 days, and now the last 4 days we've been doing 2 days worth of work in 1 day. So,
Mike,
yeah.
take a hot toddy.
I was thinking about that.
That sounds like something. Yeah, I don't know what is that.
I did a tea thing,
Oh.
a tea rinse the other day. Get this certain kind of tea and steam it and put a towel over it and breathe it.
There you go.
And man, that did it. That did good. I should probably do that again. I think it's rosemary tea. Iggy told me about it, and I bought a bunch of it. So I'd have to go downstairs and look at it, but I should do that because I was literally breathing good for a couple days.
You tried essential oils?
Yeah, I got a zip pack from my doctor, so I don't like to do that too often, but I think I've literally got an upper respiratory infection, ear infection, sinus infection,
Shit, dude. Yeah, that's the
So,
worst.
Too much
yeah,
whack.
so I'm gonna take that 7-day fucking antibiotic. It's called a zip pack, multi-spectrum. Take one big ass antibiotic for 7 days in a row, like 5,000 milligrams.
Good night.
Get lots of oregano, man, or some marjoram, like some essential oil, some marjoram oil. Rub that on your chest at night. But man, you need a lot of oregano in your diet. Just get a lot in your body.
I got shit. I grow oregano in the garden, bro. Well, in a herb patch, not the garden. A herb patch is in the garden, so be specific. It's just a small patch of herbs, kind of like a potato patch or a pumpkin patch. You don't want other
Or
things.
like the items that you pick up in Resident Evil.
Yeah. Yeah, hey,
That's
dude.
what I'm talking
Intellectual laziness. That's one we could talk on all night, Elijah. Because people could be self-sustaining. They could own. You could teach your kids to work for 10 years, save every dollar you make, and then buy your property and make your property economically productive. On 10 acres, you can make enough money off your land to pay to live for free. On 20 acres, you can start growing your own damn food, and not only paying to live, paying the taxes on your land, but now you're also
Boomer.
canning 50% of your food a year. Yeah, I'm Gen X, but you can call me a boomer because I know how to feed
No, that
myself.
don't have nothing to do with being a well. I don't. Well, I say that, but I was thinking earlier. I was like, like this kind of conversation. I don't hear it in the young conversation at all.
Well, yeah, all farmers aren't boomers. That's the thing. But not all boomers were farmers. A lot of them were fucking hippies. They
Yeah.
didn't even know how to grow weed, but
We got a triggered Glober in here or something? What's going on?
Yeah, I was waiting for him to light up again so I could ban his ass. You know how I roll.
Yeah, there's only a few. I could spot the ones that are not regulars.
I'll go
either-
Uncle Cracker on a motherfucker.
It's either this thumbs or something like that. I'm guessing that's him. You know
I
me,
think
man.
it's G Skills. He just left.
Yeah, it's G Skills or this thumbs. Is one of those. He pops in and out. G Skills.
Hey, Battle, I started with my dad's shop lights, right?
Yep.
When it was easy to grow, man, when it was real good, right? Not this GMO. I don't know what this stuff is today, man. But you have to baby these things, and I mean, it's ridiculous, man.
Any halogen is good. Yeah, you can use a 150 watt just field light, pole light, outdoor light, blue spectrum halogen. That'll do it. You should add a few coil energy saving bulbs for white light lumens. You don't
See,
want
and
all blue.
that's why I always try to bring it back to the relevancy of our disposition, because I don't know why we're so disconnected from seeing patterns. Damn, I'm not sure exactly what I'm trying to say, but I'm gonna bring it home here. So you have the weed, right? And the thing is, the lazy part, right? The reason that people make money off of weed is because other people don't feel like growing it.
Yeah, other people are lazy. Same reason I make money on tomatoes, bro.
I was just about to say, the reason restaurants make money is because people don't feel like cooking. Like, so the point is, yes, providing a service will make you wealthy. All you got to do is figure out what other people don't want to do and go do it for them. That's it.
Because they're too damn lazy.
There's a lot of shit like that.
Hey
that
man,
people don't feel like doing.
I like to say you can support a family well off one fucking skill. I don't care if you're the best guy at making quiche. Sell quiches. Make custom quiches. Get you a quiche customer list. I don't care if all you do is breaks. Give a quality job. Build a return customer list. Be people's brake man. When I was a kid, I knew people that never even went to work. They'd go out to their garage every day, and most people would say, I don't go to these licensed garages. I got a guy. That's my car guy. Your car ever breaks, you always go to the same guy. You
You have
say,
to.
I got the money for the parts, but I can't pay for the labor right now. Your car guy fixes your car, gets you driving back to work, and gets a little portion of his money out of every paycheck, because he greases the wheels and the axles that keep life turning.
Mm-hmm.
Now they try to. That's against the law to make money in your own damn garage at home, fixing other people's cars, because you're not a licensed business.
Insane.
You're not a licensed mechanic.
That's insane. And when you own a car and you live like somewhere in the city, you realize, like, after a while, like I just feel like everyone that drives here just ignores getting fucked. Because if you gotta get your car fixed here, you're not gonna take it to the same person, right? And when you don't take it to the same person, because that's just the culture here, you're going to find out that you paid $175 for something that was $10.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you keep going to a different place trying to find a better deal, you generally get fucked more every time because they see you coming. You had a guy, but you left your guy for us. Well, here, we're going to offer you a better quality job, but we're not going to drop the price. It costs a little more here, but we do better than that guy you had. We're more reliable.
Hey, is McNugget a new person? McNugget? Right above
I
me?
don't know. How do
Yeah,
you
I was
spell
gonna
it?
send you a GIF so you could post it in Livestream Voice 6 because I can't post it.
If it's gay porn, bro, you're banned. How do you spell G skills? That G skills name.
Skills with the Z.
That's with the Z. Yeah.
Oh, Z skills. Okay.
So do we got anybody in here that thinks the Earth's a globe? I mean, we got this Sums. This Sums, are you there?
Rogers does, I believe.
All right. Who's Rogers? Rogers TV? Is that Rogers
Hi.
TV, are you there?
I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah, he's the pilot, remember?
What,
Oh, I don't-
motherfucker?
I
Oh
didn't
my
even know.
God.
I don't know who this is. Like,
I will
honestly.
ban your dumb ass.
I don't know why you'd ban me. I
gotta
haven't
have
done
'em.
anything.
You gotta have him
Because
lose them,
here's
man.
the thing, Roger. You got to have brain skills to be able to lose brain skills or
Yeah,
sound.
what I'm saying, the points I'm trying to make are,
What
you
are the points
can't,
you're trying to make?
You haven't
can't
made
just,
any point.
okay, if you,
Here's the thing. You haven't had no conversation. You ain't made no points. But for some reason, you lost brain cells listening to a boomer conversation. You know how moronic that makes you sound? I mean, do you? I literally want to answer that question.
Hey,
I'm sorry, what was it you said? Sorry, I didn't hear the start of your sentence. I apologize.
Post his map you.
Oh, so the answer is no.
No, I
Hey,
didn't
look,
hear. I didn't hear the start of the
No,
sentence. I do
no, I'll
apologize.
just take no for an answer. And so I'm telling you, you're looking really moronic right now.
I'm sorry. I really do apologize for getting in the way.
Don't
of,
be sorry, man.
I'm just.
I mean, you're the one losing brain cells.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to insult you.
I just want you to abandon the multiple conversations you were trying to have in the
Well, no,
text.
the problem is that when I try and have an actual question, I do constantly get shot down a little bit.
Listen, I haven't heard you even attempt to ask a question.
Yeah,
I have.
So what?
Look, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see I said, "Can I ask a genuine question?" I did ask a genuine question. I got shot
I
down.
don't
quite a bit.
answer.
Just
I don't
get to
answer.
it. Get to it, man.
The question I have is, which
Here's the
still
thing.
hasn't been answered,
Ask
which
your
was my first
with
question.
your
Okay.
voice.
My first question, which still has not been answered the whole time I've been here, is the very simple question, and I provided a map. You can look on Google Maps. You can look at the literal map, which I said. If I flew my plane from London to New York, and I flew up through the United Kingdom, over Greenland, over Iceland, and down into New York, it takes about 6 hours, give or take, about that amount of time. If I fly in a straight line from point to point, which is what it would be on a flat Earth map, which I have been sent by your own people. I asked for a flat Earth map and I was sent one. It's different times. It doesn't work.
Oh no! You
You're
keep
actually
saying
flying
I
in a
asked
straight
for a
line.
flat Earth map,
And I got one.
gave you. Well, listen.
Yep.
Listen to me and don't interrupt me while I'm doing it.
I'm sorry.
There's dumbasses. I said don't interrupt me. I said
Sorry.
listen and don't interrupt while I'm doing it. There's dumbasses in every group. Whatever dumbass sent you a flat, ban that motherfucker. Whatever dumbass sent you a map, I don't know. And I'm not going to debate the straw man of it, but there is no flat Earth map. Can we see what you're calling a flat Earth map? Can I see it?
Yes, I will post. Yes, it is. It is a map that I was sent by.
Hold on, before we move on.
I'm asking a question. Hold up. Is it an equidistant map?
What does that mean? I'm
Azimuth
sorry. You have to
equidistance
explain that
map?
to me. You have to explain that to me. I'm not
Is it
entirely
an
sure.
AE map? Is it an AE map? AE.
Yeah, I don't know
Just
what
show
you're
me the
referring to.
map.
I'll show you the map.
You don't
yeah,
know
I'll
what
show
kind of
you the
map it is, but you were using it?
No, I wasn't using. I was just sent it. I didn't use it myself. I was just sent it. I'll show you. Look, I'll copy it from
Something wrong. You got something to say?
copy image.
Yeah, hold up. Don't speak until you post a map.
Okay.
All right. Something wrong? You got something to say? You want to be heard? You got a valid point to input?
No, I want to know.
No.
Yeah, what map he's using.
For some reason it won't let me
No,
post links.
I
he's
was
the one.
talking
He's
to a
the one
specific.
saying boomer. That's why. That's what I'm saying.
I was talking to a specific person, and I called him by name. I wasn't
Oh, I
talking
didn't
to the group. I want to know what map too, because there is no flat Earth map. And if the distances don't make sense on a global projection map, well, that you just debunked your globe. Thank you.
Okay. The only reason
Can
I
we
believe.
see the map?
Well, why won't it let me post links in the voice
I said
text?
don't speak till you post the damn
I
map.
can't. I
Send it to
can't.
me.
Okay, I'll send it
post
to you. Yep, that's fine. I'll send it to you. There you
I'll
are.
post it for you.
That's the message that I was sent.
The message you
It says on the right hand side flat Earth map.
Wow. Well, if someone said map to Santa Claus's hideaway, would
Well,
you take
I was sent by one of your flat Earth people.
Hold on. Just hold on. That's a straw man to us. We don't know the people, and we don't know whether or not they're flat earthers. They could have been a glober making.
Well, there's another one. Look in your
about your
voice link right
people.
now. That's a flat Earth map right there that someone just
Excuse me.
posted.
It's not a flat Earth map because we don't have a map.
Right.
But frankly, listen, I can't tell every motherfucker in here what not to post, so I don't have to argue their straw man. First off, we don't know the dimensions of the Earth, so to assert we have a flat Earth map is just stupid.
Okay.
So, like I said, there's one in every group, and I'm not going to point
no, I
fingers.
appreciate that.
There's a jackass in every group. There's an idiot in every group, and
As
we got
much
a
as
large group, so I'm sure we got a few of each.
Didn't we check
I
you
know
in, man?
damn well we do.
I'm sure you can appreciate though. For me, as someone that obviously hasn't been involved in as much as
So
you
I'm
guys, it's
just
hard
going
to
to answer
understand.
you this. I'm going to answer you this. The image you showed me are global projection maps.
Right.
They're a two-dimensional projection of a globe. A lot of people now properly stated this would be a flat Earth reference. You would use it for references. This is what it might look like. But no offense to you, but this map doesn't have distances or anything. That's really not a map.
So, does anyone in the flat Earth community plan on
Where's the
proving
legend?
one? How do you
Where's
guys
the
got?
legend? Can we,
Yeah, no, that's fine. I
listen,
appreciate
can
that.
we take... Listen, no, we're not moving to the next subject. We're going to cover this map thoroughly. You thought it's a map, but it has no scale or legend.
Okay.
Didn't I? It was
that
not
this,
something wrong.
This sums. It's this sums, Mike. He just left.
I kicked.
Who is it? What's his name?
This sums.
Okay, let me go try to get him in the logs.
Oh, I'm fitting the ban in. Don't waste your time.
You got him?
Who's next?
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, sweet.
So the whole point is this isn't even a map. Now, you and some other dumbass labeled this a flat Earth map, but it doesn't have a scale. It doesn't say what ratio it is.
Okay.
It doesn't have a legend. There's no accurate way to measure distance here.
Okay.
So to even compare it to distance is ignorant. How did you measure distance on that map?
Oh, I didn't. I was just using it as a reference, as you said. I was just pointing to the fact that, yes, you yourself, as a person, may not have said that was a flat Earth map, but I have been provided by many, many people, not just in this Discord, but in many, many other places.
I don't
This is the
defend
problem
other
you have,
flat
though.
earthers.
Yeah, how would you
This
use
is-
it as a reference of a quote unquote flat Earth map if it's not an accurate
Hold up with
map?
it.
I'm sure.
That's a straw man. Address us for what positive claims we give.
Okay. Well,
And not one person here will back that positive claim if they do. I'll ban them. That's a flat Earth map.
My main question to you then, if with all that in mind, with what you told
We
me,
have no map.
that's
we
fine.
Have no model.
That's fine. I understand that. My question is, do you ever plan on actually proving to us, as you call globers or whatever? Do you actually
It
ever
measures
plan?
that way.
Every measurement ever of the Earth in entire history is flat. And they use flat maps for everything.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's the answer to his question.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Every map ever used is
hold
flat.
on.
It is.
You're talking about a motherfucker who's ignorant
Listen,
and
we don't have to
stumbles
argue
across
with
the
specific-
information. I was trying to get a good joke in there. You guys fucking threw me in some mud.
All right. Well, I just want him to
jumping.
understand that, like, when the military uses anything regarding the purpose of navigation, they use a flat map projection.
That's not true.
But he
Okay,
didn't. But he
okay,
he
cite
didn't
involved
say-
in the
he didn't
military.
say- he
I'm
didn't
actually
say-
involved in the
objectively
military.
true, dude.
I'm
what he said
involved
was
directly
how-
with the
well, let's
military. That's
test
not
that.
true.
Use the
Hold on,
globe
we made a
map.
positive claim that I would like
Guys,
to challenge.
Yo,
What-
yo, man, one at a time. Jesus fucking Christ. They jump in, dude, and
Right.
toss the puck. One at a time.
I
Please.
just
What
wanted to
branch
say
of-
one
what
thing
branch of
before
military?
you guys get really serious.
You saw heard what he just said? He just said that the military uses globe
Right.
maps.
He
He's
said.
so serious,
what-
Eli.
But listen to what I'm saying before you respond to him or to me. Okay. So he said, "How are you going to prove to people like him, like him?" And I immediately thought, well, I mean, thank you. There's no hope for people like him or Jim Panda or any of these other kinds of.
Yeah.
So we're not here to do anything for you. You've already let me know that I can't help you. You're
No,
just
no, that's
here
not true. You can help
in-
me. It's just
you're
you're
just
not.
here-
You're not helping
Look,
me.
no, listen, I'm not willing to help you. I'm gonna let you stay in the dirt. I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah.
And that response is only tailored to you based on what you've said thus far. This is the real world, and this is what happens sometimes.
Okay.
We're
gotta
here mostly.
understand there's always going to be some
we're here
guy who
mostly-
figures things out the last.
One
There's always
at
going to
a
be some
time,
guy
come
who's
on,
last.
guys.
Okay,
We're here
I
mostly
think to be fair
for-
to me, I've always listened to what you guys have had to say. I've never insulted you for
You
what you
haven't
said.
listened
Who's
to
you
us.
guys?
I've
Yeah,
listened to
you-
I've
no,
listened to
you
everything you said
haven't
about the
listened
map.
to us.
I've listened to everything you said about the
Dude,
map
have
and all the
you
coordinates
been
and
here
everything.
before? Yes or
I have been here
have
before.
you been
Yep,
here before?
I have.
Okay, so
Under
you
what
listened to
name?
everything we say.
I've
No,
listened
you
to what
didn't,
you said.
because you're saying gibberish right now, and you didn't listen.
Well, I'm trying to make just one point, if you'd let me, just one.
You didn't listen.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if you don't think I did listen
what
to
is
my-
your point about coordinates?
My point is, as you were saying, you said the military only use two-dimensional flat maps.
They
That is
do.
not-
They're
that
called
is no-
navigation
Only.
maps.
Okay. If you'd let me
Hold
finish,
on.
I could explain
They're
to you.
called nav mats.
Yeah,
I
if
want to
could-
know
if-
what branch
Okay,
of
well-
military you're in.
Okay,
Hold
I'm
up.
involved in the Air Force of a
okay.
certain country, and I can tell you now we do not use two-dimensional graphs in all of our calculations. That's not true. Not
No,
by any
they
means of the
didn't say
imagination.
calculations. They
When I
said
say the
they-
word calculation,
listen,
No, in
No,
maps,
no,
in
no,
navigation,
rank here right
any
now.
form of navigation, we don't just
Dude,
use
shut
two-dimensional
up.
graphs.
Fucking rank, dude. Let me listen
I
to
don't
this
need
guy.
Go, Indio.
Who the fuck said we use two-dimensional graphs?
I didn't say anything about 2D. I said.
And who just said only? Who said
Oh,
only? I want a
God.
direct quote. Who
I
said
said
only?
I said the U.S.
Who said
military
only?
uses flat map projections.
There you go. That's the one.
He didn't say only though. Say
Well,
only.
No, but they said in all. He said in all calculations for navigation.
No one ever
He
said
didn't
that
say
phrase.
calculations. He didn't
You
say
just making up what I
calculations.
said,
Okay,
dude.
but why does that
How does
matter?
the Glover
Okay,
Why-
turn
I
out
asked
to do
everybody to
that?
shut up. I'm going to mute everybody in this channel, dude. Everybody
don't
be
have to-
quiet except for this guy,
Indio,
because he's
before you
obviously
mute-
full of shit. So
Indio.
I want to expose his bullshit.
Indio,
Yes,
before
go
you
ahead.
mute me, dude. 2 hours ago, we debunked this fucking idiot. He's been sitting here doing the same thing over and
I
over
know.
again.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
I looked at his comments. I see that. Same shit
So
2 hours
let me
ago.
ask you a question. Seems like you think you know something, but you're like a pretender clown. But I'll let you make your statement about whatever it is, maps, coordinate systems, whatever that you think. What? What about it? What about it?
Okay, so just to clarify a few things. First of all, when I say I'm involved in the military, it doesn't mean I'm actually in it. It just means I know stuff about it. Okay, I'm not saying I'm a professional. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. You could be right.
Know what you want to know.
Hold on. You guys could be right. The Earth could be flat. I'm not saying it's not. Okay, I'm not trying to say to all of you, you're all full of crap. Okay, because I don't know. Because I sit on the same Earth you do, and I haven't been to space, and I haven't seen this stuff. So I'm not going to start saying to you lot, oh yeah, you're all wrong, because I can't. I have no place to do that. All I'm trying to do is find out.
Can we get to the point?
Yes, the point is, no one, as of this point, has ever been able to prove to me, with whatever proof you got, that the Earth is actually flat. You just keep you keep proving you keep saying you've debunked me. You haven't debunked me.
Listen, hold on. What? First of all, you haven't made a claim. What is your claim about coordinate systems? What is your claim?
I never said coordinates. I never said coordinates.
Well, what are you talking about? Maps or whatever?
Yeah, when I'm talking about maps, I'm talking about maps. We actually have maps of the 3D Earth. We have them. They exist.
We do. Okay. Cool.
Yes, they're
and
not
you
just
don't know
flat.
what they mean. And you don't know what they mean.
What do you mean I don't know what I mean? It's a map.
You don't know what they mean. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Our latitude and longitude...
Shut up, beaver boy. You sound like a fucking beaver with buck teeth, dumb.
Yo. Great. Yeah. You're about to expose your idiot friend, right?
Was that
so our
something
latitude
again?
and longitude... Jesus Christ. Swear to God.
I'm just trying to moderate then. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Listen. Our latitude and longitude points on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't even know that?
There are, of course, there are latitude and longitude points on the ground. What
are they points on the ground? No, they're not.
Well, it depends how you use them. You can assign points to a latitude or a longitude. Of course you can.
Are they objective or arbitrary?
Okay, this is not what I was talking about at all.
Listen, you're talking about maps, right?
Yeah.
Maps.
Yeah.
So latitude and longitude are not points in the ground. They are points in the celestial sphere. Not points on the ground. Okay.
No.
Okay, so you knew that, right?
Well, I'm actually not going to say yes or no, because that would just devalidate my point, which I was trying to make.
I don't know what your point is.
The
I
point
want
I'm
you
trying
to
to make,
make
this is nothing to do with the coherent statement I was trying to make was, if you're trying to say that the Earth is flat because we have maps of a two-dimensional or a flat...
No, I said the Earth measures flat. Why are you straw manning, bro?
Same thing. Okay.
It's
also,
not the
why
same
does it
thing.
matter? Okay, why do little words matter? If I go up to a scientist
same
and ask them what shape is the Earth, and like a scientist that believes what I believe, let's say.
Wait. Why do little words matter if I say the Earth measures flat and you start talking about maps?
Yeah, because if I go up to any scientist
Is that like
and
an
say,
appeal to credentials fallacy?
okay, can I finish my sentence, please? Just
Yeah,
one. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, if I
prove
go
things
to
with a
any,
logical fallacy,
if
go for it.
oh my goodness me, please, if I go to any scientist that believes in what I
I debunked, me and Crypto debunked this idiot 2 hours
I didn't hear
ago.
anything he said.
Yeah.
Anything he said, I cut off. I just want him to make a coherent fucking statement. He just got verbal diarrhea. Dude, make a coherent statement.
He doesn't have one.
Okay, so real simple. Can we eliminate the Earth being a ball? Is there any test we can do to eliminate that possibility?
No.
No? There's
you
no
cannot,
test
there is
we can
no
do
proof
to
that you
eliminate
can
that
do.
possibility.
There is nothing you can do apart from going to space that will ever prove scientifically that the Earth is flat. You
Okay,
cannot
is
prove
looking
from
at
the
things,
surface of
that's
the
a
Earth.
lie. That's a lie.
No, it's not.
That's a
No,
lie.
it's not. No,
That's
it's
a
not.
lie. That's
Prove
a lie.
it to me then. Prove
Listen,
it. Go on.
I'm going to tell you why it's a lie. I'll prove it's a lie because looking at things is subjective, inherently subjective. So you can't prove things with subjective evidence. So yeah, dude, that's called check. Okay. You can't prove. So if I look at some railroad tracks and they converge in the distance,
Yeah.
what does that prove? That they
It's
come
called
together?
perspective,
That-
my friend. When you look at something from the
Oh,
ground, it's going to
really?
look different from the sky.
From the perspective.
Yes.
From perspective.
Does
from,
an ant
from what?
on? Or does an
A
ant?
subjective from.
Yeah.
Dude.
Does an
from a
ant on
subjective
does an
viewpoint.
ant on a large swimming pool think the swimming pool is going to? Let's say it's on a round swimming pool. Does it think
the
it's round?
fuck are
No,
you talking about?
It thinks it's flat because it's on the surface and it can't see past it because the perspective is different. Same for us.
What
Perspective
the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't even know.
You talk about. Listen, you said went to space and looked at the Earth. You could prove it's a ball. Okay? How do you know it's not an egg? How do you know it's not an elongated fucking cylinder? Right?
For all I know, it could be a pineapple. Who knows? Well, actually, no, I do know because
Exactly.
the North American Space Agency helpfully
that you
proved
can't
to me
prove it
that
by
it is in
looking at
fact.
it.
Oh, I can
Cool,
look at it.
dude. Cool for them. Pardon me? Well,
I
you
could
said
go
you can
on.
look at it from where?
Yeah, from YouTube right now. I can look at the International Space Station, and I can look at the Earth right now.
Okay. You willing to bet money on that?
Yes, money. I will bet money that I can look on YouTube
How much
right
money
now.
you got? How much money you got?
But the thing is, you'll just come out and say, well, actually, that's
No,
not
no,
true.
because I'm going to tell you. Listen, no, dude. Don't try to divine my mind, dude.
Oh, I'm
Not gonna work.
sorry. I didn't mean to
So
upset you.
what's broadcast on YouTube? Who's upset? Who's upset? You're
sound
trying
a
to
little
divine my
upset.
mind because
You
you have
sound a
no.
little upset.
Now here we go. We're going to talk about feelings. We already did this earlier today with another one
You
of your
haven't
cronies,
debunked
dude.
me. You've not even come close to debunking
Why
me.
you haven't? Listen, I'm about to tell you. If you shut the fuck up, I'll tell you why that is not a depiction of reality.
Okay.
I can tell you why. Okay. First of all, what's on YouTube is not even NASA speed. Okay. So if you go to HDEV, Google ISS HDEV, and what they're showing there is NASA speed. Okay. And if you look at the one on YouTube and the one on NASA's website, you'll see that they're not the same. Okay. That's your level of discernment. You don't have one. It's zero. Your
So
level of discernment is zero. You didn't even check.
So basically, you're telling me that the astronaut that is currently with a camera on a spacewalk outside the International Space Station right now on YouTube is coming from where exactly?
It's a recording.
It's a recording from where?
It's a recording. I don't know.
You don't
I'm not
know.
in the studio.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
I don't know.
studio. I see. It's a pretty big studio.
Wherever it came from, 5 seconds ago, you thought that was an accurate depiction of the Earth that was live, and you can go look at the Earth right now.
Well,
That's
I
what
am
you
looking at the
said,
Earth right
and
now.
you're wrong. Listen,
Okay.
you're wrong.
Of course I am.
You're wrong, dude. You're
Yeah,
wrong because
I'm wrong.
I just told you where to go to prove yourself wrong.
No. No, you didn't.
NASA's HDEV website.
What about it?
NASA's HDEV website. Go to it. Did
You
he
do
leave?
realise the reason it's different speeds is not because...
Hey, what are you talking about? It's not the same fucking video, moron. It's not the same video.
No, because they
These two
could...
different things.
Yeah, do you know why? Because they're not all on the same space
Who
station.
cares why? You just said it was fucking live
That's-
on
that's
YouTube.
why.
That's wrong.
It is.
You just said it was live on YouTube. It's wrong. No,
It is
it's
live on
wrong.
YouTube.
It's objectively wrong.
Okay.
Dude, it's a live recording.
Yeah, why are you lying so much,
Do you
bro?
know how
Like,
many
hey,
space
why are you lying
stations
so
there?
much?
Do you know how many space stations, how
That's why I came
many
here to expose
satellites?
you.
And you're not
Yeah,
exposing
no,
it
no,
at
no,
all.
no. I know.
Yes,
How many?
dude.
Not exposed.
How many space stations do we have?
Yeah,
But
many.
listen.
How
I'm gonna
many?
get
How
to
many?
it.
Give me a number. Give me a number.
Okay, let's find out. No, I'll find out right now for you. I'll Google it.
Yeah, please
Thanks.
do.
Because there's more than
God,
one.
please.
Go to the
Will you let me finish with
depository.
this guy?
Yeah, man.
You haven't finished with me.
Please let
You've
me
not
finish with
proved
this guy.
anything. You're just
I'm about
upset
to
because
finish
I'm making it hard for you, and you're not
Prove.
accepting.
Buddy,
I just listen.
he doesn't need to.
This is
He
not
does.
hard. You
Yes, it
can't
is.
shut the fuck up.
You don't
Listen,
understand
shut the
basic
fuck
science.
up. Shut
That's your
the
problem.
fuck up, dude. Dude, I just proved unequivocally, objectively, that what you thought was it is not live video of the Earth. Okay? And we can listen. I'm going to ask you some simple questions.
Okay.
You know what pseudoscience is? You know
I
what
do.
pseudoscience is? Okay. So what's the definition of pseudoscience?
Okay. So, am I allowed to give my scientific definition, or are you going to shut me down?
I want the definition of the person that coined the phrase, Karl Popper.
Okay.
It's a
well,
PhD in the philosophy of science.
Okay, fair enough. From what I understand it to be, pseudoscience is a scientific claim that has no kind of power or are like conjectures. You know, Assertions.
That was the scientific definition.
Which have not been proven false. Therefore, you suggest they must be true.
Okay, listen, wrong. You're way off.
Okay.
Pseudoscience, definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment.
Right, and
so
that's
if you make a claim or theory and you can't do an experiment to prove it true or false, then it's pseudoscience. Right?
Well, I'm sorry that you guys didn't pass grade 3 science.
Listen, I have a degree, dude, and I have a science degree, so shut the fuck up.
From which university?
Boston University.
God help them.
Yeah, that's your best argument. So, since we got the definition of pseudoscience, claims or theories which are not falsifiable by experiment, are pictures alleging to be from the ISS, are they pseudoscience claims about them? Or can they be falsified by experiment?
I am actually lost for words.
Can they be falsified by experiment? Is there a scientific test I can do? Listen, is there a scientific test I can do that I can prove that that those images...
Sadly, sometimes you can't prove everything in life, and you just have to accept that some things are true. The Earth is not flat. Money exists, so you have to pay your taxes, and people live on the planet. Those are some things that you just have to accept. I don't care. I don't care what any of you laugh at. I don't care what bollocks.
This is an awesome spiral.
No, it's not a spiral. It's just true. The fact of the matter is, one day the fact is, you're going to die. You are going to die one day, and it doesn't matter when you die or where you die.
Wow.
You are going to die on a globe.
Somebody
it's kick
this dumbass. Yes, listen, awesome. We don't care about your feelings or your fucking word salad philosophical ramblings. I want to know if images from the ISS are falsifiable by experiment.
We on the outside world laugh at flat earthers. We think you're morons.
Yes
you do
or
realise
no?
that.
Who is
I
we?
insult my friends by
Who
calling
cares?
them flat earthers. Because
Who
we
is
think you're all stupid, right? You do
Who
realise
cares what you think?
the rest of the...
Mute this idiot.
Yo, can I ask this guy 3 questions? India just slaughtered you,
I
dude.
want him to answer my question.
I agree.
I want him to answer my question. Answer my question, dude.
These
are
people are
images
morons.
purporting to be from the ISS? Answer the question.
Okay.
Are they falsifiable by experiment or are they pseudoscience?
They are neither. You're providing me a 50-50 question, expecting me to answer 2 of which are just incorrect.
What's the third choice? Listen, you don't even know what you're saying. You're saying it's a false dichotomy.
The third,
it's a false dichotomy.
No, what I'm saying
What's
is
the third? What's the third choice?
If you'd let me say it, I would tell you. The third choice is
on with it.
The picture. Yeah, if I could, but you keep server muting me, so I can't say it. The point is, those pictures are not falsified. They're not pseudoscience. They're not false collar bollocks. That is a live feed from space.
You don't even understand what falsifiable means, dude. You don't even understand what that word means.
Go cry somewhere if you don't. I don't know.
You don't understand what that word means,
wasting my
do
time.
you?
You're just crying.
You came here. What are you talking about? You came here. How are we wasting your time? We didn't go to your server.
I came here because I saw a video of Memulus making fun of flat earthers. Really.
Yeah. Welcome to fucking 3 years ago.
It was quite funny, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I
quite enjoyed it.
Inbreeders think shit like that's funny.
That is ironic.
That is ironic because your parents are related by blood. Yeah, it is ironic.
Okay.
Anyway, are they falsifiable by experiment? Yes or no?
Okay, let's say I'm really stupid. And
yes
I
or no?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea.
Let me recap moderation. You're ducking. Answer the question.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand the question. I don't understand it.
Listen then. You said that images purporting to be from outer space prove the shape of the Earth. Okay, and I already debunked that because it's subjective. But even if we could do we're looking for an objective test, right? An objective test of the images to prove whether they depict reality or not. An objective test. That's how science works, right? Science works by doing objective tests, experiments, measurements to determine what reality is. So we want the objective test that we can perform on the images, or does we have to believe it? Is that what you're saying? We just have to believe? We're supposed to be believers?
Sadly, that feed belongs to NASA, which is probably a government organization. So no, you can't test the feed of a government organization. I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do.
The images. The images.
Yes,
I can't do anything. The images.
It's
He's
similar to
not
like
equipped.
it's like
So we
your-
have to believe them.
it's like a
Where
crime
So we
scene.
have to believe them.
It's like a
Where
crime
were
scene.
those
So we
pictures
have to
taken from?
listen. So we have to believe them, right? That's our only choice, either to believe it or not believe it. But we can't
Yeah,
scientifically validate the veracity of the images, right?
he's right. He said it's like a crime
Yes or no?
scene.
Can we scientifically validate the veracity of the image?
If I
He
could,
doesn't
yeah.
have to.
Okay,
'Cause
you can't.
Where were
know
they taken from?
The problem is, unless you can find out who took those pictures, where they were taken from, and what camera took them, you can't prove it. There's nothing you can do. I'm sorry.
No
That's just the
shit.
truth.
What
So it's a
medium
belief.
were those pictures taken from?
Photograph. They were a
Okay,
camera
so,
taken
okay,
photograph.
listen, please stop interrupting, dude. There's
He asked
this
a
is
question.
just me and him, okay? This is just me and him, okay? Me and you, okay? So you're actually wrong. You can't
Okay.
test the images,
How?
right? You can't. Okay, so if I took a picture of a house on a beach, and then I went to that beach and there was no house there,
Yeah.
is that image an accurate depiction of reality?
Well, wait. So you're telling me
Yes
you
or
edited
no?
the picture?
If no. Someone says to me, "Hey, look at my beach house."
Yeah.
I say, "Yeah, that's nice." And then I go to where that beach is, and I look, and there's no house there.
Hmm.
Okay.
That's called a lie.
Okay, that's fantastic, right? But the image is not an accurate depiction of reality, right?
But there is no image. He's just told you a lie.
Okay, great. He showed me an image. Is the image an accurate depiction of reality? Yes or fucking no?
Well, no, it wouldn't be, would it? Obviously.
Okay, no. So we can test images.
Yeah, but we can't
We
with
can't
this one because
Test
you
images,
can't
right?
physically
So the
speak to the
International
people.
Space Station shows. Listen. No, we can test what the image depicts. The image depicts certain things, like if it was an image of Santa Claus or an image of Bigfoot, they depict certain things, and we can go test to see if those things exist in the physical world.
Okay, so go do it then. Off you go.
So we have.
No, you
We
haven't.
have. Yes, we have.
Show me.
So
Not like the
supposed to have
picture. I don't want to. I don't want to see the picture.
No, there isn't
you've
a
proven.
picture. It's measurements by laser transit.
Oh, for God, not this again.
Do you know what a laser transit is?
Is this where you put a laser and the receiver like
Are you
50
a
miles
moron?
apart and you try and test like what the difference of the offset of the laser is?
There's no try about
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Is
dude.
that
Like,
not what it
seriously.
is? Is that not what it is?
No.
No.
First of all,
What is it then?
it's 41
Doesn't
kilometers.
require two-
Oh, you
two
need a
lasers.
longer distance? You need a longer distance?
No. I'm just saying I was just giving you an example of what the laser
Okay,
test
no,
actually is.
You don't
Mike,
use two lasers.
First of all, okay. This is real simple.
Yeah, that's
The
what I'm not
images
like the
purporting to
specific.
be from the International Space Station in space depict
Yeah.
a ball of water, and that water has a curve to it. Yes or no? Yes.
It does. Yes.
Okay, it does.
Yes.
So if curving water doesn't exist in the real world, then those images are fake.
No, because what you're
What do you mean,
talking about, if you'd let me speak, this is where
I am.
perspective
I asked
comes
you, what do
into.
you mean,
Okay,
no?
yeah, this is what I'm saying. Perspective. Okay, if you're looking at that water from the ground, of course it's not going to look curved because you're talking about thousands and thousands of
I didn't
miles of
say
water.
look. I didn't say look.
Well,
I
sure
said
you did.
measure.
Okay,
I said measure.
and we still did.
Like with a tape measure?
Have you seen the video on YouTube where those flat earthers did the test and they actually debunked themselves
Can you
because they proved that the
answer
water
any-
level
Oh
was
my God.
flat? Did you
Listen.
see that? That was
Listen.
quite funny.
Let me ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
Did they use a flashlight or a laser?
They use a laser. They was the whole laser. They
You're
showed
wrong.
it was on.
And
It was
you
on
don't need
YouTube.
to- that's wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
You're
Look on
wrong,
YouTube.
dude.
I'll show you the video.
Yeah,
It's quite funny.
Listen, Netflix. If you watched,
You
actually
didn't-
paid attention to the video, they melted the collimator on the laser and used a flashlight.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
So it's
So
that
you don't
one's
know
not
what you're
right.
talking about.
Oh, of course.
So do you have something called beam divergence and diffraction? That experiment couldn't work. It's flat curved or anything. It couldn't work because of something called beam diffraction. We don't know anything about that. So we're not even going to get into that. So the point is, right, we can measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's curving. And you know what? It's not. And if 41 kilometers isn't long enough for you, riddle me this, Batman. How do you send a radio transmission 10,000 miles on a ball of 24,000 miles circumference?
Because radio transmissions do not have a physical counterpart, therefore they do not follow any curvature.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that you can't use a radio beam as a source of proving whether the Earth is flat or not, because that doesn't follow
Yes,
the
you can,
curvature
because
of the
it's
Earth.
line of sight, numpty.
It's
Yes, but
line of
line
sight.
doesn't follow line of sight.
Microwave
Are you guys
transmissions
stupid?
are
That's not
straight
how radios
line.
work.
Yeah, you're a
Actually, it is.
numpty. They do too.
Do you know the different
Okay, we're
types
not
of
gonna have
radio?
50
Do you know the different? Do you know the
people
different
pile
types?
in, dude. Don't let him out of this. Don't let him out of this. Okay. Radio waves are electromagnetic radiation, right?
Do you realize there are two different? There are several different types of radio.
Are they
not just-
electromagnetic
we
radiation?
know
Yes
this,
or no?
moron.
Do you know what VHF is then?
Answer the fucking question.
What's
Okay,
VHF?
listen to type. Listen, you're talking about radio frequencies, dude.
Yeah,
That's just the
because
frequency in the
it doesn't
wavelength.
matter.
Whoopie
It
doo.
doesn't matter. It does.
We're talking about wavelength.
Yeah. Okay. What's an RMS? Oh, okay. Tell me about wavelengths then. Tell me
Okay,
about
no,
wavelengths.
you never answered. Listen, you never
Radio's not
answered the question.
Transmitted in
Can you
VHF.
send a radio transmission 10,000 miles on a ball of 24,000 miles? Nearly a North Pole to South Pole transmission.
Most probably yes.
No. No.
Well,
yes,
you can.
No.
How did
Yes.
they get through? How did they get through the? How did they get through the
No.
ball? How did the radio
You need
waves get through the ball?
100,000 fucking watts and three repeaters.
All right.
What
Thank
are
you,
fucking
Cap.
talking
Okay.
about?
But you can still do it, therefore, because you just told
How
me how
did
you
the
do it.
radio waves get through the ball? How did the radio waves
Dude,
get
you're
through
a
the ball?
moron, dude.
Ah, yes, I
Why
see.
are we
So you have
wasting
no
time?
arguments.
How
You're calling
did
me a
the
moron. I
radio
see.
waves get through the ball?
Bitch,
How did the
listen
radio waves
here.
get through the ball?
How many?
Mike, you're rumpusing me.
over
Okay,
this guy.
let this guy answer the question, dude. How did the radio waves get through the ball?
The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Oh,
Because
thank you
they're-
very much.
Yeah.
They get to the.
But
how
you
did
know what
they
you
get
just
to the
said?
receiver?
You just called it a ball, therefore you admitted the Earth is round. Congratulations, sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You got to do better than that, really. You really got to do better than that. So tell me, how did the radio waves get through your ball? Around, how did they pick up the radio signal? Was it satellites?
How did
Was
you
it
pick up what
repeater
radio
towers?
signal? Yeah, sure. You could do
So-
whatever you want, but you could still repeat the radio wave. It doesn't matter. You can still do it.
So how did
It's
they
not
do that in
hard.
1918 when there were no radio towers and there were no
Well, they
satellites? How
just
did they do it?
they didn't. Is the simple answer to that? They just
They
didn't.
didn't.
No, they didn't.
In World War I, when they radio transmitted Australia
Yeah.
from the United Kingdom to Australia, and they
Can
said
you show
send
me
more
that?
troops, and they sent more troops.
Can you show me that
Yeah,
that actually happened?
I can show you that.
Okay, but that still doesn't prove anything because the radio wave can
listen,
still travel
listen.
over the Earth.
Yeah. So how did it turn?
How
How'd it go around the ball, dude? Yeah,
Okay,
it has
you're gonna have to understand. Yeah,
This is antipode, brain dead person, North
not brain
Pole
dead.
to South Pole.
I
You're
don't think
telling
they'd let.
me
I don't
that
think
I
they'd let
can
me
take
fly
a
a plane
radio.
if I was brain dead.
I doubt you
completely
fucking
honest with you.
fly a plane.
Okay. I don't think you'll find many pilots that are flat earthers, if I'm completely honest with you. There aren't many.
You know, I'm tired of hearing.
Oh, who
your
cares?
fucking
What?
opinions.
How many appeal to majorities, appeal to credentials? That's the best you can do. Answer the fucking question. If you're on the North Pole, can you send a radio transmission to the South Pole with no repeaters and no satellites on a globe?
Okay, listen. I don't know because I'm not a radio electrician. I can't give you that answer. You'd have to speak to an actual radio, someone that does radios. I'm not an actual technician when it comes to that, but I can tell you that we do send transmissions between aircraft from Australia to New York, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to talk to them. That's how it works.
We're not talking about Australia, New
Yeah,
York.
same
but
difference,
Yeah, we know.
same
We
distance.
know we do that, but listen, that's not an example of propagation around the globe.
Thank you for proving. Thank you. Listen. Yeah. Thank you for proving our point. Okay.
didn't.
These are impossible radio transitions on a globe. Okay. The system was made by Marconi, and the reason they made the system is because during World War I, they were hanging out in Australia and they were picking up radio transmissions from the Germans, and they said, "Hey, maybe we can do that too." And use radio transmissions to communicate instead of sending a ship for 6 weeks, the Australians, to send more troops. Instead, they just talked, right? And they said, send more troops. And Australia sent more troops.
Okay.
Now work on a globe. Okay? This proves that water is fucking flat.
in the existence of curving water is in your imagination.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let me explain. Do you know something called an ionosphere? Ionosphere. Do you know what that is?
Yes. Okay. Did you hear me
Excellent.
say?
I did.
Yes, I know what the ionosphere is.
Good. Okay.
Did you look up the maximum transmission distance? Did you look up the maximum transmission distance?
I did not.
I've
If you
done
could-
this before.
Okay, cool. That's great. I'm just going to explain
Can you
how it
prove the
works.
existence of the ionosphere?
Oh my god, you're not seriously
Well,
actually going to.
prove that it exists. First.
Because the ionosphere, listen, you can transmit further at night than during the day.
Mm-hmm.
There was something called shortwave radio.
So the actual way it works, if it bounces off the ionosphere, you know this is how it works.
I know how it works.
Yeah.
but that's only. Listen, Skywave only works
and it
for
only
certain
works
frequencies.
Skywave propagation only works for a certain distance because there's something called attenuation. So you can't bounce signals that far because every time it bounces off a so-called sphere of larger or lesser radius, right, the wave flattens out and eventually it's parallel to the horizon. So you don't know what you're talking about. Someone's probably DMing you gibberish. But if you look up, right, daytime propagation, if you look up daytime propagation of radio waves, max distance, 200 miles. This is a 10,000-mile radio transmission. It was done during the daytime.
Okay. Can I give you let's talk about a shorter range radio then, just to really prove, not prove, but explain my point. So, if we talk about radios over a short distance, no, hold on. So we know that if we talk about a lower frequency, let's say
radio, what frequency?
Let's say MLV, and let's say VLF bands. Let's say VLF bands. Okay. Diffraction allows those radio waves to bend over hills and other obstacles and travel beyond the horizon. Okay, that's how it works. If we're talking about a VLF frequency.
Horizon? What horizon?
The one that exists because the world is round.
No, the propagation horizon.
Propagation doesn't rise. It's static.
It does. Propagation has a horizon.
Of course it does.
That's the distance at what normal frequencies propagate. Other frequencies go beyond this horizon. You're really talking about things you don't know nothing about.
Do you realize that if you went to a flight school and let's say you wanted to become a...
Could you stop saying, do you fucking realize?
Yo, I muted him for a second. Mike.
Do you know?
There's a new guy in here, Blitz. If you guys want to address him first, and we can give that guy a break because he's been word salad.
Wait, India slaughtered that dude. But wait. Can I ask him? Can I make him answer 3 questions?
I want to ban this motherfucker.
Yo, can I just make him answer 3 questions?
Yeah. I'll mute him.
I was also in the background. Technically, I came in before you guys. and again, I have something less important than everything you guys are about to say. I just want to say it real quick. That conversation between India and whatever this guy's name is, he keeps saying that he's just trying to illustrate his point. You're not supposed to be making a point. You're supposed to be addressing Indio's point because he cared enough to ask your dumb ass a question.
I see.
I don't care enough to ask you a damn thing.
Okay. Ask me another question then.
Okay, I got 3 for you. I got 3 for you.
I got one for you. You didn't answer the first 20. I really don't want to allow you to be asked another question.
I'm sorry, Captain Joe. I didn't realize.
Don't be sorry, punk.
Yo, can I just ask him my question?
Hey.
I'll ask him one question. Hey, all right, look. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to make me say, and I'm not going to fall for it.
Okay, if the surface of
it wouldn't
a
prove
table,
anything, dude. That's the difference between us and you. It's just a test to see if you're genuine or disingenuous.
What you're trying to make me say is that it's surface.
No, are you an honest person? Can you ask a question?
If it's not curved, it is flat.
You're just a moron who uses implications to prove something instead of demonstration.
If it's not curved, it is flat.
Yeah. I was about to rephrase it for you, right? So, like, if the surface of a table isn't curving,
obviously, it's flat.
What is this? Thank you. Okay. Next.
Indio, you done with this motherfucker?
That was emotionally challenging for him.
It was, it's obvious, but
If the, hey, listen, Rogers, if the Earth isn't spinning
yeah,
or
it's
moving,
static.
right?
Oh,
It's
wow.
stationary.
Damn, that was a quick
Stationary. It's stationary, right?
Yeah.
Static, yeah,
Okay.
he answered that, bro.
Okay, this is turning back into a shit show.
If pressure,
You guys-
if pressure was sitting
so-
next,
You guys actually letting him get away with claiming pictures from space?
yo, calm down. If pressure was sitting next to a vacuum, you agree that the gas pressure would fill the vacuum?
Obviously, it's basic science.
Okay, thank you. You passed the
Yeah.
test. I don't even know what to say. Okay, you're right. The Earth is a flat,
It's not.
stationary
No, it's
plane
not.
with contained gas pressure. Welcome to flat
No, it
Earth.
doesn't.
Nuh-uh.
No, it doesn't. Because, funnily enough, I passed high school, and therefore I
You
don't think the
admitted
world
it.
is.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, every quote unquote
Why does this? Why does this old dude sound like he smokes 20 a day?
my
Like,
man's
someone
Rogers.
save this guy.
But
Roger,
you
listen.
admitted it.
Roger, listen. Unfortunately for you, every question I ask, hey, Rogers.
Talking about.
Unfortunately for you, every quote unquote hypothetical question I asked you was actually exactly what we went and did and proved empirically with
In
tons of
your opinion.
observable, empirical, falsifiable, immutable evidence.
In your opinion.
Measurements are objective. They're not opinions.
In your opinion.
Measurements are objective. They're not opinions.
Measurements are objective.
You can test everything I said. You can test every one of them.
Oh, you spiraling.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rogers. Accept it.
When he said,
I don't know what kind of weed you
Wait,
guys are
when
buying,
he
but you
said-
seriously need to get off
when
it.
he said,
Oh, now we're
when-
drug addicts.
when he said in your opinion, right? So when you say
I
when
muted
you
his
say in
podcast.
your opinion, when you say in your opinion, what portion of evidence are you referring to? Because I didn't hear you ask anyone for evidence. I didn't hear someone say the earth is flat and you go, well, how did you determine that? I didn't hear you ask once.
Bro, I muted him. Indio, if you want to keep talking to this guy,
I was just
go ahead.
saying, I did ask for evidence when I was asking about like the maps.
Shut up, man. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
man.
the sound of your voice.
You can't even make a coherent statement about maps.
Yeah, let's summarize what happened, right? I asked you, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? If the Earth isn't moving or spinning, what is it? And if you have gas pressure next to a vacuum, would it go into the vacuum? And you said flat, static, or stationary. And yes, the gas pressure would go into the vacuum. Thank you.
My recap would be he has assertions but lacks facts or demonstrations.
You guys are fucking dumb for thinking the Earth is flat.
He's right.
Except you
right.
prove it. Hey, watch this. Hey, Rogers, watch this hypothetical. Hey, let me ask you another hypothetical question. If I see mountains from 273 miles away, and based on the globe Earth math, they should have been obstructed by over a mile or more of Earth curvature, would you agree that we're seeing things in the distance on a flat surface?
That doesn't actually happen. That doesn't exist
It
anywhere in the
actually
world.
does. Look at
Yeah, it
world
does.
record photos.
It still doesn't
This
prove
guy
anything.
given any
Yeah,
proof
actually
of
it
the
does. World
Yeah, actually it
record
doesn't.
photos.
Okay, what about Concord then?
Rogers,
What
I said
about Concord?
hypothetical. I said
What
hypothetical.
about a
Rogers.
You can
Concord?
see the curvature. You can literally
Concord.
see it.
No Concord. No Concord.
There
You will
is
get
Concord.
muted
You
by
can see
me,
it.
brother.
No.
Hey, I never mute anyone, Rogers. But what you're
Okay.
doing is you're running away from even
No,
a
I'm
hypothetical
not.
question.
I'm just.
You said it didn't exist. I said if that's a hypothetical preface. If I see mountains from 273 miles away, and based on the globe Earth math, they should have been blocked by a mile or even more of Earth curvature, but I could see them. What does that mean?
I'm not even going to answer that because I know what you're going to do. You're going to say,
If
what
your
made you
mom's not
say it?
skinny, if your mom's not skinny, what is she? Fat.
Okay.
It's
Is
just
this
like your
guy
mum
even,
dead.
is this guy even shown any evidence of the
Hey,
wall?
Yes, many times,
Hey,
but you
listen.
keep ignoring it, and you
Listen.
keep saying, "Oh, that's
No,
nonsense."
you didn't. You just said.
Where is it? We'll shut the server down,
Dude,
right,
you're
Indio?
first of all,
Well,
you're
no,
a liar, dude.
Okay.
And I've had about enough of your lies. But listen, I
look
want
at
to get to
Richard
Concord.
Branson's last
I want to get to
recording.
Concord. I want to get to Concord.
Yep. Go
Let's
ahead.
go
spit
back
it
to
out.
the Concord. Let's go back to the Concord, that airplane. Did you check the math on whether you should be able to see curvature from that altitude on a ball of 3,959 mile
Yes, you
radius?
can.
Did you check the math?
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
did you check the math?
60,000
Okay.
feet, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Yes, you can.
No, you Googled at what altitude.
No, I didn't.
Listen, that's factually wrong.
Okay. Sure it is.
Factually incorrect.
Do you need your
It is.
pacifier as
It
well,
is.
or have you got that with you?
No, geometry kills that bitch.
Okay,
You know what geometry
you're
is?
factually wrong. You could do basic mathematics. Well, somebody else could have to do them for you, but other people can do basic mathematics.
Yeah.
And, you know, the math has been done, right?
Yeah.
You can't see curvature even from 128,000 feet. You can't even see it from 250 miles up.
I don't know what you guys would do
And
if an
that's what-
actual
that's what
scientist
the
came
math-
in this chat and proved you all wrong. I would
We've
laugh
had
so
actual
hard.
scientists.
Yeah,
We've had
and you
They come in
probably...
PhDs in
here.
cosmology.
They can't
We had
answer
to
the
correct their
questions.
Listen, dude,
we had to correct their math, right? So you don't know what you're talking about. 24/7 Discord live stream. Look up debate with a PhD in cosmology. We had to correct, well, Cyrus did, correct his math. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. You're punching out of your weight class.
Yeah, and these people that you're trying to assume as an authority, they're actually genuine people. They'll give genuine answers. When you ask them, can they verify an image for you, they say no, because it's an axiom. It's an apparent truth. We all know we can't go. We all know we can't go to this so-called medium. We can't repeat it or we can't test it. Period.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
No. One thing I want to point something out,
just a
and then
quick
I'm jetting. I want to point something out, and then I want to point something out about this guy that I'm jetting. So 2 times this guy.
I'm banning
First with the International Space Station in the video on YouTube. He just believes it that that's a live picture of the Earth because it's captioned that way, and he saw curvature from Concord, and he thinks that is the curvature of the Earth because he just likes to believe it. You're a religious nut, dude. You're a religious nut. You never checked anything. You didn't check the math. You didn't check it. No, you can't. You didn't check the math. You didn't check anything. You just believe it because you have a blind faith.
Can I say one last thing before I get banned?
Yeah, can you rebuttal what he said, though? Can you?
Yes, I can. You do exactly the same thing as what I... Let me finish. You do exactly the same thing as what I do, because when we, as what you call Globers, provide a factual... Can I finish? Please. I've let you finish, and you never let me finish.
You're lying about everyone.
No, I'm not going to let you lie.
This is our platform. We do what we please, and we can shut people up.
What factual evidence? Give us listen. Give us the best piece of factual evidence you presented to this PC.
Okay, Virgin about 2-3 weeks ago launched a space flight into outer space, which we saw live on the internet. Everyone could see it.
Factually wrong again.
You could watch it happen, and you all just think, "Oh no, that's a lie." It never really
50 miles
happened.
is not outer space. 50 miles is not outer space. You're factually wrong again.
Wow.
Outer
You
space
guys
is a
are
carbon
letting
line.
him
That's 72 miles.
You can still see the
50 miles
curvature,
is not
though.
outer space.
You can still see the curvature.
Sure you can.
Yeah, you
Guess
just
what?
you just have a
can't.
massive problem. I posted the
Because you
video.
didn't check the math. You didn't check the math.
I can see the curvature, though. I don't need to check the math. I can literally see the curve myself.
Listen, it's not the curve
Can
of
I
the
ask a
Earth.
really critical
Because if it is, you live on a very small ball. The math does not work out for you, and you just did it 3 times now. You have a blind faith. You see any curve out a window, and that's the fucking curvature of the Earth because you're a religitard.
Okay.
All right.
Do the math.
I don't need to do the math
Just do
because
the
I'm
math,
not a moron.
Do the math.
Wow. Hey, Rogers.
Just do the math.
Rogers, if the radius of the Earth,
you would actually test it with just simple geometry. You would.
Rogers,
actually
exactly.
And then you'd prove us wrong if you weren't a moron.
If the
show us how
radius of
our
a globe Earth was
geometry-
falsified, would it
Hold
fall?
on with it.
Would it? Wait, ask him the question. Just ask him. If we falsified the
I
radius
want
of
to
the
make a
supposed
statement,
globe,
not ask you a question.
I'm so glad these people live in America.
no,
They've
you
got a
have to
nice
answer
body
these
of
questions.
water.
We're going to
Shut the
expose
fuck
you.
up,
We're going to
dude.
expose you. Sorry, Mike. I agree with you. Geometry, right? Speaking of geometry, radius is the distance from
Well,
the center
if
to
he
the edge of
wasn't
a
a
circle or sphere.
moron, he'd just prove our principles wrong and not ridicule them. He'd actually give some weight
You
to it.
can't do
Consider
basic
it.
math.
No, it's like
Yeah,
he's actually
exactly.
trying. No, listen, guys. He's 100% not having an honest conversation, right? He's
What
just
so
trying to immediately
proudly we hailed.
look.
I
He's trying
agree.
to
Listen,
immediately. He's trying to immediately just
I'd be
we
like,
threw your
freezing.
tea in the harbor, punk. We threw your tea in the harbor, punk. What?
Yo, you can ask this guy basic questions. He can't answer them.
Crumpet.
It's super funny. Rogers, if we falsified the radius of the Earth that you think you live on, that's a globe, do you agree it falsified the entire model?
You don't seem to be having a fun time. You seem to be quite
Yes or
angry. Are
no?
you okay?
He can't
you
answer.
seem a
Hey,
bit angry.
Rogers, if we falsified the radius of the
Oh
supposed
man, he's
globe
got
Earth,
about 10 seconds.
do you agree that if we falsify the radius, it would falsify the entire model?
I say we let everybody answer one fucking
If
question
you-
they
if
want
you
to
Can't
ask.
wait to put this up on the
If
podcast.
you lie about the
I'm
radius
fixing
of
to
something,
ban this motherfucker, so we might as well let them
Yeah.
get their questions in.
Can I ask all the flat earthers a question, please?
I'm
Wait,
getting
wait,
so
wait. Why
proud of
can't we
myself.
make
I'm going to
Brazzers?
show
Wait,
my
can
mum.
we all be
Just
quiet,
one
please?
question.
I'm sorry. Can we just be quiet and see Brazzers? It's a yes or no question. If, hypothetical preface again, if we falsified this supposed radius of this globe that you say we live on, do you agree that it would falsify the entire model? Yes or no?
Bro, stop double dribbling, man.
He
We
loses.
established he
if
doesn't know what falsified
if you
means.
lie about the size of something and then say this is the size
Oh
of something,
my
of
fucking
course
God.
it's not the right size because you've just
Yeah.
lied.
All right. You should be muted and banned
God.
almost at this point, bro.
You
Like, I'm.
can't even give a genuine answer to a simple question, dude.
Let's just get rid
Are
of him.
you
Yeah,
a
He will
entity?
be. Yeah.
We got
So
enough
the
for the
other-
podcast.
Can the other guy ask the flat earthers a question?
Yeah, please.
Oh, so we don't need him no more, right? Cool.
See ya.
I just okay from what I was hearing.
Sorry, I thought that was funny.
His evidence was
I said
based
so.
a violation of natural law and math, which is not reality. How in the world could this? I'm confused as to why this discussion
First
went
of
on
all.
so long when you could
Okay,
have
first of all,
destroyed his argument within seconds.
Here's the thing, though.
Where
The
have you
dude
been?
won't accept
Where
the
have you
fact
been?
that you
He
we
got
did.
destroyed.
He just didn't accept it. He wouldn't accept the fact you can't verify any image from space. So
His
you
evidence
think
wasn't math. He didn't know any math.
Yeah,
I
yo,
didn't
Indio
hear any
eviscerated
evidence.
that dude and like just
What
dragged
difference
him
would the
along.
math make? Math is
I
not reality. Who cares about the math?
We
I
listen,
didn't hear
we
any
know
evidence.
that.
I know, dude. This ain't our
Look.
first rodeo. Listen, we played with that
Okay, and what
motherfucker.
about the pictures from
Can I answer this?
violation
Hold
of natural law?
Bro, can I answer
Listen,
this?
we addressed that. I don't know when you got here, but we addressed all that.
Here, let me answer this, Indio. So, Indio built this server after the last one went down. We spent 6 years fucking doing this. He's the owner of the server, and he wanted to actually address the dude. So, anybody here got a problem with that?
Yeah, I just watched Indio.
I don't.
Indio was just dragging along the eviscerated corpse of
I
that
mean,
dude.
half the time, no offense, I want to finish this. Half the time,
Hey, Wits it,
Indio,
nuh-uh.
Indio who puts his time in to read every book he fucking can and retain every bit of knowledge he can. He can't even fucking be heard on his own damn server because people won't shut up and let him have a one-on-one conversation. We used to do this all the way. We pick one person. We don't like the 5, 6 on
Fucking
one dude.
rattle everybody up, man. And
Yeah,
obviously he did that shit.
Yeah, we can't stand that. If you can't be quiet when this dude is trying to trigger somebody and just give him an educated response, and just shut the fuck up, man. I'm triggered, man.
Yeah, it's way more effective to just like expose him. That's it. Just expose him. Don't get mad, get even.
I agree. And my bad, I was kind of jumping in, but there were I talked to this Marine.
Well, everybody
at this
was. It
part.
wasn't just you.
Yeah, but I was talking to some Marine
There's
at this
no one to
park,
point the
right?
finger at, man.
And like, bro, I was talking to him. I casually slipped in like, "Oh, you're gonna think this is crazy. You know, it's gonna sound crazy." And I pointed to the flyer we hang on the top of our, or in the front of our RV every park we go to. It says like, "The Earth is flat. We've been lied to." And flatearth101.com or something like that. Which, yo, we should put 24/7 banners up. But anyway, I was trying to talk loud so that they could hear me. You know, I was trying to say something at least with enough coherence that they understood the context. After I had briefly slipped it to the guy that I saw, so I was like, I was probably forcing, inconvenient interjections. So my bad.
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
The Earth's flat? Oh shit!
Oh shit!
The Earth's flat.
So is the firing line clear?
I don't know. I was going to ask QE if he needed a co-signer on that. What's it? You need a co-signer? Indio, you need co-signer? Bro, you guys need help after your years of playing in this game? You guys really need assistance when you go after a fool?
Yeah.
Say it, Witsit. Fuck no, you don't.
Hell
You
no.
had specificity at a level other motherfuckers can't contend with. Why they interrupt you, I don't fucking know. I don't need help. I don't need help, man. When I'm arguing with a motherfucker, I really don't give a fuck if you like my approach or not. I don't need your help. Try
we're all
remembering that.
We're
We all
like-
have a different approach.
Yeah, and like when you're like tactically trying to lead someone through a conversation to wake them up, like you know where they're going, and you're just guiding them in, right? So everyone has their own approach they do with that.
Yeah, and so each one of us, listen, the opinion you have that you have the best way, I hold this same fucking opinion. So to battle your opinion that your way is the best against my opinion that my way is the best, probably not a winning argument. Because I would agree that we're both have our best ways on each specific topic. You might have your best topics, I might have mine. It's up to us to recognize each other's values and allow each other to shine. None of us are ever going to have a debate where we can shine and be the best that we are, get our best argument out. When you got so many of your own fucking people that literally trigger you just by heckling you. If I was a comedian, I'd be beating up half the fucking audience right now for heckling my jokes.
I could just hear that dude was super dishonest, and so it's funny to make them answer real pointed questions. It's like when people walk by and ridicule me in the streets. It's like, okay, what is the second law of thermodynamics? It's like make them answer questions, bro. They can't answer questions.
And my bad, Indio. The one time I did try to interrupt, it was because this dude something kept coming in to say boomer over the mic, and I was trying to catch him.
I know. That dude triggered me. Listen, that last dude that was just here, his voice annoyed me, so I get it. We all want to tear him apart.
I'm gonna send you a video, and in that video, there's a guy who uses a voice changer, and it sounds exactly like that. Matter of fact, yeah, play his intro clip when I send it. Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
That dude's like Gem Panda. When Miggy had Gem over here, I had to stay out of the arena because I just can't stand Gem's voice, and I'll ban him just for the high pitched whine.
Yeah, I told her the Earth flat, and she was like, "What?" She ran on the street screaming it, bro. It was too funny.
Oh shit! Hey, Earth's flat.
It's like
I
all
pissed
of us when we
myself,
found out.
man.
So funny. It's so
I
funny.
think that was so friggin' hilarious. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. I nearly pissed myself. Oh shit! That's what I like.
Yeah, it's the funniest part. Yeah, it's too funny, bro. I couldn't even script that.
Nope. Her reaction was priceless, man. I sent that everywhere, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She just took it like the gospel and took off, bro. I started screaming.
Wow.
Oh shit.
I guess some are gonna be like that then. Okay.
Yo, that's the benefit of like just talking about all kinds of other stuff they have to agree with, because then you slip in the Earth's flat, and they're like, "Damn it, I was agreeing with this guy on everything," you know?
That's known as the foot in the door technique. It works.
I should start it where it's like all that, and I get a whole crowd on my side, you know? And then I'm like, because what I do right now is I just jump into it. I'm like, we're offering $100 to anyone that can answer 3 basic questions about the Earth, about the globe Earth. Because when I say what I'm about to say, you're gonna think it's crazy, you know? And the Earth is actually flat. You know what I'm saying? Like I jump right into it. I should bring them all in, yeah, and then hit them with it.
They'll be like, boom.
Yo, because people even go, and then like cops have to like stand there, you know. So it's like there's like a big group of cops there, all have to hear the whole thing. It's super funny.
Flat smacked.
Elijah wants somebody to play this audio real quick. How long is it, Eli? Whatever, I'll put it up quick.
You may
It's
be
just the
expecting
intro.
someone to introduce me, but I'm not like all the other guys. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Narco, top 1 player in the world for several seasons, and I'm risking my life teaching you how to become a pro player in a matter of days, giving you the most valuable tips and tricks you'll ever find. Sit down.
That's the last guy's voice.
Yeah, really, man. Sounded just like it. Wow. Those British trolls are a riot, man, I'm telling you.
The Earth's flat. What'd you say? The Earth's flat. It's flat. Oh shit! Hey, the Earth's flat.
We should play that in here.
Do it.
I'm looking for it. 1 second.
I just posted it.
Oh, you did? Okay. Wait a minute. Where'd you post it?
Live stream.
Oh, I'm in the wrong live stream. Oh, great.
The Earth is flat.
All this time.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
What?
Yo, that should be your intro. You should make an intro, and that should be part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. You better do it, or I'll do it.
That's amazing. Great. That is priceless.
You may be expecting someone to introduce me, but I'm not like all the other guys. So, let me introduce myself.
I'm not like the other guys. I'm a religious zealoton. And if you listen to me long enough, you might be filled with delusions of the globe yourself.
My second YouTube channel is now on. This channel will be dedicated exclusively for live streams only. Go ahead and press that follow button if you want to see some
Sonny,
my tips
Yeah.
and tricks to bring
what are you doing?
I was playing that dude's voice. It sounded just like that guy that was in here.
Oh, okay.
He came for the voice, but he stayed for the game, huh, Sonny? Come join us tonight, bro. Download code.
Oh my god, that's freaking too good. The soft-spoken British type. Yes, no, you guys are wrong because I have this voice. That's why you're wrong. I'm
Yeah,
better
that
than
dude
all
that
of
was.
you.
I mean, the
That dude
nerve
was
of
on
that guy.
Discord.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
I have to like stand up and clap my hands every time I hear it. I'm like, yes, go lady, go. Oh. Happy Meal, what are you trying to say in the voice text there? Are you in the voice? Happy Meal, why are you using the voice text if you're not in the voice channel? It really got that quiet that quickly, eh?
Yep.
These moments of silence brought to you by NASA probing Uranus since 1958.
Thanks, Dave. Anybody with
Doesn't
an
that
update?
doesn't that sound like when you're trying to listen to your radio station, but you're like leaving your city, and you're like, "Damn, not my station."
I'm not sure I get what you're saying, but
Like when you're driving, and you're listening to your favorite local radio station. Well, at some point you're gonna lose the signal. Signal's not gonna be strong enough, and it starts to sound like exactly that.
Yeah,
Next thing you know, like you're listening to hip hop and shit. All of a sudden, this country song is coming through, and you're like, "What is going on?" Or vice versa. You're listening to some country, you roll into New York, and then you hear Hot 97. I don't know.
Attention, West Coast warning. There will be 1,500-foot tidal waves coming in your area. Be at least 20 miles in from the coast, or you will be washed the fuck away. Stay tuned for updates. Oh, yeah, because of the rotation problem.
Oh, I thought you were talking about because of something about the wobble of the moon.
The moon, the full moon, and the rotation. There you go. Just think of what the Earth would really be like if those kind of cataclysmic motions were taking place.
I'm driving home and the sun's going down and I've got almost a full moon in the sky. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, that's gonna
Hey,
be a good view.
Dave, did you see the moon yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Did it look red to you at all?
Slightly a red tinge to it, yes, sir.
What was up with that, huh?
I don't know. It was like near the horizon when I saw that. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was red.
but-
It was red the whole way for me. But my
But
camera is
Elijah-
so trash; it doesn't pick it up.
But I've seen it. It's been perfectly clear, and it's great because it's like in a position right now where when it comes up, it goes right in my kitchen window. I can see it moving all the way across till it goes past some buildings.
Nice.
Nice and white though. Nice and white though. No, not a tinge of color. So just to report that.
Yeah, it's I like looking at it through the window. Putting like a book there, something where I can actually see the movement of it.
Yeah, I can see it up against buildings. It comes into view, and I can see the side of the building. I can actually see it moving. It's a trip.
That's the same thing.
Just like you're saying. Yep. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah,
but the Glovers will tell you it just looks that way, but you're actually moving, Sonny. What do you think about that?
What do I have to say about that? Negative.
I heard this flat. Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
We should play that at every top of the hour and half past. Oh, so Elijah, are you there still? No. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Or my headset tripendo. So everybody lined up like watching cars come out of this garage with tinted windows and just like cheered like way over the top, like they're worshiping idols, like literally, like And I came to see him.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like, "When's the star player coming?" It's like they couldn't see him.
Yo, we live in a world where actually this is not going to be any way related to what you said. So if you want to finish, go ahead before I even.
No, you're good.
We live in a world where art imitates reality, and we literally have people putting their blood, sweat, and tears into their art to tell us the truth in movies, and we're like, that shit is not real.
Right.
Like, and then it's all literally right here. That's the world we live in. Like they're literally like, I never thought I live in a world where, I mean, can you think about it? Like just take yourself back to before you were a flat earther, before any of this shit was a thing. Could you imagine, for whatever reason, not anybody asking you anything or anything, but you come across the PDFs for the flight manuals and you're like, why does this say linear aircraft over a non-rotating flat earth? Like, why? Could you imagine what it would feel like to read that just coming across it? Because when we tell people and we point them to it, the reaction that they give us is the reaction that they give us isn't real. Because even being a flat earther, when I found out that was in those fucking PDFs, I was like, why are we even debating then? What the fuck is going on? Like, it's that open. It's that right there in your face. And people are like, no, look, just type it in YouTube. You can see the Earth live right there.
Yeah, I like when I first found out, when I first saw the military documents and started looking through them, I was like, bro, how is this even a debate? Like I ran with it, like I did a Facebook Live. Like there are military documents that say that the Earth is flat. So if you want to just keep ignoring it, then I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I'll be around people, you know. Gotta say it, things loud so they can hear it. But for real, when I found out, like when I found out there were tons and tons of documents, I'm like, bro, this is insane. I couldn't comprehend how if people knew about it, they wouldn't come to the truth. And so for me, like looking back, once you said that, that's like a huge litmus test. You know, like once you find out the military has tons of documents that say the Earth's flat, and you still ignore it, like, bro.
It shouldn't say anything remotely close to that.
Right.
Like, it shouldn't. Like, not it shouldn't, obviously, but like in my mind, as thinking, I used to think that I lived on a globe, and I used to think about the universe in a heliocentric sense. Like from that point, if I were to come across any of the information that we share, I can't see myself doing what people do. All I did was hear a dude say,
"Yeah,
there are no pictures from space." Like that's the easiest. You know what I mean? Like that's not even a real proof, really. It's just like I could have that. Imagine I would have come across the black swan or a fucking selenilian eclipse. What? Or gas pressure without a container? Like, I just don't understand how these motherfuckers come in here and they're like, okay, fair enough, but what's at the edge? Like, what the fuck do you mean what's at the edge? Did you hear what I just said?
We don't know.
I was in total denial when I first got to this, but even then, I think if I came here and you guys presented all this to me, I don't think I could have denied it.
Yeah, see, it's like a double-edged thing where when we first found out about it, those of us that have been here for like 4 or 5 years, it was super easy to find info on the flat Earth, you know, and then people just waltz in here, and if they get to any place like this, they get all of it. So it's like a double thing, right? Where they don't get the real info, you got to empathize with them. Like, you just found out about it, found the good info, and flat Earth wasn't censored yet, and now they censor it, make it look dumb with Flat Earth Society only being available to the general masses, and that's all they ever even come across.
I don't know if I give them. I don't know if I give them a break, only because the reason I was able to see it is not because somebody gave me like some hard-hitting evidence or some hard-hitting evidence was out there. The reason I saw it was because I had already saw the contradictions and the fallacious reasoning within all of mainstream entertainment. And I was just trying to figure out, am I really smart or is everyone else just really dumb? Like, I didn't know what was going on. So if I would have come across any information, my brain would have, like, for instance, right now, if I were to get into flat Earth right now, the thing that would propel me into the topic is the fact that the algorithm on YouTube is not the same as it was just 3 years ago. That would have set off a red flag for me. Looking up flat Earth and getting the same results from the same, that would have been automatically, I'd have been like, nah. This is because when I was looking for who measured the Earth, for them to say that it was the size that they claim to get these distances to the sun and all of this extra shit, like that's what I was looking for. And it didn't exist. So if I'd have ran into this wall and I couldn't even find the most basic stuff, I'd have been like, oh hell no, something's definitely up.
Maybe that's what I should do. Like, just Google 10 reasons we know the Earth's not flat and go through those on the mic. 'Cause that's all everyone's going to do. See, for me, I don't know. It's like, dude, when you're out in the real world, bro, like no one has heard all the info. The reason you became a flat earther specifically is because you heard, like, I get what you're saying, like you had already seen the many lies going into that. I think that's a huge, most important factor, probably, like where on the spectrum you are before you come across flat Earth. But it's like you started making all these like logical foundations of info, and you started stacking them on each other. And there are these ones that are just like, wow, like this with what I know, everything else. I mean, there's no way, and they just kept compounding, right? And so that's kind of how, at least, it was for me. It's just like, wow, like fact after fact after fact after fact, like
It
murders
kept
the globe.
happening. The military documents was like level 5 in the layers. I was already like 4 steps in.
Right. Same. I'd already known there was stuff for a while before I found out about the documents.
So I bounced into the flat earth in like 2015, 2016, when it was all easy to find on YouTube. And I was red pilling myself at the time with like 9/11 and moon landings and stuff. But I'll tell you this much, like, I did have to like confirm my bias at first, because most of it was just all long distance photography, and it freaked me out. And so I had to go back and find like flat earth debunk videos. I honestly did. And so that soothed it for a while, but then I stumbled across it later, like another 6 months later, and I finally had to look at it critically. And that's kind of how I went through that process. People will confirm their biases because cognitive dissonance is a bitch. So I don't know. That's what it was for me anyway.
Yeah, I can be kind of hard on myself for not figuring out a long time ago, you know? But I mean, literally in the early years, where was I going to find any of that information? in aviation reference manuals somewhere. There was no way to find it in a library. Of course, that was before the internet, but well,
When I go out to the street to talk to people about the Earth being flat, whenever I run into someone who's either a pilot or physicist, claims that they're a pilot or a physicist, I kind of put a little more of an effort in, especially if they're polite and nice people, to discussing this with them. Because I almost feel like, no, I don't want to talk to another stupid ass teenager. I want to talk to you about this. Real challenge or real conversation. Meandering word salad bullshit. Plus, I think that if they if they acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary themselves, they could probably do a better job showing this to other people than I could.
they're basically here arguing with themselves.
I just love this one moment where I'm like, does light bend, over a curve around corners? She's like, no, only when it's next to a black hole. I'm like, yeah, but those are only theoretical. That made her mind spaz out a little. Still very polite though, very intelligent people. They need to break down those brainwash chains, brainwash walls.
Yeah, that works. That could work for honest people, but for like kids like that last one, no, I don't think that's not going to work. Because they have no logic. And it's really interesting how there's all these experts coming in now that are experts in all these different fields. Come to find out, upon a not very thorough investigation into what they know, they don't know what they're supposedly saying they know at all. So they're pretenders.
It's just the standard of evidence for these globers is just so weak. Someone said so. I saw this video of this talking lion, therefore there are talking lions. It's not rational.
But at the same time, they can triangulate the sun's actual position to be 93 million miles away. Right? Oh,
No.
but laser shooting straight over a body of water. That's not measuring.
Yeah, that doesn't
But
work.
measuring the sun's distances.
It's apparent when they need it to be. It's not when they don't need it to be. It's always inherent self-contradictions.
Still got Glovers here?
So I don't know if you guys noticed earlier, but the guy said, I'm not talking about that. Whenever they say that, force it on them. Talk about that subject that they're not talking about. And remind them that you brought it up. You're talking about it, right? Because that's where they don't want you. That's like a fear term, I think.
Yeah, the same goes for when they barely acknowledge your point and just want to jump to the next point. Don't let them. Go over that point until they show you that they understand it.
Hell yeah. Well, shit, I guess I missed the Clovers. I was waiting for a chance to get in, but it was full up. Oh well.
Isn't it weird that all of them say, I don't want to talk about that subject with the exact same words? Isn't that weird?
Okay, time and date says the moon is 3.18 degrees above the horizon. Still no motion detected. So apparently the moon is moving. So isn't that kind of strange? The moon is at 94% and it's still going to be another 2 days before the full moon. That's a little odd considering 2 days ago it was only 48% or something. Just a bit odd.
How much Earth needs to go around the sun?
What?
How much time Earth needs to go around the sun?
Well, it's not.
365.23, I think.
Yeah.
No, what is then 364 days?
What is it?
Yeah, I'm questioning all that.
They say 1 year, right?
Yeah, but is that's any how to ask? Is that any cycle of something, or it's only measuring time?
Yeah, I would
Well,
say
it
it's based
started
on
out
the cycle.
coinciding with the Nile. The Nile would go once a year. Sorry, go ahead, Luke.
I would say it's based on the cyclical nature of what we see above us. Absolutely.
No, I was thinking if it's that cycle, if it's that one cycle of, I don't know, orbiting Earth around the sun.
No.
No, it is not.
Nobody's orbiting around. We're not orbiting around the sun.
No, I want to understand one thing. Maybe it's not connected. Maybe it's. I'm interested about 29th of February.
Yeah, the 29th of February, right?
Because somehow, at least I learned in school that we have like a 364 days plus 8 hours, and then every or 6 hours, yeah, and then every 4 years that 6 hours you accumulate, you have for 24 hours,
An
and
extra
that
day.
Yeah.
An extra day, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but in my mind, it's if sun. What is happening in the third year? Somehow we have,
It don't make sense, does it? Doesn't make sense, does it? Where's
Yeah.
that missing day at? Do we have a partial day somewhere?
Yeah, because when we accumulate that, we will have something like in 3 years we will have 18 hours, but we don't see them. We don't.
Think about it like Zelda. Here.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, that is excellent to hear. Thank you.
Do you need someone to send you some help?
Oh, no. I just wanted to join, so I just want to listen a little bit before I say anything. If that's all right.
Sasha, to answer your question, it seems like the stars line up about every 365.25 days. And so if we had a year every 365 days, it would slowly drift and become off. And that's where the leap year comes in. You put in an extra day to kind of like reset that cycle so that January 1st shows up about the same time each year.
But the point is, after 4 years, you have 4 pieces to a heart, and you add a day on the 29th. Think about it like Zelda. Right? So after 4 years, you saved up 4 pieces, you got a whole. And that's just for the current calendar. So they say it was to fine tune it, but this is a solar calendar, and in the past, people have mostly made like lunar calendars.
Well, yeah, the leap day is only about the solar calendar. It doesn't have anything to do with the moon.
But I still cannot understand, but okay. Mathematically, I can understand.
As long as you can. Oh, I apologize. Sorry, my brother's in my room. I'll get him. Hudson, please.
Who are you calling, sir?
Maybe that's what causes the procession of the equinox.
What? His brother in his room?
No, I have a brother right
No,
here.
the extra time.
And yeah, my other brother over here, Ethan. Yeah, there's a bunch of us right here, and I'm trying to get some privacy, but it's a little bit tricky. I'm sorry.
Other brother.
The boy's trying to whack, but he got too many brothers.
Yeah, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Brother from another mother.
No, he wants it to be a problem. It's not cool, man. Get your damn brother under control, man.
Oh, you
Are
want
you
to talk
the
to me?
older brother or not?
I got.
Are you the older? Whom? You're not speaking to
Put him
anybody.
back
I
in his
was
cage.
speaking. I was making a statement. Are you the older brother?
Yeah, I am.
Lead by example and lead with love. Don't be beating up on your brother. Tell him why you gonna kick his ass if he don't quit.
Yeah.
Make him understand your pain. Then maybe he'll get it. But listen to what the hell he was wanting when he came in and bugged you. He just come bug you for no reason. He's your brother, man.
Yeah, I know he's like that, but it's all right. Don't worry about it.
He probably wants some damn attention, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Your brother means more than talking with us, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll
My
just
brother.
I'll just mute. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's cool. It's the whole point. We're not really mad because your brother did whatever.
Okay.
I think most of us would agree your brother, your family is more important than hanging out with us.
All right.
Totally agree. Well said, Battle Mod.
No, you guys are really a supportive community.
Family matters, bro. Family
Yeah,
matters,
it does.
bro. Family's more important, bro.
Yeah. People are more important than money, and family's more important than anything.
Every second, every minute, every hour is passing by, bro. Make sure you live it with your family.
Yeah, shit. That's why when my brother shows up with a bottle, I don't like to drink, but I drink with him anyway. That's the common ground we can meet on. You know what I mean? It's not like we're gonna sit here and talk about building cars and, hey man, I built this badass hot rod, because that'll just become a competition, and we know this. Oh, you built that? Come look at this that I built, bro. What? You know?
Yeah, man.
It's like we both do the same shit. We work nonstop, build cars, run families, run farms, run businesses. So my brother, like I said, my brother ain't never had a job. He's always just built hot rods. But the one thing he does consistently for money is body work and paint jobs. Every boy and two of the girls in my family can all lay a candy coated flip flop paint job. We can put a $10,000 paint job on your hot rod. We could just do our own work out of our own barns. I don't have to run a business. I got so many skills. I could just get paid here on the farm. We could just run a body shop, an engine repair service, and a salvage yard. And I wouldn't have to do anything else. I could just sit here on the farm and keep the same quality of life. The salvage yard's actually in the car collection. That's my retirement.
All right, cool
If-
story, man.
If economics don't go all haywire, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I agree.
If the economic system crashes, I might be fucked. But as long as there's money, somebody's always going to want a badass Corvette or a fat Trans Am.
All right, man. It was nice talking to you. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. All right. Peace.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Later.
Later.
Alligator.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody trying to get the last 2 quarters out of a piggy bank. Didn't it? Bitch, come out there. I need that fucking beer now.
Something.
I haven't kept change since my first kid was born. I put it in their banks. Shit, my 16-year-old was the smartest one of them all. She still got every bit of change she got every dollar I ever gave her. She's greedy. She like me. I asked her one day, "Where's all your change?" Because she got a waterbed in her room, and I couldn't see any of it. I was looking for it in her room. I thought she spent it all. She said, "Oh, Dad, I hide that stuff. See, I pull the middle drawer out my waterbed, and there's no back behind it. And I fill 2 liters up with all my change. I got a 3-liter for my silver dollars, Dad, and I just throw that stuff under the bed. Because I ain't spending it." I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, I got every dollar bill you ever gave me in there, Dad. Those are in Crown Royal bags. I have to take the bed apart one day." I was like, "This is a girl." She's like, "I'll take that waterbed apart when I need my money. I don't care. Maybe I'll make it better when I put it back together." I'm like, "Hell yeah. I do the same shit."
Yeah, maybe you'll feel a little better when we break your globe and then you put it back together like it really is, flat.
Yeah, her mom didn't like a waterbed, and I had a free flow waterbed from the 80s in my bedroom from when I was a teenager before I went to the Corps and then came back. I was in a different room. My daughter used to always disappear when she like 3 or 4. We couldn't find her. So, I mean, the first time it took me like 4 hours. I literally thought I lost my kid. I thought it was like that movie House, with all the ghosts in it, and the kid just disappears in the house. But I found her, and she was sleeping in my waterbed. I looked in there 3 times, but she was so small, she got under my fucking comforter and laid on the pillow, and she just disappeared. I couldn't even see her in there. Literally, I told the dog, where's the tater? And he went and sat in front of the door of that room. So I said, "No, I looked in there." But then I opened the door and I was like, "Show me." And he went up and jumped in the bed and grabbed the blankets and pulled them down. I was like, "Damn, the dog is smart as shit." But that's his girl too, He's like, "My girl? Oh, she's right there."
Those
And
are
when,
those are pretty basic words, and it's amazing what dogs do understand. They say like that they can pick out like I don't know, I forget the number, but it's like 30% or something like that of what you're saying. Like
yeah,
once they get to know you, so they do understand a lot of words that they just pick up from
yeah,
listening to you talk.
he definitely knows who his girl is. Oh, my girl? Oh, I
It's
know her. She over here.
it's also the more you talk to them, the better
Sorry.
they have, or easier they have understanding.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, my dog probably knows it all then, 'cause I talk my ass off to that motherfucker.
The funny thing is, even cats are like that. I started talking to my cat. He had never even meowed or asked us for anything. But because I started talking to him, he started responding back and started actually listening to things when I was talking to him. So it was really weird. He would like come when I asked him to come, or he would wait for me to give him permission to go into my bed and weird stuff like that. So even cats can learn some human language.
Yeah, I mean, for dog lovers, I mean, it really is amazing how. I mean, I know we're gonna say the word. Don't get mad at me. How we've kind of like evolved together, like, you know.
Yeah. I think we grow together.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really think if you teach your dog to be real smart and it has a baby and you keep the puppy, that your dog will start teaching teaching the puppy how to respond to you. I think we literally share information. Even they do. I know we do.
It's a symbiotic relationship. Like it's we
People, did you see this video? Nikon P1000 maximum zoom range test.
No, what is it? Moons, planets, what?
No. It's a Nikon
Range
3000.
test?
Yeah. Do you know what is interesting about this? This is Black Swan, man, and this guy is not flat earther. He is only zoom testing the P1000. I was watching his channel. He's not flat earther. He is a photographer and
So 93 kilometers.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
It's saying that 600 to 27 meters elevation.
Out that there's somebody in the live stream, right? And they're being exceptionally racist in the live stream.
Who said that? Who said that? We're in the live stream. Okay, who spoke up? Don't make me go to the video, damn it.
YouTube live stream. There's somebody being like rude.
Are you talking about on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh. We don't ban people from YouTube.
Oh really? Oh okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to say they're saying like racist stuff. So I don't know if that's a thing you should address or not.
Oh, we do, but I mean, you'd have to tag Helio Skeptic and tell him.
Yeah, for something like that, Helio's stream, he's the only moderator as of tonight, actually. When he started this stream, he said he was going to give some wrenches out, but only to people who are moderators in here. So, like, it's been a free-for-all in the comments section on YouTube for quite a while.
Well, let me see. He might have gave me it back.
Well, you probably would have to jump in the chat and type for him to give it to you.
I do a lot. Okay, Helio, I see you commenting on your live stream. You got that, bro?
So Helio's on the case. It's really interesting the Nikon P1000 video you just posted, Sasha.
Yeah, because I was interesting. I had that. I saved that because I was looking for buying, and I thought this is flat earther, but it is not.
It's also if you look at in his video, I'm just gonna screen capture it and save it, but you can really see how diffusion will prevent you from seeing forever.
Yeah, because I was talking when I joined the server about how you can't see forever, right? So that'd be great if you could elaborate on that.
It's simple because of angular
Hey,
resolution.
just a minute, I'm capturing a little screen grab from this video.
Chickadee check. I heard you guys talking about me a minute ago. Hello, check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
somebody putting.
Yeah, somebody was complaining. Somebody was being racist. And
Yeah, well, I didn't see anything. I've been watching the chat. I've been in there the whole time. So whatever.
Well, when I
when I
first went in
racism.
there,
People. Everybody wants to be
Yeah.
racist now or blame racism, all that kind of stuff.
when I first went in there, I seen you were commenting on your 24/7 thing, so I figured you had it anyway. That's what I said.
Yeah, I've been in both of my channels, like talking to these guys. Hey, but by the way, just as far as the YouTube chat goes, yeah, I'm sick of all the trolls dominating the chat. So I'm starting to wrench like moderators from this, from the Discord in there, just to kind of stem some of this. These people just like all these trolls and shit dominating the chat, and so I mean,
you want
it's
certain people banned if they go too far, or what
there
are
are
you
some
saying?
people that when they come in with alternate accounts, I mean, I have some people banned, like 6 accounts banned. Like Trillion, if you see Trillion, just get rid of her because
Helio.
she's been banned like 7 different accounts I've banned from Trillion. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, I mean, just make it fun. But if people start just calling names and they don't have, if they just waste everybody's time, it gets frustrating, or time them out, so they get frustrated where they can't type anymore. It's pretty much the same rules, but it's like people that I've banned and they keep creating new accounts. Yeah, just freaking ban them. That's all.
Yeah,
that's
I
all I'm
know
gonna say
people
about
been pissing you off on there, but
dude. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's just like but I know too. I do too. But I just
I like what you said. I like to time them out, and then when I let them type one sentence after the timeout, and then I time them out
like
again, and eventually
sometimes-
they just get tired.
Yeah, and sometimes we'll have like 40, 50, 60 people watching, and that means that more people will find it. If they come new into the YouTube chat and all that shit's going on, it's like I don't even really feel like I can type anything. I don't want to ask any questions because they got all these globe trolls just freaking typing nonsense in there. I think it's bullshit, man. I mean, I tried it for a while, but no. For now, I'll mod people that are mods here, and then some other people that I used to have as mods will work it out afterwards. But I'm just kind of moving back into it, and so I just want to let all those trolls that have been coming in all the time. We're gonna start regulating again.
Well, since you're talking about the YouTube chat, have you thought anything else about that show? Do you want to mention something I tell them, like I've been telling them for the past 2 or 3 days, to stay tuned. Just stay tuned for the next couple of weeks, for the coming weeks, for more details.
Which show? What are we gonna do? I might have forgotten about it.
Yeah, I guess you did. So remember, we were talking about doing a show. It's like a commentary on the chat, and then extending invitations to the chat if they want to jump in and speak their mind or
Yeah, because
say
a lot of
yeah.
times on here we don't, people are talking, but they don't really look at the YouTube chat. So yeah, man, it would be I think it would be beneficial to hear.
I thought now would be a good time to mention it since you were, since that was the topic of the subject, since you were talking about the YouTube chat.
Well, it's like a lot of times when the chat's down here and everybody's just talking, it's just a bunch of flat earthers talking amongst each other, and then you have all these globies in the chat. It's just like, ask your questions in the chat. We'll respond. I mean, I know they're too scared to come in here and talk to us, so I guess you can respond in the chat. So if you run out of stuff to say on here, and just open the YouTube chat and start responding to some of the crap in there.
So Helio and I will talk about it more over the coming weeks. So all you YouTube chatters, just stay tuned for the next couple of weeks. And
yeah, it'd be cool.
You'll
Like
get the
a couple
details.
hours where it's just like responding to the YouTube chatters only or something, or try to get them to come in. Actually, the people that are too scared or whatever. Maybe we can get a couple of those trolls to come in here on a microphone.
Well, there's a lot that are just lurkers that are not trolls, right? And I don't know if they're just not, the type to use Discord, or if maybe they have never used Discord, or they do and they just, I don't know, for whatever reason. But there's a lot of them that aren't trolls. They're just lurkers, and maybe they're,
Sure.
maybe they'd like to have a chance to just join the conversation.
Matthew
without
right
having
now
to
in the
fight.
live stream voice text said Globe Truthers, but these people that we're talking about that frequent the live YouTube chat, they're not necessarily Globe Truthers. They're in here all freaking day, Matthew.
No, I know. I was just responding to the other things that were in the voice text chat, just sort of.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Having fun.
But I just want to, there are people, I have to ban them all the time because all they do is just insult people and I don't know, just make fun of people and stuff. And it could like if people find the YouTube channel and then they see the chat and just like, oh, I'm not going to do this. So it's time to get back to some kind of regulation in there. That's all I'm saying.
Who was asking about diffusion earlier?
About what?
Someone was asking about diffusion or attenuation of light earlier.
Oh no, that was me. But then something happened, and then that just wasn't a thing you were talking about anymore. So, yeah, like I was explained to me very briefly, but like
But have you looked it up since then? You've
No.
had time.
I just joined and I came here to learn more about the topic.
Let me give you an example. Here's a picture from a video that was posted just above, which is a maximum zoom range of a Nikon P1000 or 57 miles. Now, if you look at the mountain in the picture, you'll notice that the mountain in the background doesn't look like the foreground. You see the difference?
Yeah.
One is very faded out, one is not. If it were further away, it would not be visible because it would be completely faded out and into the sky. So there's a limit to how far light can reach through the atmosphere before the image that you're looking at is lost. The light doesn't reach your eyes.
How do I see it?
When the light doesn't reach your eyes, you do not see it. That is the point.
How do you see in a bright room? Yeah, how do you see in a bright room or a dark room?
You see via light when the light hits an object and bounces back into your eye.
Oh, wait, so I'm confused. Did you say I don't see light, or what did you say?
I said you see via light or through the means of light entering your eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you think you would see something when there's no light entering your eye. How do you accomplish that?
No, I just misunderstood what you said. That's my bad. I thought you said that you can't see because light doesn't enter your eyes.
Yeah, you
And
can't.
that
Yeah, when the no light enters your eyes, you don't see.
yeah. I agree. I thought you said that light doesn't reach your eyes because you don't see through light. But that's not what you said. But that's what it sounded. You know?
But anyways, do you get now that
No,
anything you
I
would
get
be looking at through the air would eventually, over a great enough distance, diffuse and be invisible or indistinguishable from the sky? I have actually watched a cruise ship from the top of a mountain using better and better optics fade completely into the sky. No Earth curve, no globe, just optics.
No Earth curve, no? Your mom has pretty nice curves, though. Really nice, actually.
And here we are.
Okay, old nigga.
It's unfortunate, Trace. It's like throwing pearls before swine. But I appreciated what you said.
I just felt it needed to be said. Even if it's going on deaf ears, maybe one day there will be a guy who will think a little bit, just hearing the recording online somewhere.
Well, like one of our friends, QE, said the other day, it's not necessarily for whoever's trying to make us look stupid. It's for who's listening as well. So just wanted you to know I was listening. I appreciated it. And I'm sure the viewers listening do too.
Of course, he presents himself like a good guy at the beginning.
Yeah, it's like I was in the YouTube chat earlier talking to someone, it's a Globie, and it's like, what do you think the horizon is? And they started talking about boats over the curve. It's like, what about when you take a zoom camera? You can zoom right, or the bottom first, argument. What about when you zoom right back in on the boat? You can see the whole thing again. I'm like, you can't do that. Like, dude, there's hundreds of videos where people have done that. So you can see the boat totally disappear and then zoom back in on it. So where's that? I mean, it started with the sunset, right? And now we have the sunset video right there. The one that, who was it? Sasa just posted that GIF right there. Sunset.
Yeah.
Is the horizon causing the sunset? Is that the curvature of the Earth?
And that it's small boat. It's not that big boat. It's not.
I mean, that's why you want to. I mean, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? That's pretty much where they're sitting. It's like, look. It started with me. With this person in the chat. It's like, what? How do you explain sunsets on a flat Earth? It's like, well, I'm gonna have to ask you, what do you think the horizon is before we get into that argument? So, and that's a perfect GIF, Sasha. Go ahead.
Yeah, sunset didn't set.
Yeah, it didn't set. But if you're standing on the beach, it looks like it's setting. But then you zoom in on it, and then you can see the whole sun again. There you go.
But that is the problem with 2000 and something. If you're in 80s now, you will say this is sunset and it's going behind the horizon.
Yeah, and you can't see the bottom of it, but then when you zoom in, now you can see the whole thing. There you go. So there's your answer, Black Sabbath, if you're still listening. It's like it comes down to the horizon, right? What do you think the horizon is? Or, I mean, they're always either going to go to the sky or they're going to go to ships disappearing bottom first or the sunset. I mean, they have all kinds of. Actually, they don't really have very many arguments. That's why it's so easy for us. All right, so you say that the sun sets due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So you're rolling backwards away from the sun, and the curvature of the Earth gets in the way. Is that your argument? Their only answer is yes, right? So when you show an image like that Sasha posted, where are they going to go with that?
Oh, that's GGI.
They're going to actually start talking about Polaris or going to talk about the Southern Crux or some shit after that. Well, it wasn't the horizon. It wasn't the curvature of the Earth after all, was it? Silliest thing, man, to me.
Yeah, but if we are on the level straight, let's say road, and if you go away 10 miles away from me, I will not see you. Because why?
I remember some guy was on Facebook. I'm not saying that he was asking me about a 1 mile long runway, for an airplane. And he did a test or checked out a test where they had something just a foot off of the runway, and he had a camera really close. It was like 1 mile away, and he couldn't see something. Okay, that must have been a troll or whatever. And so I just said, hey, man, if you're that close to a runway, I mean, it might depend on ambient temperature because you're going to have freaking heat coming off the runway. You won't be able to see something a mile away from that close to the runway. And they actually accepted the answer. It's like, yeah, bro. I mean, assuming the runway is flat, but I don't necessarily think that when they build that runway a mile long, it's not necessarily going to be completely flat. So the closer you get to the ground, there's going to be some distortion, even, and we talk about angular resolution, and then everyone, we talk about, the angular resolution stuff, they think it's like, oh, you flat earthers are making that shit up, just like we used to make up perspective, right? They called it flirspective. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? How far do you think you can see? Well, we still get the same question sometimes. Oh, well, if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see Mount Everest from everywhere on Earth. Like, what? How far do you think you can see? What's wrong with you? It's like this kind of shit we're dealing with. Man.
That's the point, Helio, what I told you. In 80s, we could not see so far away like we can see now in 2000. And we can see now more than we could see before with technology. And with that technology showing that we can see more.
No, you actually don't see more. When you use a telescope or a high zoom camera and you point it perpendicular to the ocean, you're not seeing further. You're just resolving more. Your left to right view cuts out, and you're just zooming in on something that's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying because of that 125 zoom, we didn't have that 125 zoom 30 years ago.
Yeah, and I guarantee you Galileo didn't have that shit.
Yeah.
And if you point at the sky, it still doesn't prove anything about the Earth at all. Itself. I mean, it's just like people say, have you done a test yourself? Well, no, but I've seen hundreds of tests over bodies of water, but also the natural physics of water. I mean, is to maintain level on the surface. You know, fill the basin, whatever body of water. Doesn't matter if it's the ocean, a swimming pool, a lake. Show me the convexity of water on the surface of Earth, or what you think is, and they can't do it, and so they always want to go to the sky, and it's the
Helio, I don't
they
need
want to
also.
change nature. The only way they can make water curve on the surface is because they believe in gravity.
Listen to this story, Helio. I'm going to holiday in UK first time. I'm living in UK. And we decided to go to seaside, and across is the Belgium, you know. It's that point of England, you know. And we will go in 2 weeks. And my wife told me, let's go there because I was studying there 30 years ago, 25 years ago. I said, all right. And she said, yeah, we can see the Belgium from there. And I said, what? She said, yeah, we can see Belgium from there. And I say, with what? And she said, what with what? I said, with what? And she said, with eyes. Okay, so you said to me, you were telling me that you saw the Belgian 30 years ago from the England? And she said, yes. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, bottom line though, I mean, the only way that you would be able to see something over that distance or over a body of water, I mean, just like with the Josh Nowicki photo, you know, seeing from Michigan to Chicago, that 50 miles, I mean, that's just impossible. I mean, they only explanate, they're always going to say refraction. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It's like, no, it ain't, because that's not the natural function of water.
No, the horizon is not mirage. If you move horizon 10 times further in black stone, then that's not mirage. That's not refraction. That's nothing. That
Oh,
you
no.
cannot. You don't have example in refraction for that. You cannot say that it's thinking, that is looming, that is mirroring, that is mirage. You cannot say that. What is that?
Nope.
You can say
can't. Well, it's just like with the Canagoo observation from, was it 270 miles? The only time you'll capture it is when the sun is setting behind it, so you'll see the silhouette. That's 270 miles, man. What?
or better.
There's no curvature of the Earth there.
Any photographer or any expert in optics, if he can say that oh my god, that if we have any kind of refraction, any kind of things, I don't know, in air or whatever, how we can see more? I want to see that experiment that we see more with refraction.
Yeah, refraction actually decreases. I think most of the time it actually decreases your view instead of increasing.
Of course, that's logic.
That's why. I think when were you in here when QE was talking to? I can't remember who he was talking to, but he was like trying to explain the black swan or whatever. So if this camera height is 1 foot above the water, according to the math, you know, it can mean no more than 1.22 miles. And the guy wouldn't say it, but he was looking at the picture. He was really pissy about everything. So, you know, it was, you know, he just had a bad attitude. He was like, I'm just talking to flat earthers. I don't know if you heard that earlier. A lot of people did, but he wouldn't admit that the horizon looks like it's beyond, you know, the second oil platform. And what he was saying, the horizon can actually look closer than 1.225 miles, but it can't actually look further than that because the curvature of the Earth would be in the way. So yeah, which is actually true according to the math. And they say we don't understand math, but we do understand the math about, you know, about the curvature of the Earth. The 3,959 miles. We do understand that.
Or listen this logic. You are black swan example. You are pointing the camera, and now this horizon, it's on 1.22 miles, but it is not, because it's reflecting on the 10 miles. Are you there, Helio? And now,
Oh yeah, I get it.
how we can see the oil rigs if these things it's reflecting on the 1.22 miles?
It's refracting everything beyond the 1.22 miles to make it look like it's
That means that so oil rigs are also refracted and they're not real.
That's ridiculous shit I ever heard.
Yeah.
And they're saying why do you guys think the earth is flat? Well, we don't think it. We just observe it that way. Well, and even when you say, hey, when someone says, why do you think the earth is flat? Doesn't it look flat? They're like, well, that's not an argument. It's like, well, I mean, just go look at it. I mean, doesn't it look flat to you? And they'll say, oh, well, scientists say, all this kind of, it's like, bro, you can actually trust your own eyes and observations. Now, if you really want to understand why I think the earth is flat, I mean, I usually will, sometimes I'll say that just to trigger them. Say, well, looks flat, doesn't it? He's like, oh, is that all the argument you have? Like, no, but I doubt you're willing to have the argument. So if you really want to talk about it, then we can go into it.
Yeah, like for example,
sorry, I have something I'd like to say if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Lewis. Or whatever your name is.
Louis.
What should I call you? What should I call you? It's LC2IS. IUS.
Call me Lucius.
Lucius. All right,
yeah.
cool. I'll see
Call your mom.
What do you got? What's your question?
My question is just why? Like why don't we know? Like why is the government telling us
No. You start from the base. Like I said, it looks flat, doesn't it, Lucius?
Sorry, can you say that again?
It looks flat. Earth looks flat, doesn't it? Everything you experience, every way you've experienced Earth. Have you ever been on an airplane, flown from one city to another? Doesn't matter if you have or not. It could be a boat.
Yeah. Because the Earth looks flat, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's the way we experience it as a level stationary plane. You travel from one city to another. You drive. Are you driving over the curvature when you drive over a long distance? All of us experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. So now you were going about way too far to say, since it's really hard to understand how flat earthers think or whatever, you're about to say, well, why would they lie, right? You were about to say it. I could hear it.
With all due respect, my concern necessarily isn't that. My concern is why, if the Earth is flat, we haven't been told about this before. Like, what is the purpose? Like, it's possible they could have just lied to us, but what is the purpose of it?
It has come up before in the 20th century. It came up early in the 20th century in education system, and it's really kind of a brand new idea. The globe Earth is a really new idea. So it has come up before in past centuries. So it's only new to you now because you met us, but it has come up before in that, in past centuries. But it's like everyone in this culture wants everything to go fast. It's like, why does it never come before? Why wasn't I taught about flat Earth versus globe Earth when I was in school? Because the globe Earth is the new, it's the new programming. But I mean, just go out, experience the Earth. It presents itself as a stationary level plane. The sun doesn't look like it's 93 million miles away, does it? The moon and the sun appear to be the same size in the sky.
It looks like it's right there,
Yeah. So believe your own eyes, and then so just question what you've been told, Now, the reason why they've told you this, that's a deep, deep, deep subject, and you're going to have to find that out kind of for yourself. And through the process of talking to many, all of us do have different ideas about that. It's not like all flat earthers believe the same thing. We argue with each other on a constant basis. So
And
we
we don't
have
care.
different ideas about history, but it's
Let's say-
obviously, we just take a look at the earth and say, hey man, what they've told us is complete bunk nonsense.
Why is not the question.
But it's my question.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but do you think that's gonna? If you ask why, and I gave you a reason why they would lie, is that going to give you an answer about what what the shape of the Earth is? It's not actually give you an answer.
I just want the answer to why. But
all of us do.
I'm
already
speculating my own answer. I'm already speculating my own answer to why, if I think it's round or not. My concern is, what is the deal with the dishonesty, if that makes sense?
Well, if you've looked through history, governments have lied to people for centuries, all through the human history. They've lied to their people, manipulated them through kingdoms, different types of governments, and religions and everything. Why would they lie? I mean, it's not about you. It's like, I feel hurt that they lied to me about the shape of the earth. Bro, they have utilized different methods of mind control throughout millennia to manipulate people into control. It's not about why they would lie about the shape of the earth, because Earth doesn't have a shape, it's a realm. This is about mind control, bro. I mean, and you could go out throughout, if you actually studied history, you're going to find out that they have. Well, it's really not even that hard if you watch the History Channel. I mean, you look at the wars in the Middle East and
this is what I don't
the
get,
East
Helio.
and everything. And it's weird. It's weird that people just don't think that the government would lie to them. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, that's what I don't get.
And religions as well. Religions usually is connected with government. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's like this. Do you think the government's telling you the truth about everything? Do you think there's anything that they're lying to you about?
Can I say something, please?
Well, I asked you. So yeah, I mean, it's how you answer.
If they're brainwashing us, how
No, wait. I asked you if you are they lying to you about anything? That's what I asked you. Are they lying to you about anything? Are they telling you the truth about everything? That's what I asked you.
To my knowledge, yeah. If they're lying to us, how would we know? Because they're lying.
Okay, so but you said to your knowledge what? Did you say yeah?
I said to my knowledge, yes, they're telling the truth.
Oh, they're telling the truth about everything.
If they're brainwashing, if they're brainwashing us, how did you guys learn the truth? How did you guys get away from the brainwash?
You know what it takes.
They studied how to brainwash you.
Do you know what it takes? All it takes. You know what it takes, Lucius, or whatever your name is. Do you know what it takes? Just
but how did
question.
You guys get in the brain?
Just start questioning things. If you just start questioning things, that's all it takes. If you start questioning things and try to verify things, then you'll see all the lies.
So I can question whether humans exist.
Why would you do that?
Is that a question that's on your mind?
Yeah, it is. I can question if humans exist.
So basically, what you're saying is, since you can come up with ridiculous questions as to what you should ask.
Ridiculous. That's not ridiculous. People think we're in a simulation.
Okay, people think a lot of dumb stuff, like they live on a ball that spins in a vacuum.
Do you think that people came up with the simulation idea because they saw the Matrix or whatever? Which, I mean, that's an allegory. That movie is an allegory, kind of similar to what we're kind of experiencing here. We have a whole population of the world that has been convinced of the globe lie, but then you're coming here asking us why would they lie, And if you've seen The Matrix, I don't know if you have or not, but they had a good reason for it.
Hey, like I got a question for you. If there is more land than we've been told about, would that be a good reason to lie?
What do you mean more land than we've been told?
If there is more land than we were told about, would that be a good motivation for them to lie?
Well, there has been more land than there is right now, but what do you mean?
If there exists more land than we have been told about, would that be a good motivation to lie?
What? So we're going with unexplained people hiding islands or continents.
No.
And you're getting a flat Earth theory off that?
No. They signed the Antarctic Treaty. They drew a circle around you. It's called the 60th South Latitude, and you're not allowed to go beyond that. Ancient maps say there was land beyond that. There's at least land there beyond that circle that we know to exist.
Like, so you're
that
basing
people call Antarctica.
Ancient stuff? So
No. You're not listening. You're not listening. At the least, we know that there is land beyond the circle they drew. It says illegal to go there. So, I mean, So you think that if they were to draw a circle around you,
outside of America and stuff?
No, like the Antarctic Treaty.
The what?
When you research it, though,
He doesn't get it. You gotta show him a map.
No, it's okay. Hey, yeah,
Bro,
Lucius, I
bro,
mean, you should study look at some ancient cartography as well. I mean, because there are ancient cartographers that show other lands.
Yeah,
It doesn't really matter.
When you research any subject, you're gonna end up in history. So to just say, so you're just basing this on history, that's kind of asinine. That's what research is about.
No. What about
Yes.
where we actually have technology, not a fucking flint and steel?
Yeah, but listen to what you said, right? So you as to pertain to the stupid question of why would they lie?
From the current day, research goes from the current day all the way back to antiquity.
But as to pertain to your stupid question of why would they lie, right? You asked why would they lie? I said if there was more land, would that be a good reason to lie?
Wouldn't they?
And then you said, you're basing your whole theory. Let's shut up. You said you're basing your whole theory on that. No one said that, bro. No, what are you talking about? To address your dumb question of why would they lie? Because the motivation of why someone lied is literally independent of if they lied or not. But to even entertain it, I brought up, well, there's a circle around you they drew called the Antarctic Treaty, and we don't know what land is beyond that. And then you said you're basing your entire theory on if there could be more land because of ancient maps. Like, what do you? No.
Don't you like how they ask one specific question and then they'll make an assumption on the entirety of whatever the corpus of whatever we have based on that one specific thing? Don't you like that?
That's the programming.
They don't know what research.
Why would they hide this thing? Why would they hide
actually ridicule? Listen, governments lie every day. It's not a question of why they do.
Why do they lie?
For different reasons.
That's not an answer.
Lucius.
It doesn't matter. Wait, time out. The reason that they lie is individual to what lie they said, bro.
Lucius.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so to the lie that Earth is a globe, what is the reasoning for that lie?
Lucius, can I ask you a question?
He already covered that. You're an idiot.
Lucius, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can
I
ask.
don't think he pays attention.
Do you want to see how they are lying?
Sure. Send me a picture of you in Russia. That sounds lit.
Wow.
Hey,
Lucius, I'm from Croatia.
I'm curious whether.
Lucius, wait, Helio. Lucius, I'm from Croatia. That doesn't matter. Do you want to see people can present you how they are lying?
I can't. I'm
sorry. Where is that? Where is that?
Do you want to see lies?
Can you address what he said, or are you going to keep commenting on where he's from? Because really, it's going to decide whether or not you stay here. If you can't address back and forth and address comments about specific things,
se non ti piace il mio accento, posso parlare italiano, ragazzo mio, perché non ci sono le lingue che ti possono adesso
salvare.
Indio's right.
I,
We need
I
to
ako
quit wasting our time
mogu ti
on
pitati na
dumbasses.
malo više jezika, a ne samo na tvom engleskom.
Dude, do you not hear anybody else talking?
That's okay. Now, do you want that people present you how they're lying?
I guess that's a no. I don't hear anybody else, Mike. I
Well,
didn't
on
hear
that,
Elio. I didn't hear you.
Lucius, he's not muted, right? So, Lucius, I'm actually, and this kind of bounces off of what Sasha was saying. Do you watch the news and believe what they're saying on the news? If he's going to answer this or not.
I haven't heard him honestly reply to anything that he's been asked. So much so that I'm annoyed and I'm unmuted. I'm trying to just listen.
Imagine if like you walked up to someone with a video, like your girl's cheating on you. Here's a video of her having sex with some other dude, and that dude's like, no, I don't want to see the video. I know she wouldn't lie. Why would she even lie? I'm not looking at the evidence. Like, I'd be like, bro, you're a crazy person, bro. No, I know she wouldn't lie. Why would she even lie? I can't come up with a good reason why she would lie. I'm gonna judge your hypothetical reasons of why they would lie because I'm asking you that because I don't want to look at that video.
Dude, speaking of sex, I mean, Jeff Bezos shot a phallus into this guy yesterday.
All right, hold up. There's an article of evidence I'd like to present.
Wait, can you acknowledge?
Hold up.
Lucius, I will ask you again the
Let's
question.
cover
Do
this
you want
first.
to see?
There's an article in the magazine.
Oh, at a time. Bad am I talking?
I know. Yeah, is the article in the journal?
It's a
Can I
poem
finish what the hell I'm saying, kid? This is why I don't like to waste my time with children. The answer is no, and you know it. That's why you don't want me to answer the question. Is an article in a journal scientific evidence of nothing? No. Unless it's talking about a scientific principle being demonstrated. Backed
All right,
up
that
with
being
scientific.
said, as I was going to say before I was muted, which I'm sorry if I offended you, but I was.
Yeah, you didn't offend me. You were just talking in the middle of my sentence. That's why you were muted, as you were going to say in the middle of my sentence. Go on.
You offended only me, but it's all right.
I'm not offended.
Not you, but he.
Yo, asking pointed questions. Lucius, can you have pressure
Offense
without a
not given.
Can you have pressure without a container? Yes or no?
Here's another one he won't answer.
If he doesn't answer, right? These, like I say, I'll expose them with yes or no's, and then like don't let him talk. Like Lucius, can you have gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
Yes, atmosphere.
That's okay. That's called a begging the question fallacy. That the gas pressure we have in the quote unquote atmosphere is contained or isn't contained. We're discussing. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Can you demonstrate
Show
gas
us the
pressure
proof
without a
it's not contained.
Yeah, can atmosphere contain atmosphere?
Can I ask a
No.
question about one of the people in here? This is
Gases
not-
cannot contain gases, not on the molecular level, not on the megascopic level. Nothing changes when it gets bigger.
Watch, like ask the
still
question
on a
again,
certain-
Lucius. It's yes or no. It's yes or no. Can you have gas pressure without containment? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so to have gas pressure, it has to have a container.
Like oxygen pressure and shit. Yeah, you need a container. You need to be able to separate high pressure from low pressure and make that situation. That's how planes fly.
Right.
common
So,
sense.
and Lucius, the reason that you have to
that's not
separate.
the type of pressure we're talking about. We're talking about.
Well, what
Wait, what you're saying is to separate this. To separate. Listen, man. You just said that to separate high pressure from low pressure, you need a container, right? To separate high pressure from low pressure, do you need a container?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that 14.7 psi is higher pressure than 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Oh, the fuck? How much is 10 to the negative 17, 14?
Orders of magnitude difference. You know what
don't know.
order of magnitude is?
That number is bigger than the ones they've taught me so far.
Who is there actually? Is that guy in here?
Lucius, stop. Here's the deal. So they claim that space is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. we have 14.7 psi at the surface. Objectively, 14.7 psi is much greater than 10 to the negative 17 torr. Okay. So you
10
just
to the
said that
negative 17 is about 0, by the way.
So you just
No,
said
it's
to
not.
have high. You just said to have high pressure sitting next to low pressure, you need containment. Well, that's
It's
very
orders of
low
magnitude.
pressure.
Hold up. Dude said it's about 0. Well, it's
Yeah, I
10
mean,
orders of
he
magnitude.
doesn't understand
It's
what torr is, but Matthew Learns just said it's close to 0. So what does that mean,
It's
Matthew?
orders
In that
of
case,
magnitude from 0. It's orders of magnitude from 0.
No, Matt is wrong. That is not
What
near
is
to
1 order of magnitude?
yeah, I mean, there's no
Matthew?
such thing as 0 pressure. But
Hold on.
What
What is 1 order of magnitude,
torr?
Matthew?
Matthew, what is 10 to minus 34 torr?
Christ.
Whoa, chill.
No.
Battle Mouse, ask your question. Okay, Battle Mouse, ask him your question again.
10 to the
What's
negative
one-
17 is within 1 torr of 0.
What's an order of magnitude? 1 torr is 0. It's orders of magnitude from 0. I don't think you. Do you understand orders of magnitude?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to compare against 0 because you can't divide by 0. But I'm saying in raw
Well, how
terms,
many
it's really
orders of
close.
magnitude is negative from positive? We'll just go there.
10 to the negative 17 is not a negative number.
Yeah,
That's
nobody
not
said
what I
that.
asked.
Nobody said that.
That's not what I asked, Matthew. How many orders of magnitude exist between one number and the other? You want to dance around it because you're trying to minusculize it.
Yeah, you'd have to divide,
Minimalize
and you
it.
can't divide by 0. So basically, it's an infinite number of orders of magnitude between 0 and 10 to the negative 17.
That's right. An order of magnitude is?
It's how many zeros there are.
Yeah.
All right, so we have
it's gotta give-
14.7
Right.
and 10 to the
Gotta
negative
give it
17
numbers.
torr. 14.7 psi, but you can convert
Each,
it. I'll
each
convert it
zero,
right now.
Each 0 is another 1,000 times stronger than the one before it.
Keep it to the same units. So you got 14.7 psi is 17 or 760 torr. So you got 760 torr sea level versus 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Yeah, and that's a difference of 700, less than 800.
The battle mod.
That's a difference of what?
Can I ever snap?
Hold on.
Less than
Lewis,
800.
shut up.
You're kind of cute.
Shut up. It's a difference
Bitch,
of
shut up.
what?
Not you. The kid telling me I'm cute and he's a boy.
Yeah, Matthew, the difference of what?
So the difference between 0 torr and 10 to the negative
No,
17 torr.
760 torr, not 0 torr.
Okay, the difference between 0 torr and 760 torr is less than 7.
Not the 0. Where's you getting 0 torr from? The difference between 760 and 10 to the negative 17 is how many orders of magnitude difference?
17.
20.
Yeah, and that's times 10, right?
20.
Okay, yeah, 20 because there's 3 more. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 order of magnitude is 10 times, right? 10 times the quantity, right?
Isn't it closer to being 21?
Multiply the
Yeah,
quantity by
20, 21,
10.
somewhere closer to that, somewhere in that vicinity. That's fine. All right. Continue.
So 10 times 17. But 20, yes.
So that's a significant
Because
difference.
if
It's
we're not-
magnitude's
It
a
is.
difference in pressure. So this dude on his own admission
It's
said you
10
need a
times
container.
20.
You need a container. You need a container. You got high pressure and super low pressure sitting next to each other. The only way that the high pressure doesn't spontaneously seek equilibrium going to the low pressure system is if it's contained and divided and separated. Right?
You gotta keep them separated.
Yeah, there's got to be some way to keep them
Hey,
separate.
Yeah, there has to be separation. A container.
And he left
I'll
again.
give you an order of magnitude expression so you can get what the implication is. You're acting like you're just one's close to the other, but it's really not. Not when you sir.
Is it exponential? Isn't maybe I'm confused, but isn't it exponential? I mean, is it?
What, an order of magnitude?
Yeah, order of magnitude. I guess it's not. Yeah, I guess that's a different term, isn't it?
Times 10 times the quantity.
I just
Right.
put
10
it. I
times
just
the
put it
quantity.
in 2 slides. I just put it in 2 slides right there at 43 minutes after the hour. The
Oh,
whole
there we
spiel.
go. Yeah.
So it's real easy, right? You got 760 torr. This is 760, or more precisely, mathematically, 760 over 1, compared to 10 to the negative 17, or more precisely, 1 over 1 quadrillion. So,
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
So the second slide is even more important.
I can hear the
760 sea
circuitry.
level is. Who is fucking over talking me? Is that you, platypus?
I thought you were done. I thought there was a
Shut
gap.
the fuck up. Now, for the last slide right here, 760 sea level is 761, or 760 parts in 1. Compared to 10 to the negative 17, that's interstellar space. That's 1 part in 100 quadrillion. Here comes the punchline. Get ready for this. Hold on to your hats, folks. If I had 2 boxes, a sea level box and a vacuum of space box, each having 100 quadrillion cubic centimeters volume, the sea level box would contain 7.6 sextillion particles, compared to the vacuum of space box, which has 1 particle in the whole box. Get it?
Uh-oh.
Thanks.
Yeah,
and that ends today's lesson on orders of magnitude. Thank you.
And to keep these two things separate, you have to have something separating them, i.e., a container.
Well, you got to understand it's a multiplier, a order of magnitude. It's a multiplier. So it's not just 10 over 17. It's a multiplication equation.
They've been trained to act like this isn't a big difference, and that it's just a gradual equilibrium.
Well, they'd fail fractions and intro to decimal notation 4th grade.
Yeah, that's how dumb the religion is. If you think about it, like what people have been told to say.
They're the math gods that failed math.
That's why I was asking if there was, if it's exponential, but now if it's a multiplier. I mean, what's the big difference between the two?
I just told you.
I know. I mean, could you?
You can't fathom it.
I know.
Yeah, it's an infinite number.
I'm just wondering if when I explain this, I'm saying it wrong. I just want to make sure that I'm saying it.
Is that 7.6?
I've argued this before, But
Matthew did say it'd be an infinite scale.
Yeah.
In between an infinite amount of zeros, in between 0 and 10 to the negative 17. So
Yeah, I guess I was saying that the 1 part in 100 quadrillion is close to 0 parts in 100 quadrillion in terms of like just the raw number.
Right, Matthew. So would you agree that so is the gas pressure difference in a soda and the surrounding air, is it greater or less than the difference with the atmosphere and space?
So different.
I don't have a good concept for how much pressure is in a soda can, but in like gas tires, I think it's like 30 or 40 psi.
Right. So it's less of a difference.
It is in tires. Yeah.
So if I remove the container, does it gradually find equilibrium?
No, it'd be automatic, instantaneously, pretty much.
What if you threw a tire in space? Well, it was still pressurized here on Earth. We're able to just teleport it up to quote unquote space, the 10 to the negative 17 torr. Immediately, boom. What would happen to that tire?
It depends on how strong the tire is. If you had 30 psi before and then it suddenly had 60 psi, it would probably.
No,
depends on the tire.
That's not what I'm saying. It wouldn't. Are you serious? Is this guy serious?
I'll ask you a simple question. So the difference is less between, like, say, a tire and the surrounding air, and you said that it would instantaneously seek equilibrium. So if the difference is greater, would it also instantaneously seek equilibrium?
So say that again. I'm sorry. I'm not getting what you're asking.
All right.
Say I have two pressure systems, and there's a certain difference between them, okay? And then it's the tire and the surrounding air. And I remove the tire, it'll instantaneously seek equilibrium, like you said. So if I
Yes.
have two sets of pressure that are next to each other, that it has a greater difference than those two pressure systems, you would agree that it would also instantaneously seek equilibrium.
Yes. That's right.
Okay, welcome to
Okay,
Flat
but
Earth.
to answer Helio's question, if you had a tire that was pumped up to 30 psi, and then you somehow put it into space, it would go. Now it would have 46 psi, or I mean 44 psi.
Yeah, and you know,
dude, you know that's bullshit.
Listen, a can of soda pop in the fridge might be around 35 psi, but at room temperature it can be 45 to 60. So temperature.
Well, hold on, we can
pressure
actually test this.
Temperature and pressure are greatly related.
I guess so, but say you put it in the largest gas chamber on Earth, you know, the vacuum chamber on Earth that's in Ohio. Say you put a tire in there
It
that has
depends
32
if it would
psi.
explode. Depends on the differential or the pull that the tire would experience from the differential, or the difference between.
Well, I've
high
seen
and low
some
pressure.
smaller I've seen some smaller vacuum tests, like with a balloon
Yeah, I've
on
seen
YouTube and
cans
stuff.
explode.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm saying.
Helio-
I've seen a can of soda explode in a vacuum, and at room temperature, it can be 50 pounds psi.
Can
If it
we
came
put
fresh out the fridge, it could be 35 pounds of pressure.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I experienced that at work. I mean, when it's hot outside, I have my freaking water bottle. It gets warm. I put it in the freezer, and then I go to get it out of the. I drank half of it, and then I get it out, and it's all shrunk up. And then I open the thing, it goes, and then I drink the cold water. Yeah.
If you leave a can, have you ever left a can of soda in your car and had it stretch out because it got so hot?
Dude, I've had cans of soda explode in the freezer. Anyway, go. Sorry, bro.
This is kind of dumb engineering shit I know about, but a can of soda can actually maintain at 100 psi. It'll deform, but it won't rip, rupture, or tear. Now you get 2 pounds of pressure above 100 psi, and it'll explode.
And
That's amazing. I didn't know cans could hold that much pressure.
and
I
listen,
believe
this
you.
all this difference in
Yeah,
pressure.
because aluminum's malleable. It'll stretch out. And then
A
the
little
volume.
bit, depending on the can.
Yeah, so you increase the volume, you lower the pressure a little bit. Are you with me?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And there's not a lot of air
You have
in
an
there.
you have an increased volume, and pressure equals volume over area.
Who was
Because
that?
the volume increases, so does the pressure.
Yeah, when you freeze a liquid, like I said, I've had cans explode in the freezer. It doesn't matter if beer or Coke or whatever, explode in the freezer. But who was going to ask a question?
Helio, and you have that difference between that two pressure between vacuum of space and the atmosphere, and then we have that orbital. I don't understand then orbital moving.
Well, let me ask you this: when you pressurize a tire, I mean, we all drive cars or whatever. You pressurize a tire; it's based on the ambient atmosphere, right? So, atmospheric pressure. So if you had a tire,
temperature.
Sure.
On your local
But I'm saying, hey, if you put this tire, and you took a tire off your car, put it in a vacuum chamber, started evacuating the air, wouldn't
It's not
eventually the
based
tire
off
just come off of the rim?
It's based off gauge pressure, not ambient atmospheric pressure.
Bullshit, bro. It's the pressure from the outside. Because if you don't have any air in the tire, before you start
No.
pumping that tire up, it's the same air pressure as the atmosphere.
No, you read pressure in the tire by gauge pressure. It's 35 pounds gauge
Right.
pressure.
But that's
That's
based on that'd
unit.
be zero. That'd be zero
not-
based on the ambient
not
atmosphere, right?
It's not. No.
Okay. Well, how's it work then?
Gauge pressure.
Your gauge is zero until you push it on the little thing that you measure.
That's right. And ambient pressure doesn't register on the tire gauge.
No shit. When you put
Because
the
the only
tire
thing
on
you're
the
measuring
rim,
is the
it doesn't have
tire.
any pressure inside the tire, right?
No,
So it has
not
the
true.
same.
You
It has the same air
need
pressure inside
to
as
mount a
outside.
tire. You need air pressure to mount a tire, Helio. You take the valve
I
out
know
and
that.
fill
I
it
know
up
that.
till it seats on the rim.
Right.
Alright.
So you're going from zero to where it would actually seat on the rim, and then
Yeah, about
you
55.
begin from there.
So, Mike, you're just saying that a tire gauge measures the difference between the inside
Does
of the
it-
tire and the outside of the tire, right?
That doesn't necessarily matter to me. I'm just wondering.
Gauge pressure measures the amount of pressure at the valve that pushes on the gauge. It's got nothing to do with any other pressure. It's not gauge pressure. And we're
Alright,
talking about 35 pounds PSI gauge pressure.
All right, cool. So if you took one that was fully 35 psi gauge pressure, stuck it inside a vacuum chamber, and started pulling the ambient air out of the vacuum chamber, what would happen to the tire?
We can only speculate.
Well, no, I actually know the freaking tire would expand and come off of the rim. I know. I know.
No,
I've never seen it done, but I've seen it done with other balloons
dude,
and shit. I mean,
ain't no
I would.
number. What pressure are you going to expand the vacuum to? Because the tire has a rupture maximum, so it can take a certain amount of force pulling on it. That's what I'm asking. What's the differential between the pressure
I've
in
never
the tire?
done it, but I would assume if you
and the
got it to about 100 psi or more, it'd probably explode.
Yeah, it's got to be enough to rupture the tire. I don't know. Here's the thing.
This may or may not mean anything. It's just curiosity I've had for a long
the
time.
vacuum isn't the only variable in it. Temperature is, density.
Okay, so Mike, let me ask you this: if we took a tire, let's say we underinflated it 20 psi, and then if we put it into a vacuum chamber and evacuated all the air, is the highest it could get like 34 or 35? Because
That takes an equation based on volume, Matthew. So when you start to listen, when you start to suck on the tire and you're expanding in all directions, you increase the volume, so the possibility goes up.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't get a vacuum that's less than zero. There's some limit to how much vacuum.
No, we can't do a perfect vacuum. I know that.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't get more than a vacuum either. I mean, you can't have negative pressures, like a literal negative below zero amount of pressure.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
No, but he's right.
The black hole, my friend.
That's not.
Yeah,
there's no
they stick
pressure to
balloons in the
black
vacuum.
hole.
They stick all kinds of containers in the vacuum that
Hey, Matthew, is a black hole positive gravity?
They do rupture. What you got to understand is the pressure inside the tire is exponentially pushing outward, and the vacuum's exponentially pulling outward. And there's a differential in there that increases that, becomes a multiplier.
Yeah, the pressure between the rim and the tire. I mean, it's going to eventually break somewhere. I would assume.
I would assume the tire wouldn't be a proper enough barrier to contain pressure in a 10 to the 17th negative torr vacuum.
Well,
I
hey,
wouldn't assume
man,
a tire.
it worked on the
pressure
Tesla.
out.
That was really why I was thinking about
that's
that.
bullshit.
It worked on the Tesla.
That's bullshit. Because here's the variables you left out: the solar winds, the fact that they're energized particles that blast the tire at a higher rate than any sandblaster we can fucking develop on Earth, or at a higher rate than any plasma cutter. They would just pulverize the steel bandings in the radial tire, and once that broke, it's all heyday from there. You guys know what happens when you break a steel belt, right? You get a titty in the tire, the titty grows, and then it explodes. It becomes the weakest link because it's structural failure, complete structural failure. And that's the point. How much pressure can be applied to this before you reach critical structure failure?
I'm all I was saying, Michael, was like if you had access to a large, a decent sized
I can blow
vacuum
a tire
chamber.
up both ways. Both ways.
Hold on, wait, whoa,
Putting too much
whoa, back the
pressure in
truck
that
up here.
motherfucker,
Okay, I got it.
or
All right,
sucking it.
fuck it.
Hold on, I get
No,
it.
I'm
They
agreeing
fake.
with you, Helio.
So how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I would assume the vacuum would blow it up.
So
I
how do
was
you
just
have
gonna-
gas pressure without a container, please?
I don't know. It's a force over volume area, right?
Force over volume. How can you have gas pressure with not you, Mike? How can you have gas pressure without a container? How can you have a vacuum without a container? You can't. There are no natural vacuums.
Yeah, I meant pressure equals force over area, not force equals pressure over area. That the area is the walls of the container.
No, that's what we're asking Matthew and the rest of the guys, G, Platypus, and all these guys, because that's the rub. It's over.
Yeah, because
all over. But
if it's not an enclosed area, then it's just the pressure's not going to build up. It's going to leak out.
I was just gonna express my disappointment. Like, I get it. Okay, back in the '60s, they faked the moon landing shit. I get it. They didn't have the tech back then. But now you guys are telling me in this modern day there isn't a fucking Tesla out there?
Yeah, just got pulled over by Martians and got a speeding ticket and a ticket for driving on poor flats with a melted fucking windshield. I don't care what the vacuum would do to it. If you read articles what NASA says the solar winds does to the moons every day, it moves two kilotons of topsoil off the moon every day. I don't know why the moon's still there, but on a 5 billion year old model, if the sun's blowing 2 kilotons of dirt off the damn moon to the Earth, this is what NASA says. How much metal would it move? Because it's a blasting rate. It comes at meters per second. Energized particles, including matter and dust that comes from the solar winds. So it's a sandblaster, an energized particle. It's a plasma cutter that also is blasting particles, energized particles. I mean, fuck. It would eat the paint off, melt the fucking windshield, flatten the fucking tires. Hell, eventually the rims would just disappear. They're the weakest link. They'd just be sandblasted away. The interior, I think that would have been gone 5 minutes into the fucking solar winds. Everybody wonders what the vacuum would do to the car. I want to know how the paint's still on the motherfucker. You know what the sun does?
Vacuum.
Yeah, you know what the sun does to a paint job here on Earth. Imagine kicking that same paint job out the atmosphere where it's protected into the solar winds. Fuck. Can I get some of that clear coat? That shit's worth millions. Thousands.
At least.
Yeah, if it's keeping that shit. We clear coated it all with special space clear coat. Suck a dick. If there's an engineer on Earth that believes that shit, he's a fucking idiot. That's way beyond our production capability. Shit, our know-how.
I'd be trying to make everything out of that.
It's like saying we got a nail hardener and skin cream that can keep your hand together when you stick it in a bucket full of acid. Shut the fuck up. Who's ever seen that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? That dog that attacks that dude.
Shit, I played
hangs
it.
from his nut.
Played it in this server, actually.
Hey Lou, old boy's dog hangs from his nuts. You know,
Yeah.
I felt sorry for that dude. I was like, damn, that dog is fucking him up.
It's a tough dog too.
So back
Yeah,
to
it
the
is.
question: how do you have gas pressure without a container? Might as well just stick with it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
my answer is the weight of the air. That's my answer.
The weight
Gas
of the
can't
air.
contain
Well,
gas.
the weight of the air. So air is being accelerated. You know the gas behavior that particles move in all different directions at high speeds. So where are you getting weight of the air from?
I would say they move in
Omnidirectional.
all directions at high speeds with the tiny slight bias towards the down
Oh,
direction.
you would say that. Citation, please.
Yeah, I know, but there's
it's just
two
common
vectors,
sense, I
up
think.
and down, and
No,
gas.
no, that's not common sense.
Gas.
That's
No,
not that
common
that
sense
violates.
is gases tend to
Holy
rise.
shit, Mike.
I know. But gases do tend to rise. There's no single vector when we're talking about gases or the atmosphere. Not in physics, not in application. There's two vectors, up and down. Go back to school, Matthew.
How is that common sense?
Wait, so I have a question. What you were saying about the tires before?
You would.
So Mike,
you're gonna divert away from the actual topic, and they're gonna allow you.
Oh, sorry. We can stay on that topic.
It's
We
a
can-
good
not
move,
gonna
by the
lie.
way.
I'm assuming what I'm gonna do.
So, how do you have fucking gas pressure without a container for the 10th fucking time?
My answer hasn't changed because of the weight of the gas.
It's not weight. You can't even, number one, you can't define weight. Number two, fucking gas molecules are not laying on top of each other.
Number 3, you can't contain air with air. For fuck's sakes.
Jeez, man.
No,
Okay, let's do this. Let's define weight. Go ahead, Matthew. The floor is yours.
Oh, just the idea that things tend to fall down. That's
No.
I would try
No,
to.
weight's not ideal.
That's not weight. That's another topic. And things don't tend to fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. No, they don't. Gas molecules don't.
I see you've met Nathan Thompson.
No, Nathan Thompson. What do you mean? Gas molecules fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. No,
Yeah, that's
that's
language he
me. That's
Nathan
me.
QE.
Nathan
That's
Thompson.
Right.
Oh, I got
Nathan
it backwards.
Thompson stole that from me.
Got it.
So, back to the question again. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, let's define. You said weight. What the hell is weight?
I mean, it's just when I pick up things, it seems like they have. It feels like they're.
Can you
there's a force
define
making
it,
them go
Matthew?
down. Yeah.
We're not asking you
Oh,
what you feel.
no, I don't know how to define it. What do you mean? I'm not an expert.
That's what I'm looking for.
Can any man define weight? We're looking for a scientific definition of
Sasha,
weight.
get your post out of there.
And if you attribute it to a cause, we're going to ask for a citation of experimentation to prove that cause.
Thank you. So there we go. There we got it right here. It's 7 minutes after the hour. You with me?
Yes, I see it.
All right, calculating weight. Newton's second law of motion says F equals ma. Yeah, we're going to get to that here in a second. In the case of an object at the Earth's surface, the force of gravity exerts its own weight, whatever the fuck that means. So substituting W for F and G for A in the F equal MA equation leads to W equal MG. MG love you a long time. So when you say wait, that's what you're saying, but you got a big fucking problem. Why? From the Feynman lectures. Even though the law of F equal MA is false, and all the Newton derivations of Newton, all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada yada yada. So if F equal MA is false, and that's the daddy of W equal MG love you a long time, then the progeny never existed because the father never existed. Follow?
Yeah, I follow. Yep.
Yeah. So that's why I said define weight. No one can define it because you got big problems here. That's number one. Number two, gases don't lay on each other. There's no columns of fucking air. They move freely and randomly at high speeds. So they're not laying on top of each other. They move in all different directions. Including, it depends. If they get whacked a certain way, they'll go down, sure. But they're moving in all vectors, not just one.
Are they moving in all vectors exactly equally in all directions?
Not exactly equally, no, but it's a straw man. It has nothing to do with my argument.
Yeah, because I was assuming that they would tend towards the downward direction. That's why we have pressure gradients.
If they, that's not why we have pressure gradients. How'd you get pressure in the first place without a container?
Well, I don't think you have to have a container to have pressure. So.
Well, you do. It's the definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, on the small scale, on a large scale.
Not on a small scale. No, on all scales. You need a container. That's in the Show me a definition where it says on the small scale you need this, and on another scale you need that with gas pressure. I want to see it.
I don't have a.
You won't find
why are
it.
they saying?
Made it up.
Why are they saying if you cannot find it?
You just made it up. And by the way, you've just violated Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics in one fell swoop. How you like that?
Well, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, because they're all going off of volume. All the first 5 laws, all with volume. You don't have a volume of gas without a container. Gases have no definite volume unless you have a container. Can't even get into those equations. You can't even get into those laws without a container. It's impossible. Brownian motion, you just took up back out to the woodshed and bludgeoned it senseless. You see the tangled webs you guys weave? You're finished. You're done. Not only Matthew, it's all the Baltards. This is game over. It's been game over for 5 years. This is just the death throes of Baltards.
What happened 5 years ago?
5 years ago, I don't know if I was the first one to introduce it. I'm sure many people did introduce it, but I really pioneered it with the rationale behind it. The other people didn't know. But 5 years ago, I said, show me the container or gas pressure without a container. I haven't found it. It's over. Now it's just sidebars on different knucklehead arguments, right? But you can't get past that argument. No one can. It's over.
The party's over.
Yep. Fat lady singing, and Elvis just left the building. And scratch my back with a hacksaw.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's how devastating this is. There's no way around it.
What would you say then, assuming there is a container, about why the pressure at the bottom of a 3-story building is higher than the pressure at the top of a 3-story building?
Yeah, we have gas pressure gradients here because we have a dynamic closed system. Actually, it's conditionally isolated, but I don't want to spring that on anyone just yet. So let's just roll with that. Most of the gas is created, not most, all of it is created at ground or near sea level, right? So if it's all created at that point, and there's a limited volume, that gas pressure is going to be higher.
But wouldn't it equalize at some point? How come?
It's going
How
to
come it
no,
stays?
not if all the cycles are in place. No, it wouldn't equalize. Never.
I want to know if anyone knows where that I scratched my back with a hacksaw came from.
They don't know. It's not important. Yeah, I figured Steel City's in here. You would have to ruin it for me. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
What if you so what if you have a closed, a sealed off warehouse where, you've sealed off all the doors and everything, and so there's
Yeah.
no dynamic system there? Would there be a higher pressure at the ceiling of that warehouse
Well,
than
let's
if
show it. There's still there. You still have gases flowing in and out of the system.
No, I'm
Now,
saying if you seal it off so that there's no gases flowing, then what would happen?
It depends on what type of gases you got in there and the temperature.
Yeah, so let's say it's all constant temperature. You seal off the
Mm-hmm.
you seal it off really well, so there's nothing flowing. Then would you expect there to be still a gradient, or do you think the
Probably,
gradient would?
probably some type of gradient in there. Yeah. Depends on the gases that are in there.
Yeah.
Still, you're still screwed because we're off the reservation. I'm giving you gas pressure gradients. Gas pressure without a container is the argument. Can't have gas pressure gradients without a container.
How high do you think the this?
I don't really
gradient
care.
goes?
It's mind-numbing minutia. Doesn't matter.
Because like 20 or 30 kilometers high,
who cares?
That most of the pressure is gone, right? Like the
No, it's
balloon. I mean, the balloons, the high altitude balloons show that, right?
So what?
So why
Then it's
doesn't
not.
all of this pressure like escape up to there?
Yeah, because like I just fucking told you, because of cycles. Nitrogen cycle, oxygen cycle, CO2 cycle, water vapor cycle. There's many cycles. Many.
Got it. So the pressure doesn't equalize immediately. It
won't. It can't. There's one. Thanks, Drace. Yep. That's it. Cycles everywhere. Cycles.
Yep. Okay. That helps me understand what you're saying better.
Yeah, it's just a static versus a closed static versus a dynamic system. Like compressed air. It's not going to be too much of a gradient there. That's a static system. You get fluctuations, statistical stuff, but nothing to speak of. It has nothing to do with my argument. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, I didn't say I agree with it. I'm understanding
Oh,
what
it's
you're
not
saying.
a case. Remember we talked about this? It's not a case of agree or disagree. It's either a 1 or a 0, black or white, yes or no.
Yeah, the truth works like that. You're right. It's either yes or no.
Yep.
Yeah, if you haven't been told today, your opinion on the subject doesn't really matter.
I agree with that. Opinions don't matter to reality.
But with this truth, you would disagree.
Yes, I disagree. That's true.
Yeah, but even if you know that is true, you would disagree.
I would say that I don't know that. I mean, I would
But
say
now,
it differently.
QE now told you in last 10 minutes, and you said yes, and now you said you disagree, but you said it is true.
That's I don't
Do you understand, Matthew? What are you saying? What is coming from your mouth?
I understand what QA said. I understand his arguments. I understand his ideas. I'm
But
saying
your
I don't
conclusion
agree.
was it is black or white.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
What is that from, by the way? That's pretty funny.
That was last night at the NBA Finals, the championship in Milwaukee. Witsit was flat smacking outside after they were celebrating, and that was one of the ladies that came up to him.
So
Got it.
Matthew, it's at 18 minutes after the hour.
It's fucking hysterical. I'm gonna do it again. Here we go.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. I can't stop watching it. Oh shit.
The audio is awesome. The video makes it a little bit better. That look on her face is great. Like,
No, the oh shit got me.
Yeah.
You had me at oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too funny. Well, since the entire heliocentric religion has vaporized right in front of you, literally. What else is there to talk about? My favorite color?
Kiwi, this is the point. You said it's not point of disagree and agree. It's yes or no. In this moment, and in that case, you explained it. Is that? And he said, okay, yes. And then he said, I don't agree.
I know what he said. I let him go with it because he's just digging his own grave.
But isn't that double speaking in this moment?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to double speak. I was agreeing that I understood what he was saying.
But you didn't understand.
No, is it possible that I could understand but have a different take on what it is?
Different take.
No,
That's a good one.
but you understand that if you understand what that QE said, that means that it's yes or no. And if you understand yes, because QE didn't say, do you agree with this or you don't agree with that? He explained you it is that, and that's it, that it is, and you said, I'm not agree with that, but it is.
Okay, let me be clear.
Let me be clear. I will explain you like this. The water boils on 100 degrees, and you are saying not. You're not agree. No, you are saying like this. You're not agree. Is that true?
QE said that the reason for pressure gradient is we're living in a dynamic system, and that there's the cycle starts at the bottom and goes up to, and moves up to the top, and that's why there's higher pressure at the bottom.
In the end, the conclusion was that he didn't say his opinion about that. He said what is going on.
I understand. Yeah, I heard what he said.
Yeah. And he said it is not about agree or don't agree. It's about it is or it is not. And you said, I understand that, but I still don't agree.
That's right. Is it possible to understand something and still disagree with it or not?
When I cannot. When QE explicitly explained to you that is not about point agree or disagree, it's a point about it is or it is not. And if something it is, you cannot disagree because that is something what it is.
Okay, so pressure gradient, either it is or it is not caused by these cycles, and that is a statement of truth, and not agreement, not opinion. It either is or it isn't. That's the truth.
All right, so Matthew, since you disagree, can you tell us how you have pressure gradients in a vacuum, please?
In a vacuum, there's no pressure, so there wouldn't be any gradients in a vacuum.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm always confused when people say that.
That's why you're still using Velcro running shoes there, Matthew.
How'd you know I
You
have
is
Velcro
or
running
is
shoes?
not a flat earther? Is you is or is you not a flat earther?
I am not a flat earther.
But you definitely wear Velcro shoes.
Did you know that gas pressure gradients are going 66,000 per mile per hour?
No, don't go there, Sasha.
Yeah, that's a separate question. Motion is
Yeah.
a separate question than pressure.
Yeah, don't relent. It's
Yeah,
really not gas
there,
pressure gradient.
there.
Sasha, it's not gas
Okay,
pressure
so
gradients. He just sidetracked it with that. It's
yeah,
gas
okay.
pressure without a
How
container.
we can have gas pressure gradient without container?
Fuck the gas pressure gradient.
How we can have gas pressure gradient without container?
No, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't have any more to say than what I said before. So
How we have gas pressure
No.
gradient without gas pressure?
No, it was rhetorical.
How we have gas pressure gradient without gas pressure?
I just love it how you can deny truth. It was either yes or no. There is either a container or not, because we know what gas does. We know the second law of thermodynamics. There is no excuse for not understanding it and saying, yeah, you're right.
No, he said it's on the small scale. It's working on the big one.
No, I was talking about this idea that the cycles are the cause for the.
Which are all based on having that container.
Shit.
Yep.
You know, even
Because
if
you're
I
not having gas pressure gradients without gas pressure first. I could explain gas pressure gradients till I'm blue in the face. It's not going to matter to the question on the board.
Yeah, those are separate questions. That's right.
Yep. So, is you is or is you not a flat earther?
I'm definitely not.
Is you is or is you not reckoning with flat earth?
Come on, he will lose the job.
Just in deep denial, Matthew. That's all it is.
Earth is flat.
You just can't deal with the truth.
Earth is flat.
Oh, I love the truth. I just
No, you don't. No, you don't. If you really love the truth, you wouldn't do this. I don't even believe you. Sorry, you've been here too many times, heard you speak.
No,
You've been
he
shown
is-
this over and over. You don't love the truth. That's just not that's not realistic to believe anymore.
You don't want to lose the job because of truth. He has a channel. He has his beautiful students who likes him. And now if he said that Earth is flat, oh my god. Oh my god, that will be not good.
I could understand that motivation for someone who thought the Earth was flat and would try to keep it secret, but I promise you that's not the case for me.
Mm-hmm.
Is you is or is you not?
QE's just smiling like a butcher's dog.
It's a good movie. Oh, brother, where art thou? Is you is or is you not?
Get a clip of that. Put it up.
Yeah.
Why we don't have one citation saying that what we don't need container?
You don't
At
need
least-
citation. You don't need
I
citation.
know,
for
at
this
least
one.
to catch for something, you know.
You don't need citation for this one, Sasha. This is 4 to 6 year old stuff, man. Pumping up their tire and on their bike. That's it.
Yeah, you
But
explained-
Matthew,
He wants to that difference. It's 760,000 sextillion. That is different. between pressure.
Yo, Matthew, I got a question for you, bro.
Well, you want to ask him another question?
Sorry. Yeah, I just tuned in, man. I just hopped out of Walmart and kind of caught the tail end of it. And I wanted to ask him, like, how do you quantify an amount of gas? And he's a teacher of some sorts, so I want him to tell me.
You could either weigh it, I suppose, or calculate the volume and the temperature and the pressure. There's several different ways.
Okay. So when you weigh it, how would you weigh a gas?
You could put it in a
Do
container,
you
then weigh the container.
You could?
Thank you. See that? Okay, at least you're honest. Thank you.
I got a
that's
question
phenomenal.
for you, Matt.
And then you can use too, yeah?
Sorry, I
Thank you.
just have
That's why an
I
empty
have
balloon is
I
lighter
have
than a full balloon.
I have a quick, short question for him. Matthew, when you were little and you were waiting for the bus to show up to take you to school, was it a short bus or a long bus?
It was a long bus.
Did it arrive on its rims?
Yeah.
No, they use special tires that use just gravity, so that they could save on rubber.
They use gravity tires.
Oh, gravity tires,
It
dude.
doesn't
Those are-
act upon gases.
Gravity
Yeah.
tires. It must be one of them rich subdivisions that you lived in or neighborhoods, whatever.
No, it was cheaper that way because then you don't have to actually pump up the tire. You just use magical gravity force.
Gravity does nothing, man. What are you talking about?
Gravity does nothing. It doesn't.
Gravity's things falling is the effect. You're trying to say the cause, and the only cause is the bending and warping of the space-time continuum. And that's it. So go solve your fucking Ricci tensors. The left-hand side of the Einstein field equation.
What happens
Because
when
that's
I was going to
What hap-
interrupt you. What happens when the Ricci tensor is zero?
Oh, tell me. Space equals 0, I'm assuming. Nah, I'm working on that right now. I'm studying up on Einstein a bit.
Oh, you need to. So you passed the message. I got to take a break for a couple minutes. I'll be back. You said you checked out the double slit or the quantum eraser?
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, great stuff, man. So my question is,
you watched the whole presentation?
Not just that. I watched like a lot of them, and I got the MIT lectures on quantum mechanics. But I think your video is probably one of the best out there, or actually the best one to break it.
Don't
really good.
robot now,
the
man.
delayed choice quantum. Fuck. I'm driving. Fuck.
Don't robot now, dude. This is serious fucking kudos, man. Get to a clear area.
I know. All right. Am I better now?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right. I'm almost home. But we're
turn the 5G on.
Turn the 5G.
I don't have a 5G phone. Yeah, I do have 5G coverage, but I don't
That's
have a 5G
why.
phone. I know. I was saying that I watched like a lot of videos out there breaking it down, and yours was the best, man. Was the best I've seen. You broke it down quite simply and right to the point. It was amazing. Detector 0 is where my mind is at, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so how does the entangled photon know its sister photon? Like how the what?
Yeah.
That's the interesting bit for me. So how's that information being transmitted from one photon to the other?
What fucking information? Are you saying photons are alive?
No, that's it. No, they're not. Exactly.
Well, I appreciate the kudos, man, especially coming from you. Appreciate it.
No, bro, it's great stuff. Actually, great stuff, man. I love it. I actually I rewinded the fucking thing several times, man. Like you broke it down really fucking good.
Yeah, there's no problem with that, man. You have to rewind it. If you get it the first time, then that's some bullshit.
No, it's actually easier than understanding the double slit, like because you only got detectors, so there is no interference with the detector, beyond the slit or right adjacent to the slit or whatever behind it. So it's
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
There's no
yeah.
slit detectors. That's the whole point.
Yep. I love it. And
That's
the other
high
one you
praise. I
said,
gotta watch that video.
oh, it's great, man. It's great. It shreds your atheism in half. Like you can't mess with that. I didn't know it, man. Like I never studied quantum mechanics. I was gonna take it as an elective last year, but I dropped out last year, man. But yeah, that's awesome shit.
Well, thank you. Well, let me hit.
You're a biochemist, or what are you exactly? Right? Something like that. Something like that.
I ain't saying anything like that. Doesn't matter.
I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Right, sorry for hot mic.
There you go, Matthew. Check that one out. That'll put hair on your back.
The scientism one? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Quantum
Thanks.
A bunch of your old stuff, your old videos, actually. Which other one? I've seen a few of them now, which is great.
Yeah, I got a ton of them out there. I picked the best of the best. I think that was because there were no big interruptions. There was another two presentations after this, but there were interruptions in between. This one has a couple, but not as many, so I usually go with this one. I'll be back in a couple minutes, man.
Goodbye.
I love how you actually like. Oh man, I like Matthew. Man, you answered my questions like honestly, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not here to try to smack everybody down or do whatever. I'm just here to be honest and represent well what us globers
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Look, there's a lot of haters of you, Matthew. But
You love the truth, right? If you love the truth, you would actually be willing to change your position if you actually had enough evidence, which we've provided a heck of a lot, and you could go get your own. You could go make some observations.
You're right. If I love the truth, I would change my mind if I thought there was enough evidence. And I do love the truth. I'm just telling you that I don't think there's enough evidence to convince me.
Will it be enough? When will it? What do you need? What is it that you actually need? Because that's the problem I'm having. Is why do you have a replacement? The reality that's real. It's what it is.
Witsit likes to say
Good afternoon, this is Fox News. Good afternoon, this is Fox News. Good afternoon, this is Fox News. At this flat.
You're roboting, guys.
Let him get out.
When Fox News said he will...
He's still here because he is one of the more honest Glovers that we've ever talked to. Most don't last very long. They get.
He is no.
He will answer your questions honestly and admit when it's a good point but then immediately turn around and be like, but I still believe in the globe. And that's
I need a replacement. You need a replacement for reality? For what God created?
No, so
really?
Witsit says that it's enough to debunk the globe, and that replacement doesn't require, or falsification does not require.
Because that's the rule. You don't have to replace a theory when you make a bad theory and it gets debunked. You don't have to have that theory replaced. You just have to go with what is. Then you find the real truth. Don't you understand that concept? It has nothing to do with replacement because you don't need to replace a bad theory. You don't need to. There's no need to. Somebody made up a story. Do I need to make up another story for you?
Like your mommy and daddy sat you down and told you Santa doesn't exist. He's not real. And you're like, well, who's going to bring me gifts every year now?
No, wait,
See, that's very,
can we get back
very
on gas?
strange. That's very strange. Kind of I need to replace it. There's nothing to replace it with. You've got what you have. You have a system that's dynamic with pressure, which means you must have a container. Duh. You got a flat plane. You can't figure out where the curve is. It's not there, so you are on a flat plane. And shit,
saying-
Matthew, you say you read the Bible and you believe your Bible. Your Bible says the same thing.
You believe
Okay,
in the
to answer
Bible,
the
but
first
do you also
question,
believe in evolution, Matthew?
if there are problems with the globe theory, okay, but I'm not going to replace the globe theory with a flat Earth theory that I think has more problems. That's what I meant by replacement.
It's
Like, I'm not
not
just
a
gonna...
fucking theory. It's an observation. Pull your head out of your ass and start breathing oxygen.
It's not a story. We're not giving you another theory. You have to deal with the real world that you live in, and this is what it is. Now, if you can figure out more about what this is, that's great. Go for it. Do that. That's what you should be doing. But the basics are, this is what you have. You have a flat plane, and you have air pressure with some kind of container that we haven't been able to figure out yet because we don't have access to it. But you have those two things.
You're
Yes,
looking
but all
for somebody to give you a replacement model, and we're not offering that, unfortunately.
Never gonna offer
But
it.
what we have done is falsified your model, which puts you back at square one, like right here with us.
I would say that they're mutually exclusive. Like, if you falsify the globe model by saying there is no curvature, that is thereby replacing it with the idea that the Earth is flat. So you have one or
Do
the
you know
other.
what brainwashing is?
You are so brainwashed. Oh my gosh.
So when you say there's no curvature, you're also saying it's flat.
That's of course, because if it's flat, if it's not curved, it's not got a sphere. You don't got a ball if
I
you
agree.
don't got a curve. Period.
I
You
agree.
got
And I'm saying-
nothing.
And I'm saying that the problems with it being flat
teach
are
math.
too many for me.
But you don't even know what the problems are. You're living on a flat plane with pressure that needs a container, and you say you have a problem. See, the problem is you want something to replace it. You need a story. You need a bedtime story. If you don't have it, you feel insecure and you're lost. You feel lost because we're taking away something that you were given as a child, and you've made it your religion. It is a religion, especially when you can falsify it. Balls must have curves. You must be able to measure a curve. It's not been measured. It's gone. You don't have it. So we're taking your dream away. Yeah, we all grieved. Do you know it is a grieving process to give up this whole thing? We all actually went through the 5 stages of grief. We all did it. Everybody does. But that's the true love of the truth. So when you really love the truth, you're willing to give up and suffer the consequences of it. That's
through
the
it.
difference.
I just want 2 minutes.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't go through those 5 stages. It was a quick, less than a plank time reckon. It was a reckoning. So, is you is or is you ain't flat earth?
He ain't, man. He ain't. So,
I changed
back to
my mind the same day that I saw the stuff, but I still grieved over, man, I love space stories. Oh, man. I don't even like the movies now. Ah, sucks.
I didn't, and I still like the movies. So I guess
You still
I'm
like
an
them, huh?
outlier.
I can't get into them like I was able to before. Before I was able to really put myself in them, but not anymore because it's not the reality. I just couldn't do it.
Just get high.
So,
Let me get back to my point real fast with Matthew. I just want to talk to him for a minute. So since you said you're going to need a volume of some sort to quantify gas, I'm asking you in your globe, what is keeping your gas like from like, you know what I'm saying, just entropying the fuck off? What is that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know you won't agree with it, but my answer is that the weight of the air keeps it down.
The air has weight. I
Didn't
agree
we
to
just
that.
go over this?
No, he did. He didn't hear. I was just
Oh, I wasn't here then. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
we
guys
don't need to
understood.
rehash that.
We already went through this. He's saying weight. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
But weight can't. Weight is okay. Okay. Fine. PV equals nRT. Where? Okay. What are you going to substitute for V? How do you substitute volume for weight? Like, go ahead,
We
show
are.
me.
We already
You
went
teach
over
math.
this, Cyrus. We
Okay.
already went over this one. Too.
Ah, fuck! I missed it. All right.
Shut up, QE. Sirius is talking. Yeah, he's asking a question. Go ahead, answer the question, Matthew.
Yeah, QE, shut the fuck
If you
up, man.
want, hey, if you want, so I don't want to. I don't want to beat a dead horse. You know, just boring shit over and over again. But I like Matthew. He's cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't want to rehash that right now.
Can I ask a quick question?
No.
How about volume?
So none of these questions are quick, but go ahead.
I have one for QE. QE, do you think that nuclear bombs?
He has a paintball before you ask your question.
Wait. Nuclear bombs. Hold on. Let this guy speak up.
What?
I've heard that you defend the idea of how atoms make up the world. So I was wondering if you think it's possible to split the atom and if nuclear bombs exist.
No comment.
Q, is that a narrative that air is that how to say mainstream narrative that that air weight it's keeping gas from escaping?
What?
Huh?
You can't do that.
Matthew said that it's that he said that it's weight of air. Is that mainstream narrative?
Yes.
Okay.
The mainstream narrative is a columns of air, wherever they got that shit from. Who the fuck knows?
Is that mean weight?
Columns? No.
Why he saying weight? Why he don't say column?
Well, that's how they depict it. So it's indirectly weight.
What you cannot measure even.
It's the weight of the column of air above you. Is how they
Yeah.
say it.
Something like that. Yeah, but it's all
Oh, yeah.
that's incoherent, nonsensical buffoonery. There are no columns. They don't know what weight is, and gases don't lay on top of each other. It's not a fucking blanket. Unless the blanket's moving at 300 to 500 meters per second. That's just at standard temperature and pressure. How fast are they moving in the thermosphere? Yeah, we can take the pressure part out of it, but you throw temperature in. How fast do you think gas molecules will move at 3,000 degrees Celsius?
But you said
my steam tables that I've studied, I think they only go up to 500 C on steam, bro. I've never. It's to 3,000 C. Holy smokes! The velocity. They're like, damn. I'm like, oh my god, it's packing a punch, dog.
You said that atmosphere it's how to say it cannot exist because atmosphere mean air,
right?
And
right.
What means stratosphere then?
Yeah, the atmosphere. You can't say atmosphere. As soon as you say atmosphere, your whole argument's done.
Yeah, and all that layers of spheres after the atmosphere.
The layers of spheres after the
The stratosphere.
Ionosphere and whatnot. Yeah, all those spheres.
Yeah, they are spheres.
What are spheres?
The stratosphere?
Yeah, all that's begging. It's not begging the question. It's non sequitur because you can't have shaped air or shaped gas. It doesn't do that.
Yeah, you have stratosphere. Also, you have like a hot gas column spherical after the atmosphere.
What?
You have spherical shape of the.
Actually, you're gonna cause QE to have a heart attack. Come on, bro. Can you stop?
Just call it strato atmos and you'll be good.
What's going on here? Stratomos? What's up with that?
Stratos plane.
Stratospheric. It's not going to work.
What do you think about that, Matthew? Atmosphere bit.
Oh, I think
likes to call it
those
the
are just
atmo pair.
words.
The
I mean,
atmos
they're
pair,
just
right?
words.
It's pear-shaped, Matthew.
I mean, we're arguing about calling
Fine
it
meaning.
atmosphere. You could just call it the air. That'd be fine.
Yeah, but as soon as you say atmosphere,
Why don't we call it the atmosphere?
Why don't we call it anvils?
Let's call air. Is it air connected with the air or separate?
Well, it's
Matthew, they ain't
pear-shaped.
gonna let you go, man. You're
Pear-shaped
finishing,
orb.
dude.
Atmo
You teach
banana.
math, bro. It's crazy. Okay.
Let's
all
call it
right, all right.
aardvarks. They're just words.
Well,
Let's
yeah,
call
no,
it
I mean,
literally
you're
exhibit.
arguing about calling atmosphere because it has the word sphere in it, and I'm like, okay, we could call it air instead. The reason we Globers call it atmosphere is because we actually think it's a sphere. But if you want to call it air, that would be fine.
You think it's
That's the problem.
atmo air gas is actually shaped there?
Yeah, I mean, if you buy into the globe model, then
Yeah.
the atmosphere is a sphere.
Okay, well then you know that you would fail first grade intro. Literally, you would fail first grade intro to gas pressure or intro to gas behavior. Did you know that?
Yeah, gas doesn't have a shape.
Yes, exactly. That's first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally first grade. That's not hyperbole. That's literally. Right? You want me to show you?
Words matter, Matthew.
Yes, they do. From Christy Bodak from Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with the first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have definite shape or a definite volume. Oh, I used the volume part of that. It's no big deal.
I disagree.
Of course you would.
I disagree.
I know.
But is that true? Or what is that?
That's true.
But I am looking for the truth.
That's true.
But still I disagree. Because I believe that somehow gas take a shape.
Demonstrate.
Well, then you'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
Yeah, but I'm looking for the truth.
That is the truth.
But I disagree.
You can't disagree. It's empirical. It's fact. You can't disagree subjective with an objective fact. It's non sequitur.
How much you
It's
can,
not an agree or disagree, Jenner.
How much you can and I cannot.
How much you can and I cannot?
No, how much you can and I cannot.
Oh, Matthew. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week.
That's good.
Wearing Velcro tennis shoes. We got to give him a break.
Before we drag them to the wood shed. Sorry.
Is you is or is you ain't flat earther?
I'm looking for the truth.
He's like a dysfunctional robot that's running off of Energizer batteries. He just keeps going and going.
Did you check your freezer, Matthew? The truth might be in there.
Wait, he doesn't agree with freezers.
What?
He doesn't agree with
freezers.
He doesn't agree.
He needs
with
a replacement for his freezer.
Ah, because the refrigerants, yes, they need to be contained. Oh my God, yes, you're right. I forgot. Yeah.
Isn't it like it's almost like ridicule at this point. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. It's like ridicule and making fun, right? That's at the point that we're at.
Hey Matthew, is your refrigerator stationary?
Oh, QE,
No,
man.
it's running.
Thank you, bro, for the refraction bit. I never paid attention. That there was an R in the equation. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet, brother.
Thank you for pointing that shit out. I just slapped myself in the face when I saw that. I was like, ouch. Ouch.
How we
Just
can
wait,
prove
man.
that? How we can prove that? Sorry.
Hold up, Sasha.
I hold up.
So, just wait Just wait until I get the adequate parts for the computer to live stream, because for the next, I would say month, 2 months, I don't know, maybe for the rest of the fucking year, I'm gonna camp out on refraction, and I'm gonna eviscerate it and feed it to my wolf pups. You haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, dude, I'm excited, man. If you got something in the pipeline, dude, let's
Yeah.
go. We got a nice long lecture on it. Fuck yeah.
No,
I
it's
got
not
my
gonna be.
popcorn ready,
It's
man.
not gonna be all that long, hopefully.
All right. All right. No, I like the long shit. An hour and a
Just
half,
wait.
3 hours, bro. I do it.
Just wait, dude. It's
right.
it's already done. I have it done already.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just that I can't live stream just yet because of some computer issues. Hopefully, those will be resolved, and hopefully within the next week. So we'll see.
Sweet, man.
So QE, why don't you just make the videos sort of offline and upload them that way? That way you could edit.
I want to do this live.
That's understandable. My question is just out of curiosity: why do you prefer live rather than not live?
For this one, it's going to be a live presentation. It's not that big of a deal. You're right. I could probably do it and put it out. It's a good idea. But I want feedback.
Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, getting feedback.
But you're right though. I'd have to agree with you. It really doesn't matter. Right. So
because I do
right.
all my explainer videos like non-live and then post them. I just made a new one about Bitcoin.
Yeah, but I got a bunch of people that want to come in and talk. They have to get their 10,000 words out and stuff. So I like to go live. It's a rush. But you're exactly right. I could probably tape it.
Are you telling us Bitcoin proves the globe? No way.
Yeah, Bitcoin is used all over the globe. I mean, all over the flat plane. Oh wait, no, what?
You are so confused.
Oh, dude, Matthew, what's your rebuttal to buoyancy and density argument? I don't know what's your rebuttal to that.
That things fall because of that. I don't know. I mean, that's a reasonable hypothesis, but it just seems like some of the other things work better.
Other things like what? What do you mean? I really don't know.
Yeah, like what? What things? What are you talking about?
That's actually a new piece of information, Arna. You're about to teach me something new, so please.
I don't know, like a bowling ball and a feather falling at the same rate in a vacuum chamber. They have different densities, but they're still falling at the same rate. That kind of thing. So it seems like density and buoyancy could explain some stuff, but there are some things it's harder to explain.
That just confirms what he was talking about, because all you did was mess with the density of the medium by removing some of the medium. What are you talking about?
You created a greater differential, I think, is what Drace is saying. Am I correct, Drace?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if he's not. But okay, but that's okay. Because I can prove to you mathematically, since you like mathematically. Because anyways, the buoyant force, because you're gonna get this value in newtons in the end. And to engineer something with that, like you kind of have to actually divide it by 9.81 again to get it in kilograms. You know, so I can prove to you because little g is present. It's an equation, right? So I'm going to divide it out on the right. So I'm going to have the buoyant force on the left divided by little g. So it's going to give me my answer directly in kilogram, which is exactly what I was designing, like the ship for. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I can prove to you that it is a convention, like QE said. You can work your way out of it mathematically. Like,
yeah,
because G is present, so just divide it out. It's like makes sense anyways when you divide it out, because you get your numbers in kilograms again. So I have to divide it out in the end anyways. So like if we'll do an example. How how much can a cube that is 1 meter wide and 1 meter long and 1 meter high, suspended in water, how much weight can it carry before it goes under? So that's simple. You just calculate.
The weight of the water, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Directly proportional to the weight of the displaced volume of the fluid.
Okay, so the reason I don't understand the density and buoyancy thing is if you, let's say you take two bowling balls, one that's 8 pounds and one that's 16 pounds, and they're the same exact size, it seems like one is more dense than the other, and so it seems like they might fall at different rates.
Do you hear what you're going to say before you say it in your head, or are you just in neutral?
Wait, no.
No, I'm asking a question about how density and buoyancy works.
Actually, I got you. The equation, I'm just going to use the textbook engineering equation. FFB equals, I'll go post it. I'm just downstairs at the moment. And if you, you said, so you remove the particles. So you have no density. So rho, in the right side, it's rho. You have rho, which is density of the fluid. So density of fluid equals 0. Buoyant force equals 0. Because it's an equation. Boom, you just, right? Math guy, you just zeroed out your equation. So proven, I'm telling you, there is no buoyant force pushing it upwards. They're going to fall at the same rate. There you go. See, it's convention, man. You can fuck around with this. Like here, I can do arithmetics. I can add and subtract, man. Like I'll just add whatever. But it's, you see? So it's like, okay.
So it's not the
again 0 for density, and you get f of b equals 0, man. Because it's going to cancel out the entire right hand
I thought
side.
it was the difference in density. The difference in density between the bowling ball and the air. I thought that's what determined how
there
much
are here. Oh, all right. I know I'm breaking the rules and talking about little g, but I'm just trying to show them that you can divide it out, even little g, for the numbers to make sense. Because you're going to get the force of newtons, and that makes no sense still. So if you divide the newton by g, you get in kilograms, which makes sense. Give me a sec. You're a math guy, so this shouldn't be difficult, man. Should not.
Drace, I saw what you said. They're both more dense, but isn't the 16-pound bowling ball twice as dense as the 8-pound bowling ball?
Yeah, but they're both that much more dense than the air itself.
Yeah, but one is twice as more dense as the other one compared to the air.
When you have something that's more dense than the air, there's a big difference between the density of air and your example. And the difference between that is much greater than between your two little balls.
Yeah, basically the density of air is almost 0 compared to a bowling ball.
Hey, there's one more slide I'm looking for. It's not this one. Hold on. Let me grab it. Snatch it up. Buoyant force. There it is. Right here. And we'll speak within the Newtonian convention of Newtonian mechanics, so we know what we're talking about. Yeah. See, there are two vectors. If you look at that rigid body suspended in there.
Yeah, I see it.
You can see there are two vectors. So that's what we're saying. Like I'm saying, like this is, it's basic engineering. Like we're not breaking anything, any rules here.
Yeah, this isn't rocket appliances, Ricky.
So density. So in a vacuum, when you remove the particles, what's the density of that? What's density? Mass divided by volume, right? So your
Yeah,
volume
mass
is
divided by volume.
is right, and you're pumping out the mass mechanically, right? With whatever pump, turbomolecular vein pump, whatever it is, whatever flavor pump, it's mechanically pushing it out. So you're reducing mass. So let's theoretically, right? Of course, it's asymptotic, right? So anyway, let's just say it's 0. So you zero out, boom, one part of the equation, which that's it, equals 0. FMV is going to equal 0.
But the mass of the 16-pound bowling ball is going to be twice as big as the mass of the 8-pound one, and those don't cancel out.
But you see, it's okay. So the slide I posted that's squeezed in the middle for floating bodies. You see that one? That one really sums it up. That is like, and I posted which book is cited from. So it is a college textbook. So it is mainstream science textbook. So for floating bodies, right? If you see that one, that's why you're a math guy. I really like math. I appreciate math. It is a tool that we use to get to, from point A to point B, whatever we're trying to do, help us understand a lot of stuff. And it's great. Anyway, so the volume, there you go. So F of B, anyways, boom, script forward is going to eventually equal volume of the submerged body divided by the volume total, right, equals the rho of the body divided by the rho of fluid. See, what's that? So if any of the density, which is rho, right, that P, I'm sorry, P, sorry guys, rho is that letter that looks like P. So that's rho. It's a Greek symbol. Rho symbolizes density. So rho is you can FOIL it out. Rho equals m divided by v. But anyways, this summarized it for you, so you can just plug in the density of the fluid if you know it, right? So if you have a fluid which is air and it's roughly 1 kilogram per cubic meter, if I'm not mistaken, something like that, plus or minus a bit. So if you vacuum that out near 0, you're zeroing out rho of fluid, which is on the bottom. So you're going to have something on top, whatever number that is, divided by rho f equals 0. So something divided by, that's it, done. It's like you're done. You're dividing by 0. It's like, all right, you just zeroed out everything, man. You're done.
Yeah.
So you have no buoyant force, is what I'm saying, when you remove the fluid. So since you have no buoyant force, all objects should fall at the same rate. I don't know, right? Unless proven otherwise, right? I don't know, shouldn't it?
Okay, I see what you're saying. The buoyant force, there's nothing pushing up on either bowling ball. So, okay.
Yes, there's nothing, exactly, nothing. That's exactly, thank you. That's the vector, the upward vector. That's the buoyant force. And this is the engineering textbook. Like, this is what's up. And it gets thicker, obviously. If I scroll down, it gets thicker, but this is the intro to the chapter. So yeah, like, I don't know. That's why I don't understand what the globe argument is with the ball and the feather dropping down.
Yeah,
the same
okay,
rate.
so you're right. There's very little buoyancy pushing up on the bowling ball.
Yep.
Now the next question
Or the
is
feather.
then it's the density that is causing the bowling balls to fall, right? It's due to its density is higher than the air.
No, there is no air.
Let's just say if you're dropping bowling balls in the regular atmosphere.
Okay, yeah. Then it occupies space, volume in a fluid, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
Then that's it. You must use that. There you go. Then this equation would work phenomenally. It works. That's how boats are designed, just based on that simple thing. And the only thing you would adjust to that is you would add the weight of the hull, right? To like the box. Remember the 1 cubic meter box? You just include the weight of the material of the box. That's it. So, water, yeah, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so if I understand you right, it's the density of the bowling ball is much higher than the air around it, and that's what causes it to move down.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so then how come something...
Because stability, to reach stability, right? To reach its point where they're equal.
So if it
because
is
it's
that
trying to reach it.
density, yeah, if it is that density that is causing it to move down, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me if something were twice as dense, then it would move faster down.
By what equation would you? How would you rearrange the equation to fit that?
Oh no, I don't have an equation. I'm trying to figure out how this density and buoyancy thing works. And
okay.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. That's why I was
So,
asking.
all right. So this is right here. All right, I will post this. This is, I think, a killer slide. It's for me. It is super killer. Like I'll post it one more time because it sums it up at the bottom. Because you're a math guy. So FFB, that's the buoyant force equals the force at the bottom minus the force at the top equals rho blah blah. I'm not going to read all that out. Equals. So at the end, so this is what equals means. Right hand side is this must be the same as left hand side, or otherwise it's an inequality. It's not an equation. So anyways, so FB all the way at the left, the bottom, equals rho of fluid. So plug in your rho of fluid of air. That's your little g, which is this is exactly what I'm arguing. See, I can divide it out now because it's here. I can divide it out, and I'm going to get my unit in kilograms on the left, which is exactly what I'm going to do anyways to make sense of the number, because I'm going to get it in newtons, which is, it's named after the guy that made up the convention, man. You know what I'm saying? So exactly. So let's work with his convention and then get rid of what we don't need. So you plug in your numbers there, rho of fluid, low to G 9.8, and volume. Boom. That's it. This is that. That's it. Design ships with that. Run with it all day long.
Yes.
So there you go. So if rho of fluid equals 0, then F of B equals 0. Nothing can be suspended in that medium because that medium has no density, which is not a medium, which is the vacuum we're talking about. It's not natural.
Yeah, so this describes why there's no difference in the buoyancy pushing up on those two bowling balls.
The bowling balls, correct.
Yeah, my question is, okay, now let's talk about the other force, the force pushing down on the bowling balls to make them fall. What causes that? What causes them to fall?
Exactly. That's it. You're labeling it as gravity. I'm saying, I don't know. You're saying gravity. Okay. I'm saying you're labeling the I don't know phenomena to gravity. And we're saying that is the effect, sir. What we're observing in the vacuum chamber is an effect. And that's what the 9.81 is an average of things. Anyway, it's not falling in the air, by the way, in a vacuum. So regardless, this convention is worked for things in a vacuum, not air. Because that can vary. Anyways.
Okay, that's fair enough. I misunderstood. I was assuming that you were saying that density was the cause of things falling, but you were just saying you're not. Okay.
No, because it's in a medium. Because in a vacuum, I do not, because it's not natural. However, it still works with our equations outside of the vacuum. Because when you plug it in, it tells you why they fall at the same rate. Because there is no buoyant force. It's 0. FB equals 0 because rho of the material equals 0. It's that simple, and 0 multiplied by anything else equals 0. Basic math. You know? That's why I think you'll get it, because I'm working with G, man. I'm not demolishing G, bro. What I'm telling you is I will get my number of newtons as an engineer. And like, I don't fucking know what a newton is. I was like, okay, Sir Cyrus, design me a ship that can carry this many newtons? No. That can carry this many tons. So I'm going to take my numbers divided by 9.81 to get what kilograms. Oh my God. So why don't I just divide the low to G out of the fucking equation? And so instead of buoyant force, which still will be buoyant force, in a unit called kilogram force or pound force, and it is actually used in engineering. They divide out little g and they put F next to the kilogram. KGF or LBF, present in many, many engineering textbooks. Can be done all day long. We can divide by little g because it is a convention. You see? To be able to engineer shit. And we divide it out to make sense of the numbers. Do you know what is a Pascal? Would you rather, like if I tell you the air pressure in pascals or PSI, which one makes sense in your head?
Yeah, PSI is easier for me.
You see what I'm saying, man? Because it's a convention. Because a Pascal is 1 Newton meter or something like that divided by. It's like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, I think it's 1 Newton over 1 Newton divided by meter squared is 1 Pascal or something like that, right? So it's like, again, it's like, what is 1 Newton? It's like, oh, a kilogram. But oh my god! So you can just divide out this fucking Newton thing and get in kilograms or pounds. We do it anyways at the end. They always. So that's what I'm saying is like, I'm not gonna wreck little g. I don't mind it, but what we're saying is little g is the effect, is what you and I are observing, and we're timing it in the vacuum chamber. But an effect cannot be the cause of the effect, because that makes no fucking sense, right? You know what I'm saying? Mathematically, that's incorrect. So what we're observing is the effect, 9.81. Phenomenal. Cool. Let's label that G. Awesome. Cool. What does it cause? It cannot be G. It must be something else. That's it. And this is where Einstein steps in your world and says it's the mass of the object bends and warps space-time. And when space-time bends and warps, it causes gravity. Boom! You see? It's mind-boggling, right? And this is like, you know what I'm saying? That's the mainstream narrative, so you're going to have to work with me on that. It is what Einstein said. I hope I made sense, man. I'm sorry for rambling.
No, I think that I think you explained yourself well. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You bet, man. I hope you understood, or I'm not trying to argue. I am presenting you with college grade material. You know, it is basic algebra. No calculus, nothing, no differentials. And I proved to you that the force is going to equal newtons, and it makes no sense. And I don't know what a fucking newton is. And to be able to tell you how much this box or this ship can actually carry, I'm going to divide the newton by 9.81 again. Like, so why did I multiply it? That's what I'm saying. Since an equation, divide g on the right hand side, divide it on the left. Fuck g. You don't need it. Boom. Get your numbers in kilograms from the get go. Everything makes sense. And you just call the kilogram kg. F, which we know it's kilogram force. Another convention. By the way, Matthew, since you're a mathematician, are you familiar with Lagrange? Like Lagrange. Yeah?
Yeah, what about it?
There is Lagrangian mechanics, which he came up with it to replace Newton mechanics, and he uses kinetic energy and potential energy instead of forces. There are no forces in Lagrangian mechanics. He uses energy, just like what we're saying when you pick up an object off the ground. Another cause why it accelerates downwards is you actually charged it with potential energy, and that's proven time and time again. Like that is solid. I can prove to you that when something is picked up from ground state of 0, where you found it, you charged it. And when you drop it, that potential turns into kinetic energy. And Lagrangian mechanics works all with no forces. If you just read the wiki on it, it'll tell you there are no forces in Lagrangian mechanics. And that's what I am claiming here, and I will hopefully, God willing, in the upcoming couple of weeks, I'll work out a piece with the Lagrangian mechanics, and I'll present it here. And I want you to take it over, and I know M. Scott Veach can do some math too, and you guys go over it. Because all I'm going to do is take that fucking force and just play the Lagrangian mechanics equations, and let's argue legitimate math that works. Because, you know what I'm saying? Everything is in terms of kinetic energy and potential energy. So joules. Just turned it into joules. And it works beautifully. And you can take the results from Lagrangian mechanics and get newtons out of it too. You know what I'm saying? They work out. They're symbiotic. It's not like, but you can replace one with another, especially when, and that's what I learned about it. When the forces are too complicated to calculate with Newtonian mechanics, that's when actually you use Lagrangian mechanics, and it becomes so much easier, way easier, So just look into it.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. Thanks for the reference. I guess I hadn't heard
of
Lagrangian mechanics before, so This is interesting.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, we haven't spoken before, and I like you. You sound like you're an honest guy. To me. I mean, others they argued with you, but I'm keeping it cordial, So we
Yeah,
can
I
have a
don't
decent
mind when it
relationship.
gets. I don't mind when it gets spicy. I can handle it. It's fine.
I know you can, man. But you're cool.
Hey, well, nice chatting with you, but I have to go. I'm going to leave in the voice chat a video that I made about Bitcoin. It's not related to what we were talking about, but some people might find it interesting.
For sure, man. All right. It was good talking to you, man. Peace.
Likewise. See you guys later.
Communist currency?
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
I'll be back in a few. Got to do a couple things.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Second law of thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, for no ball to ever show for, nevermore. In a rap for your multi-nine core, scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts stepping the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe tarts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into next sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Trace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification. To name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation. The cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and much experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile/hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector, an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
Are we getting raided?
Yeah, there was like 499 and other TC. I was looking at that like, what the heck?
For recon, what?
What is going on, man? Freakazoidal. People are really mad about their globe, I think. Really mad. Gosh darn it. Globe is
Yeah.
smashed at every turn. Nowhere left to go. 637 in other TC now.
Oh, we got a new guy in the house. Let me unmute him for you guys. Trap Queen. You're unmuted, Trap Queen. Go ahead, Sonny. You got this. Bro.
Ooh, hi. Why am I unmuted? Oh God.
Because we want to say hi to you. We want to welcome you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello there. Thank you very much. I actually have not
All
been here for too long, but I'm kind of trying to learn what is this.
All right. This is a server where we mainly talk about the shape of the Earth and how it is flat and not spherical as we are told in school. And we can empirically prove that by measurement, comparative measurements, and long distance observations. So I mean, so that's I'm just giving you a basic intro of what we're about. And we're not the Flat Earth Society. Those guys claim that we're the third disk from the sun flying upwards at 9.81 meters per second. So that's not us. That's we don't claim any of that shit.
Sorry, I don't mean to disturb you guys, but do you guys
who's
know?
this guy? Who's talking right now?
I'm talking. Are you South African? I don't mean to
what's up,
disturb you. Yeah, what's up? But there's another channel in the server that I don't think you guys can see. It's called Other TC, and there's been 170 messages just spammed at everyone.
I know.
Oh, we'll take care of it.
I just mentioned it. Thank you, though. Why is
Okay.
Trap Queen muted and deafened right now? That's what I don't understand. You were just talking to him now, and now he's like server muted and deafened.
Okay.
Oh, really? No, he's not. Trap Queen?
Now he's not. Now he's not. He was.
Yo,
Oh,
I was
okay.
server deafened.
Huh. All right. I don't know who was messing with you. Mike?
That's all good.
Fucking
Yeah.
battle mod. No,
That's all I
it's
wanted to
battle
say.
mod.
That's all I wanted to say. But you guys take care. Goodbye.
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Where's this text channel? Anyways, man. So yeah, welcome. And if you have any questions, or make sure you read the server rules, by the way. That way you don't
Oh,
get
yeah, I
banned
made sure
for.
to.
Yeah. Hashtag welcome up there. Yep, cool. And you agree to the rules and whatnot.
Huh?
Cool. And you said, and agree to the rules. Make sure you shall comply with the server rules.
Yeah, it's all good. Server
All
rules
right,
are
cool.
important.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
Play it again. Shoot.
Any of you guys want to talk to this guy?
The Earth is flat.
I actually have
The
to
Earth
go.
is flat.
My father.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Something's apparently wrong with my dog. That's not great.
Yeah, I don't mind saying a few things. Like Trap Queen, do you know what a fallacy is?
A what?
A fallacy.
No.
I would recommend looking that up. If you just type into Google fallacy or fallacies, you can find something interesting to look at. It's called logic and reasoning. Fallacies are the faulty logic and reasoning. So being able to identify fallacies allows you to actually be logical and reasonable. So that's why I want to preface this, because a lot of us know about fallacies, know about logic. So when people use fallacies or illogical arguments, people tend to stop you, and so knowing about the fallacies beforehand so that you can avoid structuring your arguments in that way can be really helpful.
Okay.
Here, do you think you live on a sphere that's rotating around its own axis at 1,000 miles an hour, spinning around the sun at what, 500,000 miles an hour? And then the sun is what, spinning around the galaxy at what? Yeah. Anyways, you add all that up, you're like 1,000,000 miles an hour, more than that. I don't know, plus.
So, one thing I have a question of: if we are a flat Earth and we have the sun, say, rotating us, and we have the moon on the opposite side, I guess I could say.
Okay.
Who would be orchestrating that?
I mean, you can do it on both. Like, okay, of course, it was made by somebody in either models, anyways.
All right.
Even if it's balls spinning, which it's not, but even if it was that, still, like, you can't just make stuff up. The first law of thermodynamics is law of conservation of energy, which energy cannot be created or destroyed. There's also the law of conservation of
slowing down.
you know. Huh?
The Earth is slowing down, so it's not, breaking the law of conservation.
Slowing